In August 1991, at the London Grand Theatre, a spectacular magic show was underway. The auditorium was packed with cheering and jubilant spectators. The performer was Shawn, hailed as a genius magician. At only 11 years old, in the eyes of the audience, he was destined to become the greatest magician in the world. On stage, the child Shawn, with black hair and dark eyes, delicate features, and a remarkably elegant and outstanding temperament. A well-fitted black tailcoat and top hat prevented him from appearing too short. At this moment, around Shawn swirled over 200 playing cards of various colors. Ordinary cards that seemed to have been granted life, fluttering like butterflies in a graceful dance. With the colorful lights above, the scene was incredibly dazzling. Shawn raised his hands, his long fingers moving elegantly, as if playing the piano. The surrounding cards swirled around his hands, rising and falling, forming astonishing patterns, almost like real magic. In truth, these cards moved with such precision because they were driven by Shawn's psychic power, a term he coined himself. He was a transmigrator who had arrived in London 2 years ago. Initially a homeless street child, he had awakened his psychic power when he was cornered and bullied by street thugs. In his past life, he had been an ordinary homebody obsessed with watching magic shows and tutorials, always believing that mastering such skills would be not only magical, but incredibly cool. After acquiring psychic power, he also awakened a system. Well, just standard equipment, pardon the cliché. The catch was that the darn system couldn't be used immediately, it had prerequisites. So he began imitating the movie Now You See Me from his past life, starting from unknown street close-up magic, gradually becoming the prodigy teen magician he was today, specializing in his favorite poker card magic. With a flick of 2 fingers, the cards soared and spun through the air. Who could resist such spectacle? Cheers rose and fell beneath the stage, applause nearly lifting the hall's roof. Shawn. Amid the mounting ovation, Shawn clearly heard a notification chime within his soul. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gathered 1000 admirers' faith points. System unlocked. Ding. System unlocked. Please check at your convenience. Ding. Newbie gift pack distributed. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shawn ignored the zealous cheers of the fans and the prompts from his assistant. He quickly murmured, "Open system." Then a light panel appeared, visible only to him. Host Shawn. Profession: poker magician. Magic power: 20, normal adult 100. Skill: card throwing. Level 1, faith 10,000. Like to be unlocked, level 2, faith 0. Worship to be unlocked, level 3, faith 0. Obsession: lottery system 100, 0 faith points per draw. Mission system: none. Newbie gift pack: a clemency, 1 lightning element core, random magical lineage. Shawn was stunned after reading the system. The other rewards and settings were within his expectations. But what the heck was magic power? So psychic power was magic power. Why did a clemency seem so familiar? Was there really a magical world? Harry Potter. A barrage of questions flooded Shawn's mind, leaving him bewildered. A perfectly good magician. How did I become a wizard? Tough luck. I wasn't the only superpowered being. But Shawn didn't dwell on it long. Too excited to mind the occasion, he decided to claim the newbie gift pack first. In the system's exclusive space, he tapped the 2 silver and 1 purple light clusters 3 times. The 3 light clusters merged into Shawn's body. The acclemency cluster first cleared his mind, making his eyes deeper and calmer. The lightning element core transformed into a purple light that coursed through his body, then it felt like an electric shock. His hair and body hair stood on end, and his limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Then the system prompted again, "Host, your random magical lineage is being selected. In 1 minute you will leave the ordinary muggle world." Watching the still enthusiastic audience, though his vanity was satisfied, he quickly spoke into the brass microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, for my final act of the evening, I will perform a vanishing trick, making a person disappear." Then Shawn quickly whispered to his capable, bald, middle-aged assistant behind him, "Albert, after the show, I'll be away for a few days. Don't look for me." Albert grew anxious, about to ask why, because Shawn's tour still had 1 more performance in 10 days. With no time to explain, Shawn gave a graceful slight bow to the audience, then waved his hand. Hundreds of cards on the floor rose into the air, forming 2 dazzling pentagram patterns that rotated slowly, blocking him from front and back. A few seconds later, everyone heard a bang. The cards exploded like stars falling from the sky, and Shawn was gone from the center. The venue fell silent instantly, but after 10 seconds, all the audience members and backstage staff burst into cheers. The finale, Vanishing Act, was so miraculous that even Albert the assistant was dumbfounded. When had Shawn learned such an uncanny trick? There really was no trapdoor beneath the stage. Under the quiet moonlight on a Scottish Highland Hogwarts castle appeared especially misty. The greatest white wizard of the age, Albus Dumbledore, was writing admission letters in the headmaster's office. Suddenly, an invisible, yet powerful wave of magic rippled from afar, causing dark clouds to roll and thunder to flash in the sky. A pulsing rhythm emanated from one of the castle's towers. Dumbledore's expression changed instantly, his silhouette blurred, a flash of fire appeared, and he was already inside the tower. Inside the tower, an ancient book bound in black dragon leather was opening by itself. Beside it, a faded quill stirred twice in a silver ink bottle, then flew out and began writing on a parchment. This was the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance, which select young witches and wizards across all of England. Dumbledore's eyes widened sharply as he saw the name emerging on the parchment. Heir Black, he murmured slowly. Apart from Sirius and Azkaban, I didn't expect another legitimate descendant of the Black family to be living outside. At that moment, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, who had also sensed the magical disturbance, rushed in. Albus. Before she could finish, Dumbledore had already vanished from the tower, leaving only a remark in the air. They'll trace the magical trail to see what happened. Please continue writing admission letters for the young witches and wizards. McGonagall sighed and rubbed her forehead. She had finally gotten Dumbledore, the absentee manager, to do some real work, only to have him find an excuse to slip away. But when she saw the name in the Book of Admission, she fell into a brief daze. At the same time in Austria, at Nurmengard Tower. Above the tower gate, the words, "For the greater good," appeared, weathered and faded. In a simple cell at the top, an emaciated old man sat on a plank bed, hugging his knees in feigned sleep. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his silver eyes flickered with waves of light, as if glimpsing prophetic visions. After a long while, the old man murmured, "It's different. Everything is different. In despair, there is finally a glimmer of hope." Then he burst into hearty laughter. "Albus, I haven't lost yet." On a certain stretch of England's coast, the waters surged violently, the sky shrouded year-round in heavy clouds, as waves crashed and foamed against a jumble of jagged reefs. By the shore lay a concealed cave, its position so well hidden that it was nearly impossible to discover. All of a sudden, a streak of violet spiritual light flashed into existence, and a boy in a tailcoat abruptly appeared on the rocky beach beside the cave. The already brooding clouds above churned even more violently, as purple light flickered again and again. Shower was hurled down hard, his whole body aching, feeling as though he had just been squeezed out of a flushing toilet. After gasping for breath as he lay on the rocky shore, he finally began to sort through the fragment of memory that had just been injected into his mind. After comprehending it for only a short while, he suddenly sat bolt upright. Damn, I've actually ended up in the world of Harry Potter, and I've become a descendant of the Black family. Regulus is my father. I came here to pay my respects to my father. Ahem, this system has really twisted the plot into something outrageously melodramatic. Shower let out a long sigh toward the sky, yet as he thought about how he had at least become the son of a wealthy family, having gained a cheap father did not seem such a loss. If he could clear Regulus's name in the future, it would count as a father kind and son filial. While Shower was still immersed in fantasies of having piles upon piles of galleons to spend, he was also calculating how to handle the system's lottery. His recent curtain call performance had earned him several hundred more points of level 1 faith value. That faith value was divided into 3 tiers, and he guessed that each tier corresponded to a different prize pool. To obtain faith value was this damned system trying to turn him into some kind of universally adored charmer. He currently had 100 points of level 1 faith value, enough for 10 draws, though he had no idea what might be hidden in the prize pool. He could only hope for some ultimate skills like a blue gas stove or Fire God's path-cleaving style finishing move. Shower's heart ached at the thought of spending the points on a draw. This was the savings he had scraped together over 2 years. From the time he first became known for coaxing little girls on the street into applauding him in exchange for lollipops, to ultimately astonishing all of London and performing before thousands in grand theaters, he had expended no small amount of effort. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes, preparing to fire off a 10 draw in one go. Whether he would rise as a dragon and strive to carve out a place for himself in the wizarding world, or live like a salted fish and go home to inherit the Black family estate, would depend on this round. I'm going to be blessed by luck. Yet before he could tap the lottery button, a deafening boom sounded by his ear. A burst of red firelight flared, and an old man with a white beard, dressed in a moon-white wizard's robe and wearing half-moon spectacles, appeared before Shower. Shower stared blankly at the kindly old man who had materialized out of nowhere, feeling that he looked extremely familiar. Linking this to the fact that he was in the world of Harry Potter before he could cry out the nickname, Old Bumblebee, the elder had already spoken first. "Hello sir, you are Shower Black, aren't you?" Shower had already guessed that the other party was Dumbledore. Though puzzled as to why he would appear here, the thought of having a clemency already mastered made him feel much more at ease. "Yes sir, I am Shower Black. And you are?" Shower greeted him politely, and at that moment the system instantly issued a new mission issue: talk the White Dark Lord Dumbledore into sending you home. Reward 2000 points of level 1 faith value. Shower's lips twitched slightly. This system was a little deranged and absurd. Albus studied the delicate dark-haired boy before him, who so closely resembled the other 2 blacks, and a trace of remembrance flickered through his eyes as he spoke gently. "I am Albus Dumbledore Shower. May I ask why you are here? Where are your parents?" Shower had spent 2 years touring with commercial performances, being able to perform magic tricks before thousands. He was no longer the socially anxious student he once had been, and his courage had been well-tempered. Besides, the system had already paved the way for him. His story could stand up to scrutiny. His occlumency had given no warning of any intrusion into his mind, which meant that the old bumblebee truly had strong principles. I am an orphan. I came here today to pay my respects to my father, but I've never been able to enter the cave. I could only mourn him from outside. Oh, what a pitiful child. May I ask what your father's name was? Regulus Black. Hearing this explanation, Dumbledore felt both astonished and suddenly enlightened. He could not help but glance back toward the cave, finally realizing that Sirius's younger brother, the long-missing Death Eater Regulus, had died here in utter silence. He extended his vast magic to sense the cave behind him and immediately encountered a powerful ward. No wonder the little fellow could not get in, and the dark magic woven into the barrier felt so very familiar. Alertness rose in Dumbledore's heart, even as his curiosity surged. Ooh, what had that former student constructed here? Why would the long-missing Regulus have died here of all places? Watching Dumbledore's eager posture as though he wished to set off exploring at once, Shower quickly wrapped himself in the guise of a pitiable child shivering under the cold wind for the sake of the mission. Sir, Dumbledore started, then chuckled softly as he cast a warming charm over Shower. For now the boy had to be settled first. He had many questions for this child as well. Shower, do you know why your father died in the cave? Have you been living in the Muggle world all these years? Shower did not wish to delve into such matters with Dumbledore. After all, the more one said, the more mistakes one might make. Yet thinking of the man's status and his place at the pinnacle of magical combat, he still arranged his features into a sorrowful expression. It was definitely not cowardice, he told himself, nor merely to persuade the other to send him home. My father said he had betrayed his leader. To spare our family from retaliation, he placed me in the Muggle world at an early age. Only recently, through belongings he left behind, did I learn a little of the truth. Seeing the sorrow clouding Shower's face, Dumbledore could not help but feel a surge of compassion and temporarily set aside certain suspicions in his heart. The events of this day felt tangled and chaotic, yet from them he had more or less inferred what might be hidden inside the cave. If his suspicions were correct, then Regulus had been a silent, unsung hero, and so his son must first be properly cared for. Shower, your magic has already erupted out of control. Once you can no longer remain in the Muggle world. How about I take you back to your ancestral home? There you should find many traces your father left behind. Within Shower's mournful expression a spark of excitement flickered. He had just discovered that his max-level occlumency could fabricate emotions and memories, which meant that once he fooled the old bumblebee, everything would be secure. Is that true? Sir, could you bring my father's body out of the cave as well? I wish to bury him properly. What a good child. Yes, I can, but it will take time. Let me take you home first, all right? All right. Thank you, sir, you truly are a good man. Dumbledore nodded. He now had more pressing matters to attend to, and for the moment no mind to scrutinize that earlier surge of strange magical energy. He merely assumed that Shower's exceptional innate talent had flared in an outburst of grief while honoring his father. In any case, the boy would attend Hogwarts in the future. There would be time enough. Come take hold of my arm. You may feel a bit dizzy in a moment. Knowing that Dumbledore intended to apparate with him, Shower clasped the older wizard's arm. The instant he did so, a current of electricity coursing through Shower jolted Dumbledore into a series of involuntary shudders. He jerked his head down to look at Shower, his gaze turning deep and contemplative as his earlier curiosity reignited. After a moment's thought, he merely offered gentle counsel instead. It seems your talent is even greater than I imagined. You are a good child. You must learn to use your gift wisely. Shower's heart skipped. He had actually shocked the old bumblebee with electricity. His expression shifted, and he asked in feigned puzzlement, really? I've been able to discharge electricity at certain things before. Is that considered a unique ability? The eyes behind Dumbledore's blue frames flickered as he replied with meaningful emphasis. Yes, very unique. It seems the Black family has produced another genius. Shower resisted the urge to roll his eyes. It appeared Dumbledore had no intention for now of probing further. So this was the principle of the righteous side. Glancing back at the cave, he hesitated over whether he should tell the old bumblebee that the Horcrux inside was a fake, lest he seek out needless suffering. But he had no plausible excuse to explain his source of information. Well, no one would die in there anyway, and he needed Dumbledore's help to retrieve Regulus's body. Once he returned to the old manor, he could have the house elf hand over the real locket for Dumbledore to destroy, which would show his stance and repay kindness with kindness. After all, in the early stages, he would need this towering figure of Dumbledore to shield him. As for that unreliable uncle in Azkaban, well, that could be dealt with later. Dumbledore, seeing Shower looking back, assumed the boy was reluctant to part from his father, and decided that the child had a truly kind heart and deep filial piety. His inexplicable worries eased considerably. After all, not everyone in the Black family turned out bad. Perhaps Shower's upbringing in the Muggle world had spared him the pure-blood ideology, very likely a painstaking arrangement by Regulus. Do not worry. I will bring your father back. A flash of firelight followed, and the figures of the old man and the boy vanished from the rocky shore. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. This was the home of Sirius and Regulus, the ancestral house of the Black family. This wizarding residence was layered with magical protections and hidden among the ordinary Muggle residential area. Flanked by numbers 11 and 13, the missing number 12 had never drawn anyone's attention, nor had anyone ever questioned why a number was absent. Dumbledore and Shower appeared abruptly in the silent square late at night. Ding, the White Devil's escort mission is complete. Reward 2,000 points of Tier 1 faith. As Shower landed, ignoring the joy of mission completion, he fought back the urge to retch. Apparition was clearly more than his young body could bear. Only because Shower possessed the will of an adult could he avoid collapsing entirely. Dumbledore admired Shower's fortitude, but wore an apologetic expression. Having just been in a desolate wilderness, apparition had been his only option. He wondered how Shower had managed to travel alone to such a remote place to honor his father, and what hardships he must have endured. Such filial piety was truly touching. Dumbledore first used magic to carefully clean the wrinkles and dirt from Shower's tailcoat, then looked up at the space between numbers 11 and 13. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. He knew where the Black ancestral home was. But without the owner's consent, even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore would find it no easy task to locate it. Just as Dumbledore prepared to force his way in, a small figure appeared before them, staring excitedly at Shower, who was still clutching his chest. Shower looked at this house elf with bat-like ears, clad in a rag of a garment, his face lined with wrinkles and aged features, all testaments to his great age. Are you the young master? You finally returned. Creature is so happy. The old elf creature recognized Shower through their bond, and began to speak with agitation hopping around him as tears streamed down his face. As Creature spoke, he began to pound his head against the floor, thudding loudly. It's all Creature's fault for being useless, unable to care for the young master, leaving him to suffer in the filthy, lowly Muggle world. But Creature had no choice. He had to obey Master Regulus' orders, and not visit the young master, for that would have harmed him. Woe is me. Shower watched the old elf's bewildering antics and finally grasped the twisted values of this race. The ancient wizards were truly ruthless masters of manipulation. Dumbledore, clearly accustomed to the ways of house elves, offered Shower some guidance. They are beings of profound humility and self-abasement, utterly obedient to their masters. Since you are now the head of the Black family, command this house elf to stop before he injures himself. Shower, already aware, nodded in gratitude before issuing an order to Creature. Creature, I command you not to punish yourself. Creature froze, ceasing his actions, but wept even louder. Woe is me, it's all Creature's fault for being useless. The young master is so kind. Shower felt a headache coming on while Dumbledore chuckled. Well, Shower, since your family still has a loyal house elf, he will guide you home and see to your every need. They'll leave you here then. Shower made no move to detain him. Facing Dumbledore, even with the old man's ever-benevolent smile, was daunting. Without any skill to call his own, the pressure was overwhelming. Until the matter of Regulus was resolved, no matter how flawless his act of filial piety had been in Dumbledore's eyes, he would still bear the stigma of being a Death Eater's son. Shower bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for escorting me home. I appreciate your trouble. Dumbledore looked at the polite Shower and ruffled the boy's hair. From now on, call me Professor or Headmaster. You should receive your Hogwarts acceptance letter tomorrow. With a wink, Dumbledore disapparated, heading off to investigate a certain cave that very night. He had suspicions that needed urgent confirmation. After all, Harry was to start school this year, and certain plans had to be set in motion. Shower let out a sigh, and was lost in thought for a moment when a tug at his robe snapped him back. Looking down, he saw Creature, eyes swollen like light bulbs, gazing up at him eagerly. Creature, take me home. Yes, I'll take the young master home. With a joyful snap of Creature's fingers, Shower felt as if the world had spun, and he instantly appeared in a dimly lit room. Before he could marvel at how the elf's teleportation magic seemed far gentler than a wizard's apparition, a sharp old woman's voice pierced his ears. That wretched Creature, not sleeping at this hour, you lowly beast. You are. Creature was about to punish himself, but instead excitedly addressed a portrait. Madam, this is the young master, the son of noble Master Regulus, home at last. Shower felt a headache coming on as he looked up at a painting on the wall. The old woman in it, though dressed in finery, had a twisted expression and drool at the corner of her mouth. Now her forced attempt at a kindly smile was nothing short of eerie. Is my grandson home? How wonderful. Regulus was perfect in every way, but why did he send you to that filthy, lowly Muggle world? What is your name, my dear? I am your grandmother, Walburga Black. Grandmother, hello. My name is Shawn. Shower had little desire to engage with a portrait driven mad by pure-blood supremacy. He resisted the urge to draw the curtain. If memory served, the room housing the family tree also contained a portrait connected to the Hogwarts headmaster's office. One of the most despised and acerbic headmasters, Phineas Nigellus Black, his great-great-grandfather. He resolved to avoid those lunatics at all costs. After politely greeting Walburga, he put on a weary expression. With an heir in the family, the old woman's madness subsided, and she said with concern, Shower, you must be exhausted. Creature, take my darling to wash up at once, and use only the finest. Creature joyfully led Shower upstairs. Surveying the dilapidated, gloomy, and oppressive old house, Shower regretted returning so soon. With no electricity or light, it was downright eerie. But a house elf was a house elf, and domestic chores were their forte. In less than half an hour, Creature had prepared a clean bedroom for Shower. Judging by Creature's fervent energy, he would likely work all night, showing no signs of age. As Shower lay on the bed reminding himself he was no cruel slave owner, he instructed the deferential Creature. Take a bath yourself later, and change into clean clothes. Leave the cleaning for tomorrow. Creature was instantly thrown into a panic and began punishing himself, grabbing the curtain to strangle his neck. Bad creature, bad creature. He failed to serve the young master properly. The young master doesn't want me anymore. He wants me to bathe and wear clean clothes. I might as well die. Creature won't be an unwanted elf. Shower, familiar with the habits of house elves from films and novels, knew that gentle words were useless. Creature, stop. I never said I didn't want you. I just prefer cleanliness. Your filthy state is unacceptable. Now I command you first take a proper bath, then change into a clean pillowcase, and finally prepare a room for yourself to sleep in. I forbid you from sleeping in the cupboard. That's an order. Say another word, and you're out of the Black family. Creature was stunned. He wanted to speak, but dared not, only mumbling hesitantly as he shuffled out. The young master is too kind to Creature. This is wrong. But what can Creature do? The young master's commands must be obeyed. Shower shook his head and lay back down, setting aside thoughts of Creature for now. He could be trained gradually later. He quickly summoned the system interface. Seeing that his faith value was 12403 points, he recalled the pressure he had just faced from Dumbledore. It was ultimately because he himself was not strong enough, so he hesitated no more and decisively performed a temple. Ding, congratulations on acquiring 1 skill point. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on acquiring 1 talent point. X2. Ding, congratulations on acquiring level 3 conjuring flock of birds. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on acquiring level 3 shield charm. Ding, congratulations on acquiring level 3 levitation charm. Ding, congratulations on acquiring 10 mana units. Shower found it rather interesting. Looking at the lottery results, there were basically no misses, the winning rate was 80%, and none of the rewards were junk. Not bad. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had toiled for 2 whole years to gather 100 faith points. He probably wouldn't get such treatment for 10 pulls in the future. This time he obtained a total of 3 level 3 spells, 2 skill points, 2 talent points, and 10 mana points. This was just the first level lottery. If it were the second or third level, wouldn't it directly grant divine equipment? Needless to say, the future path would indeed have to be that of a heartthrob. Shower opened the system interface, which had already been updated. System, host Shower. Occupation, wizard, card magician. Mana 30, adult 100. Talent, lightning, element, affinity max, you are the son of lightning. Dark magic 6, exceptional talent. White magic 3, transfiguration 3, potions 3, adequate talent. Herbology 2, magical creatures 2, mediocre aptitude. Alchemy 0, divination 0, hopeless, give up, cannot be activated without a major opportunity. Skills, a clemency max. Conjuring flock of birds level 3, a shield charm level 3, a levitation charm level 3. Skill points 2, talent points 2. Level 1 faith 2403. Level 2 faith 1. To be unlocked gradually, level 3 faith 0. Lottery system 100, 010010 faith points per draw. Mission system none. Shower was dazzled by the fully updated system interface. But why was his dark magic talent so high? Could it be that he looked like a bad person? His lips were red and teeth were white, so endearing. Well, he'd better study how to allocate points first. Anyone who had played games in their past life knew the principal focus on maxing out a single prominent attribute. So Shower added both skill points to Conjuring Flock of Birds and both talent points to Dark Magic. Conjuring Flock of Birds level 5 Wandless and Silent, Dark Magic 8 Azkaban. Subsequent talent and skill point allocation will require legendary value. Shower looked at the Azkaban evaluation and suddenly felt like slapping himself. He hoped the Sorting Hat wouldn't actually send him to Azkaban. Would he then share a cell with Sirius Black? Shower was also curious about the Dark Magic talent evaluations for level 9 and level 10, but he didn't know how to obtain the required legendary value. Seeing that level 5 Conjuring Flock of Birds could already be cast wandlessly and silently, he tried it casually, waving his hand in the air. Then, following his will, the mana within his body surged out along his fingers. A flock of chirping golden birds materialized out of thin air, more than a dozen of them circling around Shower. It felt somewhat like his previous card manipulation. Unexpectedly, the next moment, those golden birds seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately transformed into spinning golden cards with arcs of electricity flickering around the golden light. Especially compared to his previous telekinetic card manipulation, it was far more effortless, and the visual effects were far more explosive. Shower was stunned. It could be used like this. Was this the power of a level 5 spell? It seemed to incorporate some transfiguration and lightning element affinity. Just as well, Shower was quite familiar with cards. Even though he was now a wizard, he still loved the identity of a magician. It was perfect for showing off. It wasn't convenient to have the golden cards attack inside the room, so he would have to wait until tomorrow to find a place to test the spell's power. After cutting off the mana supply, the golden cards dissipated after a while. Shower studied the system for a while longer and wondered why the level 2 faith had increased by 1 point. After pondering, he guessed it was contributed by Creature. He didn't know about the rest. Forget it, tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. He would keep the remaining 200 faith points in reserve. He was indeed tired today, his small body was too troublesome. After Heir fell into a deep sleep, creature who had washed up and changed into a clean pillowcase peeked through the crack in the door at Heir, then continued huffing and puffing as he cleaned the house, occasionally hitting himself with a club and muttering under his breath. Creature disobeyed the young master, must be punished, but creature must make sure the young master has a clean and comfortable home. The young master is too kind to me, how can I rest? The next day the sky was bright. Heir slept straight until 11 o'clock, only awakened by a tapping sound from the window. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Heir saw an owl outside the window, persistently pecking at the glass with its beak, a letter tied to its leg. Heir wondered, didn't the old house have protective magic? How did the owl find its way here? They were indeed a very magical creature. He got up and opened the window. The owl pecked Heir's arm in dissatisfaction, then lifted its claw to signal him to take the letter quickly. Heir took the envelope and wanted to ruffle the owl's head, but seeing he had no food, the owl pecked him again, flapped its wings, and flew away. Heir smiled wryly, rubbed his arm, and looked at the letter. Seeing the shield-shaped crest with the lion, eagle, serpent, and badger, he knew who had sent it. He excitedly opened the envelope and read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Although he was familiar with the content of the acceptance letter, Heir read it several times. Who hadn't gone through a passionate and innocent age shouting Avada Kedavra at the sky while holding a stick? Now that he was certain he could attend Hogwarts, it was naturally a joyous occasion. When Heir counted on his fingers and realized this was also the year Harry would enroll, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, I'd rather go to Slytherin than Gryffindor. Stay away from the boy who lived. Being a slacker leads to a long life. Heir set a small goal for himself. Behind him came Creature's voice. Young master, you're awake. Creature has prepared breakfast. Heir turned around and saw that Creature was no longer as dirty as before. His long ear hair was neatly trimmed, and he wore a new pillowcase. Though still quite ugly, it was barely acceptable. All right. He nodded in agreement, put on the tailcoat that Creature had washed overnight, and tidied his shoulder-length hair. He thought to himself that he needed to go to Diagon Alley to buy some clothes. And also visit Gringotts to see exactly how large an inheritance he had inherited. Stepping outside, he saw the corridor completely transformed. The floor was covered in clean cashmere carpet, the wall lamps gleamed brightly, and the foul smell he had noticed earlier had vanished entirely. Making his way down to the living room, he found it immaculately arranged, the antique furniture polished to a glossy tongue oil sheen. Though the dominant color remained black, an air of classical nobility rushed forth. He hadn't expected that in just one night Creature would have restored the old house to such splendor, truly a diligent and loyal house elf. As Shaw sat down at the dining table and looked at the steaming hot breakfast served in silverware, he couldn't help but praise. Creature, you've done an excellent job. Hearing this simple compliment, Creature wept with joy. While Creature has heard the noble Black's praise again, Creature hopes that after he dies the young master will cut off his head and hang it on the wall. Shaw had just taken a bite of sausage when he heard Creature's latter words. Nearly nauseated, he quickly said, "Shut up." Then, reflecting that he had been educated with moral values and lacked the condescending mindset of a true aristocrat, and perhaps could even gain a bit of Tier 3 faith from Creature, he added another command. "Creature, sit down and eat too. Don't punish yourself, neither now nor ever." "That's an order." Creature froze in place for a long moment. Only after seeing Shaw's disapproving gaze did he perch half his rump on the chair, tremblingly take the toasted bread Shaw pushed toward him and eat a bite, instinctively wanting to strike himself. Shaw gave him a stern look and ate on his own. The taste was neither good nor bad. Having eaten British food for 2 years, anyone in the know understood that this country had no soil for culinary excellence. Now that he was settled, he needed to consider his own stomach. After finishing what might have been breakfast or lunch, Shaw finally remembered his real business. Instead of heading straight to Gringotts, he asked Creature, "Before my father died, did he entrust you with a locket?" Creature's gaze faltered, but under Shaw's persistent questioning and commands, he eventually brought forth a locket engraved with the letter S. "I see your desires. Open your mind, and I will teach you magic of immense power. Power, status, wealth, beauty. I can give you all you want. Child, I see your heart and ambition. You are a person of aspiration, craving the adoration and support of the masses. Accept me, and all of this will be yours." Holding the locket, Shaw's gaze turned vacant, his expression slowly becoming greedy and fanatical. But in the next instant his eyes cleared. Staring at the locket in his hand, he murmured, "Few Voldemort's Horcrux is indeed sinister. After releasing my clemency, I was actually tempted. So I am still a mundane man after all." Creature, watching anxiously, saw that the young master was unharmed and wanted to bang his head against the floor for nearly causing harm. Shaw, as if expecting this, immediately stopped him and reiterated that he must not punish himself arbitrarily. Ignoring Creature's muttering about how kind he was, Shaw pondered how to deal with this Horcrux. A chime sounded, detected an evil soul. Filter and absorb. Shaw, who had been worrying about lacking the Fiendfire curse or basilisk venom, was startled. The system had this capability. Without hesitation, he chose to absorb. A Horcrux like Voldemort's was better off dead sooner rather than later. Commencing absorption. Suddenly the locket in his hand emitted a sharp screeching roar and thick clouds of black mist surged out. Shaw felt a wave of icy malevolence wash over him. He seemed to see a pale, noseless snake face like a double plug emerging from the depths of the black mist. The next moment the black mist dissipated rapidly, clearly absorbed cleanly by the system. The locket's previous insidious whispers were gone. Shaw eagerly opened the system to see what had changed. Compared to before, there were indeed some additions. His magic power had increased by 10 units, reaching 40. He had gained a level 1 water element affinity. The killing curse was now level 2, and Parseltongue was level 1. Shaw wasn't surprised to have learned the killing curse and Parseltongue. It was expected. But the extra water element talent intrigued him. His previous maxed-out lightning element talent had come from the system's grand gift, allowing his spells to carry lightning attributes. Now he was able to siphon water element talent from Voldemort. His understanding of magic was practically zero, but even a fool could tell that elemental talents were valuable, likely boosting related spells. If he specialized in lightning spells, their power would be formidable. And the fact that Hogwarts' 4 houses were represented not only by animals, but also by water, fire, earth, and air was telling. It seems collecting Horcruxes needs to be on the agenda. I've got to boost that water element talent. Creature asked hesitantly. Young master, you can't destroy this evil locket either. Wah Creature is truly useless, deserving death for failing to fulfill Master Regulus' last wish. Shaw waved his hand for Creature to be quiet. Enough, don't grieve. I've already destroyed the evil inside the locket. You fulfilled my father's last wish. Creature, his face streaked with tears, and Snot looked up with disbelief on his ugly face. Really? That's wonderful. The young master is as noble and excellent as the master. After letting Creature rejoice for a while, Shaw instructed him that no matter who asked in the future, he must say that Regulus destroyed the locket. This would make his nominal father more of a hero. Then Shaw took a casual stroll through the old house. It was indeed quite large, with many areas still unpacked, which made Creature blame himself again. Unfazed, Shaw ordered him to prioritize cleaning several places: his father's room, the study, the underground library, and the spell practice room. The rest could be done slowly. In the afternoon, Creature apparat with Shaw to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Due to the muggle-repelling charm cast there, ordinary passers-by ignored the shabby, narrow wooden door. Shaw had many purchases to make today. Though the household items were antiques and had been cleaned thoroughly by Creature, Shaw disliked the Black's dark decor style and planned a complete overhaul. So he first needed to withdraw money from Gringotts. Pushing open the door of the leaky cauldron, a strange odor mixed with various scents hit him straight in the face, along with the clamor of chatter. The small, cramped pub was dimly lit with peeling walls. At several rickety wooden tables sat all sorts of wizards casually chatting over butterbeer. A hunchbacked, bald old man was clearly the pub owner, grinning at everyone. As Shaw entered, some who noticed him paused, wondering who this refined boy was. But no one said anything, knowing that those accompanied by house elves were usually from pureblood families. The pub owner, Tom, recognized Creature, as Creature had to eat and would visit the leaky cauldron once in a while. Seeing Creature following someone respectfully, Tom seemed to guess the black-haired boy's identity. Unable to stand the strange smell, Shaw quickly passed through the crowd toward the entrance to Diagon Alley. After he left, someone asked Tom, "Old Tom, you seem to know that black-haired boy. Which pureblood family does that young master belong to? How dare he come to Diagon Alley alone?" Old Tom chuckled. "He is indeed a young master from a pureblood family, likely a new Hogwarts student this year. And this one has particularly noble blood. As some who took advantage of his family in the past are in for trouble." Others pressed for more, but Old Tom remained silent, only saying that everyone would know soon enough. At the entrance of Diagon Alley, Shoal watched as Creature tapped a few spots on a wall, and he immediately witnessed the iconic scene from the world of Harry Potter. The brick wall split apart from the center, rolling to both sides like a cylinder, the stacked bricks coming to life like building blocks. It was oddly satisfying. Shoal's heart raced with excitement. His inspiration surged, and he mentally simulated a scene using playing cards instead, feeling it would be even more spectacular. Once an arched opening appeared in the wall, a cobblestone street was revealed, winding and twisting forward until it vanished from sight. The street was lined with a variety of shops, many of which boasted Victorian architectural styles from hundreds of years ago, or even earlier. The bizarre display windows featured cauldrons, pets, and books. People wearing all sorts of wizard hats walked along the street. This medieval scene left Shoal utterly astonished. Though magic is wondrous, the wizarding world is still too insular. A certain thought quietly took root in his mind. Shoal and Creature casually surveyed the peculiar shops on both sides, eventually arriving before a striking snow-white building. "Young master, this is Gringotts," said Creature. Since Shawn destroyed Salazar Slytherin's locket and fulfilled Regula's final wish, Creature had begun addressing Shawn as young master, dropping the little from his former title. Shawn observed that Gringotts was far taller than the surrounding buildings. Before its gleaming bronze doors stood goblins clad in deep red and gold uniforms, exuding an imposing presence. Indeed, in any world, those who run banks are always the most ostentatious. He inwardly mocked the wizards for their folly. Why entrust such an economic lifeline to a different species? Later he learned it was a necessity. Ignoring some warnings beside the door, Shawn strode directly into the opulent marble hall. Glancing at the lofty counters towering above him, forcing him to look up, he felt even more unsettled. This layout surely hinted at certain intentions of the goblins. But he was still weak, and such matters were not his to manage. Shawn made no unnecessary moves, maintaining his elegance. At least he wouldn't lose face. Creature pulled a key from his pocket and spoke arrogantly to an elderly goblin who was weighing gemstones on a scale. The young master of the Black family has come to withdraw money, vault 666. The old goblin looked up, leaned forward, adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses, and upon seeing the black-haired Shawn, sighed regretfully. After over a decade, the Black family has an heir again. The old goblin wore a pained expression, as if wealth belonging to them had been snatched away. Indeed, if Sirius in Azkaban never emerged and died inside the Black family vault, would become ownerless property, effectively falling into goblin hands. After 100 years, the goblins could take it without objection. This wasn't the first time they'd done such a thing. Shawn was deeply displeased, immensely so. He pulled out a little notebook, but decided against it. The day's small goals seemed too many already. He then followed a goblin named Griphook through a narrow stone passage to the vault entrance, where he boarded a thrilling, crazy roller coaster. Then came a series of twists and turns, as if navigating a maze. The fierce wind forced Shawn's eyes shut, and he thought this might be a security measure. If you can't see, you can't remember the route. The goblins were far too cunning. He attempted an armor charm to block the wind, but failed due to his inability to concentrate. Shawn's dissatisfaction with this Gringotts withdrawal experience grew. Wasn't the customer supposed to be king? Just as he felt he might vomit, the cart slowly stopped before a vault platform, and a roaring dragon's cry echoed from above. Shawn knew it was a captive tamed fire dragon. Griphook took the vault key from Creature, performed a series of operations, and the thick dark vault door emitted a grinding mechanical sound before slowly swinging open, revealing a dazzling golden glow. Shawn peered inside and couldn't help but swallow hard. His expression mirrored that of the protagonist in Hello, Mr. Billionaire, upon seeing 100 million in cash. "I'm truly a rich man. I've struck it rich." He wasn't the only one swallowing. Griphook, the goblin who opened the door, had drool dripping from his lips, his eyes filled with a terrifying greed. It took Shawn a long time to calm down. Not because he lacked composure, but because anyone suddenly wealthy after prolonged poverty would react the same. Creature remained the most composed. He pushed Griphook aside and bowed to invite Shawn. "Young master, please enter." After taking a deep breath, Shawn stepped inside. In the center of the vault, a mountain of gold galleons dazzled him, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Various magical items and precious alchemical materials glowing with magical energy were displayed on large iron shelves around the room, with a black ebony chest at the far end. "Creature, how many galleons do you think are here?" "Young master, I'm not sure either. At least 200 to 300,000 galleons ID estimate." Humph. Shawn couldn't help but gasp again, knowing full well the purchasing power of galleons in the wizarding world. The average monthly salary of a Ministry of Magic employee was between 50 and 100 galleons. For instance, the Weasley family. Arthur Weasley worked at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office in the Ministry, earning 60 galleons a month, enough to support his entire family. Similarly, at Ollivander's, a wizard's essential wand cost only 7 galleons, and even without a student discount, it wouldn't exceed 15 galleons. No wonder Sirius later gifted Harry Potter a firebolt broomstick worth over 1,000 galleons for Christmas without batting an eye. Shawn waved his hand grandly. "Creature, pack the money. Take a few thousand first as pocket money." Creature had no objections, using a pocket from the old house that had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm to start loading coins. Unfamiliar with alchemical products, Shawn headed to the far end to inspect the large wooden chest. After opening the chest and examining its contents, he finally understood what treasures it held. It was filled with magical contracts, some of which Shawn couldn't comprehend. Others were in foreign languages, and some appeared to be in runes. Shawn flipped through those he could understand, finding property deeds, estate titles, and alliances with other pureblood families. The assets included full shares and investments in commercial areas like Diagon Alley, remote potion ingredient farms, dragon breeding grounds, and more. The Black family held dividend shares, sometimes full ownership. Companies like Nimbus, Shooting Star, and Clean Sweep Broom Companies also counted the Black family among their shareholders. Most importantly, there was a contract concerning a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Heir had just been elated for a moment, thinking about how he not only possessed a mountain of gold, but also a vast estate to inherit. However, as he continued to study the documents, he discovered that many contracts had become void, including the Hogwarts Board seat he valued most. Heir's face darkened, and he already had an answer in his mind. When a family loses its direct heir, those covetous crocodiles naturally pounce to tear and devour the spoils. Among the participants, he suspected all were pure-blood families bound by kinship ties, with the Ministry of Magic likely being the most ruthless of them all. Heir sorted the void and valid contracts, memorizing what he could, and weighed his options in his mind. Some matters could wait. He needed time to develop and keep a low profile. Creature approached carrying a money bag. Young master, the money is packed. Heir closed the chest, and then took several alchemical treasures from the family vault: a brooch that could instantly cast a powerful shield charm, a necklace that shielded the mind from intrusion, and a ring enchanted with a permanent undetectable extension charm. He and Creature exited the vault to find Griphook waiting outside, craning his neck to peer inside. Creature shoved Griphook hard. "What are you staring at? This is the Black family's wealth." Half an hour later, Heir left Gringotts and pondered for a moment. "Let's go first to order some well-fitted clothes." "Creature, you too. A prominent family's house elf needs some dignity. You can't disgrace the Blacks." Creature, who had intended to refuse, straightened his back upon hearing the latter part, realizing the young master wasn't personally giving him the clothes. Diagon Alley was bustling today, with Hogwarts students mostly shopping these days. Heir spotted a three-mid turtle figure with a small boy from afar. It had to be Hagrid and Harry. He didn't approach to greet them. He had too much on his plate to meddle in the savior's upbringing. He first went to Flourish and Blots to buy textbooks, then arrived at Madame Malkin's robes. The plump Madame Malkin warmly took his measurements. Heir made numerous requests, and with gold paving the way, she assured him it would be done quickly. Heir thought for a moment and decided to wait here, having no desire to browse the shabby shops. He sent Creature to buy other school supplies and furniture decorations, insisting on only the most expensive items. Bored, he took out a first-year book, Standard Book of Spells, from his ring and sat in a corner to read. "Dad, buy me a broom. Even a Nimbus 1700 will do. I can sneak it into school." "No, it's too dangerous, Draco. You're still too young. I'll get you one when you're in your second year." "Darling, stop fussing. Let's buy your school robes first." Lost in his reading, Heir heard a conversation between two men and a woman. He glanced sideways at a family of three in lavish attire. With their trademark platinum hair and haughty demeanor, he guessed their identity without effort. His gaze turned cold as he recalled that among the void contracts the Malfoys had a share. Not to mention himself, Sirius was still alive. Though he understood their differing stances as the current head of the Black family, he was no saint of high morality. He couldn't feign neutrality while his family's assets were being usurped, saying Narcissa would take it anyway, so I understand. He had no intention of acknowledging relatives. Some accounts didn't need settling immediately. "Hey kid, are you going to Hogwarts too?" Heir wanted to focus on reading to grow stronger, but trouble came knocking. He looked up at Draco, who was standing on a stool. The Malfoys had already left, leaving only Draco, his cheap cousin. The boy continued in a slow, drawling tone. "I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" "It's an honor to answer a noble Malfoy." Heir thought Draco was an idiot and ignored the spoiled brat. Draco, annoyed that the dark-haired boy still wouldn't respond, hopped off the stool and approached him, puffing out his small chin to continue his approach. But the next moment, dozens of golden cards materialized around the dark-haired boy, illuminating the shop with a dazzling glow. The cards swirled and danced, startling Draco. They then flew toward him, knocking him backward until he fell to the ground with a crash, the cards crackling above his head. Heir only meant to scare him, controlling the power of the flock of birds spell well. "Oh, stay away. They'll tell my father. You're done for. He'll have you thrown into Azkaban, boo-hoo." Draco cried out, his slicked back hair disheveled and his platinum locks standing on end from the spell's arcs. Tears streamed down Draco's face, his appearance utterly comical, his noble demeanor gone. Good heavens, non-verbal and wandless magic. A first year this term. Just then a giant and a frail boy entered the shop, Hagrid and Harry. Hagrid, receiving no answer, looked awkward. Harry, awed by the flock of birds spell, asked, "What's non-verbal and wandless magic?" Hagrid scratched his head. "Harry, that's a very advanced form of magic. Most adults can't do it. That reading boy is really talented." "Cool. Harry, you're talented too. Study hard at school, and you'll manage it." Hagrid called Madame Malkin to measure Harry, and then left to buy other school supplies. Madame Malkin first comforted Draco, while Harry kept glancing at Heir in the corner, and Draco, who was muttering, "He'll have my father deal with you." After measuring Harry, she went to the back as business was booming. Heir naturally saw Harry Potter, but maintained his earlier stance of not seeking acquaintance. The next moment, however, a chime sounded. Ding. Main quest issued. Seize the Savior's Fame Phase 1. Prevent the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Reward 100 level 1 faith points and 1 legendary point. Heir was stunned. The damn system was truly devious. It wanted him to compete with Harry Potter. Still, the reward was generous, especially the tempting legendary point. After careful consideration, he realized he didn't need to track the plot constantly. He could intervene at crucial moments to snatch the prize. But even with the quest, Heir had no intention of jumping in immediately. He lacked strength and needed to take it slow. "Are you Harry Potter?" As if forgetting his earlier lesson, Draco, now composed, asked Harry in his slow drawl. Harry, still a timid boy, clutched his robe and answered weakly, "Yes." Draco's eyes lit up with excitement. He stepped forward, extended his hand, tilted his chin, and said in his usual insufferable tone, "Hello, I'm a noble Malfoy. You can call me Draco. I think we can be friends." Harry, a bit flustered, politely shook Draco's hand. Draco then turned to Heir, intending to boast about befriending the boy who lived, but his lips moved soundlessly, and he dared not speak. As a pure-blood heir, he understood the significance of nonverbal and wandless magic. He hadn't even seen his father perform it. So Draco was eager to befriend such a gifted boy, as his father had taught him the benefits of allying with the strong. Just then Madame Malkin pulled back the curtain and addressed Heir obsequiously. "Young Master Black, your custom robes and school uniforms are ready, along with the house elf's butler's suit. That'll be 300 galleons." Heir closed his book, stored it in his ring, and took the pile of clothes, placing over a dozen items into his ring, before paying promptly. This spectacle left the two boys stunned again. Even for a Malfoy like Draco, his personal allowance wasn't that generous. Recovering, Draco stammered, You're from the Black family. I've never heard of you." Heir smirked, turned, and patted Draco on the shoulder. "Little cousin, there's much you don't know. Oh, and give my regards to Aunt Narcissa." With that, he strode out the door with panache. Harry was impressed by Heir's aura and elegance. Draco, is that boy your relative?" Draco slowly came to his senses. "Yeah, if he's a Black, he's my cousin. But wasn't the Black family without an heir? Where did this formidable guy come from? Are all pure-blood children this talented?" "Ahem, well, of course. I'm very talented too." You're not bad either. You defeated the Dark Lord." Draco said this with a hint of uncertainty. He had no mind to chat with the savior. Grabbing his clothes from Madame Malkin, he rushed off to find his parents and report the news. Meanwhile, Harry suddenly felt insecure. At Diagon Alley, everyone marveled at his identity, making him slightly proud after his humble upbringing. But now he realized, was this what a true prodigy looked like? Was this the real genius? After leaving the house, Shawn went alone to the weapon shop in Diagon Alley. Ollivander's shop was small and shabby, its creaky door groaning in the breeze, the golden sign above already peeling. It read, "Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C." In the dusty window, a lone wand lay on a faded purple cushion. Shawn pushed the door open and a series of tinkling chimes echoed inside. Before he could fully take in the cramped shop filled with narrow boxes, an old man drifted out on a floating chair, appearing as if from nowhere. The old man was disheveled with messy gray-white hair, but his silver eyes were sharp. He spoke in a gentle voice. "Good morning, sir. Are you a new student heading to Hogwarts?" "Oh, black hair and black eyes, pure black. You must be a little black, aren't you? It's been over 20 years since a Black last had a new student at Hogwarts." Ollivander rambled on, lost in nostalgic reminiscence. Shawn couldn't help but admire his remarkable memory. The old man had a distinctly prophetic air. "Hello, sir. I'm Shawn Black. I need to purchase a wand." "Yes, the wand chooses the wizard, and every wizard needs a lifelong companion," Ollivander said, pulling out a tape measure. "Which arm do you favor?" "Right. Good, raise your arm." Shawn watched as the tape measured his arm, shoulder, hip, thigh, and other areas, finding it all quite bewildering. Figuring the old man was an expert, Shawn didn't ask questions. He recalled short videos had seen, where such measurements seemed to predict how tall a student would grow to match a wand that could last a lifetime. It was highly unscientific, yet utterly magical. Ollivander then returned to the shelves, selecting a long box. He opened it with reverence, and said, "Hollywood with a unicorn hair, core, symbolizing purity and nobility. 11¼ inches. I think it should suit you. Give it a gentle wave." Shawn took the wand from the box, but before he could wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. No, I hear the wands lament. It seems you are a picky one." Shawn was speechless. Ollivander pondered for a moment, then returned to the shelves for another long box. "Ebony wood with a dragon heartstring, core, 12 inches. Its wielder is resilient, ambitious, and magically powerful. Try this." Shawn refrained from commenting on Ollivander's assessment, took the wand, and gave it a gentle flick. A violet light burst from the tip with a crack, and the wand began to shatter inch by inch. "Oh, no. What have you done? You've killed it," Shawn said brashly. "How much?" "He'll pay. Just tell me if you have a wand that suits me. Don't bother bringing out the ordinary ones." Shawn felt a bit cocky even as he spoke, but the feeling was too good to change. Having been poor for so long, had once dreamed of buying 2 expensive ice creams. One to eat, one to throw away. As for noble elegance, no one was born with it. It had to be cultivated over time. Who said these were ordinary? All my wands are exquisite, Ollivander said, pained, but his confusion and gravity deepened. With his vast experience, he could sense that Shawn's magical power was extraordinary, tinged with lightning. The Ollivander family's legacy is ancient. How could we lack a wand suitable for you? Ollivander huffed and returned to the depths of the shelves, emerging only after a long, while clearly having dug through the back stock. Try this one. Lightning-struck peach wood with a thunderbird tail, feather core, 12 inches. My great-grandfather acquired this piece of lightning-struck wood during his travels in the East. Its age is unknown. This wand accepts only those genius wizards who defy convention and grow stronger in adversity. Shawn gazed at the wand, a blend of red and black with a purple-blue iridescent sheen, and instantly fell in love with it. As he took the wand before he could channel his magic, purple arcs of electricity burst from the tip, and storm clouds began to form above the ceiling. Ollivander's gray hair stood on end from the static electricity in the air. Though excited, he quickly said, "Oh, good heavens. It's a perfect match. You two are made for each other. Calm your wand unless you want my shop to become a thunderstorm zone." Shawn nodded and gently stroked the wand. The strange phenomena in the room vanished instantly. "Sir, how much? And include the one I destroyed earlier." Ollivander shook his head. 7 galleons will do. The broken wand was my mistake for misjudging. You're not to blame." Shawn didn't dwell on it. He paid politely and left. Ollivander watched the black-haired refined boy depart and sighed. Another prodigious wizard. Heaven only knows whether he'll be a blessing or a curse to the magical world. Outside the shop, Shaw's mind churned with scattered thoughts. He called out, "Creature," and the house elf appeared. He instructed Creature to take him to Chinatown. After another round of heavy shopping, he used a public phone to call his magical assistant, gave some instructions, and then returned to the old manor. What followed was a full-scale home renovation. Wall sconces, chandeliers, carpets, and ornaments were all replaced with the new items Creature had bought earlier at Diagon Alley. After an hour of work, the black ancestral home was truly transformed, no longer as gloomy and lifeless as before. During this time, the portrait of his mad grandmother voiced her displeasure, but only muttered a few complaints. Now that the black bloodline could continue, she had begun to play the role of a kindly, benevolent grandmother. In the kitchen, the stove was laden with various seasonings and ingredients, including a wide array of spices. From now on, bleed the chickens and ducks before killing them. Boil any meat in hot water before cooking, and add some of this ginger to remove the gamey smell. Creature, today he'll teach you a few home-style dishes: twice-cooked pork lion's head meatballs and mapo tofu. Too bad Lao Gan Ma isn't exported to England yet. And throw away those sardines immediately. Shaw tirelessly taught Creature how to cook Chinese dishes. He never wanted to eat what the British called food again. The house elf proved to be the ultimate servant, mastering everything after watching Shaw do it once, and using household magic with impressive skill to replicate the Chinese dishes even faster and better. Shaw only knew a few simple dishes himself. After teaching Creature, he handed him a stack of Chinese cookbooks and told him to experiment freely. "We've got money. Use whatever ingredients you need." In the dining room, Shaw feasted heartily at the large table. Creature refused to sit at the main table again, so Shaw set up a small dedicated table in the corner. Creature moved to tears blew bubbles from his nose as he enjoyed the delicious food. For a moment, the atmosphere between master and servant was remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, Creature stood up, his expression tense. "Master, the protective enchantments have been triggered." Shaw dropped his silver fork, hurried to the window, and saw 7 or 8 wizards standing in the square, wands in hand. By their attire, they were aurors. These aurors were working together, probing the protective magic of the old manor. Shaw knew they must have been alerted by his appearance in Diagon Alley earlier. They weren't here to arrest him, but were after Regulus the Death Eater. Regulus' wanted status had never been revoked. Though he was dead, these aurors would at least want to take Shaw to the ministry for questioning. Shaw, feigning calm, walked to the front door and addressed the stern-looking leading auror. "May I ask why you're attacking my home?" The leading auror, a rugged man with a slight limp, stepped forward. "We received a tip that a Death Eater is hiding here. Open your defenses and let us search." Shaw's expression turned cold. "A tip? From whom? And do you have a search warrant?" The leading auror faltered. In his haste, he had indeed forgotten a warrant. "Never mind who tipped us off. Don't think I don't know who you are. You're the son of a Death Eater. Even if you haven't committed any crime, once I catch that Dark Lord's henchman Regulus, you're coming to the ministry for questioning. Open the defenses now, or you'll be obstructing justice." Shaw's chest burned with anger. "Which pureblood family sent you? Without a warrant, you won't get me to lower these defenses. Even if you take this to the minister himself, I'm in the right." The leading auror hadn't expected the boy to be so stubborn. With a hardened look, he ordered his subordinates, "Attack. Tear open his turtle shell." Instantly, red and blue spells struck the translucent barrier. The old manor's interior blazed with magical light, rippling and trembling slightly. Shaw's eye twitched. This was too much to bear. He drew his wand, ready to fight back. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix cry rang out. A silvery white phoenix patronus appeared before the aurors. They immediately ceased their attack. The phoenix spoke to the leading auror. "Scrimgeour, Regulus is dead. Leave the boy alone. Once I've clarified a few matters, I'll explain everything to the ministry." Scrimgeour watched the fading phoenix patronus, recognizing it as a message from Headmaster Dumbledore. Considering Dumbledore's prestige and assurance, though reluctant, he waved his hand and said, "Fall back." The 7 or 8 aurors operated away one by one. Shaw's expression darkened. He wasn't surprised that Dumbledore knew what was happening here. The Ministry of Magic was like a sieve. Anyone could slip in, pure blood families, Death Eaters, and the Order of the Phoenix alike. That wasn't what troubled Shaw. Head felt utterly powerless just now. Even if Head fought to the bitter end, it would have been futile. Head likely have been dragged to the ministry anyway. Inheriting a noble legacy like the Blacks came with immense benefits, but also countless troubles. Dealing with the ministry and pure-blood aristocrats wouldn't be easy. There would be plenty of battles of wits ahead. These aurors were probably sent by some pure-blood family to intimidate him. Sigh, I need to grow stronger quickly. That old bee was thoughtful this time, putting me in his debt again. The world turns and patience is key to avoiding ruin. Though frustrated, Shawn could only return to the manor and finish his meal. After the meal, Shower resumed previewing the first-year textbooks, reasoning that the only way to avoid further humiliation was to enhance his strength, a simple truth. Since his transmigration, his memory had also sharpened. While he couldn't claim photographic recall, a couple of readings sufficed to grasp the gist. Earlier at the bookstore, he had purchased the complete set of standard book of spells from 1st to 7th year, intent on studying them all ahead of time. After finishing the first-year text, Shower realized the fundamental issue: theory and practice were entirely different realms. Take the Petrificus Totalis, for instance. He enunciated the incantation clearly and executed the wand movement flawlessly, yet after an hour of practice, it yielded no effect whatsoever. The lab mouse he used for the experiment ultimately perished, obliterated by his lightning element magic. Shower stared at the bloody remains of the mouse in prolonged silence. Could my talent for white magic be so poor? It's not as though I should delve into dark magic right now. I've already mastered the killing curse, but I've never dared to test it, fearing my soul would be tainted by negative emotions. Undeterred, Shower recalled scenes from a film he'd watched before. The know-it-all girl, when teaching Ron, emphasized that incantations required rhythmic cadence with certain syllables drawn out. It seems self-studying spells has its challenges. Reluctant to give up, Shower set down his books and headed to the basement where the Black family library resided. He had previously taken a cursory look, as expected, of a millennium-old family collection. It housed a vast array of texts with an exhaustive selection of both white and dark magic tomes. He retrieved several general spellbooks annotated with handwritten notes from the shelves. These promised far more guidance than the pristine textbooks. He also sought out a few volumes with titles containing the word lightning. Even with the Black family's extensive library, it took him considerable effort to locate these particular books. It seemed lightning element wizards were scarce in this world, though the reason eluded him. As Shower carried the books back, he chanced upon a copy of Secrets of the Darkest Art. His mind stirred. Beyond his maxed-out lightning element affinity, he could experiment with his Azkaban-level dark magic talent, perhaps bypassing the drawback of improper incantation. Finding a chair, he settled in and began to read intently. Skimming over much of the abstruse content, he flipped directly to the section on spells and proactively started learning his first dark magic. 10 minutes later, Shower casually waved his wand and uttered the incantation. Corrosive mist. Instantly, a sizzling green fog erupted from the wand tip, scorching countless tiny pits into the nearby bookshelf. Shower quickly cut off the magical output. Whoa, just as I thought. This dark magic talent is truly Azkaban-worthy. Shower's heart raced with temptation, but after serious consideration, he deemed it unnecessary. In the current climate, it was best not to court disaster, yet mastering a few dark magic spells for self-defense was prudent. When it came to life-or-death struggles, the killing curse would suffice as a trump card. After a thorough selection from Secrets of the Darkest Art, he chose 2 additional spells, Cruciatus Twist and Blade Sever, complementing the earlier Corrosive Mist. That would be more than enough. After an hour of meticulous study, Shower rose and moved to the adjacent practice room, where he began reciting spells directed at a training dummy. Cruciatus Twist, Blade Sever. Shower watched as the dummy was first contorted in reverse joint angles, then promptly decapitated. Observing that all 3 dark magic spells had reached level 1 within his system, he couldn't help but shake his head in feigned modesty. Tisk tisk, my dark magic talent is just too overwhelming. Reflecting that his most formidable talent was actually his lightning element affinity, Shower resolved not to lose sight of his priorities. He ceased experimenting with dark magic and began poring over the volumes related to lightning. After reading them, he was bewildered. These books contained no actual lightning spells. The only weather-related incantation generated thunderstorms by manipulating water vapor to form clouds naturally. Isn't this a waste of my talent? Am I supposed to invent lightning spells from scratch? Yet as a novice in the magical world, Shower's understanding of magic was still shallow. Mastering existing spells was challenging enough, creating new ones was out of the question. He had no desire to blow himself up. Luna's mother Pandora had perished while experimenting with a new spell. Shower sighed, realizing that smooth sailing was never guaranteed. Just then, Creature's figure operated into the room. Master, an owl from the Malfoy family has delivered an invitation requesting your presence at Malfoy Manor for a family dinner tomorrow. Shower paused, then let out a cold laugh. How intriguing. He took the invitation from Creature and examined it. The signature indicated it was penned by Narcissa. The letter was couched in sincere terms, primarily inviting him to visit Malfoy Manor. It mentioned that his aunt and uncle had failed in their familial duties, allowing him to wander outside for years, but the phrasing subtly probed for details about his background. Additionally, it noted that Draco, his young cousin, greatly admired him and urged Shower to look after each other once they entered Hogwarts. After reading the letter, which made no mention of family estates, Shower shook his head and tucked it away. Regardless of whether Narcissa's intentions were genuine or merely a bid to rekindle family ties, he had no intention of visiting Malfoy Manor while still weak. It would be akin to gambling his life on another's sincerity. Moreover, his dissatisfaction wasn't rooted in greed for wealth or disregard for kinship. In truth, Shower had ample funds. What he truly valued was the influence that came with controlling those economic assets. Influence at times equated to power. Master, should I send a reply? You handle it. Say I'm in seclusion for study and unavailable for outings or visitors. Creature hesitated, then pleaded, but Miss Narcissa is a black by birth, your aunt, and the Blacks and Malfoys have been allies for generations. Shower waved his hand with slight impatience. Do as I say. Yes, master. After Creature departed, Shower picked up the old wand he had been using, one that had belonged to some unknown black ancestor. He resumed practicing spells, drilling not only the dark magic, but also the killing curse along with Avis and the shield charm from earlier. He didn't overreach. His goal was to master these few spells before term started, a balanced mix of offense-defense, disruption, and control which would suffice. In particular, he innovated with Avis, perfectly replicating all the manipulations of his earlier card trick performance, but with even more spectacular and dramatic effects. The birds wove through the room like a galaxy of stars. While Shower labored over his spell practice at Malfoy Manor, Draco eagerly awaited the letter in his father's hand. Father, what does it say? Lucius Malfoy's face darkened. He said nothing, but his cane creaked under his grip. Narcissa took the reply and read it, sighing. Alas, it seems Shower harbors great resentment toward me as his aunt. Mother, is Shower not coming to visit? Narcissa ruffled Draco's hair. No, your cousin needs to focus on his studies at home. Draco's jaw dropped. But Shower is already so skilled. He can cast spells non-verbally and without a wand. Why does he still work so hard? Lucius and Narcissa's eyes twitched. Privately, both doubted that an 11-year-old could possess such advanced spellcasting prowess. Yet Draco's earnest testimony, corroborated by Hagrid and the boy who lived, left the couple with little choice but to believe. It seemed this Shower, this black heir who had emerged from nowhere, was indeed a prodigy of the highest order. Lucius pondered. Some matters couldn't be pushed too far. The Malfoy family excelled at opportunism, so he addressed Draco. Since Shower is so strong and still so diligent, you must redouble your efforts. At school, be sure to cultivate a good relationship with him. Draco nodded eagerly. I know. One becomes strong by following the strong. Well, it's late, you should rest. After Draco left, Narcissa murmured hesitantly, perhaps those estates should be. Lucius cut her off firmly. Narcissa, not now. Ah, sissy, remember you bear the Malfoy name now. Narcissa's expression dimmed. She knew where her loyalties lay. She had hoped to invite Shower over to salvage some goodwill, but the boy was clearly on guard. Seeing his wife's distress, Lucius softened his tone. Let's wait and see. Even if I were willing to let go, that whole pure-blood society would obstruct it. If Shower swallows his pride, so be it. But if he harbors other ambitions, he'd be challenging everyone's interests, unless he becomes an absolute powerhouse. Narcissa's expression grew complex. The pure-blood society. He'll write to the boy, urging him to keep a low profile for now. Under a light drizzle, London's Trafalgar Square remained bustling with activity. On the stage erected before the fountain, Shaw appeared once more to perform his magic show, surrounded by a dense, surging crowd. Since his last performance of the Vanishing act, Shaw's reputation in London had grown, drawing an even larger and more enthusiastic audience to today's open-air show. Behind Shaw, a magnificent ring composed of playing cards slowly rotated. He interacted with the audience, continuously flinging playing cards in all directions. Those cards shot above the spectators, then floated and spun in place, utterly enchanting. Many parents hoisted their children onto their shoulders, letting them reach for the floating cards. Occasionally, a fortunate child would catch a special signed card from Shaw. Overjoyed, the children shouted, Brother Shaw, I like you. Shaw smiled knowingly on stage, noticing a trickle of Tier 2 faith points rising within the system. It seemed children's goodwill was the easiest to earn. His joy was fleeting, however, as his expression darkened. He had just spotted figures operating at the back of the crowd, likely Ministry of Magic officials. Yet these individuals did not approach to warn him. He figured his magic show merely tapped into raw magical energy as an aid, skirting the rules without using any actual spells. He dared not even use a levitation charm or a flock of conjured birds. Glancing at the newly gained 800 Tier 1 and 90 Tier 2 faith points, Shaw clenched his fist inwardly. He had no intention of abandoning his identity as a magician. For now, he performed only in London, but when he could perform across all of England and the world, faith points would pour in endlessly. The greatest obstacle hindering his magic performances was the international statute of secrecy. If he wanted to use more spectacular magic as an aid, he would inevitably break the law. The fault lay in Shaw's lack of strength and influence to openly harvest faith points. With a sigh, he executed a few more pure magic tricks, then addressed the enthusiastic crowd. Alright, that concludes today's performance. For the next year, I will be in seclusion researching even more spectacular acts. See you next summer. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of playing cards formed for pentagram-shaped shields that rotated around him. In the next instant, Creature appeared within the shield formation and operated away with Shaw. The exploding cards burst forth like stars, scattering across the sky, driving the audience into a frenzy as they scrambled to catch the falling cards. Entertainment in the 1990s was terribly scarce, so collecting Shaw's special playing cards had become a popular trend in London. Amid the crowd, a bushy-haired blonde girl jumped and shouted excitedly, "Daddy, Daddy, help me grab Shaw's cards. I'm almost done collecting a full set." "Haha, Hermione, Daddy got you 3 more. But that's still not enough for a full set. Don't worry, you'll buy some from others to complete a set for you as a back-to-school gift." Behind the crowd, the 2 Ministry of Magic officials from the Misuse of Magic office exchanged bewildered glances as Shaw disappeared. "And here do you think that kid broke the law? It was a house elf, so probably not. Ahem, what about using raw magic to drive the cards? Was that illegal?" I'd say no, since there was no trace of magic and the Muggles didn't suspect anything. Their questions and answers evaded the core issue. Both were determined not to convict Shaw. The return of the Black family heir was no secret, even if the family had been inactive and much of its property seized. Yet the web of connections they once wove still held considerable influence, with the Blacks related to many pure-blood aristocrats and officials. 2 ordinary ministry employees had no reason to offend a prodigy like Shaw, who could wield magic without a wand or incantation at such a young age over such a trivial matter. The ministry's enforcement of laws was remarkably flexible. In the original story, Fudge had suppressed the incident of Harry Potter inflating his aunt, and Arthur Weasley had left loopholes when revising the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Thus the 2 officials' leniency was understandable. Shaw operated into an ordinary bedroom in a modest house, his former hideout. His magic assistant Albert was already waiting, puzzled to see Shaw descending the stairs. Shaw waved him off. "Don't ask. Just listen." Albert scratched his bald head and refrained from questioning. He trusted the boy's abilities, having been a down-and-out man before Shaw gave him a chance. "All right, your orders." Shaw handed Albert a suitcase and a stack of documents. "This is £1 million and some company profiles. Set up an investment firm and start acquiring stakes or buying stocks in the companies I've listed." At that time, £1 million was an astronomical sum. Albert took the suitcase with trembling hands, staring at Shaw in disbelief. He was astonished at Shaw's sudden wealth and moved by the trust placed in him. After a long pause, he spoke solemnly, "Yes, boss." Shaw was pleased with this capable, balding, middle-aged man whose character and skills he had vetted and deemed worthy of cultivation. He had no intention of abandoning the Muggle world. This was merely preparation for his larger goals. As for the source of the £1 million, it was simple. He had merely retrieved a few magical antiques from the Black family vaults, each centuries old. "Boss, what should the company be called?" Register it as Card Throne. I'll inject more capital later. Work hard. I believe in you. Oh, and I won't be staying here anymore. He'll contact you when needed. That's all." With that, Shaw headed upstairs, leaving a wistful Albert who silently resolved to work diligently to repay Shaw's immense trust. Upstairs, Shaw took the polyjuice potion from Creature and added a strand of hair he had secretly taken from Albert. Watching the potion turn into a viscous black liquid, Shaw grimaced and downed it in one gulp. His facial muscles writhed, his body elongated, and he transformed into Albert's likeness. He changed into adult clothes and donned a black cloak that covered his head and face. "Master, why must you go to Knockturn Alley yourself? It's full of dark wizards, very dangerous. Let Creature go instead." Shaw took the suitcase filled with galleons and alchemical materials from Creature. "This deal is crucial to me. Many of my plans depend on its success. If you a familiar face go, that old pure-blood Borgin will know I sent you, and things will get complicated." Creature immediately began berating himself. It's all Creature's fault for being useless. Creature deserves punishment. Before he could harm himself, Shaw commanded, "Didn't I give you a task?" "Yes, master." "They'll go buy Felix Felicis and other potions right away. First take me to Knockturn Alley." Creature quickly grasped Shaw's hand. With a pop, they vanished from the bedroom. By 3 in the afternoon, Shaw had returned to Black Manor. Dealing with a shrewd and greedy old wizard was exhausting, and he had spent a fortune to secure the man's cooperation and secrecy. Yet Shaw deemed it worthwhile. Without resting, he plunged back into his studies. No matter his schemes or goals, ultimate strength was the only safeguard. In the study, he pored over annotated books, a near-foolproof guide with spell intonations clearly marked given his lack of a teacher. Though white magic still eluded him, it was less taxing than studying standard book of spells. Mornings were for general magic and practical spells, the afternoons for self-study of other texts. After 10 days, Shaw had mastered several common spells. Progress was made, but a persistent puzzle troubled him: the nature of his magical affinity. Shaw's lightning element affinity was maxed, imbuing all his spells with a thunderous attribute. Even without learning lightning-specific spells, his other incantations carried the lightning element. It was as if he were possessed by a force of destruction. For offensive spells, this was a boon, adding shock and paralysis to his attacks, making them more lethal. But for non-offensive spells, it was disastrous. When using a cleaning charm, furniture was indeed tidied, but also left pockmarked with scorch marks. A levitation charm left objects slightly damaged. Shaw didn't know how to restrain this electric magic, but he knew that powerful wizards like Grindelwald could freely control even destructive dark magic like fiendfire. Thus, besides regular study, he scoured the library for relevant texts, but found little. Time passed swiftly. A week before school started around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Shaw was practicing spells in the basement training room when Creature reported Headmaster Dumbledore is here waiting in the square. After hearing Creature's report, Shaw paused for a moment before putting away his wand. He knew Dumbledore must have retrieved the fake locket and Regulus' body. He strode quickly to the door, and upon opening it he saw a weary Dumbledore in a coffin. Dumbledore had clearly been busy for a long time. The lines on his face were deeper, and his hair and beard were unkempt. It seemed the enchantments Voldemort had laid were not easily broken. Shaw wondered if Dumbledore himself had drunk those poisons this time. Shaw had no mind for such trivialities. All his attention was fixed on the coffin. Though he had never felt any emotional connection to Regulus, his nominal father, at this moment, an indescribable feeling surged within him and his throat tightened. When the system had assigned him his identity, it had already replaced his bloodline, so strictly speaking, he was indeed Regulus' son. But by any reckoning, Regulus would have had to father a child at 16. How melodramatic. Dumbledore, seeing Shaw's reddened eyes, already understood the general situation, and a flicker of pity crossed his own. Voldemort had caused so many families to be shattered. My boy, your father was a hero. Do not grieve. He made a tremendous contribution to the magical world, and after all, death is but the next great adventure. Shaw walked to the coffin and gently touched it, but lacked the courage to open the lid. He whispered, "Father," a few times, then turned to Dumbledore after a long moment. "Thank you, Professor. Would you preside over my father's burial?" Dumbledore opened his mouth, intending to first ask about the locket, but seeing Shaw so distressed, he sighed and nodded. "Very well." After a thought, he added, "Should I summon more people for the ceremony? It would also be a chance to clear your father's name publicly. His heroism should not be forgotten." Shaw was taken aback, then shook his head in refusal. "No, not yet. Father died because of Voldemort, and Voldemort is not dead. I will only proclaim my father's greatness to the world after I have destroyed Voldemort with my own power." Even Dumbledore, with his steadfast composure, was shaken by these words. "Sure, what? What do you know?" Shaw replied, his face expressionless. "Horcruxes." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "My boy, tell me everything." Shaw pulled the Slytherin locket from his pocket. "Professor, this is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. My father destroyed it, so I know Voldemort did not truly die 11 years ago." Dumbledore took the locket and examined it closely. With his experience, he quickly confirmed it had been made into a most evil, dark magical artifact. Having retrieved a fake from the cave after great effort, he had intended to question Shaw about it after the funeral. He was pleased the boy had been sensible enough to voluntarily present the genuine Horcrux remains. Shaw's words also confirmed Dumbledore's own suspicions about Voldemort's survival. Dumbledore said slowly, "You are a sensible child. It is not yet the time to clear Regulus' name. But rest assured, I will vouch for him on my own authority, at least to have his wanted status revoked." Shaw bowed slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore reached out and ruffled Shaw's hair. Inwardly, he was quite pleased. Regulus had died destroying Voldemort's Horcrux, so his son was a natural ally. He had previously worried that this exceptionally talented boy might go astray, but now he felt reassured. He would guide him while give him the care he needed and not make the same mistake again. Under the evening sun, in a remote yet scenic countryside, lay the private Black family cemetery. Shaw placed a bouquet of white lilies on Regulus' grave, vowing silently to do something meaningful. Creature was already sobbing uncontrollably. Dumbledore watched the sky darken and patted Shaw on the shoulder. "On my boy, it's time to go back." "Yes, Professor." The three of them apparat back to Grindelwald Place. Dumbledore handed the fake Slytherin locket to Shaw. "Keep this as a memento. I need to keep the real one, it will serve as evidence to clear your father's name later. And please keep the matter of the Horcruxes confidential." Shaw did not object. He silently placed the locket in his robe, and then politely invited, "Professor, please do come to my home. When I was young, I worked as a waiter in a Chinese restaurant, and the kind owner taught me some Chinese cuisine. You have done so much for my father and me, the least I can do is prepare a meal to express my gratitude. Please." Dumbledore shook his head and interrupted. "Another day? School is about to start, and I, as headmaster, have been absent for many days. If I don't return soon, your Professor McGonagall will come hunting me down." "Very well, then, another time." Before leaving, Dumbledore winked at Shaw. "The Black family has a vast library. You are still young, and I advise you to avoid the books on dark magic. They are not conducive to your growth. Goodbye, my boy." Shaw watched Dumbledore disapparate, finding his final advice rather amusing. "If the old bee knew about my Azkaban-granted dark magic talent, he wouldn't be so trusting of me. He'd probably storm into the house and confiscate all those books." This thought lightened Shaw's earlier melancholy. He shook his head and entered the old house. In the following days, Shaw devoted himself entirely to studying magic. During this time, the Ministry of Magic sent an owl with a letter informing him of the revocation of Regulus' wanted status. The process was similar to Snape's case. With Dumbledore's guarantee, it was claimed that Regulus had actually been a spy for the Order of the Phoenix planted beside Voldemort. The story made the Daily Prophet, and news of the Black Heir's return spread like wildfire. Many pureblood families sent letters inquiring about various matters, mostly hoping to solidify their hold on the properties they had seized. Shaw ignored them all. It wasn't that he didn't care, but he knew that intervening now would not yield better results. Even if he could reclaim some assets, the situation would be exceedingly unpleasant. Shaw was not in urgent need of money, so he felt no pressure. In the magical world, power was paramount. He continued to immerse himself in acquiring knowledge. Once he possessed true strength, everything he had lost would naturally return to him, and he would gain even more. Crucio, Sectum Sempra, Avis, Protego. In the underground dueling chamber, Shaw was relentlessly casting spells at the alchemical dummies. A large pile of twisted wrecked dummies in the corner testified to his efforts over the past fortnight. His hard work was bearing fruit. Shaw took a sip of tea handed to him by Creature and opened the system interface. System host Shaw. Occupation wizard poker magician. Magic power 40, adult average 100. Talent lightning element affinity max. Water element affinity level 1. Parcel tongue level 1, can only speak simple words to snakes, cannot control them. Dark magic 8, Azkaban. Expand. Skills of clemency max. Avis level 5, a shield charm level 4, levitation charm level 3, killing curse level 3, sectum sempra level 3, crucio level 3, corrosive mist level 2, petrificus totalis level 1, scourgify level 1, alohamara level 1. Faith points tier 1 3,800. Tier 2 faith points 98. Tier 3 faith points 0. Lottery 100, 01010 faith points per draw. Quest usurp the chosen one's fame part 1. Shaw pursed his lips in mild dissatisfaction. Though he had learned most of the first and second year white magic spells, every single one was only at level 1. Barely enough to cast. His black magic talent, however, was a formidable level 8. Even self-taught curses had swiftly reached level 3, used with great proficiency. Level 4 would allow silent casting. Yet once a spell reached level 5 and talent level 8, further progress could no longer be achieved through hard work alone. It required deeper understanding. Unless he obtained legendary points. Moreover, a spell's power was limited by his physical constitution and magical reserves. His current combat ability was likely on par with a 5th or 6th year student. Only a real fight would tell. Shaw had now figured out the distinctions between spell levels. Level 1 meant barely casting, level 2, proficient casting, a level 3 mastery, a level 4, silent casting, and level 5 silent and wandless with the ability to alter a spell's trajectory. Spell power also grew from weak to strong control, becoming more refined. At level 5, spells like Avis could change direction and undergo certain variations. These magical principles were all self-discovered. J.K. Rowling's original works offered no such specifics. Shaw casually waved a hand at the alchemical dummy. Avada Kedavra. A thin green beam as thick as a thumb instantly blasted the dummy's head into smithereens. Watching the dust scatter, Shaw nodded with grudging approval. A level 3 killing curse is just so-so. But why don't I feel the dark magic corrupting my soul? I don't feel my nature turning evil, and I don't need to harbor malice to use it. Strange. Is it due to my talent? Or because I've practiced clemency? Still a novice in magic, Shaw couldn't find an answer on his own. Tomorrow was the start of term. Head asked the professionals at Hogwarts. He had a mountain of questions. He glanced at the system again. Though like many he had wondered about its origin, whether it harbored some ulterior motive constantly fueling his ambition, Shaw didn't care. He was happy to play along. After all, only by being valuable could one be used. Wasn't every life lived in some cage? Better to live boldly and freely than to fret over nothing. The system now held 98 points of level 2 faith value, an awkward number neither here nor there. A level 2 draw would surely yield a great surprise, and all these faith points came from children. I should have performed all my shows at school. Looks like I can't lay low at Hogwarts either. Shaw packed his spare wand, went upstairs to his study, took out a fine notebook, and began planning again. His immediate and primary goal was the Hogwarts Heartthrob plan, harvesting faith from young witches and wizards to boost his power. The midterm goal was to deal with pure-blood families, infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, and expand his influence and authority. The long-term goal was naturally to control the magical world, break the statute of secrecy, and harvest faith from the entire world. Then reach the peak of life, marry 8 or 10. Ahem. As for minor goals like dealing with goblins and Voldemort, those were just side tasks. If an outsider saw Shaw's notebook, they'd think he was a delusional child. If Dumbledore saw it, he'd probably lock Shaw up as the next Dark Lord. Whoosh. Just then Creature appeared with a pop, holding a letter in both hands. Master, a letter from abroad. It says it's from a fan of your magic shows. Shaw put away the notebook and took the envelope, puzzled. His fans were all muggles. How could anyone find his old family home's address? The return address was a wizard village in Austria. He tore open the envelope and first glanced at the signature. Rouge Palier. No, pioneer loser. A pioneer who fails. Interesting. Shaw smiled, knowing it was a meaningful pseudonym, and began reading. Dear Mr. Shaw, hello. I am writing to you because I greatly enjoy your magic performances. Yes, I am not a muggle, but a wizard, though I have a keen interest in muggle studies. I particularly admire your bold fusion of magic and illusion. Of course, I am also fascinated by your pure magic tricks. I've racked my brains, but can't solve them, yet they've brought much joy to my dull life. However, what I admire most is that you at an age before schooling can instinctively channel magic to aid your performances, a truly remarkable talent. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable. If you ever have questions, feel free to discuss them with this fan. By the way, I'm very curious about your views on muggles and the reason you perform magic in the muggle world. It neither enhances your power nor brings profit. This puzzles me greatly. Please enlighten me. Your old fan, Rouge Palier. Shaw's lips curled slightly. He had a guess and found it very amusing. The next moment a system prompt arrived. Ding. Quest issued. Inherit the wizarding faction. How can the host lack his own force? Convince Grindelwald to hand over the wizarding faction. Reward 300 level 2, faith value 1 legendary point. After reading the quest, Shaw's heart pounded. He had guessed right. He wasn't surprised Grindelwald knew of his existence. The man was also a cheater with prophetic abilities. Had his appearance changed the future? The reward was incredibly tempting, a huge windfall. But the quest was no easy feat. He'd need to prepare for a long struggle. He reread the letter carefully, then pulled out a blank envelope, pondered his words, and began writing a reply. Dear Mr. Palier, hello. Regarding your admiration. Half an hour later, Shaw sealed the letter and handed it to Creature. Send the reply. Also go to Diagon Alley and buy me a strong owl. He'll likely have a very regular pen pal, a cross-country mail carrier. It needs to be sturdy. Creature took the envelope, said, As you command, master, and disapparated. September 1st, 09 a.m. Shaw had finished his morning training and was having breakfast. Chinese dishes Creature had researched and cooked himself. There were soup, dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Though not perfectly authentic, it was far better than bread and sandwiches 3 times a day. Shaw took a sip of soy milk and said to Creature at the small table, Creature, take good care of the house while I'm at school. Also in a while use Polyjuice potion to sell some non-magical antiques again. Send the money to Albert. He can't have his funding cut off. Creature, still chewing, coughed and said, Creature can go to Hogwarts with Master. I can handle your other tasks in my spare time. Oh, can you come and go freely at Hogwarts? Yes, Master. There are many house elves in the Hogwarts kitchens. I can join temporarily by reporting to their leader. How can Master be without Creature's service? Shaw stroked his chin, considering. He didn't object. Some of his plans did need a messenger. All right, come along then. But don't get on the train with me. Just apparate to Hogwarts tonight. Creature immediately hopped with joy. After breakfast, Shaw began packing his school supplies, textbooks, props, and clothes. Among them were a specially crafted deck of playing cards and a bottle of shimmering golden potion. The back of each card bore an image of a throne floating above a pentagram, radiating a mesmerizing redan blue glow. This was the set he had ordered from Borgin the Shady Alchemist after using Polyjuice potion to pose as an adult in Diagon Alley. The Burke family was a renowned alchemical lineage. Shaw had paid a hefty sum, provided precious materials and formulas, and signed a secrecy contract. Besides being hard enough to use as throwing darts, the special card's main function was to store a single spell. He had stumbled upon the technique in the alchemy section of the family library and conceived a move akin to 10,000 swords returned to one. Imagine this in battle. He elegantly flicks his hand and dozens of cards float behind him. The next moment the enemy is blasted by a torrent of spells. Beautiful in theory, but reality was harsh. When Shaw finally got the cards, he realized carving storage spells into them was incredibly difficult. His magical knowledge was too shallow. After half a month of spare time work, he had only enchanted 5 cards, all with his most familiar spell, Avis. Though the dream of a massive aerial attack was far off, they served well for emergencies. The golden potion was Felix Felicis, a rare luck-bringing elixir. Creature had searched many channels and spent 700 galleons to procure this tiny amount. He had also bought some temporary enhancement potions for agility, constitution, and senses. After all, Shaw had money. Better to have them and not need them. This year Hogwarts had a certain Voldemort, who was also his prey. Shaw was no brute. Why not use money to defeat enemies? Master, it's time to go to King's Cross Station. Shaw nodded and slipped a small gift for a certain stingy professor into his ring. Hee. This was something Creature had found in Sirius' house before he went to Azkaban. Finally, Shaw picked up his birdcage. Let's go. In a secluded corner of King's Cross Station, 2 figures suddenly materialized. The boy leading the way had tousled hair and an aloof, handsome demeanor, followed by a house elf carrying a birdcage. These were none other than Shaw and Creature. Shaw was dressed in a sleek black tailored suit topped with a gentleman's hat. The lapels were embroidered with intricate golden threads, and a brooch bearing the Black family crest adorned his chest, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Creature, too, was attired in a butler's uniform, looking exceptionally sharp and composed. Creature, give me the cage. You can go home, or head straight to Hogwarts. Master, how could you carry such an item? Perhaps. Give me the cage and get lost. Creature muttered under his breath, hesitating for a few seconds before handing over the cage, then vanished with a pop, his expression one of self-reproach. Shaw was utterly exasperated. He had intended to be polite, but such servile creatures as house elves simply couldn't be treated too well. He then walked along the platform birdcage in hand, searching for platforms 9 and 10. Along the way, many turned to gaze at the refined youth carrying a bird. Some recognized Shaw as the prodigious magician, but when they approached seeking an autograph they lost him at platform 9. They marveled that Shaw, true to his reputation as a magician, had once again performed a disappearing act. As Shaw passed through a veil of darkness, feeling as though he were wading through water, his vision cleared to reveal a station scene straight out of the last century. He glanced around, finding parents everywhere bidding their children farewell, with endless advice to chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. Of course, the most striking sight was the steam locomotive resting on the tracks, the Hogwarts Express. Just as Shaw was about to board, a delighted shriek reached his ears. Shaw! He turned to see a family of 3 with golden hair, the Malfoys. Shaw wondered why Narcissa, a member of the Black family, didn't have black hair. Before he could dwell on it, Draco trotted over on his short legs. Shaw, you're here. These are my parents, your aunt and uncle. We're closely related. Lucius leaned on his cane, his expression still haughty, and said coolly, Shaw, fine young lad. Study hard when you get to school. Shaw found it ridiculous. Who was he trying to impress? Narcissa, her expression complex, gently nudged her husband before speaking softly to Shaw. Child, you've had a hard time all these years. She handed him a bag. I've prepared some clothes and pastries for you. You can eat them on the train if you get hungry. Hogwarts is in the Highlands, so it's cold year-round. Remember to wear these sweaters. Shaw froze, unsure how to respond. If they had been arrogant and unreasonable, he could have matched their tone. But Narcissa's warmth, seemingly genuine, left him at a loss. The scene grew awkward. Finally, Draco, the master of breaking the ice, stepped in. Shaw, take it. Mom's sweaters are really warm. You might not need them now, but you'll appreciate them in winter. Shaw accepted the bag from Narcissa and managed a faint smile. Thank you. Narcissa reached out to touch his head, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Lucius was about to ask Shaw about Regulus when Narcissa tugged at him again and continued. You 2 cousins should look out for each other at school. Draco, especially you, learn from Shaw. If you run into trouble, write to me. Draco patted his chest. I know, Mom. You 2 go back. Shaw and I need to board the train. Shaw didn't want to linger either. He nodded slightly at the Malfoys and headed for the train. Draco, struggling with his trunk, called out, Shaw, wait for me. Shaw sighed, drew his wand, and waved it casually. The trunk floated in midair, faint arcs of electricity crackling beneath it. Draco jumped with excitement and ran to Shaw's side, exclaiming, Haha, Shaw, you're amazing. I only know one minor jinx myself. Behind them, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged sharp glances. That's silent spellcasting. Just a levitation charm, but he did it so effortlessly. Draco wasn't lying. Shaw is a true prodigy. Narcissa felt a surge of pride. Though she had married into another family, the black blood still ran in her veins. Lucius, though inwardly acknowledging Shaw's talent, stubbornly retorted, only those who survive to grow up are truly geniuses. Aboard the Hogwarts Express, Draco called out, Shaw, let's go to the school governor's compartment. Isn't your family also a governor? Shaw narrowed his eyes and said wryly, the Black family is no longer a governor. Go on your own. With that, he entered an empty compartment. Draco, unwilling to go alone to the governor's compartment, followed Shaw into the ordinary one, carrying his slightly battered trunk. Shaw wasn't surprised, and with a wave of his wand levitated Draco's trunk into place. In truth, Draco's trunk was no ordinary piece, but too had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. The Malfoys doted on Draco, stuffing it with countless items. They sat by the window, and Draco chattered incessantly, boasting subtly. Father didn't buy me a broomstick after all, but he promised that if I make the Quidditch team next year, he'll get me the latest model. At school, we don't have to fear anyone. The head of Slytherin is very close to my family. Mother worries I won't adjust at school. Shaw was thoroughly exasperated. At that moment, he regretted not learning spells like Muffliato or Langlock. With a sigh, he pulled out a potions textbook and began reading. Draco marveled again. Wow, Shaw, that's a third-year textbook. Have you already finished the first and second-year ones? Amazing. Shaw, at the end of his patience, said coldly, can you shut up? Draco froze, recalling their first meeting, and remembered Shaw wasn't exactly easygoing. He dared not say another word, and after a moment's hesitation pulled out the standard book of spells from his trunk and started reading. Soon 2 chubby, simple-looking boys appeared, Goyle and Crabbe, Draco's lifelong cronies. Draco excitedly tried to introduce them, but under Shaw's cold gaze he quickly dropped the idea. The 2 boys also dared not speak, seeing even their leader cowed. The compartment fell into an eerie silence. Half an hour later, the train began to move. Draco, unable to stay quiet for long, suddenly seemed to remember something and stood up excitedly. Shaw, how could we forget Harry? Want to come with me to find him? Shaw said indifferently, no. And I doubt Harry is in need of a friend like you. Draco didn't understand, but knew Shaw didn't want to go, so he left with his 2 cronies. Shaw shook his head with a wry smile. The love-hate dynamic between Draco and Harry was about to unfold once more. Clang clanged. The train rumbled through the Scottish Highlands as a gentle breeze swept in through the window, bathing Shaw, who was intently studying his potions textbook in its refreshing touch. He was at this moment cramming desperately. The rote-learned material required no practical application for now, and with his exceptionally sharp memory, it posed little pressure for Shaw, a veteran of the college entrance examinations. Shaw had no choice. Knowing Snape's Sundera nature and his relationship with Sirius Black, he expected to receive treatment similar to Harry's in potions class. To minimize the scolding, he had to speak less and make fewer mistakes. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening reached his ears, followed by a girl's voice. "Sir, have you seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Shawn waved his hand, indicating he hadn't seen it, and continued focusing on his book. But the next moment, he heard the girl's delighted shriek. "Are you your Shawn, right? The genius magician?" Before Shawn could react, a bushy-haired girl with golden locks appeared before him, her face nearly pressed against his. The girl spoke with overflowing enthusiasm. "Shawn, hello, I'm Hermione Granger, your biggest fan. I've watched every one of your magic shows in London. You were so handsome on stage. By the way, since you're here, it means you're a young wizard too. So were your magic tricks actually real magic?" Shawn was stunned, watching in amazement as Hermione's lips moved rapidly, spewing out words. With such lung capacity and precise articulation, it was a shame she wasn't a crosstalk comedian. He discreetly slid closer to the window, and after Hermione finished her barrage of questions, he thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. "My beautiful and enthusiastic lady, thank you for your admiration for my magic performances. Please calm yourself first." Hermione blushed, took the glass, and sat down in the opposite seat, speaking shyly. "I was indeed rude just now, but I have so many questions. What exactly is the principle behind your tricks?" Shawn's head ached a little, so he quickly raised his hand to stop Hermione. "Miss Granger, the charm of magic lies in its mystery. Once it's revealed, it loses its joy." Hermione tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and agreed. But then she pulled out a deck of cards. "All right, I won't pry. But could you perform a close-up magic trick with my deck? And if you could sign it, that would be even better." Faced with this enthusiastic fan who was also named Hermione, Shawn couldn't find a reason to refuse. He took the deck and played with it in his hands, noticing they were the same customized cards he used for his performances. It seemed Hermione was indeed a true fan. As she watched, the cards in Shawn's hands opened and closed like a peacock's tail, then cascaded like a waterfall, as if they had a life of their own. Hermione was utterly captivated, clapping her hands until they were red. Just as Shawn was casually performing a few simple card-guessing tricks, the compartment door was flung open again. "Oh, look, the most noble and ancient black is entertaining a mudblood with tricks. Everyone come and see." Shawn paused, and the cards scattered uncontrollably across the floor. Hermione turned and glared at the newcomer, then bent down to pick up the cards with a pained expression. Shawn spun around to see a buck-toothed boy leading a group of students in Slytherin robes gathered in the corridor. Hermione asked in confusion, "Shawn, what does mudblood mean?" Without explaining, Shawn stood up silently and stared coldly at the buck-toothed boy. "I suggest you be polite and leave before I get angry." The boy laughed arrogantly, picking his ear. "Huh, we just came to see what the heir of the Black family looks like. I never thought the most ancient pureblood would befriend a Muggleborn and entertain them with tricks. The Blacks have truly fallen. It's a disgrace to purebloods." Shawn stopped Hermione, who was about to step forward and argue, knowing that these students' actions were merely extensions of their family's will. Ding quest issued. Conquer Hogwarts. Part 1, Become the King of Slytherin. The strong are forged through battle. Progress 0. Quest reward. Part 1, 1000 level 1 faith points. Shawn was taken aback. He had initially found these kids annoying and planned to ignore them. But the system, rarely deeming persuasion futile, had issued a chain quest to motivate him. Well, then he would have to resort to persuasion through force. He said coldly, "In the wizarding world, who is a disgrace is decided by wands. Bucktooth, let's duel." The boy froze, then burst into laughter along with the Slytherins behind him. "Huh, the heir of the Black family is a fool. Who does he think he is? Dumbledore reincarnated. A first-year challenging upperclassman. Tisk, the Blacks are indeed in decline. My father told me to target him, but now it's unnecessary. Who cares about an idiot?" Shawn wasted no more words. He drew his wand and pointed it at the group outside, his voice icy. "Will you come one by one to die, or all at once? Or are you just a bunch of useless talkers?" The Slytherins erupted in fury. "Marcus, step aside. Let me teach this brat a lesson." He's quite cocky." Hermione tugged at Shawn anxiously. "Shawn, don't be impulsive. We haven't even taken a single spell class yet. We can't beat them. Just watch." Shawn guided Hermione back to her seat. Seeing that the group was still arguing without result, he decided to act. He raised his wand elegantly. "Avis." A golden light suddenly burst forth, blinding everyone. Someone shouted with their eyes covered. "He's attacking." Marcus dodged. In the next instant, a flock of golden birds materialized, transforming into spinning cards trailing purple gold flames. They charged fiercely at the group, blocking the doorway, the immense force sending them flying. The cards crackled and exploded, hitting everyone. Their hair was singed, faces were grimy, and some were crying in pain. Marcus, bearing the brunt of the attack, was already knocked unconscious, his arm broken. He looked utterly miserable. "Oh, it hurts. Damn it, how is he so powerful? Get up!" Everyone attacked together. Although Shawn's Avis could be cast non-verbally, and without a wand, the wand enhanced its power. However, attacking a group diluted the force, so they scrambled to their feet and drew their wands again. Hermione was stunned. She never imagined Shawn could be so formidable. Her idol was truly incredible, and her eyes were now sparkling with admiration. Shawn calmly stepped out of the compartment as several spells flew towards him. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. Shaw remained unfazed. With a flick of his wand, he used the spell reversal technique to deflect 2 weaker spells, while the brooch on his chest activated a shield blocking those he missed. Petrificus totalis. Avis. Relying on his alchemical artifact, Shaw focused solely on offense, quickly defeating the students below 5th year. However, as more 6th and 7th year students joined, they also cast the Protego shield, gradually stabilizing their formation. Thrilled by his first real battle, Shaw wanted to shout Avada Kedavra, but held back to avoid joining Sirius in Azkaban. The situation deadlocked as both sides exchanged spells, though they exercised restraint, avoiding high lethality curses. A strange thought crossed Shaw's mind. He hadn't expected to hold his own against so many. Under Dumbledore's happy education, the combat prowess of Hogwarts students was indeed pitifully weak. The upperclassmen's faces darkened. They couldn't defeat this first year. They marveled at his magical talent and regretted joining the commotion, having needlessly offended a genius. They also feared losing face at Hogwarts, as students from both ends of the corridor had gathered to watch the spectacle. Draco pointed at Shaw, who was fighting valiantly, and exclaimed, "That's Shaw, my cousin. He's amazing." Harry, who had just been at odds with him, stood nearby. "He's indeed incredible." Draco lifted his chin. "Harry, I told you need to learn to pick your friends. Hanging around with shady people only makes you look foolish." Red-haired Ron growled, "Blondie, what did you say?" Harry sighed, separating the two about to fight, and quickly said, "Shaw seems to be struggling. Should we go help him?" Hearing Harry's worried words, Draco quickly turned to look back. Indeed, in the midst of the fierce battle, the upper-year students, seeing that they couldn't subdue Shaw despite their efforts, and hearing the whispers and sneers from the onlookers, exchanged glances, and simultaneously unleashed several powerful curses. Defendo. Incendio. The protective shield on Shaw's brooch flickered with blue light a few times before collapsing, the blue barrier shattering inch by inch. He was forced to begin actively defending himself. Protego. Protego. Shaw chanted the shield charm several times in succession, but he still had to move swiftly, his previous elegant demeanor completely gone. Several blue shields appeared one after another, barely managing to block the defendo spells cast by the upper-year students. Shaw narrowed his eyes. If he only defended, his already limited magical power would be depleted first. But in this fierce fight, he absolutely could not lose. It was crucial to his heartthrob plan. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, pulled out 5 alchemical playing cards, and tossed them into the air. The 5 cards hovered above his head in a triangular formation, glowing with red and blue light, as they were infused with magic. Instantly, the corridor was flooded with a brilliant golden radiance. The next moment, the Slytherin upper-year students saw an overwhelming, countless swarm of golden birds hurtling toward them. Each of these Avis spells was undoubtedly stronger than the one Shaw had casually cast earlier. Terrified, they fled, desperately knocking over several spectators who had come to watch. In the end, 7 or 8 unfortunate souls were struck, leaving a few more figures lying on the corridor floor, their clothes scorched and torn, their bodies convulsing. Phew! Shaw let out a long breath, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. Beating people up was indeed exhilarating. The Avis spell triggered by the cards was more potent, as he had engraved them in his spare time, allowing them to be infused with more magical energy. Still, the main purpose of the Avis spell was to harass the enemy. If it had been a purely offensive curse, there would likely have been a trail of casualties. The distant crowd of onlookers stared in shock at the triumphant Shaw in the arena. They hadn't expected a newly enrolled student to be so formidable, almost single-handedly overpowering the entire Slytherin house. If this person joined their house, wouldn't they become invincible, able to bully anyone they pleased? Draco let out a cheer and was the first to run toward Shaw, trampling on several students who were still lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious, causing them to yelp in pain. However, a girl was faster than Draco. Hermione pounced onto Shaw's back. "Shaw, you're incredible. You're truly my idol." Shaw sighed, helplessly pulling the girl off, while also fending off Draco's attempt to grab his arm. Didn't these people understand the concept of personal space regardless of gender? "Don't celebrate just yet, this isn't over." Draco asked in confusion. "Didn't you defeat and drive them all away?" Hermione, now calmer, pointed at the students who had fled earlier and analyzed rationally. "They won't give up until they're completely down. They must have realized that Shaw's magical items are all used up, so." Draco turned to look, and sure enough, the several 6th and 7th year students were beginning to stir again, rallying a few more upper year students who hadn't participated before. It wasn't that the Slytherin students were unwilling to let it go. If they couldn't defeat Shaw today, Slytherin would never be able to hold its head up at Hogwarts again. 7 or 8 6th and 7th year students approached solemnly. The leading capable young man even bowed slightly in a polite gesture. "Shaw, you are indeed strong, but you relied on alchemical items to win. We don't accept that defeat. And now this is no longer a personal matter. It concerns the honor of Slytherin House. Therefore, we formally challenge you to a duel." Draco said anxiously, "Senior Montague Shaw is a pure blood, and will be joining Slytherin in the future. We're on the same side." Hermione added angrily, "You outnumbered him before, and still dare to say you're not convinced. You're shameless." Shaw pushed the two of them aside, and said with utmost seriousness, "Step back. There are things you don't understand. Don't worry, I can win. They opened their mouths to protest, but seeing Shaw's determined gaze, they could only silently step back. Shaw looked at the Slytherin student named Montague. I accept your challenge. You can all come at me together. Montague, a 7th-year student and the strongest in Slytherin, had not participated in the earlier fight. He was now stepping forward only out of a sense of duty to his house's honor. Hearing Shaw's arrogant words, Montag's expression darkened. He wasn't confident he could defeat Shaw in an unknown duel, yet he couldn't bring himself to propose a group fight. The situation was deadlocked. Shaw, for his part, wasn't eager to attack first, because he was busy drawing from the system. He was self-aware enough to know that with his cards and brooch destroyed and unable to use dark magic with his real strength, he could probably only manage a draw against a single 7th-year student, let alone a group of them. So if he couldn't win through skill, he'd cheat. Wasn't that standard procedure for a transmigrator? His near victory over Slytherin had netted him a considerable amount of faith points. He had also gained over 10 points of level 2 faith, clearly contributed by Gryffindor students who had long held a grudge against Slytherin. Combined with his previous savings, he now had over 400 level 1 faith points and 112 level 2 faith points. Let's do a 4-draw streak to warm up. A flash of light pulsed 4 times within the system, followed by notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained level 3 Incendio. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained level 3 Disillusionment Charm. Not bad, especially the Disillusionment Charm. Perfect for sneaking around at night. I'd have to think about whether to add the 2 talent points to Transfiguration or Potions. After briefly considering the uses of his rewards, Shaw didn't hesitate and began drawing from the level 2 pool. He was a bit nervous. He had no idea what the level 2 reward would be. He desperately needed a powerful curse, or else his boast would fall flat. Suddenly, a single second felt like an eternity. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained level 5 Water Prison. Shaw was momentarily stunned upon hearing the notification. Water Prison. That name sounds familiar. Isn't it as famous as someone's blue gas stove? Holy crap, this is Dumbledore's signature move. Besides Firestorm, this Water Prison is his most powerful spell. I recall he used it during the battle with Voldemort in the Ministry of Magic. Shaw muttered to himself, gradually breaking into a grin as he mentally absorbed the information about the spell. Then he lifted his head, his gaze turning sharp and fierce. The Water Prison spell was not merely a simple curse. It combined transfiguration and manipulation primarily for trapping opponents, though it also possessed lethal potential, depending on the caster's intent. Upon mastering the 5th level Water Prison, Shaw's transfiguration talent automatically increased by 1 point, reaching the 4th level. Moreover, he had a water elemental affinity, albeit at level 1, which provided a decent boost to the spell. As Shaw contemplated the incantation, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, began to stir. Hey, are you going to fight or not? My legs are getting sore. Hey George, you're leaning on my shoulder, so why are your legs sore? Tell me, what were you up to under the covers last night? Shaw, go on, defeat those little snakes, and you'll be our king. Montague, can you handle it? Can't even deal with a little guy. Slytherin is about to be wiped out today. Even the usually composed Montague was nearly infuriated, and the students behind him could no longer hold back. Montague, Shaw probably doesn't have any more alchemical items. Those things aren't cheap. No one carries a bunch of them. Right, let's all attack together. It's time to end this farce. But before Montague could nod, Shaw across from him had already lifted his head, revealing a mischievous grin as he raised his wand. Since you can't decide, I'll decide for you. At that moment, the train happened to pass by a lake, saving Shaw the effort of conjuring water. With an elegant wave of his wand, the lake outside swirled into a massive water column, like a dragon drawing water manipulated by an invisible hand, forming a lifelike water serpent. The water serpent surged toward the train with a cascade of water crashing through the window and lunging at the Slytherin students with overwhelming force. Montague sensed the peril of the formidable spell and shouted, "Defend together. Protego Maxima." 7 or 8 students immediately joined forces in defense, channeling their magic into the advanced protective spell Montague cast. The blue shield they raised was instantly assaulted by the 8-meter-long, meter-thick water serpent's frenzied attacks. The massive serpent rampaged through the carriage, shattering numerous seats and doors. It repeatedly struck the shield with its menacing head and lashing tail, causing ripples of blue light to spread across the barrier. The 8 students, equivalent to 6th and 7th-year wizards, possessed considerable skill, and despite the serpent's ferocity, it struggled to breach their focused defense. As the students breathed a sigh of relief, they began discussing counterattacks, assuming Shaw's magical reserves were limited and he couldn't sustain the spell for long. Yet they failed to notice the water slowly accumulating at their feet, the residual splash from the serpent's impacts. What they didn't know was that Shaw's magical essence inherently carried lightning properties, and water conducts electricity. So moments later, the students straining to maintain the shield felt a sudden numbness in their feet, involuntarily breaking into a mechanical dance. Without the infusion of magic, the advanced Protego shield collapsed, instantly shattered by a powerful blow from the water serpent. The serpent then lunged at them unimpeded, forming swirling circular water prisons that trapped the students, who floundered and struggled helplessly within. Had Dumbledore cast the water prison, it would have been merely a containment spell, perhaps suffocating victims by cutting off oxygen or crushing them with water pressure. But Shaw's version, besides these effects, included his uncontrolled magic tinged with lightning. Thus the students suffered terribly, their hair standing on end from the shocks as they foamed at the mouth. The terrified onlookers fell silent, staring at Shaw in fear. Not wanting to cause fatalities, Shaw dispelled the spell once the Slytherin students were incapacitated, directing the water out of the window. Thump thump. 7 or 8 pitiful students collapsed to the floor. Shaw staggered, his face pale from overexertion after unleashing a powerful spell. His body was only 11 years old, and without his lightning-attuned magic giving him an edge, the outcome today might have been uncertain. Hermione and Draco rushed over. Shaw, are you alright? Ha, Shaw, you've won again. Shaw waved off Hermione's help, glancing at the progress of the Conquer Hogwarts quest. 25%. It seemed winning through virtue was effective. He chuckled inwardly and addressed the distant crowd. Prefects and head students, you can come clean up now. Then he turned and walked back into the compartment, quickly pulling out a restorative potion and downing it. Hermione and Draco followed, but before they could close the door, Harry and Ron squeezed in. This seemed like a signal as a surge of people crowded the compartment entrance, shouting, Shaw, you're so brave. Come to Gryffindor, we need you. George, nonsense. Shaw belongs to Ravenclaw. Hello, Shaw and Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect. Get lost. Shaw is a black. Hell, go to Slytherin. Draco, Harry, and the others held the line at the door, straining, with veins bulging on their foreheads. Shaw, initially in a good mood, grew irritated by the noise. After taking a sip of water handed by Hermione, he turned and said coldly, the sorting isn't up to me. Please leave. Their enthusiasm undimmed. The crowd continued clamoring. Shaw sighed, wondering why he always had to win through virtue. He mustered the last of his magic and waved his hand. A golden light flashed again, and a golden bird materialized above his head, hovering and ready to strike. Seeing this, and recalling Shaw's earlier prowess, some knowledgeable ones recognized it as silent, wandless magic, and the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. However, aside from Draco and the others, 2 graceful female students remained. One was Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect who had introduced herself earlier, and the other was a Slytherin girl of exceptional beauty who hadn't participated in the fight. Penelope didn't linger, but earnestly invited Shaw to Ravenclaw, once more seeming confident that he could choose any house. After Penelope left, the Slytherin girl spoke, her voice cool and melodious. Hello, Shaw, I'm Alice Folly. I'm here to apologize. Shaw narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He knew the Folly family was one of the Sacred 28, but they kept a low profile. On behalf of Slytherin. Alice shook her head. I can't speak for Slytherin. I apologize on behalf of my family. 11 years ago, the Follies were involved in the seizure of black properties. They'll write to my grandfather immediately to return them, hoping for your forgiveness. Shaw stroked his chin, appraising the girl before him. A single battle had prompted such a decisive shift in her stance. The unassuming Folly family had raised an exceptional child, and such people were the most dangerous. Shaw calculated silently. Her move was within his expectations, though it came earlier than anticipated. They say Slytherin students are adept at trimming their sails. There's some truth to that. Alice remained composed, glancing at the bewildered Draco before speaking. This also demonstrates my keen judgment. Would you accept the Folly family's apology and friendship, Shaw? Shaw stood and extended his hand politely. More friends, more paths. I sense the Folly family's friendship through you. We are friends now. Alice smiled radiantly, extending her slender hand to shake his. Then it wouldn't be presumptuous to invite you to Slytherin now, would it? The true spirit of Slytherin needs someone like you to restore it. Very well, I look forward to your guidance, Senior Alice. Both smiled warmly, leaving the other four utterly bewildered. See you in Slytherin. After speaking, Alice departed with an elegant stride. Unable to contain himself any longer, Draco exclaimed excitedly, Shaw, I knew you would choose Slytherin. Hermione worriedly said, Shaw, you nearly annihilated the entire Slytherin group. If you enter Slytherin now, you'll be ostracized. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Hermione, this muggle-born witch, and then drawled slowly in a mocking tone, What do you know, you mudblood? Ah! Before Draco could finish his sentence, a playing card sliced across his cheek, and blood quickly streamed down his face from a small cut. Draco stared at Shaw in disbelief. Shaw retrieved the spinning playing card, fixed a menacing gaze on Draco, and said in a cold voice, Draco, I don't want to hear you utter the word mudblood again. Discrimination does not prove your nobility. Don't you dare say it at school. Pale-faced Draco nodded with difficulty. I understand. Hermione asked in astonishment, What exactly does mudblood mean? Ron, who had been barely noticeable, spoke up weakly. It's a highly insulting term equivalent to calling someone a lowly half-breed. It's a derogatory name purebloods use for muggle-born witches. Hermione looked at Draco in disbelief, her eyes blazing with anger. However, remembering that Shaw had already disciplined him, she chose not to say more. Harry then asked, After hearing you talk for so long, I understand Hogwarts is houses. Shaw, you're going to Slytherin. Can I go too? Hermione nodded eagerly. Yes, wherever my idol goes, I go too. A terrified Ron quickly interjected, Harry, Slytherin students all become dark wizards after graduation. Even you know who was from Slytherin. And Hermione, you're a Muggle-born. Slytherin only accepts purebloods. Harry and Hermione were stunned speechless. Draco, having just tended to his wound, couldn't resist sneering at Ron's words. You poor Weasley boy, the shame of purebloods, how dare you insult Slytherin like this? Ron immediately flared up. You blasted Malfoy. Just as Ron and Draco were about to come to blows, a cold voice rang out. Silence, all of you. Shaw's voice made the compartment fall deathly quiet. He didn't bother to continue, unwilling to argue right and wrong for a bunch of clueless brats. He pulled out a potions book and resumed reading. The other four exchanged glances. Finally, Hermione gathered her courage and asked, Shaw, can I really not go to Slytherin? Is the discrimination in the magical world truly this severe? Shaw paused in turning a page and let out a sigh. The world is never as beautiful as we imagine, but beauty can be created by us. Hermione, I suggest you go to wise Ravenclaw. There you will find the knowledge to make you strong. Shaw's words struck Hermione's heart painfully, but she finally understood why Shaw, who could have chosen any house, ultimately agreed to go to Slytherin with Alice. Her idol was going to do something great, to personally create that beauty. As if making a firm resolution, Hermione nodded vigorously. I understand. He'll go to Ravenclaw. He'll help you in the future. Shaw looked up at the determined Hermione, knowing the girl had grasped his meaning. His suggestion for Hermione to go to Ravenclaw was partly out of mischievous intent to prevent this clever witch from being held back by two useless boys. Now he found it an excellent idea. Hermione would be his own devoted admirer, and in time an invaluable ally. Shaw took out a few basic spellbooks he had already finished reading from his ring. These are from the Black Family Library with excellent annotations. They're much better than the textbook standard book of spells. I'm lending them to you. Hermione's eyes lit up. She accepted them joyfully and immediately began reading intently. Meanwhile, Harry was lost in confusion. At this age, the power of a role model was immense. He couldn't understand why someone as powerful and elegant as Shaw would choose Slytherin, a house with so many dark wizards. After hesitating, he finally spoke up. Shaw, which house do you think I should choose? Ron interjected, Gryffindor is the best house. The greatest white wizard of the century, Dumbledore, came from Gryffindor. Ignoring Ron's opinion, Harry kept his gaze fixed on Shaw. Shaw initially wanted nothing to do with these kids' trivial matters. He had enough on his plate. But recalling how annoying Ron was in the movies from his past life and seeing him constantly trying to assert himself, Shaw didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Scabbers the rat poking its head out of Ron's pocket. It wasn't yet time to clear his uncle's name. But the thought of Ron constantly cuddling with that balding, lecherous old man made Shaw dislike him even more. Harry, Draco said something right. Choosing very stupid people as friends makes you look stupid. Ron, is it? Ignorance is not a sin, but ignorance without self-awareness is stupidity. Go home and study the history of magic properly. After you learn about the great figures who graduated from Slytherin, then you can give Harry advice. You get out of here. Upon hearing this, Ron's face turned red with anger. He stood up and pulled Harry. Harry, let's go. We're clearly not welcome here. Shaw waved his hand dismissively. The compartment door flew open and Ron involuntarily levitated, yelping and flailing before crashing out with a thud. The compartment door closed again. Shaw then addressed the stunned Harry. Choosing a house is a matter for the sorting ceremony. I only want to say that every house has good people and bad. The kind of person you choose to be depends solely on your heart. Kind-hearted Harry, too preoccupied to ponder Shaw's words, simply said, got it, and opened the door to check on Ron. Once outside, besides seeing Ron groaning on the floor, he noticed two chubby boys standing by the door on either side. He vaguely remembered them as Draco's lackeys. Inside the compartment, Draco let out a snicker. Well done, Shaw. That's exactly how to deal with that poor Weasley boy. Shaw was speechless. Draco was one who never learned from his mistakes, clearly spoiled by his parents. He tossed a book at Draco's face. If you learned a bit more skill, you might be able to speak with more authority. Draco stuck out his tongue, took the book, and began reading quietly. After witnessing Shaw's battle with the entire Slytherin group and seeing how everyone idolized him, he now somewhat understood that strength was everything. After that, aside from Hermione occasionally asking Shaw questions and Draco buying a pile of snacks, no further incidents occurred. Well, except for the occasional fangirl peeking at Shaw through the door crack. From then on, Draco dared not openly despise Hermione, so the atmosphere in the compartment remained pleasant. The sky gradually darkened. The Hogwarts Express was truly fast. It took nearly the entire day to reach Hogwarts, much faster than riding an electric scooter. A voice then echoed over the loudspeaker. We will arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Students, please change into your school robes. Leave your luggage in the compartment. It will be taken to your dormitories. Shaw put away his book and stood up, addressing Hermione. Madam, could you please step out? We need to change. Hermione, deeply engrossed in her book, immediately flustered. My trunk isn't in this compartment. Oh, and I forgot I promised to help Neville find his toad. As Hermione rushed out, clutching her book, Shaw and Draco changed into their plain school robes. Since the sorting hadn't happened yet, the robes bore no house crests and the ties and scarves were still a neutral color. Upon leaving the compartment, Shaw saw Goyle and Crabbe still standing there stupidly, and a look of amusement crossed his face. Draco suddenly felt his two lackeys were also incredibly dim. He commanded irritably, get inside and change your clothes now. A few minutes later the four of them got off the train. The platform was a bustling, jostling crowd. In the distance a giant of a man was calling out. "Furs years. Over here." Shaw couldn't help but marvel. "Hogwarts, I've arrived." But no sooner had he spoken than several figures apparat in front of him. A thin, stern-faced witch in an emerald green robe and a pointed hat spoke. "Mr. Black, in light of your altercation on the train, please come with me to Hogwarts." Shaw, after a moment's thought, recognized the stern, which is Professor McGonagall, also the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and an elderly cat lady. He nodded calmly, showing no sign of panic. "Very well, Professor McGonagall, let's go." McGonagall found it hard to believe that this elegant and polite boy could be a violent ruffian. Draco asked nervously, "Professor, will Shaw be expelled?" McGonagall shook her head. "I don't know. The 12 school governors have arrived at Hogwarts and are discussing the unprecedented train brawl with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office." Hermione rushed over, explaining anxiously, "Professor, it wasn't Shaw's fault. Those seniors called me a mudblood and Shaw got angry and fought them." McGonagall's expression darkened. "Is that so? Thank you for your testimony, but I think you should head to the boats to go to Hogwarts." Hermione and Draco tried to say more, but Shaw interrupted. "All right, you go experience the path the founders took. Trust me, you'll be fine. Draco, save me a seat." "All right, I'll wait for you." "Shaw, don't worry, my father is also a governor. He'll protect you." After Hermione and Draco left, McGonagall said to the other professors, "You escort the injured students to the hospital wing. We'll take Mr. Black to the headmaster's office." The professors cast ambiguous glances at Shaw, especially a young professor with a turban who scrutinized him. After they turned toward the train, McGonagall extended her hand. "Grab my arm. The headmaster has temporarily lifted the anti-apparition charm on his office. We must hurry, we can't delay the sorting ceremony." Shaw took her hand, and with a soft pop they vanished. As he endured the unpleasant sensation of being squeezed through a toilet pipe, once more though uncomfortable, he no longer retched. They appeared on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Before them stood a massive stone gargoyle, which spoke coldly, "Password. Sherbet lemon." After McGonagall gave the password, the ground trembled, and the gargoyle began to rotate, rising like an elevator to reveal a spiral staircase. When it stopped, McGonagall led Shaw up the stairs, and soon the headmaster's office door was close. She kindly adjusted his collar and said gently, "Don't be nervous. Just tell the truth. Headmaster Dumbledore will support you. Hogwarts won't abandon a talent like you." Shaw was not nervous at all, but he bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Professor." McGonagall opened the door for him to enter alone, as she had to welcome the first years and preside over the sorting. The headmaster's office was a luxurious duplex room with a wide desk and a semicircular bookshelf behind it. Delicate silver instruments adorned the slender-legged tables, and portraits of past headmasters hung on the walls. Most striking to Shaw were a silver sword in a glass case and a colorful phoenix dozing on a gilded perch. He paid little attention to the hostile gazes, merely nodding slightly at Mr. Malfoy among them. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, teased Shaw, who was curiously surveying the room. "It seems Mr. Black isn't nervous at all. A very good attitude." Before Shaw could respond, a cold, greasy-haired, middle-aged wizard sneered. "Arrogant people always think they're above everything, unaware of how unforgivable their mistakes are. Headmaster, I recommend immediate expulsion of Mr. Black." Shaw knew without guessing that this must be the thunderous Snape, indeed, sporting a face that screamed forever alone. Malfoy among the crowd hesitated to speak, but a spirited, elegant old man chimed in first. "It's just a childish scuffle. There's no need to make such a fuss. Old folly, it's easy for you to say when your granddaughter isn't in the hospital. Humph, this boy from the Muggle world has forgotten the nobility and elegance of the Black family, resorting only to violence. As a governor, I of the Knot family strongly oppose his enrollment. The Blacks, as former governors, their child, should have one right of exemption. That won't do." Amid the clamor, not all 12 governors sought to punish Shaw. Families like the Follies, who had just softened, and the Burnses, who remained neutral, numbered 6 or 7. They only suggested confining Shaw to detention. Dumbledore watched calmly, using the incident to gauge Shaw's character and certain others' attitudes. But Shaw grew impatient, unwilling to play along. The opposing governor's intent was to force him to renounce claims to certain properties, thereby settling the assault. This was the motive behind Marcus' earlier provocation on the train, though the families hadn't anticipated such an outcome. The Slytherins had nearly been wiped out, a classic case of trying to show off but getting humiliated. Now, though frustrated, they could still leverage the situation. Their children couldn't be beaten for nothing. These families, accustomed to arrogance and blinded by interest, failed to see Shaw's immense potential. Since Shaw had dared to strike, he naturally had countermeasures. Without hesitation, he walked to the desk and handed Dumbledore a note. "Professor, perhaps you should read this before deciding to expel me. I believe Hogwarts needs me." A glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he studied Shaw through his blue-rimmed glasses, taking the note and opening it. After reading it, his expression grew serious. Without further questioning, they reached an unspoken understanding. Dumbledore stood and addressed the 12 governors. "The feast is about to begin. Please return. As for Shaw's punishment, his future head of house will handle it." Old Knot and other fierce opponents were dissatisfied. They couldn't leave empty-handed. Dumbledore, we governors have the right to. But as they tried to retort, a tremendous pressure emanated from Dumbledore, slowing the very air. Only then did they recall that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the century, a kindly old man when polite, but a true white devil when serious. His power and influence could easily make them regret their actions. The 12 governors had no choice but to leave. Old Folly invited Shaw for Christmas, but Shaw politely declined. Snape shot Shaw a dark look, then swept away like a giant bat. Dumbledore resumed his kindly demeanor, chuckling. It seems Professor Snape has a misunderstanding about you. You'll have to explain yourself to him later. Shaw shrugged it off. Don't worry, Headmaster. If I join Slytherin, I'll have plenty of chances to reconcile with my head of house. Dumbledore was surprised. Oh, you want Slytherin? Gryffindor is quite good too. Your uncle Sirius Black was a Gryffindor. If not for his mistake, he could have been a great warrior. Shaw didn't want to argue. Professor, it's getting late. I need to attend the sorting. As for the note, I'll inform you once I have concrete news. Dumbledore frowned slightly, glanced at the note again, then waved his hand, causing it to burst into flames. Very well, you're sensible. I trust you. Let's go to the feast together. Take my hand. As headmaster, I have some privileges. Just as Shaw grasped Dumbledore's arm, a portrait of a past headmaster spoke. Wait, Albus. Let me say a word to Shaw. Young man, why not visit the room on the second floor of the old manor that houses the family tree? Dumbledore, as if recognizing the voice, didn't stop, but called to Fawkes the Phoenix. Phineas, another time. The sorting is almost over. You wouldn't want your black descendant to be left without a house. Fawkes spread his wings and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. A melodious cry rang out, and with a burst of flame, Dumbledore and Shaw vanished. Half an hour earlier in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall began the sorting. Hannah Abbott. But besides the nervous first years, everyone was more concerned about the person who had taken down the Slytherins. Those who had seen Shaw taken away by McGonagall whispered, "Is Shaw really going to be expelled?" The Great Hall of Hogwarts was ablaze with light, with thousands of candles floating in midair, the ceiling reflecting a brilliant sky, and 4 long tables packed with young wizards. The Sorting Hat was in the midst of sorting Harry Potter when a loud shout erupted. Gryffindor. How we've got Harry Potter. Harry was not particularly elated after being sorted into Gryffindor. He seemed distracted amidst the enthusiastic reception from Ron and other Lionhouse students. Before long, Professor McGonagall was sorting the last young wizard. Seeing that Shower had still not appeared, Harry grew somewhat anxious, frequently glancing toward the Slytherin table, which was now filled with injured students, yet they appeared oddly cheerful. Meanwhile, Draco, sorted into Slytherin, was engaged in a heated argument with some older students, his face flushed red. Harry shifted his gaze to the Ravenclaw table and noticed Hermione, like himself, looking extremely anxious. Ron, observing Harry's behavior, said indignantly, "Harry, you and Shower are not of the same ilk, and he's probably been expelled by now." Harry remained silent, suddenly feeling that Ron might not be a true friend, too narrow-minded. He quietly recalled his conversation with the Sorting Hat. Why had the Hat deemed him fit for Gryffindor when he himself had been inclined towards Slytherin? During the boat crossing, Harry had heard Hermione mention that Shower, though pureblood, was also an orphan raised in the Muggle world, and even homeless, his background more tragic than Harry's own. Yet Shower had thrived in the Muggle world through his own abilities, and now in the magical realm, he was equally extraordinary. Hermione also said Shower aimed to change the minds of potential dark wizards in Slytherin, a noble goal. Harry felt Shower had become the person he aspired to be, a true role model. He recalled Shower's words, being good or evil depends solely on one's own heart. Harry had wanted to follow Shower to Slytherin to help realize his ideals, but the Sorting Hat had placed him in Gryffindor. Sigh. Harry let out a sigh, suddenly sensing someone staring at him from the staff table. Turning, he saw a grim-faced professor fixedly watching him. Harry's forehead throbbed, and he instinctively reached up to touch it, but before he could dwell on it, a melodious bird song echoed through the hall, followed by a dazzling burst of fire at the center of the staff table. In the next moment, Dumbledore and Shower emerged from the flames, and the entire hall fell into silence. Especially at the Slytherin table, the atmosphere was heavy. Many bandaged students wore grim expressions, as if mourning a loss. Then students from the other 3 houses erupted in cheers, and Harry stood up, excitedly clapping. Dumbledore patted Shower on the shoulder. "You seem quite popular. Perfect timing, go get sorted." Shower nodded slightly, and with an air of calm indifference walked toward Professor McGonagall amidst the applause and cheers. McGonagall, her expression complex but relieved, gestured for Shower to sit on the stool. After sitting down, Shower regarded the patched, dusty hat in McGonagall's hands with some disdain. However, he refrained from commenting on washing it. He had already garnered enough attention today. As the Sorting Hat was placed on his head, a hoarse voice echoed above. "Boy, your occlumency is impressive, but release your thoughts, or how can I sort you?" Shower's eyelids twitched. If he let down his guard, the Sorting Hat might glimpse his past life and system, or worse, uncover his dark magic talent and shout Azkaban. How amusing that would be. So he addressed the Hat directly. "I'm going to Slytherin." The Hat found this intriguing. "Oh, are you telling me what to do?" "If you say so. I'm pure blood ambitious and crave glory. Where else would I go but Slytherin? If I do as you say, won't I lose face? Aren't you afraid I'll sort you elsewhere?" Shower sighed inwardly. Even a worn-out hat was causing trouble forcing him to win through virtue. With a casual wave, a blue sphere of water a meter in diameter formed in midair and spun rapidly above the hat. At the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. When had his signature spell leaked? Professor McGonagall was stunned first by Shower's wandless silent magic and talent, then she hissed at him to cancel the spell. Shower pretended not to hear and openly threatened the hat. Old rag, if you send me to another house, it'll make you lose even more face. Say give you a bath. Fair warning, my water comes with an electric shock. Dozens of students on the train today have already experienced it. Want to try? The Sorting Hat's mouth fell open, and after a long pause it stammered. After 1,000 years you're the first to threaten me. I'm a relic of the Founders, priceless and precious. Stop. The hat tried to bluster, but the moment the spinning water touched it, it caved and shouted Slytherin. At its declaration, the hall fell silent again, though not entirely, as 3 people immediately jumped onto the table to celebrate. Those were Draco and his 2 useless cronies. How we've got Shower. Shower canceled the spell, bowed slightly to a fuming McGonagall in apology, and headed toward the Slytherin table, nodding briefly to Hermione by the Ravenclaw table. What the hell? Shower got sorted into Slytherin. He just humiliated those guys. Damn it, the Sorting Hat must be senile. The other 3 houses erupted in complaints and regrets, with everyone chiming in. Draco jumped off the table, excitedly pulled Shower to sit beside him and babbled. I thought you'd be expelled. My dad must have saved you, right? I just argued with those you defeated. You should have seen how I shut them up. Now that you're here, we'll rule Slytherin together. Shower couldn't be bothered to debunk Draco's boasts or expose Malfoy's hidden hand. Once Shower was seated, Dumbledore stood and tapped a silver goblet on the table, producing a crisp ring. The students quieted down, turning their attention to the headmaster's speech. Another year begins, and this term we have a few new points to note, especially for first years. Students are forbidden from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to avoid a painful and miserable death, do not go to the 4th floor. Finally, welcome to Hogwarts. Let me leave you with a few words: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. With that he bowed slightly and waved his hand. The feast began, and the once empty tables were suddenly laden with various English delicacies. The famished young wizards eagerly dug in one hand, clutching a chicken leg, the other a steak. At the Slytherin table the eating was more refined. Nearby 1st and 2nd year Slytherins who actually admired Shower tentatively tried to befriend him. Beside him, Draco used a knife and fork to cut a steak, then suddenly noticed Shower's utensils were different, a pair of small sticks. Moreover, his dishes were unlike. There's golden meatballs, a plate of roasted fish with unknown spices, and a bowl of milky white rice as the main course. Shower, what are you eating? It's different from ours. Shower took a sip of tomato and egg soup before casually replying, Oh, I can't stand British food, so I had my house elf prepare Chinese cuisine. Draco leaned in, catching a fragrant aroma, and swallowed. Can I try some? Shower glanced at the 7 or 8 Chinese dishes, figuring he couldn't finish them alone, and nodded. Go ahead. Draco excitedly stabbed a piece of braised pork belly with his fork, and took a bite, his eyes lighting up as he chewed. Shower, disgusted by Draco's saliva-laden fork, quickly grabbed a large plate, served a portion of each dish, and let Draco eat on his own. Draco didn't think much of it. He ate voraciously, his face reddening from several spicy dishes, yet he couldn't stop devouring these unfamiliar foods, shooing away Goyle and Crab when they tried to taste. He now felt that all the fancy dishes had eaten before were rubbish. No wonder Shower couldn't stand British food. He too would find it unbearable from now on. Just then Alice approached. Shower, may I sit here? What are you eating? Gazing at the beautiful Alice, Shaw recalled the old Flitwick who had spoken on his behalf in the headmaster's office earlier. Equally elegant, a trait evidently inherited. He kicked Draco, who was busy devouring his meal, under the table. Draco looked up bewildered. What's up, Shaw? Go eat somewhere else. I need to discuss something with the senior. Draco glanced between Shaw and Alice, a knowing expression crossing his face. He shuffled over to Goyle, not forgetting to take his large plate with him. Alice sat down, gracefully glanced at the exotic delicacies on the table, but despite the enticing aroma, she paid them no further heed. She was someone who could restrain her desires. Lowering her voice, she got down to business. Grandfather just told me through the two-way mirror about the movements of those pure-blood families. Wanna know? Shaw also stopped eating, took a napkin, and wiped his mouth before speaking. Not interested. They're nothing but petty schemes unworthy of mention. Alice felt Shaw was boasting, yet she also sensed his confidence. After a moment's thought, she continued. While the tactics of pure-blood families are just a few threats framing suppression, as long as you stay in Hogwarts you'll be fine. But have you heard of the Pure-Blood Society? Shaw was taken aback. The Pure-Blood Society. An alliance of all pure-blood families. Alice nodded, then shook her head. It used to be, perhaps. Its main tenets were to continue the bloodline and seize power. But after the Dark Lord tried to control the organization, the Pure-Blood Society split. The neutral and lawful purebloods all withdrew. Now it's controlled by those families who advocate pure-blood supremacy. They hold sway over more than half the power in the Ministry of Magic and control half of the magical economy in Britain. Their influence is immense. That's the main reason so many Death Eaters escaped legal punishment back then. Shaw was slightly surprised, but found it reasonable. Oh, and then Alice shot him an exasperated look, unsure if he was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. It means with your current strength you are not yet capable of actively provoking those families. Grandfather told me to tell you that temporary grievances are nothing. Improving your strength is paramount. He will mediate for you to make them stop. Shaw waved his hand and chuckled lightly. Thank your grandfather for me, but I have my own plans. Alice clenched her fists, wanting to punch the arrogant Shaw. She wondered if she had made a mistake placing her bet so hastily. Shaw found it amusing to see Alice lose her composure. Do you think I'm arrogant and conceited? What do you think? Then you guessed right. Your intelligence is fine. Seeing he had teased her enough, Shaw raised his hand to calm her down. I have my reasons for being arrogant. Let me tell you a little secret, I only started learning magic a month ago. Alice was indeed shaken to her core. If Shaw had truly only been studying magic for a month, and was already more powerful than an average adult wizard comparable to an ordinary auror, then how formidable would he become after 2 or 3 years of steady study? In the magical world, ultimately strength reigns supreme. Alice had initially bet on Shaw because of his magical talent, but her highest expectation was merely investing early in a wizard with the potential to become a legendary mage. But back then she only thought Shaw had potential. Legendary mages are not easily made. There have only been 3 in a century: 2 Dark Lords and 1 White Lord. Now Alice felt Shaw's talent was unparalleled, surpassing even the likes of Voldemort and Dumbledore. This meant her family's investment in him had to be infinitely strengthened. Perhaps the chance to restore the family's glory was right before her eyes. Flustered Alice stood up and hurried away, needing to inform her grandfather immediately. Draco shuffled back, curious. Shaw, what's up with Alice? Did you reject her confession? Shaw stuffed a chicken leg into Draco's mouth. What would a little brat know? Can't even good food shut you up. At the teacher's table, Quirrell was eating his dinner with his head down, but his eyes kept darting between Harry and Shaw. Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind. That Shaw is the son of my most loyal servant Regulus. Impressive. Arrange for me to see him sometime. Quirrell whispered. Master, the Daily Prophet has already published that Regulus was a spy planted by Dumbledore at your side. Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. What do you know? Regulus would never betray me. Dumbledore is still so hypocritical, always using his nonsense about love to blind the world. He must have also recognized Shaw's extraordinary magical talent, which is why he rehabilitated Regulus, just as he vouched for Snape's talent and potions. Quirrell choked back his retort, not daring to say more. After the feast, Dumbledore reverted to his eccentric headmaster persona, standing up to lead everyone in the school song. He even acted as conductor, waving his wand to conjure colorful lyrics in the air. Then the hall was filled with the school song sung, in all sorts of tunes. Though chaotic, it was full of childlike wonder. The Weasley twins in particular used a funeral dirge, stealing the show and causing many young witches and wizards to lose their tune. Subsequently, the prefects of each house began to organize the first years to head to their respective common rooms. The Slytherin prefect was Alice, who had returned, as the other prefects were not in a presentable state. Along the way, most first years clustered around Shaw and Draco, with only 1 or 2 purebloods trailing behind alone. It made sense. Even if the Sacred 28 had students enrolling each year, not counting extinct families like the Gaunts, there were at most around 28. With some sorted into other houses, fewer than half ended up in Slytherin. Thus most Slytherin students were half-bloods, and a smaller portion were purebloods not in the Sacred 28. So those truly targeting Shaw numbered fewer than 10. They were simply influential and powerful, making their followers seem numerous. But after Shaw displayed his formidable strength, he was actually better suited for Slytherin, a house that revered strength above all. Compared to Gryffindor's impulsive hotheads, Ravenclaw's self-absorbed eagles, and Hufflepuff's loyal and honest badgers. Slytherin, this elite house that esteems power, was the ideal place to gather followers. It was also the easiest source of level 2 or even level 3 faith points. This was precisely why Shaw insisted on coming to Slytherin to replicate Voldemort's old strategy. As for a few troublemakers, if they didn't listen, he'd beat them once. If they still didn't listen, he'd beat them a few more times. Alice kept talking about Slytherin's glory, never mentioning pureblood supremacy. It seemed the Flitwick family's values were quite decent. The Slytherin common room was located in the Hogwarts dungeons beneath the Black Lake, making it somewhat damp. The group wound their way down a spiral stone staircase to a wall. Alice spoke the password. Glory. The stone wall slowly opened, revealing a bright common room. A vigorous fire crackled in the hearth and torches blazed on the surrounding walls. The room had large windows and half the ceiling was transparent, showing the swaying scenery of the Black Lake's depths, with many nameless fish swimming past the glass. As Alice led the young wizards into the common room, she explained, "This is the Slytherin common room. To enter, you must state the password, which is posted on the notice board every Monday. It is strictly forbidden to share the password with outsiders." Upon entering the common room, everyone saw their bat-like head of House Snape emerge from a corner. He cast a cold hawk-like glance at Shaw before speaking impassively. According to Slytherin tradition, the first years need to elect an invisible prefect. Might makes right. Begin. The older students who hadn't yet retired to their dormitories also grew interested and gathered around to watch the spectacle. After Snape announced his simple and brutal rules, aside from the whispers of the older students who were there for the spectacle, the first years made no superfluous moves, instead stepping backward in tacit unison. Draco had been walking side by side with Shawn, but when he saw that even the dim-witted Goyle and Crabbe had the sense to retreat, he paused. He opened his mouth, then also took a step back, tacitly acknowledging Shawn as the de facto prefect. "Tisk, I didn't expect this year's students to be so timid. How disappointing." Snape's eyes were hollow as he sneered, then turned his gaze back to Shawn. "Black, such an ancient and noble family, yet it has produced a vulgar creature like you. Do you think you are the chosen one?" Shawn met Snape's gaze, eyes like needles against pins, yielding not an inch, and replied calmly, "I am now the first-year prefect. So I ask you, head of house, does Slytherin have a tradition of upward challenges? I believe the position of Slytherin's head boy is what I ought to hold." A flicker of disturbance passed through Snape's placid eyes. He circled Shawn a few times. Arrogant, conceited. "Are you truly the son of the elegant Regulus? Or are you the bastard of that fool Sirius Black?" The common room's atmosphere grew tense. No one dared to speak, yet all admired Shawn for daring to confront their Serpent King so. Shawn did not take the bait. To dwell on the matter of Sirius Black with Snape would only fan the flames of his wrath. So he pressed on. "Please maintain fairness, head of house. Summon the prefects from the 2nd to 7th years. I wish to challenge them." Snape clenched his fists and snorted. "I recall your punishment has yet to be handed down. It seems a semester's worth of detention will cool your ardor. Starting tomorrow, report to my office after 6 in the evening. Perhaps the slime of the bog will teach you your place." Having made his judgment, Snape showed no intention of calling the other prefects. He swept his robes and made for the door. Shawn sighed. The old bat was indeed petty. He casually pulled a photograph from his pocket, flicked it with 2 fingers, and the photo flew like a dart curving towards Snape. Snape caught the spiraling photo with nimble hands. His expression shifted dramatically upon seeing its contents, then softened into a look of tenderness. "Head of house, I trust this gift is enough to commute my detention. I have access to even more photos, and will prepare a Christmas gift for you in advance." Snape, a master of clemency, quickly regained his cold composure. In his mind he deduced the source of Shawn's photo. After all, the boy bore the name Black. He paused, tempted by the promise of a Christmas gift, and considered Dumbledore's attitude. He continued toward the door, but issued an appointment as he went. "From today onward, Shawn is Slytherin's head boy. If anyone objects, you know how to handle it. Don't cause me trouble." As Snape's figure vanished at the entrance to the common room, a wave of murmurs erupted within. The first-year wizards felt a surge of pride and rushed to crowd around Shawn, offering congratulations. Draco, especially excited, grabbed Shawn's shoulders. "Shawn, you're the head boy. You're the king of Slytherin. We've truly conquered Slytherin." Alice stood dumbfounded, wondering what Shawn had shown the head of house to compel such an absurd appointment. A first year becoming head boy. It was a slap in the face to all the upperclassmen. Shawn always seemed to achieve the unthinkable. She felt no jealousy in her eyes. He now seemed to radiate light. Shawn, however, was not overly proud. Any Harry Potter fan knew Snape's Achilles heel. He pushed away the clingy Draco, stepped out of the encircling crowd, and faced the stunned upperclassmen who had yet to leave. "From now on, I call the shots in Slytherin. Everyone assemble here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I have rules to announce. Those who are absent will face the consequences." A few rebellious pure-blood students, like the still-bruised lummox Marcus Flint, stepped forward to argue. "What gives you the right?" Before he could finish, he and the few behind him were struck down by a silent golden light. Shawn looked down at them with contempt. Not all pure-blood offspring were elites. This Marcus was nothing but a simple-minded brawny fool. Always so obliging, offering himself as an example to deter others. Shawn waved his hand, levitating the students and hanging them from the lanterns on the wall. "It seems you're not clear-headed enough. Spend the night hanging here. Let me down. The Knot family won't let this slide. Brother, send word to father. You insult the Flint family. You pure-blood traitor from the Muggle world." Shawn paid no heed to their impotent rage, scanning the rest of the onlookers. He glanced at the progress of Conquer Hogwarts' first ring, which had already reached 65. With a soft laugh, he headed for the dormitory. Draco quickly followed. "Shawn, you are so cool." Shawn shot him a sidelong glance. "You're one of those pure-blood families, aren't you? You know I'm quite fond of Muggles." Draco choked on his words. Only now did he seem to realize his stance might be problematic. The Slytherin boys' dormitory was spacious, and though it lay beneath the lake, powerful magic kept it from being damp. It was a 4-person room, and unfortunately his roommates were Draco and his 2 useless cronies. Shawn's bed was at the far end, a tall, exquisite 4-poster bed with green silk curtains and a silver-embroidered serpent on the bedspread. His owl cage had already been placed on the nightstand. Shawn took out various personal items from his ring, books, tea sets, clothes, and arranged them methodically. Draco entered, but didn't bother unpacking. He sat on his bed, lost in thought. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they hadn't even taken off their clothes before diving under the covers and falling fast asleep. Shawn changed into his pajamas, lay in bed, and reflected on his actions that day, finding no fault. Especially after his confrontation with Snape in the common room, and subduing the troublemakers, his level 2 faith points had increased by several dozen. Indeed, Slytherin was where he truly belonged. He picked up a book and read for a while, when suddenly Draco scrambled to his bedside, startling Shawn into instinctively clutching his blanket. "What do you want?" "No climbing on the bed." Draco halted, stammering. "Sure, you're so powerful. One day you'll become as strong as the Dark Lord and lead the purebloods to glory. That should be what the pureblood families want to see. So why do they target you?" Shawn sighed, unsure how to explain. "Draco, it's a conflict of interests and ideals. If I were willing to compromise, I could join them right now." "Then why don't you?" "How, why should I? As long as I'm strong enough, others have to listen to me. Power and wealth are mine for the taking." Draco was stunned by Shawn's bold words, and they made so much sense that he was left speechless. After a long pause, he asked another question that puzzled him. "Then why are you close to Muggle-born wizards? You're a pureblood through and through." Shawn looked at him oddly, but thought the boy might still be salvageable. Time to reshape his worldview. "I'm not close to Muggle-borns. It's just that the purebloods can't see the way the world is going. They cling to decaying ideals. I simply don't want to die with them." Draco looked utterly confused, his platinum forelock almost curling into a question mark. Shawn reached out to smooth it down and continued. "Let me give you a simple example. The British magical world has perhaps tens of thousands of people, but 60% are Muggle-born and the other 40 are half-bloods. There are no true purebloods left." Draco immediately retorted, "Impossible. The Malfoy family is the most noble pureblood." Shawn sneered. "I hear the Malfoy ancestors came to Britain with a Muggle king, were granted a title, and became court wizards. Go check your family tree. Ask your father about those who were disowned. They were either squibs or Muggle-borns." Draco shook his head, wildly refusing to accept it. Shawn delivered the final blow. "The Gaunt family, once the purest of blood, intermarried until they produced only fools and madmen, and so they died out. Oh, and their only descendant, Voldemort, is a half-blood through and through." Draco's eyes went wide. He slumped to the floor, speechless for a long time. The Dark Lord he so admired was actually a half-blood. Then the slogan he shouted so loudly, "Pureblood supremacy," wasn't it utterly ironic? And his own family was a half-blood family too. He didn't think Shawn would lie about something like this, so Draco was lost. Seeing the crestfallen boy, Shawn shook his head and warned, "In the world to come, there's no place for the idea of pureblood supremacy. But one thing will never go out of style: power is everything." Austria, Nurmengard. In a room within the tower, over a dozen gray-haired elders were conferring in hushed tones. They were all impeccably dressed, refined, and dignified. "Nagel, how many have you managed to contact?" "Over a dozen, I suppose. Many of the old comrades have passed away, but their descendants are equally idealistic and eager to join us." "Not bad. Though many of our brethren were persecuted by the magical ministries of various nations back then, they've managed well enough now. The most accomplished among them has even risen to the position of head of the law enforcement department. So when will the master announce his return?" "Miss Vinda hasn't come by either. The master has regained his fighting spirit after all. Miss Vinda said she wants to give the master a surprise, so she won't be coming for now." The leading elder with a stern countenance remained deep in thought, pondering how to persuade the master to leave the prison. His name was Abernathy, once Grindelwald's most capable assistant. He had even infiltrated the upper echelons of the American Magical Congress and nearly helped Grindelwald become its president. At the top of the tower, the once dilapidated cell, which had only a rickety wooden bed, was now utterly transformed. It was now filled with exquisite ornate furniture, the floor covered in luxurious Persian cashmere rugs, and a circular bookshelf brimming with volumes. Behind a large desk sat an old man of extraordinary bearing. His blue eyes, framed by silver-rimmed spectacles, seemed imbued with a divine light. This old man was Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who had ignited the first Wizarding War, the leader of the Alliance of Wizards. Since the prophecy of his inevitable doom had shifted, this legendary wizard had naturally abandoned his despair. Though he remained imprisoned in Nurmengard out of his oath to Dumbledore, he no longer endured such squalor. Although he had not yet summoned his old followers, his loyal acolytes who had always guarded him nearby were overjoyed to see their leader's renewed spirit and had sent all manner of fine things. Grindelwald was now carefully reading a letter. "Dear Mr. Peverell, I am deeply honored by your appreciation. As for your question regarding why I chose to perform magic in the Muggle world, it pertains to my childhood experiences, which I shall not elaborate on. In short, the initial reason was simply to fill my stomach. Once I had mastered the art of illusion, I discovered a unique pleasure. I revel in the scenes of being cheered by thousands, and even more in the awe-inspiring spectacles that surpass ordinary understanding. I savor the look in the audience's eyes as they gaze upon me as if I were a deity. Yes, to be frank, I am a man of vanity, relishing the pleasures of power and wealth, and I possess no lofty moral character. Yet I know that human progress springs from desire, so I do not consider this shameful. As for your second question, Mr. Peverell, regarding my views on Muggles, I see them from two perspectives. From the vantage point of a ruler, the subjects under governance are not distinguished by whether they are wizards, but only by their usefulness. A wise leader can place everyone in their proper place, finding value even in a lump of mud. From the perspective of a wizard who grew up in the Muggle world, Muggles are no longer ignorant or backward, many of their advanced ideas are worthy of emulation. Their so-called technology has become highly advanced, capable of achieving many things that only magic could do before, and they have even created conventional weapons that can destroy an entire city. I believe it is the magical world that is ignorant, having stagnated for centuries. The wondrous nature of magic has made wizards complacent, and they arrogantly look down upon the rapidly advancing Muggles. One can imagine that if the current state persists, within a century Muggle technology will surpass wizard magic, and the wizard situation will become dire. But I digress. As a student, my current duty is to study diligently. Lately I have been troubled by a problem. My magical power is inherently attuned to lightning, causing all my spells to carry an electric shock. How can I learn to control it freely? Your affectionate pen pal, Shaw Black. Grindelwald set down the letter, pondered for a long moment, and a faint smile gradually crept across his lips. Quite candid, with unique insight and vision. A rare elementalist and a born leader. No wonder he will influence the future order. Grindelwald took out paper to write a reply. Soon he sealed the letter and rang the bell on his desk. After a dozen seconds, a stern-faced man with white hair entered the cell, bowing respectfully. Master, Grindelwald gave his orders. Abernathy, send this letter to that young lad. By the way, find a way to procure a phoenix as a gift before Christmas. Using owls for correspondence is beneath the dignity of my pen pal. As you command. Abernathy accepted the letter with both hands, offering no objection to the difficulty of procuring a phoenix. As the alliance of wizards that had swept the world 50 years prior, though now diminished, and operating and hiding its influence, remained vast. The alliance of wizards was composed of idealistic wizards. As long as they lived and their leader called, they could rise again. And phoenixes were not exclusive to the Dumbledore family, otherwise how could so many wands contain phoenix tail feathers without plucking foxbald? Moreover, the mascot of the New Zealand Quidditch team, the Kia Kestrels, was a phoenix, so such a creature could certainly be obtained. Grindelwald paused briefly before continuing. Collect ancient texts on lightning element spells. Gather information on Muggle technology and culture. Compile intelligence on the British magical world. Assign more people to the task. Be swift. Go. Abernathy was ecstatic, for his master's implication was that they could begin fully rallying the old troops and stage a comeback. As you command. He bowed and withdrew, his mind racing. I must thoroughly investigate this Hogwarts student named Shaw. How did he manage to restore the master's will to fight? The Hogwarts dungeons had no sunlit windows, so there was no romantic notion of waking with the dawn. Thanks to his well-tuned biological clock, Shaw awoke at 6 o'clock. He got up, donned his well-fitted green and silver uniform, and after washing up saw that his 3 roommates were still fast asleep. He had no choice but to shout loudly, "Wake up!" But the 3 merely turned over, sleeping soundly. Shaw sighed. Why did he always have to resort to persuasion through virtue? He snapped his fingers, and 3 fist-sized spheres of water materialized in midair, then dropped onto their heads. Splash! The 3, drenched and jolted awake by the icy, slightly electrified water, shivered, yelped, and rolled onto the floor, utterly bewildered. Shaw walked past them and said calmly, "You have half an hour to wash up and then assemble in the common room." Arriving in the dim common room, it was naturally empty, with not even the usual troublemakers hanging from the sconces. Unfazed, he drew his wand and cast incendio to light the fireplace and lamps. He found a sofa, produced a tea set and a small red clay stove from his ring, and began to brew tea. As time passed, Draco and the other 2 stumbled into the common room, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Draco wanted to complain. He had been unable to sleep the night before, and now this early rising. But seeing Shaw's serene posture as he sipped tea and his deep penetrating gaze, he swallowed his words and followed suit, taking the cup Shaw offered him. As 7 o'clock approached, the common room slowly filled. The 1st and 2nd years were all present, gathered around Shaw. Most of the 3rd to 5th years had arrived, but only a handful of 6th and 7th years showed up. Once there, they clustered in small groups, whispering and speculating about what mischief Shaw was planning today. Alice approached. She was clearly dressed up, her delicate features lightly touched with makeup, enhancing her noble air. Her fitted uniform, adorned with a few accessories, exuded the elegance of formal attire. Draco, experienced, vacated his seat. Alice sat down slowly, speaking with concern. Shaw, a full turnout is impossible. What will you do? Shaw replied nonchalantly, no matter. I've fully recovered my magic. Though his words were calm, they sent a chill down everyone's spine. In the final 5 minutes, the common room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke, as if in the stillness before a storm. As the crowd's breathing grew heavier, 7 o'clock arrived. Heir crossed over the throng and ascended to a high platform in the lounge, coldly observing the assembled students. Looking at their lazy and yawning expressions, he felt a surge of anger. Is this still an elite academy? However, Heir understood that it wasn't entirely their fault. The Wizarding Society was too small, and good job opportunities were indeed scarce, leading to intense competition and a prevalent trend of complacency. The wonders of magic were easily self-sustaining, and those who did not strive for a high-quality life generally had little desire to become stronger. Thus, Hogwarts maintained a relatively relaxed curriculum. Under Dumbledore's certain philosophy, it essentially adhered to a principle of joyful education. Classes began at 9 a.m., followed by a long morning class. Then it was time for meals with 2 afternoon classes wrapping up by 5 p.m., marking the end of the day's lessons. Therefore, those who were not particularly self-disciplined or studious would hardly learn much at school. However, he was determined to break the confidentiality law and collect the world's faith points. This process would naturally require the support of a large talent pool. As for the inheritance of the essence of witchcraft, that was still a distant goal, and he would have to cultivate it himself. Thus, starting today, the relaxed learning atmosphere at Hogwarts would no longer exist, with the starting point being Slytherin. At this moment, everyone present looked at Shawn, unsure of what he was about to announce, and how he would deal with those who had not arrived. Shawn was a man of few words, and swiftly drew his wand, making a single wave. At the entrance of the dormitory, dozens of small blue water snakes began to gather, slowly slithering through the cracks of the tightly shut doors. In no time, muffled screams erupted as disheveled students, soaked to the skin, stumbled out of their dorms in a state of panic. Many were trembling and unsteady, not from the cold, but from the electric shock. A few of the first students to emerge began to curse loudly. "What the hell, Shawn, are you insane? Damn pureblood scum, I'm going to tell the headmaster that you attacked us. You'll be expelled this time for sure." These individuals not only hurled insults, but also drew their wands ready to cast spells at Shawn. However, before they could finish their incantations, a blue water python descended from above, instantly wrapping around several of them. Having used the water prison technique frequently, Shawn had gained some insights, and could create an empty space within the prison, occasionally sending out tentacles charged with electricity to prod the individuals inside. This method allowed him to punish without causing harm, ensuring a profound lesson was learned. No wonder the notorious Yang electric therapy and addiction nemesis in his past life had gained such infamy. The students who came out later, witnessing the miserable state of those inside the water python, were frightened into silence, immediately recalling the terror they experienced on the train yesterday. Shawn ignored them and continued coldly, "All right, now that everyone is here, as the new head, I announce 4 things for the glory of Slytherin. First, everyone must maintain an elegant demeanor at all times. Slytherin does not need slovenly or vulgar individuals. Whether walking, sitting, or lying down, it must be done with precision. Second, obey the study plan I set forth. Slytherin does not need ignorant individuals. From now on, everyone must gather in the lounge at 7 a.m. for an hour of morning study, and again at 7 p.m. for an hour of evening study. Third, we will establish a spell instruction society. Slytherin does not need the weak. From now on Saturdays and Sundays, I will dedicate time to teach you spells. Fourth, and most importantly, bloodline discrimination is strictly prohibited. Do not mention pureblood supremacy. If I hear even a word of it, severe punishment will follow." Shawn proclaimed with authority, and while there were naturally those who wanted to interrupt the water prison technique, had taught them a lesson in humility. Resistance was possible, but it was not a big deal. Expending a bit more magic to suppress them was all it took. The old bee's unique skills were indeed quite effective. Amidst a cacophony of protests, Shawn continued, "In a moment, all year heads, including the invisible year head, will have a brief meeting with me. Draco will be appointed as the head of the first year. All right, you may speak now. Oh, who is in favor? Who is against?" After he finished speaking, aside from a few rebels trapped in the water prison, no one dared to voice an opinion, all looking at Shawn in fear. Even Draco, who had become the head, was wide-eyed. After a pause, it was Alice who first responded to Shawn, stepping forward to speak loudly. "The head is right. The atmosphere of Slytherin has long needed to change. Elegance, strength, and a pursuit of glory should be our goals, not blind arrogance, which only leads to self-destruction." Draco's expression changed repeatedly, his fists clenched tightly, his mind racing with the words Shawn had spoken to him last night. In the end, he too stepped forward, shouting loudly, "I support the head. Strength, nobility, and glory are the true essence of Slytherin." Goyle and Crabbe, being sycophants, foolishly followed suit and shouted along. Soon students from the first and second years, aside from a few, gathered around Shawn at the platform. As Draco's childhood friend Pansy Parkinson grew anxious and hurriedly pulled on Draco. "Draco, are you insane? Do you know what you're doing? Uncle Malfoy will kill you." Draco shook off Pansy's hand and roared in frustration. "I know exactly what I am doing. The glory of pure blood is a thing of the past. I want to become stronger. I want to restore my family's honor, not cling to decaying ideas and wait for death." Pansy felt as if she no longer recognized Draco, her childhood companion, who only knew to summon Daddy for everything. She was utterly confused. With the heir of the Malfoy family declaring support for Shawn, gradually more and more hands were raised in cheers for Shawn. Noble, strong, glorious. Shawn, Shawn, Shawn. These shouts even pushed the pale-faced and silent students out of the crowd. Most of these individuals were the so-called purebloods and their followers, plus a few rebels who had fallen from the water prison, totaling around 20 from various years. Shawn looked at the students' eyes, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. He glanced at the system task Conquer Hogwarts Phase 1, noting the progress had reached 95. It seemed those rebels would need more discipline. It was likely he couldn't complete this phase of the task until they appeared to be subdued on the surface. As for painting a pretty picture for them now, that would be useless. The Black family had already fallen in the eyes of these people, unable to offer any real benefits. It was better to cut through the chaos directly and use power to suppress them. That was the most straightforward and quickest way to complete the task. After pondering for a few seconds, he raised his hand to signal the cheering crowd to quiet down, then addressed those who were dissenting. You may not recognize my philosophy and rules, though I do not care. However, since you are in Slytherin, and I am the head, mediocrity will not be tolerated. You may privately slander and insult me, but if you do not abide by my rules, do not blame me for being ruthless. Heir's domineering presence sparked admiration in many, especially among the younger students who were even more fervent. Even Theodore, not a 28th-generation pureblood student in the first year, joined the cheers for Heir despite his 6th-year sister Gloria's quiet attempts to dissuade him. Alice's heart raced. Someone like Heir was truly a man worth following. In her eyes at this moment, Heir was indeed shining with brilliance. The 20 or so individuals who had been muttering in discontent still wanted to retort, but seeing a few of their companions still convulsing on the ground, they wisely chose to remain silent. They had made up their minds to report to Snape later and to write home. Seeing no opposition, Heir waved his hand and ordered, since we've wasted a bit of time today, there will be no morning study. You all tidy up the common room and rearrange it into a study-friendly environment. Other year heads follow me. Heir led the way toward his room. There were 6 official year heads in Slytherin, 2 each from the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, along with 4 invisible year heads totaling 10. However, only 7 listened to Heir: the 6th-year girl head Gloria, not the 7th-year boy head Montague, and 1 4th-year invisible head were all part of the dissenting crowd. As Heir reached the entrance of the dormitory, he suddenly turned back to glare at the 3, who were hesitating, and coldly said, "Do you need me to invite you? Or should I consult the headmaster and directly strip you of your head positions?" In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, it was breakfast time. Except for those who clung to their beds until the very last second, almost everyone was there having their morning meal. The atmosphere in the hall today was strangely peculiar. More precisely, students from the other 3 tables kept stealing glances at the Slytherin table. Have those little snakes all gone mad? They're actually lining up to eat. Did they get hit by the Imperius curse? That's nothing. What's even more absurd is that one of them just politely greeted me. Tisk, look at their table manners. Even more awkward than before. The Slytherins themselves felt equally awkward, but a single glance at Shawn, who was eating with meticulous precision at the head of the table, made them obediently continue their meal. They silently recited the mantra Shawn had taught them: as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who will be. Shawn hadn't imposed harsh rules. The brief meeting earlier had merely clarified the prefect's supervisory duties. Ultimately, the goal was to improve these habitually lazy students, and changing their mindset would require gradual influence. He couldn't exactly turn Hogwarts into a military academy. Dumbledore would surely object to that. At the Ravenclaw table, Harry moved over to chat with Hermione, lowering his voice. So this is the change Shawn was talking about. It happened so fast. Hermione, now imitating Shawn's elegant mannerisms as she ate, couldn't help but admire it. Indeed, Shawn is incredible. He managed to win them over in just one night. Harry unconsciously tried to mimic the refined movements, but found it awkward. Suddenly, Hermione thought of something and turned to Harry with surprise. Where's that friend of yours, Ron? I haven't seen him. Harry looked a bit embarrassed and sighed. He's still sleeping. He stayed up late last night, playing wizard chess with Seamus. I tried to wake them this morning, but it didn't work. Hermione pursed her lips. Harry, you should have been sorted into Slytherin, or at least come to Ravenclaw with me. Ron and the others don't seem ambitious. They'll hold you back. Harry didn't voice an opinion, but a flicker of regret crossed his face. Hermione handed Harry a book on general spells. This is a family heirloom Shawn lent me. I've already memorized this entire volume. It's far more detailed than standard book of spells. You can borrow it. If there's something you don't understand, ask me. If I don't know either, we'll go ask Shawn together. Okay. Harry didn't refuse. He took the book solemnly and glanced toward the Slytherin table. Especially when he caught sight of Draco brimming with confidence beside Shawn, a strange bitterness stirred within him. They had both met Shawn at the same time after all. Flanking Shawn were Draco on one side and Alice on the other. Alice took a small sip of milk and spoke softly. Sure, my grandfather told me he's convinced the 8 school governors to hold off on targeting you for now. But some purebloods have already filed complaints with the Ministry of Magic. Should we lie low? Shawn swallowed a bite of his Xylong Bayo and met Alice's gaze with confidence. Minister Fudge is still the headmaster's puppet for now, so we don't need to worry about the ministry yet. By next year, it'll make those pureblood families too busy to bother me. In 2 years at most, I won't have anything to fear. Alice blushed under Shawn's intense gaze, knowing it wasn't affection, but pure admiration. I believe you. But he'll still ask grandfather to keep an eye on things. Draco nodded eagerly beside her. I'll try to convince my father too. Shawn glanced at Draco, thinking to himself that you might be disappointed. Just then a flock of owls flew into the great hall, circling overhead before swooping down toward their targets. The hall erupted into chaos. eggs flying, feathers scattering. But those with experience had already finished their meals. The Slytherin table was no exception, yet no one bothered to clean their mess. All eyes were on the owls crowding around Shawn, for they hadn't brought gifts, but howlers. Dozens of howlers floated from the owls' talons into the air, unfolding simultaneously into menacing blood-red mouths. They crowded together, a terrifying sight. Draco and the others watched in horror, quickly covering their ears, but Shawn merely smirked and waved his hand. A swirling stream of water materialized, engulfing the letters. The roars that were about to erupt were muffled by the thick aqueous barrier. Then within the hollow core of the water a flame burst forth, incinerating the howlers in an instant. Everyone in the hall stared at Shawn's fluid movements, at a loss for words. After a long pause, Draco gave a thumbs up. Cool. Several older students, bruised and battered, had been hoping for a spectacle, but Shawn had handled the howlers with such clean efficiency. They swallowed their curses. With no drama left to enjoy, everyone sat down to open their own gifts. Just then Marcus rushed up to Shawn panting, and shouted arrogantly, "Shawn, the head of house wants to see you." "Haha, you're done for." Shawn remained unhurried. He took his napkin, slowly wiped the corners of his mouth, and stood up. With a gesture he signaled the other students who had risen to sit back down. Then with a faint smile he studied the tattletale. Marcus was indeed a very useful pawn. Feeling uneasy under Shawn's gaze, Marcus blustered, "What are you looking at? The head of house will strip you of your prefect title soon enough. You won't be smug for long." Shawn turned and headed toward Snape's office in the dungeons, leaving behind a single remark. "Buckytooth chicken, enjoy this fine morning. For the rest of your life, it'll be nothing but nightmares." Draco quickly scooped up his and Shawn's books, shot a glare at the snitching Marcus, and led his two lackeys after Shawn. Marcus and his friends scratched their heads. What did Shawn mean by that? Why is he still so calm? Montague, the prefect, who had been sitting nearby, sighed and explained, "Is your brain made of troll snot? The head of house didn't do anything to Shawn last night, and he wanted A either. I don't know what Shawn showed him, but it doesn't matter. Just wait. You'll be hanging from a chandelier all night, and no one will save you this time." Walking through the dim dungeon corridor, Shawn pondered why Slytherins were so fond of this gloomy environment. Perhaps they enjoyed solitude. Arriving at Snape's office, the door swung open before he could knock. Shawn smiled and stepped inside. The room was filled with a strange odor, the temperature chilly. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars and bottles, some containing preserved animal parts. Paired with the dim lighting, the space could serve as a horror film set without any adjustments. But Shawn knew the materials and potions on those shelves were worth a fortune, easily tens of thousands of galleons. One of Hogwarts' two secret millionaires resided here. A prime spot for a little plundering. The room's owner stood at a workbench brewing a potion. Even from behind, his movements were deft. If not for his greasy hair, he might have cut an impressive figure. "Do you know why I called you here?" Shawn continued surveying the treasures on the shelves as he replied nonchalantly, "You summoned me to praise me, of course." Snape nearly lost his composure at Shawn's shamelessness. He turned and glared coldly. "Huh, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Enlighten me. Why should I praise you? I hope your tongue is as quick as your skin is thick." Shawn stepped closer, observing the golden-hued potion Snape was brewing. He recognized it, Felix Felicis. Truly, Snape was a master of potions. A plan formed in his mind, and he spoke. "Slytherin's stereotype is far too negative, seen by some as a breeding ground for dark wizards. Didn't you suffer from that yourself in your early years, head of house? So it's time for a change." Snape's eyes snapped to Shawn, icy and predatory. "What do you know? Did your father tell you? Or that fool Sirius Black?" Shawn met Snape's gaze without flinching and answered obliquely. "Head of house, how about a deal? I have some embarrassing photos of Harry. Once you finish that Felix Felicis, spare me a few drops." Snape felt he had seen it all. The Black family, truly bred eccentrics. He swept his robes and pressed on. "You've also been disciplining students physically. That's not within a prefect's authority, is it? How do you explain that? Not worried about parents filling your doghouse with howlers?" "Oh, I just burned a few dozen of them. And none of the students were injured. Hardly punishment. Call it loving guidance." Snape was thoroughly stumped. He turned back to his potion, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Such arrogance. The power of pure-blood families is greater than you imagine. You'll be expelled. I'm not arrogant. And I trust the headmaster. He'll handle it." "Huh. Using your underhanded methods again. Mutual benefit." Snape thought he was a master of cutting remarks, but today he had met his match. Irritated, he snapped, "Get out. And don't cause me any more trouble." "Sure thing. They'll deliver those photos of Harry next week. Make sure you support me, head of house." Shawn grabbed a vial of energy potion from the shelf and strolled out, hands behind his back. The audacity made Snape laugh despite himself. In the corridor outside, Shawn found Draco and the other two crouching at the corner. Seeing Shawn emerge with his usual calm demeanor, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Sure, did the head of house give you a hard time?" Shawn led the way toward the third floor, holding up the vial. "Not at all. The head of house is actually quite decent. He even gave me an energy potion and told me to keep up the good work." Draco found it hard to believe. He knew Snape's temper better than most, having often visited his home. But Shawn didn't seem to be lying, and Draco felt a surge of admiration bordering on worship. They headed toward the charms classroom. This morning's lesson was Transfiguration, shared with Gryffindor. One of Hogwarts' most distinctive features was its moving staircases. Their temperament was as unpredictable as the whims of certain young ladies, always leaving one guessing which direction the stairs would lead. Shower and his group, who had come from the dungeons, intended to go to the 3rd floor, but for some reason, they now found themselves on the 5th. Draco and the others were dumbfounded, and Shower scratched his head, realizing that not knowing the terrain beforehand was indeed a grave tactical error. Shower, should we just let fate decide which stairs to take? It's almost time for class, and I hear Professor McGonagall has quite a temper. Shower glanced at the entrance to the 3rd floor, just a dozen meters below them. Clenching his teeth, he stepped back behind the 3, drew his wand, and shouted, "You jump." Draco and the others were bewildered when a powerful force suddenly propelled them off the platform, sending them screaming for their mothers. Shower followed closely with a leap, swiftly waving his wand as they plummeted. Just as they neared the 3rd floor, a level 3 levitation charm slowed their descent, and they drifted down like wisps of fluff. Draco and the others were pale-faced, their eyes brimming with tears, but once safely on the ground their thick nerves kicked in, and they embraced, joyfully shouting and laughing. Draco finds some upperclassmen later and record the pattern of the moving staircases. Shower disdainfully avoided Draco's embrace and hurried toward the Transfiguration classroom. The classroom was a circular lecture hall with rows of desks arranged in a fan shape, surrounded by tall pointed arch windows that made the room bright and airy. When Shower entered, he saw a tabby cat crouching on the podium. His mind stirred, but he decided it was best not to provoke the older Catwoman. He walked toward the desks where most of the Slytherin students had already arrived, while many from Gryffindor were still missing. Harry, sitting in the front row, quickly stood up and called out, "Shower, over here." Shower paused, surprised that Harry had arrived so early, and seemed to have been reading intently, without his best friend Ron nearby. He had originally thought that after persuading Hermione to go to Ravenclaw, Harry and Ron would become even closer and slide into mediocrity. But now something was off. He hoped the main storyline hadn't been disrupted. He still planned to swoop in and seize the prize at the end of the term. Shower sat down beside Harry and probed Harry, "Are you here alone?" Harry, being an honest child, couldn't hide his expression. Yeah, Ron and Seamus woke up late." Shower noticed a flicker of disgust in Harry's eyes and felt a jolt of unease. Could the chosen one be getting led astray? Just then Draco walked over and warmly threw an arm around Harry's shoulder. "Hey, good morning, Harry." Harry turned to see Draco and greeted him shyly. "Morning, Draco." "Oh, and you too, why are your eyes so red?" Draco sat down next to Harry, tilting his head back and launching into his usual bragging tone. "Harry, it's because Shower just took us flying. It was absolutely amazing. And you have no idea what I've been through since yesterday. Shower and I have had such an exciting time." Harry looked curious, waiting to hear more. Shower didn't mind Draco's boasting at first, but as he listened, something felt off. To avoid a necromancer's attack, he quickly interrupted Draco. "Shut your mouth. Tilting your head back doesn't make you look noble, it just lets everyone see your disgusting nose hairs." Draco froze, nearly choking, and quickly lowered his head, coughing. Harry looked from one to the other, sensing something fishy. Could it be? Growing up in the land of tea and crumpets, these kids really did have twisted minds. Just then the bell rang. Professor McGonagall leaped down from the podium, transforming before the astonished eyes of the young witches and wizards. With her full presence unleashed, she scanned the room and noticed that some students dared to be late. At that moment, 2 students rushed in through the door, flustered. Harry's roommates, Ron and Seamus. "Sorry, Professor, we got lost and trapped by the moving stairs, so." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, clearly displeased that students, especially from her own house, would be late to her class. "I think I should turn you into a map and a pocket watch, then you wouldn't get lost. Gryffindor lose 5 points each. Go to your seats and don't let it happen again." Ron and Seamus hurried to the desks with their heads down, only to find the back rows all taken, so they sat in the second row. They tried to greet Harry, but were cowed by Professor McGonagall's death glare. Shower felt that not provoking the older Catwoman earlier had been the right call. Professor McGonagall was ruthless enough to deduct points from her own house's students. McGonagall decided it was necessary to put the first years in their place. "Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and never return." With a casual flick of her wand, she turned the podium into a lively pig that ran nimbly through the aisles, delighting the students who were eager to learn the spell immediately. Transfiguration is the most complex, dangerous, and fascinating magic you will study at Hogwarts. As your professor, I must warn you to be cautious. McGonagall turned the pig back into a desk and began writing lines of text on the blackboard with her wand, the fundamental laws and principles of transfiguration. And to master transfiguration, you need a solid theoretical foundation. What are you all gaping at? Start taking notes. The disappointed students began jotting down notes as Professor McGonagall explained the dry theories point by point. Shower didn't know about the others, but he was studying with exceptional seriousness. It was different from reading textbooks. Professor McGonagall was truly a master of transfiguration. She explained the basic theories in a way that made them easy to understand. Exactly the kind of magical theory Shower lacked. Although he could already use spells with transfiguration properties reasonably well, it was all thanks to the system's assistance. After about an hour of theory, Professor McGonagall stopped and handed out a matchstick to each student, instructing them to turn it into a silver needle. Shower didn't practice. After raising his transfiguration talent to 5 points, turning a matchstick into a needle was child's play. Instead, he studied the notes he had just taken. Beside him, Harry and Draco waved their wands at their matchsticks repeatedly, but nothing happened. They both looked at Shower, who was absorbed in his reading. Harry asked puzzled Shower, "Why aren't you practicing?" Before Shower could answer, Ron, sitting behind them, sneered, "Ha, I thought the great genius Shower was all-powerful. Turns out he's just as useless as the rest of us." Harry's expression darkened, and Draco shot to his feet. "You damned redhead. Say that again if you dare." Besides Draco, the nearby Slytherin students also stood up, glaring at Ron. Ron's confidence wavered, but he still stubbornly retorted, "Being useless doesn't make you right. But Shower sure knows how to put on a show, acting all mysterious even though he can't do it either." Professor McGonagall noticed the commotion and walked over to scold them. "Why aren't you practicing? What's going on here?" The tension in the group immediately dissipated. They were all afraid of the stern professor. Shower put down his book, not even glancing at Ron, and explained to Professor McGonagall, "Professor Draco and the others asked me to give a demonstration." McGonagall looked intrigued. "Oh, so you've already mastered it, Shower." Without a word, Shower drew his wand and pointed it at the matchstick on the table. Everyone nearby watched intently. Harry and Draco were confident in him, while Ron, burning with jealousy, muttered under his breath, "May Merlin curse Shower to fail." But then something left everyone stunned. The matchstick Shower pointed at didn't turn into a silver needle. Instead, it slowly expanded into a radiant silver longsword. The sword was adorned with gleaming red gems, intricate patterns on the hilt, and a sharp, glinting blade. An utterly dazzling weapon. "That big sword is mine." Draco and Harry joyfully scrambled for the sword, both wanting to claim it. Draco finally got hold of it, and playfully thrust it over Ron's head a few times, enraging Ron so much that his face turned as red as his hair, and his fists clenched so tight they seemed ready to drip water. Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed for a second. She recognized the sword as a replica of the sword of Gryffindor, and she was even more amazed by Shower's transfiguration talent. Taking a deep breath, she said slowly, 10 points to Slytherin. "Shower, you have an excellent talent for transfiguration. Guide your classmates well, and come to my office after class." "Yes, Professor." Shower bowed slightly in agreement. Even if the professor hadn't mentioned it, he had many questions to ask. For the rest of the lesson, Shower didn't continue reading, but instead carefully guided Draco and Harry. "You can't just cast spells mindlessly. You need to first visualize the structure of the needle. Here, study these 2 needles I've conjured for 10 minutes first." The 2 of them had only slightly above average transfiguration talent. With Shower's hints and guidance, they barely managed to shape the matchstick into a needle by the end of class, though it was still made of wood. Still, they were overjoyed. Everything was relative after all. Behind them, Seamus had already caused 2 explosions, and Ron had nearly snapped his wand in half. Truly a pair of incompetents. After class, Harry and Draco headed off to eat together, already becoming good friends. Shower followed Professor McGonagall to her office, wondering what valuable knowledge, or treasures, he might extract from her besides asking questions. Professor McGonagall was not only the Transfiguration professor, but also the deputy headmistress, the true wield of power at Hogwarts. Thus her office was naturally spacious, though its decor was far from lavish. Aside from the ubiquitous Quidditch elements, it was filled entirely with school administrative items. The office, cluttered with documents and cabinets full of files, testified to Professor McGonagall's immense dedication to Hogwarts. Shawn noted this not with sympathy, but with a thought that in the future, after achieving success, he too would need to find a similar assistant. After seating herself at her desk, Professor McGonagall retrieved a notebook from a drawer, gazed at it with fondness for a moment, then handed it to Shaw, who stood before her. "This is my compilation of transfiguration insights from my school days. Your talent has outgrown the normal teaching pace, so I'm giving this notebook to you. Come to me whenever you have questions." Shaw accepted the notebook without surprise, as it was only to be expected. He bowed politely in gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall pursed her lips, hesitated for a few seconds, then added, "This morning a student reported that you've been enforcing certain rules not found in the school code within Slytherin. As deputy headmistress, I need to inquire about this." Shaw was slightly taken aback, not expecting someone to have reported the matter to McGonagall. After a brief deliberation, he replied, candidly, "Professor, to be precise, I wouldn't call it establishing rules. Those requirements are qualities befitting a worthy Slytherin, and they align with the founder's original intent for the house. I'm merely tracing back to the source." McGonagall was momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal, for she herself wished to implement the 3 points Shaw had set in her own house. After a moment's thought, she decided to discuss it with Albus before making a decision, so she advised, "Helping your peers improve is commendable, but I hope you'll be mindful of your methods. Hogwarts strictly forbids corporal punishment." Shaw offered a warm smile. "I understand, Professor. Do you have any questions about transfiguration?" Noticing the fatigue in Professor McGonagall's eyes and the towering stack of papers on her desk, Shaw wisely replied, "Not for now. After I've finished reading the notebook you gave me, you'll come back to trouble you." Professor McGonagall's stern expression softened with a hint of kindness. "Very well. Go have lunch. Goodbye, Professor." Watching Shaw walk out with composed steps, McGonagall sighed, feeling that the boy's characters seemed contradictory, yet she couldn't pinpoint the oddity. As Shaw passed the Great Hall, he glanced in and saw Draco, Harry, and Hermione sitting together at the Ravenclaw table. Was this the new trio? The plot had veered off, quite dramatically. Shaw chuckled to himself. Well, there was no helping it now. He didn't enter the Great Hall, but returned directly to the dormitory. Along the way, he nodded in greeting to passing Slytherins, and once back in his room, he had Creature prepare some food. He then began to eat, while perusing McGonagall's transfiguration notes. 2 hours passed in absorbed study until Draco came to remind him it was time for Charms class. On the way to the Charms classroom, his mind remained occupied with the material. A master of transfiguration indeed. She had explained the key points in such simple, accessible terms. She also mentioned that the ultimate secret of transfiguration lay in bestowing soul upon inanimate objects. Of course, this soul was not a literal one, but a form of animation. Yet this soul could also be a genuine one, though Professor McGonagall noted that was but a conjectured realm, one that even Dumbledore had not achieved. Shaw vaguely sensed that whether in charms, potions, or alchemy, the ultimate pursuit was to explore the soul and attain immortality. But such matters were beyond Shaw's current concern. What mattered was that he now knew the steps needed to advance his transfiguration skills. With a plan forming in his mind, he unconsciously arrived at the Charms classroom. The layout was much like the Transfiguration classroom, distinguished only by the Charms Professor Flitwick. He was a wizard of remarkably small stature, suspected to have goblin lineage. During class, he had to stand on a stack of books to reach the lectern. Today's Charms lesson was a double period, a combined class with Ravenclaw. Shaw led Draco to the front row right next to Hermione. Draco, being talented, had no objection to the prime academic zone. But Goyle and Crabbe, the two dunces, suffered, fidgeting as if they had hemorrhoids on their seats. Hermione felt a flutter of excitement as Shaw sat beside her, but mindful of the professor, she only managed a simple, "Good afternoon." Today Professor Flitwick was teaching the levitation charm. Shaw, despite his own levitation charm being at level 3, did not let his mind wander. As always, his understanding of magic was shallow, and the more ambitious he was, the more he valued fundamentals. Professor Flitwick's voice was high-pitched, yet he dissected the charm with meticulous detail. He was also remarkably patient, answering every question Shaw raised about specifics without reservation, often leaving Shaw enlightened with a single word. When Shaw demonstrated the ability to draw inferences, Flitwick not only awarded points, but remarked that a student so eager for knowledge should have been in Ravenclaw. The Slytherins were unfazed. It was only fitting for their chief. Hermione, however, began to doubt herself. She had also earned points for Ravenclaw, but her answers were nothing more than rote recitations. Shaw, on the other hand, never volunteered answers. Instead, he asked questions, received answers, and then earned points by drawing inferences. She resolved to ask him about this after class. As expected, Shower was the first to correctly cast the levitation charm, and this time he had disabled the system's assistance, relying solely on proper incantation and wand movements. He contemplated the difference between the two methods. To draw an analogy, using the system's aid was like scratching an itch with a back scratcher. There was a sense of detachment. Casting purely on his own, however, was as satisfying as scratching an itch with his own fingers. After Flitwick awarded him points once more, Hermione successfully performed the spell soon after, and also received points from the professor. Draco struggled for a while, without success, then looked at Shower with yearning eyes. With a mischievous intent, Shower swapped places with him, pointed at Hermione, and then turned his attention to his notes. Draco's expression twisted with agony. He had previously dined with Hermione and Harry in the Great Hall, but that was only because Harry served as a buffer. He had never taken the initiative to speak with Hermione. Now Shower was asking him to seek guidance from Hermione, and this proud Draco found it mortifying. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a word. Hermione naturally understood Shower's intention, and felt a small surge of pride inwardly. Seeing Draco's prolonged hesitation, Shower had to offer a hint. Draco, asking for help from someone stronger than you is not shameful. Didn't you claim to have abandoned the notion of pure blood supremacy? Why are you being inconsistent again? Draco's face flushed crimson, and a strand of his platinum hair drooped down, forming an S shape much like his tangled heart. Shower reached out to smooth his hair, thinking that Draco looked his best with a slick-back style. Draco lifted his head, exhaled a heavy breath, and forced a stern expression. Hermione, please teach me how to cast the levitation charm. But don't get cocky, you'll surely master other spells before you do. Hermione let out a sudden laugh, finding Draco unexpectedly endearing. She cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. I observed your casting just now. Your pronunciation of the incantation is off. It's Wingardium Leviosa, and the SA should be drawn out long and clear. Let me demonstrate. Hermione pointed her wand at the feather on the table and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose slowly, floating in the air. Draco said nothing, merely took his wand and began to practice silently. Unfazed, Hermione continued her patient instruction. 10 minutes later, Draco finally succeeded in casting the spell. Before he could savor his triumph, Shower spoke up. Draco, after thanking Hermione, go teach Goyle and Crabbe. Draco's joyful expression instantly froze, and the platinum hair on his forehead seemed to morph into an exclamation mark. When Professor Flitwick announced the end of class, Hermione turned to Shower. Shower, why did I? Fearing that Hermione's Gatling-like mouth would keep firing questions, Shower quickly waved his hand. I know what you want to ask. It's actually quite simple. Reading isn't about rote memorization. To master a piece of knowledge, you need to repeatedly ponder and reflect. Since human energy is limited, you must make choices in what to learn. Hermione, you read too broadly. Though you are well-read and have a strong memory, you merely read without thinking. Hermione was stunned. Shower had made it clear. She was indeed someone who read mechanically, memorizing anything she deemed necessary, without her own reflection. Following this path, she might become strong, but she would never become a true powerhouse. Shower didn't disturb Hermione's contemplation. He lifted his foot to leave again, but was thwarted once more. Blocking his way was Draco, whose slicked-back hair had been tousled into a sweaty mess by his own hands. He looked utterly exhausted. Shower, why must I teach two idiots? Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe hung their heads in shame. Shower's heart felt weary. The downside of being reborn so young was that he was surrounded by immature children forever forced to act as their spiritual mentor. Draco, tell me, is the gap in strength between you and me larger, or between you and Goyle and the others? Draco was puzzled by the question, but answered honestly. I suppose the gap between you and me is larger since I can't even cast the levitation charm properly. Shower continued his gentle guidance. Then if I refused to teach you from now on and scorned you for your weak powers, saying you're unworthy to follow me, would you cry? Draco paused, being a sharp lad, and quickly grasped Shower's meaning. You mean the weak don't deserve to follow you? Likewise, I can't have weaklings under my command. As their leader, it's my duty to improve their strength. Shower was taken aback by his interpretation, then patted him on the shoulder. I suppose you've grasped the first layer of meaning. Let's go, time to eat. Hermione snapped out of her thoughts, quietly hugging a few heavy leisure books, to return to the library. They headed to the Great Hall together. Shower and Draco returned to the Slytherin table. Hermione knew they would head to the common room for evening study after dinner, so she didn't join them. Shortly after she returned to the Ravenclaw table, Harry shook off Ron and approached her. Ron said the homework isn't due until next week, so there's no rush. He wanted me to play wizard's chess. Then why didn't you go? Shower has organized the entire Slytherin house for evening study, and Draco can learn by his side anytime. If I don't work harder, the gap between us will only grow. Harry, you've matured. You'll become a great person like your parents one day. At 7:30 p.m. in the Slytherin common room. The space was divided into 6 areas, each with sofas and desks arranged in a circle. Almost every seat was filled. Everyone was diligently writing homework, the rustling of quills filling the air. Several senior prefects and top students were scheduled to patrol and offer guidance to those struggling. Thus the learning atmosphere was decent. There were of course some slackers, like the pure-blood troublemakers who whispered among themselves, but it didn't affect the overall order. On the sconces by the wall, 3 people were again hung up, all latecomers or those who had hidden in their dorms. Marcus was still among them. Shower sat on a small sofa on the elevated platform, reading a book, able to survey the entire room with a single glance. This was a layout he deliberately cultivated for personal idolization, subtly fostering blind obedience. At the common room entrance, Snape lurked in the shadows, watching the orderly Slytherins with complex feelings. His hollow gaze fell on Shower, who sat elegantly on the dais, and a figure from his memory gradually overlapped with him. Snape clenched his fists, swished his robes, and turned to glide away. Soon he stood before the headmaster's office door. Cockroach cluster. After uttering the password, the spiral staircase appeared. Snape stepped up and pushed the door open. Oh, Severus. Dumbledore, who was teasing Fawkes by the bird perch, knew who it was without turning. Snape wasted no time and demanded, "All powerful headmaster, why did you shield Shower from external pressure? You should have expelled him directly. Do you know what he's doing in Slytherin now? I feel like I'm seeing another Dark Lord." Dumbledore turned around, his keen eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles at Snape. "Shower, as a headmaster, isn't it natural to shield students from the storm? And isn't it our duty as teachers to guide him into the person he can become?" Snape slammed his fist on the desk, the bang startling the sleeping portraits of past headmasters on the wall. "Then look at what he's done. He's turning Slytherin into his own barracks. Soon like that person back, then he'll have his own Death Eaters." From the frame, Phineas Nigellus Black burst out cursing. "You scoundrel! How could my great-grandson be evil? He's restoring Slytherin's glory. You don't deserve." Snape waved his wand and Phineas fell silent. He stared intently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore returned to his desk and sat down, speaking warmly. "Hasn't Slytherin House become better now? As its head, shouldn't you be pleased? Severus, you're too sensitive. Remember, Shower has love." Snape was sick of Dumbledore's hypocrisy, his voice growing icier. "I don't care what dirty deal you have with that arrogant brat. Even if a third Dark Lord emerges, it's not my concern. I only ask you, are you certain that person isn't dead?" At this, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "Severus, I sense he has returned. I only hope my trap works. Please protect Harry. His eyes are just like lilies." Snape took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the guilt and longing in his heart. "I understand." With that, he regained his cold demeanor, swished his robes, and stormed out like a great bat, slamming the door. Dumbledore tapped the desk lightly, lost in thought. On the desk lay a letter from the International Confederation of Wizards, a report on the suspicious movements of the remnants of the wizarding extremist group. Alas, Tom seems to have returned, and Gellert is in trouble again. As for Shower, he'll wait and see. I hope he can truly find the Horcruxes. Dumbledore stood up wearily and instructed Fawkes, please take me to Nurmengard. All right, hey, race the GGAD, content you asked for. Enjoy it for now, there will be more later. Note: GGAD refers to the official gay couple, an elderly pair who love and fight with each other. Those uncomfortable with this can skip it. The content mainly involves Grindelwald covering for the protagonist aside from the tender moments. In Austria at Nurmengard, Dumbledore looked up at the eerily familiar slogan on the tower, for the greater good. Memories both sweet and bitter flashed through his mind. Though Nurmengard was a prison, it was never the high walls that truly confined people. Perhaps now even those walls could no longer hold anyone. At that moment, a dozen spirited old wizards surged out from the tower, their wands drawn, and aimed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, how dare you show your face here? Damn it, form a formation. Protect the master. Dumbledore was surprised by the vigor of these loyal followers, but paid no heed to their threats. Abernathy appeared at the entrance, standing straight and meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Let him through. The master summons him. Dumbledore calmly passed through the crowd, even winking at them. The followers trembled with rage. He navigated the familiar path to the top floor, but as he stood before the cell he hesitated. Since you're here, come in. You're still as indecisive as ever. Grindelwald's voice came from within. Dumbledore sighed softly, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The dilapidated cell he remembered was gone, replaced by a scene of striking familiarity. Does it look familiar? Even though I've never set foot in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, I can still arrange a room to your liking. Grindelwald, standing by the window and gazing at the view, remarked with a hint of mockery, though a keen observer would notice a slight tremor in his voice. Dumbledore walked to the desk, picked up a piece of fudge from the pile of sweets clearly prepared for him, and said indistinctly, as he popped it into his mouth, "You're always so considerate. It's a damn charming quality." Grindelwald turned and strode over to Dumbledore, his nose nearly touching the other man's face. The familiar scent filled his nostrils, and he couldn't help but inhale deeply. Though their connection had always been more spiritual, those 2 months spent together in the valley had etched each other's essence into their very bones. Your scent is still so sweet, so enchanting. A pity it's not mine alone. With that, he abruptly turned and walked behind the desk, sitting down and regaining his commanding demeanor. Spit it out, Albus. Why are you here? To see if I've rotted away yet. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, then his expression also turned serious. Gellert, I should be asking you what you're up to. You promised me you'd stay here forever. Grindelwald's tone became nonchalant. Relax, I'm over 100 years old. I don't have the energy to take the world down with me. I just want to live a little more comfortably. Are you really being so cruel to me now? Do you truly want to see me suffer in misery? Dumbledore placed both palms on the desk, leaning in to meet Grindelwald's eyes, his voice pleading. Gellert, answer me directly. What do you intend to do? So close, they could feel each other's breath. Grindelwald reached out, gently straightening Dumbledore's collar, his resolve softening. Oh, I can never refuse you. Fine, fine. It's that the future I foresaw has changed. Don't worry, Albus, I won't cause you any trouble. Dumbledore closed his eyes, contemplating for a few seconds. They knew each other inside and out. So not a single word Gellert said could be trusted. Still, he had gotten the answer he wanted. Opening his eyes, Dumbledore pulled a broken necklace from his robe and placed it on the table. He'll come visit you, you old recluse, more often from now on. If you really want something, just tell me. And tell your people to calm down a bit. Long after Dumbledore had left, Grindelwald remained staring blankly at the necklace on the table. The shattered blood pact was a testament to how their relationship had changed, and that Albus would always be watching him. A cruel and loving man, huh? Who else but me could ever love you? At Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room. It's 8 o'clock. Dismissed. As Shawn announced the end of evening study, some couldn't help but exclaim, but seeing the stares, they quickly fell silent in embarrassment. Then everyone began to pack up their movements, impeccably proper. A few others continued to bury themselves in their homework. As they passed by the podium, most gave Shaw a slight bow. Shaw nodded politely in return. After everyone except those still doing homework had returned to their dorms, Shaw turned to the 3 people hanging from the wall lamps. Are you convinced now? The 3, silenced by the tongue-tying curse, could only nod in submission. Shaw glanced at the progress for Conquer Hogwarts Phase 1, still stuck at 99. With a sigh, he waved his hand, conjuring 3 basketball-sized swirling orbs of water above their heads. He asked again, are you convinced? Their eyes filled with terror, they nodded even more vigorously. Seeing the progress bar still unmoved, Shaw truly had to convince through virtue. He pressed his palm down. The water orbs immediately descended upon their heads, a mix of water and sparks, causing them to grunt in pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes rolling back. Shaw also heard a collective gasp from the direction of the dorms behind him. Before he could ask the wall lamp trio again, he heard the chime of a task completed. Slightly surprised, he felt he had been mistaken. Perhaps the 3 on the wall had already been convinced. The one who wasn't was some outwardly compliant, but inwardly defiant student in the dorm behind him. Oh, it didn't matter. Ding, Conquer Hogwarts Phase 1 completed. Reward 1,000 points of Tier 1 faith. Ding, new task issued, conquer Hogwarts Phase 2, win the hearts of students from the other 3 houses. Progress 12. Task reward 200 points of Tier 2, Faith 1 legendary point. Shaw glanced at the new task. The reward was excellent, including a legendary point, but the difficulty was much higher. After all, it wasn't convenient for him to operate in other houses. Fortunately, it was only about winning people over, which probably meant just getting them to admire or like him. The fact that the progress was already at 12 was telling enough. Shaw snapped back to reality and saw the 3 on the wall were foaming at the mouth. He quickly waved his hand to dispel the water orbs. He also brought them down. In their state, they couldn't be left hanging all night. He was, after all, very merciful. He had the injured sent back to their dorms and then returned to his own. As he entered, he saw Draco scowling and cursing Goyle and Crabbe as idiots. The 2 chubby boys, trembling, were pointing their wands at the feathers on the bed, trying to cast a spell. Shaw smiled, stepped forward, and patted Draco on the shoulder. Be patient. Use love to inspire them. This process is also a tempering of your own character. For a man destined for greatness, a steady mind is crucial. Draco's face fell, and he grumbled inwardly, love my ass, you don't have to teach me. But his mouth said obediently, I know. Seeing Draco's lack of enthusiasm, Shawn knew that for the Malfoy pony to run, he had to feed it some grass. So he took a special alchemical playing card from his ring and dangled it before Draco's eyes. You recognized? Draco's eyes immediately blazed with fervor following the swaying playing card as it swung left and right. I know it. It's that alchemical artifact you used on the train. It's amazing. Shawn continued to dangle the card, like teasing a puppy tempting him. You really want it, don't you? Draco's eyes were imploring. Can you give it to me? If you teach Goyle and Crabbe 10 practical spells, including the disarming charm and the shield charm, it's yours. Draco's interest was instantly piqued. Really? Shawn rolled his eyes, casually pocketed the card, and returned to sit by his own bed. He began earnestly infusing a water prison spell in the form of an anaconda into the card. Draco, reinvigorated, flicked his disheveled hair back with a flourish, turned around, and spoke sternly to Goyle and Crabbe. You 2 won't sleep tonight until you master the levitation charm. Goyle and Crabbe cast resentful glances at Shawn in the distance, their hearts a tangle of emotions. They knew Shawn meant well, wanting them to grow stronger, but their own aptitude. Shawn focused for 2 hours before completing a single card. Having only attended 1 day of classes, his speed was slightly faster than before. So paying attention in class is worth it. I just wonder when he'll be able to achieve the card version of the 10,000 swords, returning to the origin. Putting the card away, he only planned to make one tonight. He then opened the system to inspect it. Host Shawn. Occupation wizard, card magician. Magic power 40, adult 100. Talent lightning element affinity max. Water element affinity level 1. Parcel tongue level 1. Dark magic level 8, Azkaban. Transfiguration level 5, exceptional talent. Expand. Talent points 1. Skills of clemency max. Dark magic killing curse level 3. White magic water prison spell level 5, summon birds level 5. Level 1, faith 1700. Level 2, faith 67. Level 3, faith 0. Quest usurp the savior's fame ring, 1 reward, 100. Level 1, faith points, 1 legendary point. Conquer Hogwarts ring, 2 reward, 200. Level 2, faith points, 1 legendary point. Inherit the wizarding party reward, 300. Level 2, faith points, 1 legendary point. The rewards for the 3 quests were indeed tempting, but the difficulty escalated with each one, and his faith points were running low. Shawn sighed. Getting stronger is so hard. Gritting his teeth, he considered sneaking out at night to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, where there was still some opportunity to exploit. But looking up, he saw Draco sternly instructing Goyle and Crabbe. It wasn't easy to slip away. The persona he had built of strict self-discipline couldn't be shattered. He had to give up the idea, and instead pulled out Professor McGonagall's notes on transfiguration to study. The night passed without incident. While that wasn't entirely true, Draco spent until 3 in the morning exhausting billions of brain cells, finally teaching the 2 dimwits. And his own levitation charm was now at nearly level 2, definitely stronger than Hermione's. Draco suddenly realized the second reason Shawn had made him teach the 2 fools. Then the night truly passed without further events. At 6:30 in the morning, Draco felt he had just fallen asleep when he was jolted out of bed and onto the floor. Draco, with dark circles under his eyes, climbed up from the floor and stared resentfully at Shawn, who was about to leave. His voice quivered with a sob, getting stronger. It's so hard. But after washing up and leading his 2 lackeys to the first-year study area in the common room, he immediately reverted to his old self. He lifted his chin high and began to boast loudly. You idiots can't even manage a simple levitation charm. You're worse than Goyle and Crabbe. You 2 dunces, show them how it's done. On the dais, Shawn couldn't help but facepalm. This morning, not everyone had arrived yet. The missing ones were the 3 he had accidentally knocked out last night. Their prefect had requested leave for them, and Shawn, not wanting to be harsh, approved it. After 8 o'clock, Shawn led the way with the students, forming 2 rows as they headed to the Great Hall. When they encountered the castle caretaker Filch, Shawn greeted him politely. Good morning, Mr. Filch. Behind him, over 100 people exchanged uneasy glances. Greeting professors and classmates was one thing, but Filch was a squib. Even Alice, who was endlessly supportive of Shoal, felt some reluctance. Seeing no one respond, Shoal spun around sharply. Where are your manners? Helplessly, everyone mumbled a vague, "Good morning, Mr. Filch." Filch had been stunned when Shoal greeted him, and now hearing over 100 people greet him in unison, he was so startled that his broom clattered to the ground. Shoal paid him no further mind, and led the group onward to the great hall, nodding politely to everyone he met, impeccably courteous. He had a new quest to win over the hearts of the other three houses, and this required laying the groundwork bit by bit. To gain power, one must endure some hardship. But this wasn't really hardship, just being more polite. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Slytherin students took their seats in order and ate in quiet. Tisk tisk, Slytherin is truly something else. My girlfriend over there says they even have morning and evening study sessions now. Really? Slytherin graduates already have an easier time finding jobs than us, and now they're working this hard. Is it necessary to be this competitive? I'm not cut out for excellence. They'll just slowly rot away. Jill, how about we go play some Quidditch at noon? Harry didn't go to Ravenclaw today. He kept visiting Hermione, and Gryffindor had started gossiping that the savior preferred to hang around with the girls. Ron beside him downed a glass of pumpkin juice. Seeing Harry reading even while eating, he pursed his lips. Harry, do you have to? We're still kids. Now's the time to play hard. Harry's eyes twitched. He had heard that all of Ron's brothers were top-notch. Even the mischievous twins had decent grades, so why was Ron like this? Harry, ultimately kind-hearted, couldn't bear to say anything discouraging to his roommate. Across the table, the twins suddenly chimed in. Hey Harry, how about coming out for a night adventure with us? It's a blast. Let me tell you a secret. There's a beast locked up on the 4th floor corridor guarding some kind of treasure. Harry's head shot up, a sudden connection forming in his mind. It must be the treasure Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts. He wolfed down the chicken leg in his hand, grabbed his books, and hurried off to find Hermione. Ron watched Harry run off to that know-it-all, again a pang of bitterness in his heart. Others envied him for being Harry's roommate and best friend, but he knew Harry somewhat disliked him. He turned his gaze back to the Slytherin table, fixing his eyes on the impressive Shoal at the head, a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred flickering in his look. At the Slytherin table, Alice ate very little. Finishing her meal early, she began reporting to Shore the shifting attitudes among the Snake House students. Most half-bloods and a few fringe purebloods, intimidated by your thunderous methods, are watching coldly, anticipating a counterattack from the elite purebloods. The lower your students are somewhat better. Shore took a sip of soy milk before speaking. No matter. The long-term indoctrination from their parents isn't so easily overturned. As long as they don't openly provoke me, they will eventually be won over by my gentle and transformative methods. Alice's mouth twitched. His methods could be called gentle and transformative. Draco couldn't hold it in and accidentally choked on his food. Cough, cough. Shore cast a sidelong glance at them. Am I wrong? Alice quickly interjected. I firmly support all decisions of the chief. Draco, with food in his mouth, responded belatedly and mumbled. Yeah, right. Whatever you say is correct. Shore had also finished eating, and said, while wiping his mouth with a napkin in a detached tone. There's an ancient saying in the East, spare the rod, spoil the child, drown in exams, produce the top scholar. In time you'll understand my good intentions. Just then a flock of owls flew into the great hall again. Shore received far fewer howlers today. Following the same method, he calmly trapped and destroyed over a dozen howlers with a water prison spell. Yet sharp shrieks still erupted from the Slytherin table. Over a dozen pure-blood wizards, including Draco, were enduring the torment of howlers. Draco, how dare you question the noble bloodline of the Malfoys? Have you forgotten everything I've taught you since childhood? When you come home, I'll deal with you. Theodore, not remember your name is not. How dare you worship that black family brat? You're utterly debased. If you don't listen to your sister, he'll cut your allowance. Marcus, you useless fool. You can't even defeat a first year. I disown you as my son. Didn't I teach you? If you can't win fair and square, use dirty tricks. All those who received howlers had written home the previous night, either complaining or openly supporting Shore, and naturally faced repercussions. After the last howler burned itself out, the entire hall fell silent. Students from the other three houses were astonished by the immense pressure Shore faced, while people like Ron were gleefully smug. Shore rubbed his numbed ears and observed the shifting expressions on the Slytherin students' faces. He rose from the chief's seat, his elegant and handsome face turning stern. No matter what your families say, as long as you haven't dropped out and remain in Slytherin, you will listen to me. Shore's words quelled the mysterious and restless atmosphere, then he fixed a menacing gaze on Marcus. As for those who plot in the shadows, you are most welcome. But as for the consequences, humph. Marcus collapsed to the ground in terror, babbling incoherently. I wasn't plotting. I won't listen to my family. The others looked on in awe, marveling that in just 3 days Shore had already established such terrifying authority. A single sentence had reduced the usually fierce and brutish Marcus to this state. Amused by Marcus' reaction, Shore inwardly lamented that this chicken used to scare the monkeys was probably no longer usable. He waved his hand casually. All right, everyone. Line up and head to class. The little snakes, snapping back to reality, quickly responded in unison, Yes, Chief. After the Slytherin students filed out in an orderly fashion, the other three houses finally came to their senses, their thoughts a tangled mess. Even Ron, who had been cursing Shore in his mind, couldn't help but shrink his neck. On the way to defense against the dark arts class, Shore glanced at the progress of the Conquer Hogwarts second ring quest, which had reached 20. Not bad. He just wondered where to find another chicken to make an example of. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the air was thick with the smell of garlic. On the podium, Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a large turban, stammered as he read from the textbook. The students below were utterly bored. Today Shore sat directly in the last row, partly to avoid drawing Voldemort's attention and partly to spare his nose. The little snakes made similar choices, leaving the front rows for the Hufflepuff students who shared the class with them. Knowing this lesson would be a waste of time, Shore quietly signaled the little snakes to study their textbooks on their own. He also pulled out a Transfiguration book titled Analysis of the Anatomy of 100 Animals and began reading it seriously. He had asked Hermione to borrow it from the library yesterday, as the Black family's collection lacked such basic introductory Transfiguration texts. Analysis of the Anatomy of 100 Animals detailed the bodily structures of various creatures. Transfiguration wasn't simply about shaping an object into a desired form, its internal structure was equally important. Advanced Transfiguration could turn a stone into a lifelike magical creature. Legendary Transfiguration could even temporarily restore one's body to its youth and peak combat power. Professor McGonagall's notes mentioned that Dumbledore might have already achieved this. Mythical Transfiguration, a theoretical concept, could supposedly create people capable of wielding wands akin to the Chinese legend of summoning soldiers from beans. As Shore was reading an analysis of the python, he was unexpectedly called on by Quirrell. Sure, could you answer how does one drive away a RR cap? A cold glint flashed in Shore's eyes. He had been targeted after all. Standing up, he fixed his gaze on the trembling Quirrell. Professor Redcaps are bloodthirsty creatures akin to goblins. They often haunt ancient castle dungeons or battlefields waiting to ambush the lost. As for dealing with them, I believe killing is better than driving them away. I recommend the crushing curse. Quirrell was dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Shore's initial answer was correct, but his conclusion advocated violent elimination. A sudden pain shot through his head, snapping him back to reality. He stammered, "Ahem, that method suits a talented young wizard like you. Other students should use the shining charm to drive them away. Slytherin gains 5 points." Shore sat down, stroking his chin in thought, then quickly dismissed the matter. At Hogwarts, Voldemort wouldn't dare act openly before stealing what he sought. However, as class ended, Quirrell called him back, signaling the others to leave before speaking. "Shore, do you have time later?" Shore sighed inwardly. "Professor, is something the matter?" "Yes, it's like this. Your talent isn't suited for the normal curriculum. I'd like to take you to my office for extra lessons." Shore found the lines oddly familiar. Pushing aside such thoughts, he quickly declined. "Professor, I have to oversee Slytherin's evening study session later." But the atmosphere suddenly turned icy, as if he saw a sharp glint in Quirrell's eyes. Deciding it was unwise to confront Voldemort directly, he added, "Of course, I'm deeply honored by your favor. Once the study sessions are on track, I will come to learn from you." Quirrell exchanged a few words with Voldemort in his mind, then began rambling. "Your father was my senior at school, and treated me well. I can't bear to waste your magical talent. Come to my office before next Friday." Having spoken this sentence smoothly, Quirrell left on his own. Shore stood in place, silent ripples of anger stirring in his deep, calm eyes. "Old Voldemort, you dare threaten me? Don't blame me for fleecing you. They'll have to visit the room of requirement tonight." On the first day of school, the note he had given Dumbledore read, "I have also found a clue to another Horcrux, and it lies within Hogwarts." Shaw left the defense against the dark arts classroom, and instead of heading to the Great Hall for dinner, made his way directly to the 8th floor of the main building. For the sake of concealment, he cast the disillusionment charm. At level 3, the charm couldn't achieve complete invisibility. Moving too fast would leave afterimages. However, it sufficed when used in the shadows or at night. Shaw avoided passers-by along the way, and upon reaching the 8th floor, began searching the corridor for the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Passing the headmaster's office, he couldn't help but smirk. The old bee was racking his brains to find Horcruxes, visiting old acquaintances and reviewing memories. Little did he know one was hidden right under his nose. Indeed, Voldemort, before his descent into madness, had been quite shrewd. On a certain corridor, Shaw finally spotted a likely tapestry. Before he could approach to test it, an arched door materialized on the wall opposite the tapestry, and it swung open. A gaunt woman clutching a bottle of wine stumbled out. She wore large glasses and had countless chains and bead necklaces hanging around her neck. Shaw rubbed his chin, deducing her identity: Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor. With his omniscient perspective, he knew she was a true seer. Her vague prophecies often came true, and even her casual ramblings manifested in unexpected ways. Shaw had no intention of engaging with her for now. As an anomaly in this world, he preferred to avoid such mystics until he was powerful enough or possessed true prophetic talent himself. After Sybil left, he walked back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, muttering to himself, "I need a place to hide things. I need a place to hide things. I need a place to hide things." Then an arched door emerged on the wall. Shaw was deeply intrigued by the room's mechanism, but it was beyond his ability to study for now. The more he delved into this magical world, the more he realized how little the original books and movies from his past life helped. Without the system, knowing the plot would be utterly useless. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a sea of clutter, mountains of discarded items piled high. Shaw realized he had underestimated the task. The room was at least the size of 1 or 2 football fields. Even knowing the Horcrux was on a bust, finding it among this chaos would take an eternity. Shaw frowned and tried waving his wand. Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. Silence filled the air. He pursed his lips, pondering solutions. Asking for help was out of the question, and Dumbledore was not an option either. The system's detection and absorption only worked upon direct contact. Was he forced to use the most tedious method? No. He had absorbed a Horcrux before. If Harry could find the diadem through Voldemort's soul fragment in his scar, perhaps he could too. He closed his eyes and concentrated, but no whispers reached his ears. Yet a faint, elusive feeling lingered in his mind. Shaw couldn't help but muse that he was now somehow fatefully connected to the Dark Lord. He shook off these distractions and focused intently, but the sensation remained vague. Frustrated, Shaw decided to unleash his trump card. He pulled out a vial of Felix Felicis from his ring and carefully dripped 3 drops into his mouth. Felix Felicis was a highly advanced potion in the field of alchemy. Though it didn't grant true luck, it sharpened the drinker's senses and judgment. After taking it, Shaw closed his eyes again, and the lingering feeling grew stronger. Guided by intuition, he moved in a certain direction and finally stopped before a pile of junk. His eyes fell upon a pockmarked bust of a male wizard atop, which hung a faded ancient diadem. He let out a long sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he climbed the heap, shoved aside obstacles, and grabbed the diadem. Tempting whispers began to echo in his mind. I see your heart. The system's prompt followed. Ding, detected an evil soul. Filter and absorb. Absorb. Ding, beginning absorption. Black mist rose from the diadem in his palm, coalescing into a flat snake-like face with a sharp chin and no nose. The face snarled silently and tried to burrow into Shaw. In the next instant, the mist dissipated like it was swept away by a gale. Shaw eagerly checked his gains, wondering how much he had leached from Voldemort. Not bad. The killing curse's proficiency jumped directly to level 4. Though he could cast it non-verbally, shouting Avada Kedavra gave the curse its soul. Parseltongue reached level 2, water element affinity level 2, and total magical power was now 80 units. These were expected. The real goal today was magical power. The water prison technique was indeed effective, but it consumed a lot of energy. Now, with power nearly matching an adult wizard, he was better equipped to handle crises. But the greatest prize was the incomplete Dark Mark. The Dark Mark was an advanced dark art Voldemort used on his Death Eaters. It could send signals, track, and inflict pain, an ideal tool for controlling subordinates. He assessed the skill, but it was incomplete. Only usable at close range to torment Death Eaters lacking tracking and communication. Shaw's excitement faded as he rubbed his chin and muttered, there are always those who wish me harm. Should I pretend and scare some purebloods? Test it on Snape first. Maybe not the best idea. A flurry of strange thoughts and new plans crossed his mind, and a slightly lecherous grin crept onto his face. Suddenly his stomach growled, snapping him back to reality. He glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30. Shaw stashed the diadem in his ring. He wondered if it still enhanced intelligence and would study it later. If not, he'd give it to Dumbledore at the end of the term. He left the room of requirement, cast the disillusionment charm, and quickly returned to the common room. He saw the little snakes hadn't rebelled. They were all diligently reading and doing homework. Alice was patrolling the room, her demeanor no longer elegant, but stern and commanding. Shaw was quite satisfied with their and Alice's performance. To maintain his persona, he stealthily moved to the platform and waited for 8 o'clock. When the hour struck, Shaw's figure slowly materialized, his expression perfectly stern and scrutinizing. This startled many, eliciting gasps. Many cursed under their breath, thankful they hadn't defied Alice's supervision. One perceptive student quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Chief." Others followed suit. "Greetings, Chief." Shaw, pleased with the effect, raised his hand to signal silence and noted the first speaker. Theodore nodded. "Seemed. I've been here all along, so tonight's performance was commendable. I saw everything. Keep it up. All right, you're all dismissed." With that, Shaw headed to his dormitory to organize his new plans. Once there, he summoned Creature to prepare a late-night snack. At his desk, he found a phoenix tail feather wrapped in a note along with a letter signed by Paler Rue. Shaw was utterly speechless, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Had this couple coordinated? Were they this in sync? "Dear Mr. Black, hello. Your candor moves me, yet it also resonates deeply within me. Desire, conviction, and love can all drive one to reckless abandon. As an old man weathered by the vicissitudes of life, the first half of my existence was splendid and magnificent. But the latter half has been solitary and bitter, living in endless regret, sustained only by the faint sweet memories of that summer. As a failed elder, the only advice I can offer you is this: pursue what you yearn for, whether it be love or ambition. Do not fret over the outcome. Seize everything you wish to hold in your grasp, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Regarding your views on Muggles, your insights are already remarkably incisive. Indeed, Muggles are formidable. I am merely curious if you, young friend, have any concrete measures in mind. The wizarding world has been sealed off for too long, its ideas stagnant. Progress is no easy feat. I still recall the wizarding world war waged by the first Dark Lord 50 years ago. Regardless of the correctness of his ideologies, Grindelwald's ultimate goal was to secure more living space for wizards. In the end, he failed. He was defeated by the wizards themselves, who clung to inertia and sought to decay slowly. How do you perceive this, young friend? Your query about magic power inherently bearing elemental attributes astounds me with the strength of your talent. As far as I know, ordinary wizards only comprehend elements after advancing to the legendary realm, using their own magic to harness natural elements for their purposes, thereby unleashing immensely powerful spells. Thus, I suspect your magic does not naturally carry elemental attributes. Rather, your bloodline and constitution grant you an exceptionally high affinity for the lightning element. When you cast a spell, lightning elements from nature automatically converge upon you. As for solutions, I have 3 suggestions. First, study lightning element spells to deeply understand the nature of lightning, gradually enabling better control over time. Second, cultivate a habit of meditation to enhance your spiritual power. The higher your spiritual strength, the greater your sensitivity to your own magic, allowing you to exclude the interference of lightning elements when casting spells. Third, seek a powerful wand that resonates with the lightning element and master it, so that the wand will filter out lightning elements during spellcasting. Though I offer these suggestions, I know they are not easily achieved. You are still young, begin with meditation first. And I, having a wide network, shall try to help find a powerful compatible wand and lightning curses. Your devoted old fan, Paler Rouge. Shaw set down the letter, a peculiar expression on his face. Grindelwald was quite immersed in playing the role of an adoring elderly fan of a young idol. It felt almost cruel to deceive a lovelorn old man. Well, since he was so helpful, when he had the power later, he would grant his wish. The fragments in the letter were truly poignant. So he would reunite Gigi and AD atop the tower, rekindling their bond in that summer. Yet his foremost concern remained the lightning element issue. Little did he expect the solution had been right before him all along. Shaw quickly pulled out his wand, gazing at this redan-black lightning-struck peachwood wand. "Hey buddy, are you there?" As he spoke, the wand responded, emitting faint arcs of electricity from its tip. "Oh, you're quite sentient. Buddy, can you filter out lightning elements when I cast non-offensive spells?" The wand again replied with electrical sparks. Shaw didn't expect it to express clearly, so he simply aimed at the floor and attempted a spell. "Clean up." A gentle breeze swept across the ground, whisking away the sparse dust without leaving any craters. Shaw was overjoyed. "Buddy, you're amazing. From now on, I'll call you Kakubo." The wand seemed pleased with the name, its shaft quivering slightly. Shaw gently stroked Kakubo, suspecting that using it for lightning spells would yield extraordinary power. Tip pointed, "Shochin sacrificed." "Bah, I mean lightning cannon shatters the sky." Of course, their coordination still needed honing. That was a matter for later. Shaw then examined the note from Dumbledore. "This is Focus Phoenix Tail Feather. Squeeze it when you need help." Shaw pursed his lips. The old bee's words carried no hint of urging, yet the payment arrived ahead of time. Sigh, these wily old foxes were all such actors. He tucked away the phoenix feather and began drafting a reply to his elderly fan. If we're all acting, then since he couldn't deal with old Dumbledore for now, he'd take it out on Dumbledore's other half. In the letter, Shaw mercilessly criticized the first wizarding war, lambasting and belittling every failure of Grindelwald. Who knew if Grindelwald would have a heart attack upon reading it? At any rate, Shaw was in good spirits now. He sealed the letter and sent it off with an owl, adding a heartfelt wish for Grindelwald's health. Draco and the others, back from their activities, watched Shaw's shifting expressions at his desk, too afraid to speak, and quietly practiced the Petrificus Totalis spell, their faces flushed with effort. Creature who came to deliver meals dared not disturb him either, repeatedly operating with freshly made midnight snacks to check. Shaw intended to continue writing his new plan, but his hunger became unbearable, so he snapped his fingers. Creature appeared instantly, holding a Chinese-style carved food box. "Master Heir, a freshly made midnight snack along with hawthorn water." Set the box down and go rest early." "As you command." After Creature left, Shaw began to feast. Creature's temper had been well trained and his culinary skills grew ever more refined. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge was perfectly seasoned, smooth, and delightful. From across the room came 3 sounds of swallowing. Shaw turned to see Draco and the others, sneaking glances meeting his eyes. "Want some?" 3 little heads nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Shaw smirked mischievously down the porridge in one gulp, smacked his lips, and belched. "Burp, sorry, it's all gone." The 3 stared in disbelief. After his daily teasing of Draco, Shaw tidied up the dishes and went to wash up. Back in bed, he first drew the curtains to block the view from Draco and the others, then reclined. He took out the Ravenclaw diadem and placed it on his head. After a long moment, he felt no so-called boost in wisdom. Undeterred, he foolishly attempted a spell at the diadem. Boundless wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. While Shaw felt foolish and irritably returned the diadem to his ring. Still, he hadn't given up. He planned to arrange an encounter with the noble ghost the Grey Lady another day. Then he took out a notebook and began scribbling. New chain of goals. Defeat the two-faced Quirrell in public, expose and vanquish Voldemort, harvest the faith of young wizards like leaks, advance 2 tasks, and after Voldemort's remnant soul escapes, use the incomplete dark mark. The next day, with no classes in the morning, Shower finished supervising the morning self-study and wandered around the Ravenclaw Tower. He did not happen to encounter the Grey Lady. He asked a few young wizards from the Eagle House, but they said that not only students from other houses, but even the Eagle House students themselves rarely saw the house ghost. Some little eagles didn't even know the Grey Lady existed. Shower had no choice but to give up and could only ask Hermione to keep an eye out. Then he returned to the dormitory to practice meditation. Although he had the wand Kakubo to assist in spellcasting, he still wanted to pursue all 3 paths simultaneously. Who would complain about having too many means to enhance their strength? Shower's occlumency had reached the maximum level, not only allowing him to seal his emotions and remain calm, but also enabling him to freely manipulate his feelings and construct false memories. Unlike Snape, who was half-baked and maintained his occlumency by keeping a perpetually sour expression like a man without a wife. Thanks to his max-level occlumency, Shower's meditation proceeded smoothly, skipping the stage of aimless wandering. He was now sitting cross-legged on the bed, regulating his breath, placing his palms on his knees, closing his eyes tightly, and turning his senses inward. Suddenly he felt as if he were observing the inside of his body from a vague, godlike perspective. Although it was unclear, he could faintly perceive the flow of blood. During meditation, time flew by like a shuttle, and before he knew it, it was noon. Draco came to call him for lunch, interrupting his meditation. Shower, what were you doing just now? Why weren't you out playing? Meditation. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Where did you go to play? On a date with your little girlfriend Pansy. Draco's exuberant expression froze, and he sighed. Pansy doesn't understand me. I haven't hung out with her for a long time. Shower didn't say much upon hearing this. In the original story, the two didn't end up together either. Pansy's family was relatively declining, and they wanted to rely on pure blood supremacy to turn things around and maintain their dignity. That's why among the first-year students, Pansy was one who didn't support Shower. The two went to the Great Hall for a meal, and then Shower led the first-year little snakes toward the castle's basement. That afternoon, they had 2 consecutive potions classes. Before they even reached the potions classroom, Harry caught up, panting heavily. Seeing the little snakes walking in 2 neat, orderly rows, he almost felt too embarrassed to speak to Shower. It was Draco who pulled him to his side. Hey Harry, don't be shy. Harry adjusted his glasses, greeted Shower politely, and then awkwardly tried to find a topic. Draco, did you preview for potions class? I barely finished reading the textbook. Draco lifted his chin slightly and said proudly, of course I did. We have 2 self-study sessions every morning and evening. I'm really envious of your house having a leader like Shower. Draco shuddered involuntarily, then put his arm around Harry's shoulder and began to boast about how much new knowledge he had learned. That's just how Draco was, living a life like a beast of burden, but insisting on bragging about it, as if it were a blessing. So Harry and Draco played along, one boasting and the other believing. Not far from the little snake formation, the other Lion House students straggled behind in a disorganized manner. Ron whispered to Seamus, Harry really isn't a true Gryffindor. We and the Slytherins are sworn enemies. But Seamus didn't care and said bluntly, but being friends with Shower is pretty lucky too. Ron's eyes widened, and he growled softly, Harry is the boy who lived. He's not inferior to anyone. Seamus shrugged. Yes, so why doesn't the boy who lived want to hang out with us? Ron was speechless. The potions classroom had the same style as its owner's office. Cold dark, with various bottles and jars lined along the walls containing animal specimens that made many young wizards tremble in fear. Shower led Draco and the others to sit in the middle section of the desk area. Harry wanted to sit with them, but Shower dismissed him with a single sentence. Harry, getting along well with your own housemates is also a way to exercise your social skills. Shower said this with high-sounding words, but in truth, he just didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. However, the innocent and kind-hearted Harry took it seriously. After returning to sit with Ron, he actively started chatting with him, making Ron so happy he didn't know where he was. Soon after, the classroom door burst open with a bang. Snape, his black robes billowing, strode in quickly. Without wasting words, he picked up the roll call sheet and began calling names. Millicent Bulstrode. Present. Harry Potter. Present. When he called Harry's name, Snape paused, lowering his hollow, cold eyes to stare at Harry. Oh yes, Harry Potter. The new arrival. The famous boy who lived. After this sarcastic remark, Snape couldn't be bothered to continue the roll call and waved his sleeve coldly. Potioneering is a precise science and a strict craft. I don't expect you to truly grasp its wonders. If you follow my instructions, I can teach you how to gain fame, forge glory, and even cheat death. But you must remember one thing, you are not the kind of troll-like students I usually encounter. After his opening speech, Snape instantly dominated the room, effortlessly establishing his authority. Below, Shower couldn't help but hold his forehead. Here it comes, the iconic scene. Harry Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hearing the question, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and answered confidently, draught of living death. Snape squinted his eyes and pressed on relentlessly. Potter, tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. None. If I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look? A bezoar comes from a goat's stomach. Snape felt a lump of frustration in his chest, then suddenly turned his gaze to Shower. Shower Black, stand up. Shower's amused expression froze instantly. He stood up and looked at Snape with confusion. Snape's eyes were hostile, and he gritted his teeth slightly. What potion can be brewed with bezoar, valerian, mistletoe berries, and unicorn horn? Shower replied with a strange look. Professor, it's the forgetfulness potion. It's a potion that causes memory loss used to treat those with mental trauma from curses. It requires great caution when used. Snape drawled in a strange tone. Oh, correct answer. But did I ask you to explain? Slytherin loses 1 point. Even a fool like Harry Potter knows to answer only the question. Perhaps you really did drink a bottle of forgetfulness potion. After scolding Shower, Snape felt much better and said to the others, why aren't you writing down these QAs? The little snakes and little lions trembled in fear. This professor truly attacked indiscriminately. They quickly lowered their heads and scribbled notes. The little snakes were especially puzzled. Hadn't the seniors said that the head of house was very biased toward his own house? After sitting down, Shower silently cursed Professor Snape for going too far. Unable to corner the son of his nemesis, he had to target him, an innocent bystander. Wasn't it just that he hadn't yet delivered the embarrassing photos of Harry he promised? Did Snape have to use the forgetfulness potion as a reminder? But debts still had to be repaid, otherwise Snape would keep targeting him, which would damage his reputation among the Slytherin students. It would also make it harder to continue exploiting Snape's resources. He couldn't really use the dark mark to intimidate him, could he? So better him than me. He silently said in his heart, Harry, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. A potions lesson filled with biting sarcasm left the young witches and wizards utterly drained. During the class, Neville and Seema's cauldron even exploded, splattering the brewing pimple potion and causing collateral damage to many nearby. Snape's face darkened. Tisk, you are the worst students I have ever taught. Regarding the pimple potion, submit a 5-inch essay next class. Dismissed. After the lesson, Shaw already had a plan in mind. He sent Draco and the others to the Great Hall for dinner. Once everyone had left, he began rummaging through the storage cabinets in the classroom for an old book. After a thorough search, he finally retrieved a tattered textbook. Its pages were densely filled with notes on improving potion brewing. The owner of the book had given himself a rather grandiose title, the Half-Blood Prince. After all, what youth has never been captivated by fantasy? Shaw too dreamed of ascending the magical throne and ruling the world. Tisk, I didn't expect Snape's handwriting to be so delicate, he muttered. Flipping through the book casually, he spotted Sectum Sempra and a few minor hexes. Satisfied, he stored the textbook into his ring. As he walked toward the Great Hall, he refined his plan to trap Harry. Since he had already taken advantage of the book's owner, he decided to execute the matter flawlessly. The more he thought about it, the more he saw this as a perfect prerequisite for his trap for Voldemort. Perhaps it would even significantly advance the progress of his quest conquering Hogwarts Phase 2. Shaw increasingly felt he had the makings of a schemer. Imagenius. Later he returned to the Great Hall for dinner's supervised evening study, and while seated on the dais began learning Snape's self-created spells Sectum Sempra and Levi Corpus. He greatly admired Snape's talent and ingenuity. His own dark magic talent from Azkaban was indeed formidable. Before evening study ended, without even casting the spells the system confirmed, he had successfully learned both. After offering a few words of encouragement to his Slytherin snakes, he returned to the dormitory and summoned Draco directly. Tonight, I'll teach you a new spell. Draco looked puzzled. But I haven't even mastered the Petrificus Totalis yet. Shaw patted Draco's shoulder meaningfully. Put that aside for now. I'll teach you a fun spell today. Fine, you're the boss, Draco relented. Shaw spent an hour explaining Levi Corpus to Draco before letting him practice on his own. The night passed without incident. The next morning in the Great Hall, students from the other 3 houses watched Shaw's daily ritual of burning howlers. The mischievous and attention-seeking twins asked a sporty beauty from their own house, Angelina, have you noticed? Shaw only got 5 howlers today. So soon I won't get to see Shaw's cool act anymore. Angelina, your focus is really strange. What's strange about it? Isn't that refined and elegant young man easy on the eyes? I wish he were in our house. I better not. I don't want to study morning and night. At the teacher's table, Professor McGonagall was also watching Shaw's performance while eating breakfast. As professors, they had dedicated house elves to serve them and could choose to dine in their own offices. So it was rare to see other professors eating at the staff table. Professor McGonagall was an exception. As deputy headmistress, she needed to manage the entire school and was often seen in the Great Hall. Another exception was the elusive Professor Snape. McGonagall watched the Slytherins dining in orderly elegance, then glanced at her own house's students who were eating with fiery enthusiasm. She turned to the aloof Snape and asked enviously, Severus, the atmosphere in your house is excellent now. You chose a fine prefect. Snape's lips twitched as he suppressed a smug smile. It's average. McGonagall's lips twitched too, sensing Snape's humble brag. She sighed, alas, aren't lions worthy of elegance? That morning the first-year Slytherins had a history of magic lesson. The professor was a ghost named Binns who had died at his post and remained devoted to his job, even as a spirit. Legend had it he had been teaching history of magic at Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. In class, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice. Whether the students listened or not was none of the old professor's concern. Most students used the class to catch up on sleep. The subject's grades depended entirely on self-discipline. Even Shaw, who forced himself to pay attention, soon gave up. I truly cannot do it. The little snakes around Shaw had long succumbed to Binns' hypnotic voice. Seeing Shaw turn to other activities, they followed suit. When the bell rang, Professor Binns dryly assigned homework and drifted through the wall. In the afternoon, the long-awaited flying lesson finally arrived for the young witches and wizards. The little snakes and lions gathered together again, launching into a bout of mutual bragging. Draco said, "I've been an excellent flyer since childhood. Once while flying on my broom, I even narrowly dodged a collision with a muggle helicopter." Ron retorted, "Ha, that's nothing. I smashed into a hang glider on my brother's old broom." Seamus added, "I grew up on a broom, flying around the open countryside all day." Harry said, "Wow, you're all amazing. I just hope I don't fall off my broom." Throughout the walk, Shaw silently observed these excited, boastful boys, mentally calculating what was to come. They arrived at the lawn before the castle, where dozens of old shabby brooms were laid out, making one wonder if they would fall apart mid-flight. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, a sharp-looking witch with silver-gray hair, began the lesson immediately once the students had assembled. The details need no elaboration. But when Shaw grasped his broom, a system prompt sounded. "Ding, flying talent level 3 activated." Shaw was momentarily taken aback, but paid it no mind, feeling little interest in this crude sport. His past life had left him disillusioned by a certain team, so he no longer cared for such large-scale sports. He then calmly awaited the unfolding events. "Ah, child, come down." As expected, what was meant to happen happened. Madame Hooch had only instructed them to hover a few feet off the ground, but Neville's broom seemed to have a mind of its own, shooting erratically into the sky. Neville, flying wildly above, was pale with terror and unable to control his broom. Shaw clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to rescue him. Instead, he spoke coldly to Harry. "Harry, are you going to watch your classmate fall to his death? Go save him." Harry, hovering a few feet off the ground on his broom, looked up with concern. Startled by Shaw's words, he was about to suggest Shaw go instead, when Neville's broom crashed into the castle. Neville fell and got caught on a gargoyle dangling precariously. Without a second thought, Harry gripped his broom and shot into the air. Wind rushed through his hair, and his robes billowed behind him. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Harry quickly approached Neville, who was hanging in the air. Just as the gargoyle broke and Neville began to fall, Harry gritted his teeth, accelerating instead of slowing down. In the nick of time, he snatched Neville and sharply turned the broom to avoid crashing into the castle wall, displaying remarkable flying talent. When Harry landed back on the lawn with a teary-eyed Neville, he was met with thunderous cheers from the little lions. Shaw watched coldly and whispered to the envious Draco beside him, "Jealous, aren't you?" Draco nodded, then shook his head, lying, "Not really. It's Harry after all." Shaw pointed to Professor McGonagall, who was hurrying out of the castle. What's even more enviable is yet to come. When McGonagall came to take Harry away, she also noticed the chaotic little lions and the composed little snakes. She pursed her lips, hesitated, then called out, "Shaw, come with me too." Shaw, who had just finished scheming against Harry, hadn't expected to be involved himself. Shaw, never expecting to be involved, silently followed Professor McGonagall alongside the bewildered Harry toward the castle. Harry leaned in and whispered to Shaw, "Shaw, what does the professor want with us?" Shaw gazed at Harry, the victim, and replied with a gentle smile, "It's good news." Professor McGonagall first went to the potions classroom. Despite Snape's impatient demeanor, she summoned Oliver, with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. "Wood, this is Harry Potter, your new seeker. He flies exceptionally well." After introducing Harry to Wood with restrained excitement, McGonagall led Shaw back to the transfiguration classroom. They settled on the sofa, and she poured him a cup of tea. Taking a sip, she inquired, "Shaw, the management method you implemented in Slytherin has proven remarkably effective. Do you think it could be applied to Gryffindor?" Throughout the walk, Shaw had speculated about why McGonagall summoned him, but this was the last thing he expected. A flicker of delight passed through his eyes as he pondered. Professor McGonagall was truly a kind soul. This unexpected support was a brilliant stroke of luck. Professor McGonagall indeed faced a challenge, a strict disciplinarian herself, yet tasked with managing a notoriously mischievous house. "Ahem, Professor, my rules aren't particularly severe, it's mostly the strictness of the penalties. What do you think?" McGonagall's stern expression wavered with hesitation. After a few seconds, she tentatively asked, "What punishments have you used?" "An electrotherapy method. It penalizes without causing harm and is highly effective." Feeling slightly awkward and fearing McGonagall's refusal, Shaw quickly added, "Ahem, it's a method I learned in the Muggle world for breaking addictions, specifically for correcting bad habits in teenagers. It has a 99% success rate." McGonagall's eyes lit up, but curiosity soon took over. "And what about the 1% that fails?" Shaw dared not admit that those were the ones who got electrocuted into a stupor. "Professor, you must understand no solution in the world is perfect." McGonagall nodded in agreement, yet remained uneasy. "Try it on me first. I need to experience the level of punishment myself. After all, Hogwarts forbids corporal punishment." Shaw was taken aback. It wasn't that he was too shy to shock McGonagall, he feared she would refuse afterward. After weighing his options, he conjured a swirling sphere of water, carefully controlling the electrical charge. "Professor, please put your hand in." Without hesitation, McGonagall plunged her hand into the water, immediately shuddering violently several times. Her tightly bound hair exploded outward as she instinctively leaped back, resembling a startled cat. She retracted her hand, still shaken, and quickly smoothed her hair. "This might be a bit too harsh. You'll need to think it over." Shaw barely had time to marvel at McGonagall's ability to defy physics, jumping backward without bending her knees. Seeing the plan falter, he quickly added, "Professor, this electrotherapy is better suited for incorrigible students. For the average ones, I have an auxiliary method." Hearing this, McGonagall's teeth clenched as she immediately thought of the notorious point-deducting duo, the Weasley twins. If there were a way to differentiate punishments, she wouldn't mind subjecting those two to the electrotherapy. "Oh, what auxiliary method?" "A sea of assignments. This is something you'll implement in Slytherin as well. Some students get into trouble simply because they have too much energy. Channeling that energy into a flood of homework will keep them occupied." McGonagall licked her dry lips and waved Shaw away, saying she needed time to consider. Shaw left the office thoroughly satisfied, knowing McGonagall was tempted but lacked the final push. Fortunately, he had a way to help her decide. Returning to the dormitory, he found the students back from their flying lesson. Draco immediately asked Shaw, "Are you and Harry all right?" Shaw looked at Draco, who was blissfully unaware of being a pawn, and got straight to the point. "Harry has been made the Gryffindor Quidditch Seeker." Draco was stunned. "Impossible. First years aren't allowed on the team." Shaw fanned the flames. "Tis geniuses always get privileges. Aren't you envious? Harry's become the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history." Draco's throat went dry, but Harry was his second best friend. Despite his envy, he was happy for him. "That's great. He'll go congratulate Harry later." Shaw was surprised. Draco was more loyal than he thought. It was hard to be a righteous and elegant schemer. Reluctantly, he continued his manipulation. "Draco, I'm glad you care so much for your friend. But I'm afraid when you go to see Harry, his friends might make snide remarks." Unaware he was being played, Draco replied nonchalantly, "In the second strongest first year. If they dare to blabber, I won't go easy on them." Shaw patted Draco's shoulder approvingly. "Good. If that happens, don't disgrace me. Challenge them to a duel. Say you'll take on 10 of them, including Harry." Draco's hair stood on end, forming a question mark as he was utterly baffled. "Huh. I can't fight 10, and why include Harry?" Shaw declared with righteous indignation, "With me backing you up, what's there to fear? Why include Harry? Your flying talent might not match the Chosen One's, but you're stronger in combat. How can someone under my tutelage be inferior to the Chosen One?" Shaw repeatedly emphasized Chosen One, which genuinely tempted Draco. Friendship aside, the prospect of defeating the celebrated Chosen One was undeniably alluring. It was all about glory. Draco began to fantasize about the applause and renown had earned from vanquishing Harry, planning to buy him an expensive gift as compensation. Eager to challenge him immediately and take on 10 opponents at once, Draco was ready to bolt. Shaw quickly restrained the readied, frenzied boy. "Practice the Levi Corpus charm before you issue the challenge." Motivated, Draco displayed remarkable talent, managing to hoist Goyle upside down before bed. Shaw marveled at how fame and fortune drove people to madness. He was no exception, so he busied himself with preparations: a camera to capture the moment, a note to alert Professor McGonagall, and specially crafted cards for Draco's defense. At that moment, he felt like a cold-hearted schemer. The next day, after herbology, Draco ran off to find Harry. He returned shortly, fuming. "Shaw, just as you predicted, Harry's become the Seeker. But that idiot Ron and his 2 brothers are even more arrogant than Harry. It infuriates me. I nearly started a fight with them. In the end, I issued a duel challenge." Harry looked troubled, but accepted. "It's set for midnight in the trophy room." Shaw was thrilled with how smoothly the plan was going. He kindly handed over a special playing card he had enchanted overnight with a stored spell. "I won't go with you. Borrow this for now. If they come at you unknown, fine. But if they gang up on you, use this to teach them a lesson." Draco finally got the coveted playing card, even if only temporarily. He couldn't stop admiring the card, which shimmered with red and blue halos and bore a throne motif. "It's magnificent." Leaving Draco to his self-indulgence, Shaw summoned creature handed him a note and whispered a few instructions. Everything was set. All that remained was the final move. When there is much to tell, the tale is long. When there is little, it is brief. Soon an entire day had passed. Hogwarts after curfew was somewhat eerie, with many places unlit. Draco walked down the dim corridor carrying an oil lamp, its light occasionally falling upon the various portraits on the walls. "Child, extinguish that lamp. You are disturbing my contemplation of life. Hee, little one, care to play hide and seek with me?" Encountering such eerie and bizarre portraits, Draco was startled each time. He somewhat regretted not bringing Goyle and Crabbe. Why had he made them stay in the dormitory to practice spells? What Draco did not know was that someone had been following him all along. It was sure concealed under a disillusionment charm. After wandering through winding paths, Draco finally arrived at the trophy room. Seeing that Harry and the others had not yet arrived, he gazed passionately at the various honors won by former students. When he spotted a record showing James Potter as a chaser who led Gryffindor to 5 consecutive Quidditch championships, he thought, No wonder Harry is so talented at flying. So that's it. But it doesn't matter if Shawn is right. Combat power is everything. Before long, Harry arrived guiltily with his 3 roommates. Draco, you're here. Were you discovered? Draco asked suspiciously and discontentedly. Only 4 people. I said I wanted to take on 10. Harry was in a dilemma. George and Fred went to lure away Filch and Mrs. Norris. They'll be here soon. Beside him, Ron looked extremely smug since he had reconciled with Harry. Hey Blondie, you're quite arrogant. There are 4 of us here and I alone can take you down. Draco lifted his pointed chin, his eyes full of contempt. You? A fool who can't even cast a proper levitation charm dares to fight me. Shawn said it well, the water is too deep, the wind too strong. Without strength, don't speak a word. Damn it. Ron's face flushed red, and he rolled up his sleeves ready to charge at Draco, but Harry held him back firmly. Ron, don't be impulsive. Draco drew his wand, and continued disdainfully, how barbaric. Shawn said we are elegant wizards, not monkeys fighting in trees. Draco, who had shifted from saying my father says to Shawn says, infuriated Ron to no end. Pushing Harry aside, Ron roared, and lunged at Draco, aiming to punch him. Draco felt a slight tension, but forced himself to stay calm, holding a playing card in his left hand, and pointing his wand with his right. Tarantaligra. A streak of yellow light struck Ron, who was right in front of him. In an instant, Ron's body flipped upside down, and hung in the air, his robe sliding down to reveal his woolen long johns. Ah, put me down. You bastard. Though angry at Ron's recklessness, Harry still pleaded with Draco. Draco, could you please let Ron down first? Draco pursed his lips. In a moment. The duel has already begun. Oh, who's next? Harry sighed. Perhaps it was better for Ron to hang for a while, and sober up. Shawn was truly right. The water is too deep, the wind too strong. Without strength, don't speak a word. Harry drew his wand, and said to Draco, Seamus and Dean haven't learned any spells yet. Let's settle this between us. They'll count to 3, and we'll start the duel. Draco nodded, gravely tightening his grip on his wand. Harry's hard work over the past few days was no less than Draco's. He often studied with Hermione. Besides the levitation charm, he had also learned a signature attack, spell Expelliarmus. Certain individuals had a natural affinity for specific spells, just like Goyle, who could master Fiendfire at such a young age. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. Tarantaligra. A red and a white beam of light crossed each other. After casting their spells, Draco and Harry each dodged to the side, showing some combat awareness. But after the first accurate strike, the two were wildly firing spells without any aim. They shot at each other back and forth. Who would win or lose was entirely up to fate. Shawn, still under the disillusionment charm, watched with great interest from a short distance away. He was holding a camera, crouching in the shadows like a paparazzo ready to capture the moment. Watching Draco and Harry's love-hate duel drag on for minutes without a clear winner, Shawn estimated that McGonagall would arrive soon. He had no choice but to intervene, covertly drawing his wand and casting a silent levitation charm. In the middle of the arena, Harry was about to roll like a donkey to avoid a spell when his foot suddenly caught on something. This delay caused the yellow light to hit him. His body flipped upside down and hung in the air, his wizard robe sliding down to reveal his bare. Hanging upside down, Harry hastily tried to cover himself, while saying helplessly, Draco, you win. Let me down. Draco was quite proud of himself for defeating the boy who lived. Hearing Harry's words, he had no objection, but then he suddenly realized he hadn't learned the counterspell. Draco's face fell. Harry, I haven't learned the counter curse yet. Harry's head was already throbbing with blood, and he was mortified, constantly trying to hide his private parts. Draco's words only made Harry wish he could disappear on the spot. Ron was even more despairing. What are we going to do? I can't hang here all night. It'll become the laughingstock of the entire school. Draco was also frantic, but at that moment a deeply disappointed voice rang out. I think hanging there all night might not be a bad idea. It would teach you not to use spells recklessly. The 3 of them, along with Seamus and Dean, who had been cheering from the sidelines, all turned around. There stood a stern Professor McGonagall slowly approaching with the winking twins. Gentlemen, would you care to explain why you are here after curfew, looking battered and bruised? The young wizards remained silent, though Draco managed to stay composed. Shawn had assured him that even if they were caught, the punishment would be no more than a few points deducted. McGonagall pursed her lips, her chest heaving with fury. She then said sternly, a group night outing, a mass brawl, and harassing the castle caretaker. Excellent, truly excellent. Gryffindor 50 points each, a month's detention. As for Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin loses 20 points. Your detention will be communicated to Snape. Harry and the other newcomers were utterly dismayed. Besides detention, Gryffindor had lost nearly 200 points in one go. They would surely be cursed out by everyone tomorrow. The twins, however, were as carefree as ever, looking completely unfazed. McGonagall had already decided that Gryffindor could not continue to slide like this. Moreover, they hadn't won the House Cup in a long time. The cat was very displeased. When Draco returned to the dormitory, he was not at all disheartened by the point deduction, and on the contrary, he was exceptionally excited. He immediately boasted to Shawn, who had returned earlier, about his achievements. Sure, I won. I won. Huh. Shawn raised a hand to stop his laughter, stepped forward, and carefully straightened Draco's collar. Thinking that Draco still needed to be tempered to grow quickly, he said, "Draco, when will you learn to be more composed? A minor victory is nothing to boast about. Have you ever seen me Oomph." Draco felt as if his neck were being squeezed. He opened his mouth several times, but could only emit meaningless throat sounds. Inwardly, he thought that Shawn never boasted about his own strength or prowess. Yet who wouldn't give him a thumbs up or gaze at him with admiration? Restraining his excitement, he bowed and said, "Chief, I understand." Shawn smiled knowingly, having achieved his daily goal of teasing Draco. He then cast a Scourgify on Draco and told him to sleep early. But who was Draco? The very next morning, before self-study even began, he was already in the common room bragging to everyone. "Harry's blasting curse was powerful, but I wasn't bad either. I elegantly cast a shield charm with my wand to block it, then hit him with a Levi Corpus. Haha, I defeated the boy who lived in an instant." His story drew cheers from a few first and second-year Slytherins. Then he pulled out that exquisite poker card. "See this? The chief gave it to me for self-defense. When those little lions couldn't accept defeat and tried to gang up on me, I just waved this card, and golden light in the form of birds sent a dozen Gryffindors fleeing in disarray. Wow, is this the alchemical artifact the chief used on the train? It's so beautiful. Draco is so lucky to be roommates with the chief. I wish I had one. Don't dream, this card must be worth a fortune." In the distance, Alice saw Draco holding the poker card high, her attention caught by the radiant throne pattern on it. Suppressing the thought, she glanced back at the high table, and seeing that Shawn wasn't there, she stood up to preside over the morning self-study. At that moment, Shawn was not in Slytherin. Early that morning, he had received summons from both McGonagall and Snape. In the Transfiguration office, McGonagall said, "Shawn, this is Percy Weasley. He will be your assistant in Gryffindor." McGonagall introduced a red-haired, bespectacled, serious-looking male student to Shawn. Shawn naturally knew who Percy was, the Weasley who most resembled a true pureblood. Looking at the impeccably dressed, upright Percy, he extended his hand politely. "Percy, hello." Percy shook Shawn's hand with both of his, speaking admiringly. "Shawn, I greatly admire what you've done in Slytherin. I hope we can cooperate well and bring order to Gryffindor." Shawn, who had a fondness for collaborators, smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed. Since Professor McGonagall trusts us so much, we must not disappoint her." He actually thought highly of Percy. Capable and ambitious, though rigid and serious, it all depended on how a leader directed him. Professor McGonagall was gratified, already envisioning a future where the little lions were elegant, proper, and disciplined. After giving Shawn and Percy a few more instructions, she sent them off to prepare. Shawn then made his way to the cold castle dungeons. Outside Snape's office, Shawn tightened his school robes before knocking. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Shawn walked in without ceremony. He saw Snape still brewing that potion with a golden luster and stepped closer to examine it. "Professor, this Felix Felicis is almost ready, isn't it?" Snape's face darkened as he sneered. "'Tis, it seems, Mr. Black isn't all-knowing, and he still loves flaunting his meager knowledge of potions." Used to Snape's sarcasm, Shawn pulled a few photos from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "Here's some unflattering photos of Harry. When the Felix Felicis is ready, remember to set some aside for me. He'll need it soon, but it's quite useful." Snape's cold eyes flickered, and with a wave of his sleeve the photos vanished from the counter. "It seems your arrogance has its reasons. Felix Felicis requires a minimum interval of 3 years between uses." Shawn was slightly surprised. "Really? No matter, even if I don't use it, I can sell it for money." Snape's mouth twitched, and he asked coldly, "McGonagall asked you to help discipline those reckless little lions in Gryffindor." "Oh, you found out so quickly." Snape turned around, staring at Shawn with disgust. "You, with your overflowing vanity, are no longer satisfied with merely leading Slytherin. Boy, I warn you to keep a low profile. Those who do live long." Shawn knew Snape disliked seeing Gryffindor thrive, so he changed his approach. "Professor, since you're such a good person who can't bear to see young witches and wizards suffer, how about sponsoring me with some potions? After all, enforcing discipline might require a firm hand, you know what I mean." Snape paused, stroked his chin in thought for a moment, then continued brewing his potion, but spoke darkly. "Second shelf on the left, there are healing potions, and Dittany. Take them and get out." Seeing Snape so cooperative, Shawn didn't hold back. He took several dozen bottles of healing potion, calming potion, and a large bag of Dittany. He also helped himself to 2 bottles of perception potion, which he might need soon. Before leaving, Shawn felt a twinge of guilt. He felt bad for always taking advantage of Snape's good nature. Snape was actually quite pitiful. To hide his vulnerability, he forced himself to become a bitter man. Perhaps he should make it up to him. So Shawn turned back and asked tentatively, "Professor, would you be interested in a cross-dressing show starring Harry?" Snape spun around, gritting his teeth. "Get out." Shawn scratched his head, confused. He thought Snape would be into that. Seeing Snape already reaching for his wand, Shawn quickly walked out, saying, all right, I'm going. "Professor, if you ever want to watch, just wink at me." Snape slammed the door shut with a wave of his wand. After a long pause, he slowly pulled a photo from his chest. His hollow eyes grew tender as he gently caressed the photo and murmured, "Lily." Shawn returned to the hall. The fact that neither he nor Snape had mentioned Draco's punishment was a sign of their understanding. Slytherin's self-study had ended. He sat at the head of the table where a delicious Chinese breakfast appeared automatically. Beside him, the elegant and beautiful Alice handed Shawn a glass of pumpkin juice. "Shawn, I heard you're going to discipline Gryffindor." Shawn was startled at how fast news spread. He turned his head to look at the Gryffindor table. Their gloom prevailed, the usual boisterous feasting was absent. Percy was giving an impassioned speech while the other little lions complained or urged each other to petition McGonagall. Draco was over there talking to Harry and the others, drawing angry glares from every Gryffindor except Harry. Shawn couldn't help but smile. He said to Alice, "I imagine Minnie and Slytherin are gloating." Alice also covered her mouth with a light laugh. Those who've been rained on naturally don't want others to have an umbrella. After her jest, her expression grew serious. "Chief, I have a suggestion regarding the alchemical poker cards you use." Shawn was slightly taken aback by her solemnity and paid closer attention. "Oh, go on." Alice organized her thoughts and began. "I noticed the poker card Draco has features a magnificent throne floating above a pentagram. Poker cards themselves represent order and hierarchy." Her eyes gleamed with fervor. "Chief, for the sake of our ideals, we should establish an organization. You would be the sole king seated upon a magical throne, and your followers would take pride in possessing a sequenced poker card. It would also be a symbol of power and status. Throughout history, emperors, whether wise or foolish, have always favored sycophantic ministers. Xiao's favorite emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, also doted on a treacherous minister like Xiao Gao. Why? Because sycophantic ministers always anticipate their sovereign's thoughts and act accordingly. They are also adept at handling dirty work and are willing to take the blame for their lord. Compared to the vast empire, the petty gains of such treacherous individuals are insignificant." At this moment, Xiao's gaze toward Alice was filled with appreciation. Regardless of her abilities, she could discern his intentions and was willing to charge ahead for the king. Thus she was worth cultivating. Alice felt a twinge of guilt as Xiao continued to scrutinize her. "Chief, is my opinion wrong?" Xiao said nothing, instead drawing his wand and casting several muffliato charms around them to prevent eavesdropping. Then from his ring he produced 3 special playing cards and laid them out on the table. The cards were the Ace of Spades, originally King, the Queen of Spades, originally Queen, and the Jack of Spades, originally Knight. After arranging the cards, Xiao spoke calmly. "Alice, your idea is excellent and it aligns with my long-held plans. The organization's name, Throne of Magic. These 3 spades are exclusive high-ranking cards for Slytherin. I gave Draco a 10 of spades. I wonder what position you can earn. So I ask you, every organization needs a guiding principle, but do you truly understand my philosophy? And what are your own ideals?" Alice was secretly delighted that the chief had already planned everything, including the organization's name and structure. But upon hearing the final question, she froze, her gaze growing distant. Apart from forbidding blood discrimination, the chief had indeed never expressed his political stance. His actions in Slytherin merely restored the founder's original educational philosophy. Alice's unconditional support for Xiao stemmed from her grandfather's insistence and Xiao's unparalleled strength. Alice felt lost. Did she have no ideals of her own? In truth, Alice's background was pitiable. She was not Old Folly's biological granddaughter. Grateful for his care, she constantly strove to prove herself and never disappoint him. 50 years ago, the Folly, Rosier, and Caro families, British purebloods, had all joined Grindelwald's followers. After both of Old Folly's sons died in battle, he returned to Britain and chose a life of seclusion. He despised Voldemort, who only bullied the weak and used brutal methods, and thus never joined the Death Eaters. Later he adopted Alice and meticulously raised her. The belief he instilled in her was, since we ourselves are fools who cannot see the way, we should follow the strong who can guide us. Old Folly often told Alice stories of Grindelwald and his loyal female assistant Vinda Rosier. As these thoughts struck Alice like a revelation, she spoke devoutly. "Chief, I have no ideals. But my grandfather says the world is wrong and needs change. I lack wisdom, so I can only follow a sage and a strong one like you. I desire what you desire, see what you see, and walk your path." The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, her magic boiling over and shattering the surrounding muffliato charms. She stood, drew her wand, pointed it diagonally at the sky, and shouted with fanatical zeal, "Where the chief's wand points, I shall charge." The nearby Slytherins looked bewildered, but seeing Alice's passionate cry, a few hot-blooded ones also drew their wands and shouted, "Where the chief's wand points, I shall charge." Fanaticism is contagious. Soon all the Slytherins drew their wands and pointed them skyward. "Where the chief's wand points, I shall charge." Though Draco didn't understand what was happening, he ran back, jumped onto the table, and yelled with his wand raised, "Where the chief's wand points, I shall charge." Students from the other 3 houses watched the spectacle, envious of Slytherin's unity and Xiao's prestige. Some wildly speculated that Xiao might lead a revolt against Snape or overthrow Dumbledore's rule. Xiao's vanity swelled at the adoring gazes of some Slytherins, but he didn't let it cloud his judgment. Realizing the commotion might cause trouble later, he put on a stern face and commanded coldly, "What are you all doing? Sit down." After the Slytherins obediently sat down, Xiao looked helplessly at Alice. Despite his exasperation, he was satisfied. He needed subordinates who could play along. Moreover, in the system, a level 3 faith value had finally been credited. It displayed the target Alice Folly Fanatic. Alice had the potential to become someone like Bellatrix. Shower cleared his throat and slid the Jack of Spades card toward Alice. Good. This Jack of Spades is yours. I hope you will prove yourself worthy of a better card in the future. Thinking it was not yet time to make a public announcement, he didn't want to be summoned by Dumbledore for a chat. He added quietly. By the way, the organization must remain secret for now. Observe and select suitable candidates discreetly. Alice immediately bowed reverently and accepted the Jack of Spades card with both hands. As you command, Chief. The other oblivious Slytherins looked on with envy, suddenly realizing the Chief favored flattery and displays of loyalty. Theodore Knott, who had never gained Shower's attention, suddenly had an epiphany. Draco approached about to ask a question, but Shower stood up and headed toward the greenhouses for herbology class. Draco turned to Alice instead. Senior, what was that all about? Are we attacking Gryffindor? Alice looked at Draco, thinking how lucky he was to have already received the 10 of spades without knowing anything. You're overthinking. I was just expressing my loyalty to the Chief. I hope you won't let him down. With that, Alice got up and called her yearmates to class. Draco's cowlick turned into a giant question mark. Herbology was fascinating. In the greenhouse, Shower not only paid attention in class, but also observed the Hufflepuff students and their head Professor Sprout. This plump kind which was optimistic, tolerant, and compassionate. The Hufflepuffs shared similar traits: loyal, humble, and easily content. Shower could now meddle in Gryffindor's affairs, waiting only for the evening to display his thunderous methods. He was also confident about influencing Ravenclaw in the future. Yet Hufflepuff remained a challenge. The Badgers neither contended nor competed. What temptation could he offer? The ancients were right, the desireless are invincible. Shower shook his head with a soft sigh. But he wouldn't give up. He knew everyone had desires, he just needed to find them. With no classes in the afternoon, Shower wandered around. He hoped to encounter the Grey Lady to uncover the secret of Ravenclaw's diadem, and also to confront Quirrell. Of course, he wouldn't fight him directly. He intended to decline Quirrell's invitation. He was a busy man with no time for Voldemort's recruitment games. His sole focus was accumulating level 2 faith values to draw a powerful exclusive attack skill. If luck blessed him with a lightning-type spell, that would be even better. Only then would he have the confidence to confront Voldemort's remnant soul, defeat him publicly, and harvest faith. If Voldemort dared to attack in a fit of rage, Shower would summon backup by crushing Fawkes Tailfeather. Shall arrived at Hogwarts a week ago, but had yet to properly explore the castle. This time the street rat Shall chose to stroll through some obscure corridors. Indeed, Hogwarts, being a millennium-old castle, showed signs of wear. Wandering aimlessly, an air of desolation surrounded him. He had previously loitered around the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, but the door was tightly shut. He overheard passing students mention that Quirrell had left early. Shall speculated that this fellow had already begun plotting how to get past the three-headed dog. He had initially planned to let the main storyline unfold naturally before intervening. But now he thought, why should Shall follow the plot? With disdain, his plan was to publicly deal with Quirrell before Christmas and ensure that the little wizards would take news of Voldemort's survival home during the holidays. He aimed to extend his influence beyond the campus. Just when he was disappointed about not encountering Quirrell, he was abruptly intercepted near the Ollery. Quirrell, for some reason, had dropped his stuttering act and spoke directly. Shall, when will you come over for tea? I have your father's favorite Yunnan black tea. Shall looked at Quirrell, who stood with his hands behind his back. When he wasn't pretending, he actually exuded a scholarly aura. Shall decided to drop his act, as well secretly gripping a phoenix feather and retorting with a mocking tone. Professor, I now have the added responsibility of maintaining discipline in Gryffindor, and I'm terribly busy. I sincerely apologize, but I cannot heed your teachings right now. Quirrell's expression turned dangerous. Recently, every task assigned to him by the Dark Lord had gone awry, and now Shall was causing him more trouble. Shall, I am the professor, and I believe I have the authority to detain you. You will return to my office with me, and I will teach you a lesson in honor of your father. Quirrell was losing his composure. Shall inwardly scoffed, drawing his wand. He increasingly felt aligned with the notion of the nation crumbling. Thus he assumed a very stylish wand-holding posture, pinching the wand between two fingers like a conductor, elegantly waving his wrist. Aiming the tip of the wand at Quirrell, Shall's tone grew even more disdainful. Professor, it's not that I look down on you, but based on your usual performance, you are truly unworthy of teaching me. Why don't you give it a try to take me down? Quirrell had never encountered such an arrogant student. Infuriated, he drew his wand, preparing to unleash a heart-piercing curse on Shall. Full stop. Are you not ashamed? Do you want to attract the attention of Dumbledore and Snape? The voice that pierced his mind brought Quirrell to an instant calm. Master, I was wrong, but Shall is ungrateful. Voldemort replied. You truly are a fool. Shall clearly looks down on your abilities. This is so reminiscent of me. When facing the strong, one should humbly seek to drain their knowledge. When confronting the weak, one should scorn or crush them. A born Death Eater indeed. Quirrell exclaimed. Voldemort continued to speak to himself. He must yearn for supreme power, just as I do. Go back and offer him a copy of my insights on the dark arts. See if that prompts him to seek me out. Even if I cannot temporarily subdue Shall once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I shall use my absolute power to make this little fellow understand what true submission is. Quirrell found it quite ironic. Indeed, what one cannot obtain always stirs restlessly, yet here, he was having toiled hard only to be labeled a fool. He felt angry but dared not speak out. Yes, master. Quirrell then stored his wand away, glaring fiercely at Shall, who was watching the drama unfold. You are something. Just wait and see. With that he strode away without looking back. Shall shook his head, knowing that the silence from Quirrell had been brewing for a while. He hadn't expected Voldemort to be so crafty when hiding. In fact, Shall was rather keen to have a warm-up match with Quirrell to probe his opponent's depth. Forget it, for now freeing himself from Quirrell and Voldemort's entanglements allowed him to focus his energy on improving the school spirit. As he passed by the Ravenclaw Tower, he curiously glanced at the doorway before preparing to leave. Ah, Shall. As he headed downstairs, a delighted voice called out from behind. Shall turned to see Hermione, his little fan. She ran up to him, clutching a spell book that she had borrowed from him. What are you doing here? Are you looking for Professor Gray? I'm sorry, I've tried really hard to find her. Shall responded warmly. No worries, just let things unfold naturally. I'll consider it a walk. Where are you headed? Hermione asked earnestly. I heard you're helping with Gryffindor's restructuring. When will you come to Ravenclaw? I want to learn from you too. That depends on the willingness of your entire house, in Professor Flitwick's opinion. Shall stroked his chin. Hermione seemed to catch his meaning and confidently assured him, Shall, don't worry, I'll persuade the head and other classmates. Shall was momentarily taken aback. Was that what he meant? But it didn't matter, having someone break the ice was quite good. Hermione then pointed to the spellbook in her hand. I was just about to find you. I've read this spellbook 10 times and can recite it by heart. I've pretty much mastered a dozen general spells. Here are my thoughts on the questions I have. As she spoke, Hermione pulled out a stack of parchment filled with her questions about spells. Shall felt overwhelmed, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Was this the terrifying power of a true academic? Hermione had moved from one extreme to another. Shall did not take the parchment, he couldn't accept it. If he did, he would have to answer. But what could he possibly say? His understanding of magic was far from Hermione's breadth. He stroked his chin, pondering how to appear knowledgeable. I'll know how to guide the little witch. Seeing her idol remain silent, looking mysterious, Hermione felt a bit timid. Shall, what's wrong? Have I done something wrong again? After a whirlwind of thoughts, Shall finally replied warmly. You are the most outstanding little witch I have ever seen. Coming to Ravenclaw is the right choice. With this remark, Hermione's confidence was rekindled. Shall went on, however, as I mentioned last time, one's energy is limited. It's sufficient to master general spells. We only need to specialize in one offensive and one defensive spell, and one control and one disruption spell to thrive. But I think. Hermione began to argue, but Shall ruffled her fluffy hair. Forget what you think. Don't you see me as an idol? Right now I can perform 2 nonverbal spells and several silent incantations. How about you? Can you withstand a single blow from me with all the spells you've learned? Shall said, casually waving his hand. A dozen cards transformed into golden birds flew out, spinning and embedding themselves into the wall. Hermione had seen Shall perform nonverbal magic before, but each time she found him incredibly cool. Moreover, she felt that she really could not withstand that attack. Why was there such a difference at their age? Her idol was right, as she was broad, but not deep. Just then Snape, appearing out of nowhere in his billowing black robes, passed by. Shall destroys school property. Slytherin loses 1 point. Shall was taken aback. Truly, there were so many people lurking in this school. However, he noticed that Snape was heading in the same direction Quirrell had left. It seemed the old bat had his sights set on the double agent. Meanwhile, Hermione remained deep in thought, prompting Shall to quickly make his escape. Before he could walk far, Hermione's voice reached him. Shall, can I attend your spell guidance class this weekend? Shall waved his hand behind him, indicating that it was fine. Ding. He gained a free and high-quality assistant one. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was already evening. Although it was not yet 7 p.m., everyone in the Slytherin house was present due to prior arrangements. Shall stood on a platform and announced loudly, in a while I will be going to Gryffindor to improve school spirit. The purpose of gathering everyone in advance is to select 10 of the most outstanding students who can represent Slytherin to accompany me, showcasing our house's elegant academic style. At once the little snake's eyes lit up. Shawn merely mentioned this, and the little snake's breathing grew noticeably heavier, with many a faint crimson glint flickering in their eyes. Slytherin and Gryffindor had been millennia-old archrivals, both within the castle and beyond. They knew Shaw had received Professor McGonagall's nod to discipline the Lion's House. Of course they reveled in schadenfreude. They had thought Shaw would go alone, basking in solitary glory, never expecting they might join him. None would miss a chance to legitimately toy with their rivals. Even Marcus, a member of the anti-Shaw faction, looked at Shaw with eager anticipation, instinctively straightening his back in hopes of being chosen. Montague stepped forward and ventured, Chief, what qualifies as the finest Slytherin? Shaw found the little snake's reactions secretly amusing. He was after all a commoner at heart, a homebound internet gold farmer in his past life, knowing nothing of true elegance. Yet in this age of big data, what was there to hide? Shaw even knew how to savor a bottle of 1982 Lafite Rothschild, though had never had the chance before. Then he articulated his understanding of Slytherin innate nobility and elegance etched into the bones, an insatiable yearning for strength and glory. That is the true Slytherin. Why is our emblem the serpent? Not for its cold-blooded terror, but because even in the mire it is the most tenacious, the least sullied by filth. It is born noble. No matter how decayed and foul this world becomes, the serpent can still shine brilliantly. Shaw paused, casting a contemptuous glance at the pure-blood students. As for those who prattle about innate nobility yet leave their beds like messy kennels, utterly lacking self-discipline. And they dare speak of nobility. Many little snakes flushed crimson with shame. Shaw wasted no more words, waving his hand grandly. Enough. Nobility and elegance can be cultivated, but for now strength matters. Step forward those who have mastered the shield charm and at least 3 offensive spells. Hesitantly, over 20 from the 100-plus little snakes stepped out, mostly ordinary 6th and 7th years. Draco opened his mouth to beg a privilege, but Shaw's cold glare silenced him. Shaw couldn't resist another jab, indeed some only boast with words. Look, the truly excellent are not judged by bloodline. Draco nearly died of shame, and the other pure-blood elites were equally crushed. Shaw critiqued some of the 20-odd students who had stepped forward. You unqualified. Your collar is a mess. Taking you out would disgrace me. Your hair is a rat's nest. That's not individuality, it's slovenliness. Your looks are too. Too profound. Maybe next time. You will recommend a dentist to fix your teeth. Shaw dismissed over a dozen students in succession, leaving 10 impeccably neat little snakes. Since this was an external operation, appearances mattered. Montague, excluded unconditionally, was discontent. Chief, my clothes are tidy, my manners proper, and am not bad-looking. Why can't I go? Are you targeting me? Shaw looked up at Montague, a head taller, and said with earnest expectation, Montague, Alice will accompany me to Gryffindor. You'll supervise tonight's self-study. Don't disappoint me. Montague was astonished. He had never fully aligned with the elite purebloods, nor explicitly supported Shaw. Without this chance to trounce the lions, he would have remained invisible. Yet Shaw entrusted him with this authority. Was this magnanimity? Montague swallowed non-existent saliva and nodded solemnly. All right, I'll supervise strictly. Shaw smiled warmly at him. The opportunity was given, and how he performed was up to him. The capable rise, the mediocre fall. Then Shaw turned and strode toward the common room exit. The 10 chosen, 5 boys and 5 girls, automatically formed 2 rows and followed. Draco watched the departing group with envy. Beside him, pale and gaunt Theodore not clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked, a trickle of blood seeping through. Next time I will surely accompany the chief on a campaign. Draco felt a pang of empathy. He and Theodore were alike in many ways, pureblood wealthy, with Death Eater fathers raised on pureblood supremacy. Yet the difference lay in Draco's happy family. Both parents alive doted on him. Theodore's mother died early, and his father was a fanatical, arrogant Death Eater. Theodore's childhood was harsh, locked in an attic to read his first pet hamster killed by his father. Thus, though clever Theodore was aloof, a lone wolf at Hogwarts. But he deeply admired the powerful Shaw. Perhaps extremes met, or rebellion bloomed. Theodore despised muggles, but rejected his father's dogma. He felt following Shaw could topple the world he loathed. Approaching Draco, he bowed. Draco, please teach me spells. I must grow strong to earn the right to follow the chief. Draco was stunned, his expression shifting several times. On the way to the lion's den, Shaw noticed a slight increase in his level 3 faith points. Theodore not devoted. Shaw stroked his chin, vaguely recalling the name. That rebellious loner who defies his father. We'll find him later. At the Gryffindor entrance, Percy was already waiting. Shaw, you're here. Why so many people? Shaw didn't hide his intent. Without an initial show of force, given your house's style, your work won't be easy. Percy adjusted his glasses, thinking of his housemate's antics, and nodded in agreement. They'll leave it to you. He then spoke the password to the fat lady, portrait dragon dumb. The fat lady opened the entrance, puzzled. Well, I never. Slytherins marching into Gryffindor. Shaw followed Percy into the Gryffindor common room, which was as chaotic as a market. Many little lions stood on tables, shouting and waving. All troublemakers. The twins had even set up a betting pool on whether Shaw would leave unscathed. Among the crowd, only a few female students keen on looks, and Harry genuinely anticipated Shaw's arrival. And Harry had recently taken on a protege, Neville. Neville, feeling slow, didn't mind learning more. Grateful to Harry for saving him, Neville listened as Harry boasted daily about Draco. Draco had praised Shaw's wisdom in letting him tutor 2 dimwits. Harry, following suit, kept Neville close to teach him. When Harry saw the impeccably poised Shaw leading 10 proud, distinguished Slytherins into the room, he glanced left at his own chaotic housemates, then right at the Slytherins' perfect order. His heart swelled with envy and regret. He longed to be by Shaw's side. If only he had insisted on Slytherin during the sorting. Shaw's arrival silenced the room instantly, only for it to erupt in laughter. Merlin's pants, Shaw actually dared to come here. Watch me trip him up. George Dungbombs are ready. Listen for my signal. Many openly plotted against Shaw. Percy wanted to bury his face in shame. Harry approached with Neville. Shaw, they don't mean harm. They just don't understand your goodwill. Talk it out. Solve it peacefully. Neville mustered courage. Shaw, I support you. Shaw looked at the future sword saint trailing Harry, patted Harry's shoulder, and said gently, people are born lost, rarely knowing their path. They need a mentor's guidance. I'm glad you're helping Neville. Now step aside, he'll handle this. Harry opened his mouth side and retreated with Neville. Shaw turned his gaze to the rowdy little lions. What a spirited bunch. A little resistance made the discipline all the more satisfying. Shaw continued to observe the mischievous little lions. What a vibrant group. A bit of defiance made the whole affair far more entertaining. Chief, they are simply too arrogant. I request permission to fight. A sixth-year Slytherin half-blood named Victor growled indignantly behind Shaw. Shaw turned and fixed his gaze on him. Standing beside Victor, Alice spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Victor, when you are weak, obedience is the only rule you should know. Next time, without the chief's orders, please shut your mouth. Shaw cast an approving glance at Alice before turning back to watch several little lions who, standing on the tables, were making provocative gestures at him from above. The twins in particular continued to test the limits of their recklessness. Hey Shaw, how about coming up here for a dance? I can play the girl if you want. Haha George, that idea is pure genius. Shaw let out a soft laugh, then drew his wand, holding the crimson handle between two fingers and lightly pressing the tip with his thumb in an elegant flick. A magnificent throne formed of blue water and shimmering with purple electric light slowly materialized. Shaw stepped onto it, and beneath the throne a colossal water serpent emerged. The serpent hoisted the throne and slowly ascended, rising above the height of the students jumping on the long tables. Looking down with an overwhelming aura of authority, Shaw spoke in a cold voice. Gryffindor is famed for bravery, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. But your courage I can only call reckless stupidity that knows no bounds. Shaw's dazzling spell indeed frightened quite a few little lions. These forgetful fellows finally recalled Shaw's glorious feat of single-handedly defeating the Slytherin house on the train. The twins, noticing Shaw's ill-intentioned stare, shrank their necks and slipped behind the crowd. But a seventh-year ringleader named Kenneth Towler erupted in fury. Sure, don't think that just because you have the headmaster's authorization you can lecture us. We've already submitted a joint petition. You won't be smug for long. Percy stepped forward and said sternly, Kenneth, stand down. Let Shaw announce the new rules. Kenneth pointed at Percy's nose and cursed, you traitor to Gryffindor. Gryffindor will never bow to Slytherin. Shaw looked down at him and said calmly, so you refuse to submit. Kenneth raised his head to meet Shaw's gaze and punched the air. Don't think these tricks can scare me. Even if I'm no match for you, I have comrades. If I fall, thousands more will charge at you. Shaw rubbed his nose. Why did he feel like he was the villain here? He didn't bother with Kenneth any longer, but swept his gaze over the others, exuding an intimidating aura. Anyone else who refuses? Step forward together. The little lions below exchanged glances, and in the end over a dozen brave ones stepped out. We refuse. We are fierce warriors. We will never yield to you. Shaw rested an arm on the armrest, lounged lazily against the throne's back, and said nonchalantly, very well, your courage is commendable. But in this world strength speaks. Draw your wands. The dozen or so little lions swallowed hard, knowing a fight was inevitable. Trembling, they drew their wands. Shaw, needing to maintain his imposing demeanor and control the throne and water serpent, couldn't afford to be distracted in combat. With a wave of his hand, 3 dazzling playing cards flew out from his ring and hovered behind the throne. The cards spun rapidly, trailing streaks of blue-purple light, like radiant halos, suspended above Shaw's head. Combined with the massive, fearsome water serpent and the magnificent throne, Shaw at that moment seemed almost like a divine being descending. The dozen little lions who had just mustered their courage nearly went weak in the knees. They were reckless, but not stupid. Kenneth shouted loudly, Shaw, you're unfair. Using alchemical items. Shaw sneered, how naive of you. On the battlefield, there is never fairness. With that, he waved his hand, as if shooing a fly. The playing cards blazed with light, and 3 thick water serpents burst forth from the glow with a tremendous splash, charging ferociously at the dozen little lions. Since Kenneth and his group had dared to step forward, they had some confidence in their combat abilities. Though now somewhat intimidated once the battle began, there was no room for fear. They unleashed their best spells. Petrificus Totalis. Incendio. Protego. Some cast defensive shields while others attacked the serpents with spells. Splash. Blue and red spells struck the water serpents, sending up sprays, but they couldn't stop the serpent's fierce assault. The 3 serpents slammed into the blue shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing 5 or 6 iron shields shattered one after another, a terrified Kenneth turned and yelled for help from those who were just watching. What are you standing there for? Come and help. He quickly cast a Protego Totalum himself. This defensive spell, unlike the single-use iron shield charm, was a sustained enchantment that could be reinforced by multiple people. It was a difficult spell to learn, so Kenneth had some skill after all. No wonder he dared to lead the rebellion. 5 or 6 little lions immediately stepped forward to channel their magic, but they still struggled to hold the line. After all, there were 3 water serpents. Back then, a single serpent had given 7 or 8 upper-year Slytherins a hard time. A little lion suddenly remembered something and shouted, Watch out for the water on the floor. Anyone who knows the transforming spell, build us a platform. Well, they had learned from the bloody experience of the Slytherin's chaotic train fight. Seeing the stalemate, Shore smiled faintly. He was no gentleman, so he waved his hand backward. Go. Alice, who had developed a tacit understanding with Shore, knew exactly what to do. She raised her wand diagonally toward the sky and commanded the other little snakes. Where the chief's wand points, we charge. 9 little snakes were instantly fired up with bloodlust. Even the 4 girls cast aside their reserve and elegance, their faces flushed with excitement. The 10 little snakes rushed forward to the front of the throne and fired a volley of spells in unison. Expelliarmus. Defendo. 10 colorful spells shot through the gaps between the water serpents and struck the blue shield. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing the shield wobble precariously, the little snakes burst into manic laughter. Haha, you fools, prepare to die. How dare you defy the chief? You're asking for death. The other little lions, who had been worrying about their house, saw the enemy's arrogance. 2 of them in the crowd quietly drew their wands. Petrificus totalis. Engorgos scullis. Sure enough, pride comes before a fall. 2 little snakes were instantly hit. Alice quickly ordered the others to set up defenses. By now there was no fairness left. Shore watched as more little lions joined the fray and shook his head slightly. He still wasn't strong enough. With a gentle flick of his wand, Kakubo, a stream of water carried him down from the throne. The throne then merged with the water serpent, transforming into a giant python over 10 meters long. With an overwhelming momentum, the giant python charged toward the enemy. Shore had spent several days studying the anatomy of pythons, and the giant python he now conjured was even more solid and lifelike. The enormous serpent opened its massive maw, its sharp crackling fangs sinking into the shield. The blue light of the Protego Totalum shield trembled violently on the verge of collapse, leaving Kenneth drenched in sweat. He tried to call for reinforcements again, but the next moment the shield was shattered by the giant python's tail strike, combined with the coordinated assault of the other 3 serpents. The shield broke into fragments, and the magical remnants dissipated like smoke. Just then the 3 smaller serpents also exhausted their magic and dissolved into large pools of water. The giant python, like a dragon returning to the sea, surged forward and swiftly coiled around the participating little lions, swallowing them into its belly. Shore hadn't bothered to filter out the lightning elements. So, ababa. Gurgle gurgle. Inside the python, the students all had convulsing limbs, hair standing on end, slurred speech, and had swallowed a lot of water. They were in a miserable state. Shore stepped forward, and the 10 little snakes followed with fervent eyes, standing tall behind him. Shore leisurely tapped his wand against his left palm. Though he lacked the throne this time, his oppressive presence was even stronger. He addressed the stunned students coldly. Now I will announce Gryffinder's new rules. Who dares to oppose? Ron didn't want to watch Seamus show off, so he dragged Seamus to stay in the dormitory. The 2 of them were secretly practicing spells, determined to prove to those who looked down on them that they too were geniuses. Boom. While Seamus had blown himself into an afro again, Ron stared at his smoke-blackened robes, swallowing hard. Seamus exhaled a puff of black smoke and murmured, maybe we should use the pronunciation that Noatal taught us. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron, who had been feeling sorry for his already shabby robes becoming even more tattered, flushed red at Seamus' words. Know that Bucktooth Girl is on Shore's side. We need to prove we can do it without them. Seamus pouted. Ron was too stubborn, and Dean had already stormed off in anger, refusing to hang out with them. If it weren't for the fact that his explosions always seemed to catch innocent bystanders, leaving him equally friendless, he wouldn't be stuck struggling here with Ron. Boom. A louder blast and explosion echoed from beyond the dormitory door. The 2 jumped, exchanged a glance, then crept to the door and cracked it open. Through the gap, they heard Shore's cold voice. Gryffindor Prefect, report the actual attendance for each year. 7th year, 27 present, 27 accounted for. 6th year, 30 present, 30 accounted for. 1st year, 31 present, 29 accounted for. Ron and Seamus felt a sudden chill of foreboding. I always thought Gryffindor was brave to the point of reckless stupidity. But these people on the ground, though defeated, are not disgraceful. At least they chose to die standing. I never imagined Gryffindor would have cowards who fled from battle. Excellent. In war, deserters are strung up on the yardarm as a sacrifice to the flag. Ron slammed the door shut in panic, choosing to remain a coward. But the next moment a stream of water seeped under the door, snaking like a vine, coiling around him and Seamus. The 2 immediately began convulsing, as if possessed. Ababo ow. Num num. The water tendril extended to open the door, then dragged them both out backward. Ron was pulled along on his back, his head bumping against the doorframe, raising a large lump, though at that moment he felt no pain. Once in the common room hall, they were hung directly on the wall sconces. As the numbing effect of the electric shock gradually wore off, Ron felt a sharp pain in his forehead. After twisting his stiff neck to look around, he saw about 7 or 8 others hanging there. He looked down to find over 20 people lying on the floor, while those little serpents were roughly forcing potion bottles down the throats of the injured. This wasn't even the worst part. His own 2 brothers were trapped in a water prison, undergoing electrocution, their limbs twisted as they foamed at the mouth. Ron began to understand how Shawn had subdued Slytherin. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart sank to the depths. This time he'd be lucky to escape with his skin intact. Shawn watched as the injured on the floor quickly recovered, marveling at Snape's potion-making skills. He glanced at the 8 hanging from the sconces, then ignored them, pacing slowly before the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an undeniable leadership aura. Professor McGonagall has entrusted me with reforming Gryffindor's study habits. 3 points. First, from now on, morning and evening study sessions will follow Slytherin's schedule. Percy will supervise and record any violations. Second, Slytherin will send representatives to Gryffindor to teach proper etiquette in walking, sitting, and conduct. Those who refuse to cooperate will face severe punishment. Third, offenders will face a 100-inch essay detention for minor infractions. The rebels today will begin their detention immediately. For serious offenses, well, look at those 2 brave lads over there who've already rolled their eyes back. Professor McGonagall has specifically requested they receive special attention. They'll enjoy 1 hour of loving care for the next 3 days. The little lions were furious, but dared not speak out. After all, the most capable fighters had only just recovered, and the most troublesome were still undergoing torture. They began to contemplate writing to their parents or forming a rebellion against tyranny. Shawn observed their reactions, knowing that pure suppression wouldn't work. Oh, and one last thing. Starting this month, I will organize duels between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The top 3 from each year will compete, and the total points will determine the winner. This time the previously disgruntled little lions perked up immediately. Kenneth staggered forward, glaring fiercely at Victor, who had roughly forced the potion down his throat. There must be rewards and penalties for winning and losing. Shawn stroked his chin as the 10 little serpents behind him cracked their knuckles. He chuckled darkly. Then the losing house will wash the winning house's smelly socks and underwear for a month. Onion personalized service. Everyone was stunned. Oh, Merlin's toenails, heavens. We have to win. This stinky reward and punishment system is thrilling. But winning would be so satisfying. I've decided to wear these socks for a month. I love studying. I want to get stronger. Shawn was quite pleased with his improvised system. He waved his hand and continued, everyone stand aside. For tonight's first study session, we'll start with etiquette. Alice takes some people to teach them properly. As for the rebels, they'll begin their essay detention. The little serpents behind him grinned maliciously. Haha. But before Shawn could say anything, Alice immediately cast a petrification spell on the one who laughed the loudest, cutting her laughter short. She then scolded coldly. Turvy, where are your manners? And you think you're fit to teach etiquette? The other little serpents quickly stifled their laughter, staring at Alice in disbelief. Shawn ignored Alice's assertion of authority, handing a stack of detention essays he'd received from Professor McGonagall to Percy and instructed, you might be unpopular at first, but don't be afraid. You have me and Professor McGonagall behind you, and one day they'll thank you. Having witnessed Shawn's iron hand, Percy genuinely admired the young man. Previously, he had been obsessed with power, believing that authority could solve everything and change his family's impoverished circumstances, sparing his siblings from wearing patched robes. Now a new thought dawned on Percy. Violence seemed to solve everything more effectively. Percy bowed slightly and said solemnly, Shawn, rest assured. I will supervise and record strictly. Shawn didn't hesitate to pat him on the shoulder, continuing his persuasion. Remember, you are forging a new Gryffindor. Go. Percy's eyes burned with fervor. He straightened his back, clutched the scrolls, and marched off energetically to take on the most thankless task. Harry, seeing Shawn finally finished, approached and asked quietly, Shawn, what are you going to do with Ron and the others? Shawn turned to look at Harry and the lightning-shaped scar inadvertently exposed on his forehead. He realized he might have been overlooking something. So he reached out as if to ruffle Harry's hair, attempting to sense whether he could absorb the fragment of Voldemort's soul. But his words were gentle and evasive. Harry, when people make mistakes, they must face punishment. Ron and the others don't even have the courage to face defeat. At the very least, I need to teach them what shame is. Let them hang there in disgrace for a night first. Harry felt the warmth of Shawn's hand on his forehead and suddenly felt a brotherly care. Without a second thought, he agreed unconditionally. Ron and the others really do need a lesson and a wake-up call. Ding detected one evil soul. Shawn, clad in a moonlit robe, sat cross-legged in his dormitory, meditating with a transcendent demeanor. Draco suddenly burst in, frantically collapsing at the foot of Shawn's bed. He looked up at Shawn, speaking anxiously. Shawn, something's wrong. Slytherin lost a huge number of points. Yesterday we had 900, but today we've been deducted 170. Shawn narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained calm. He reached out to smooth Draco's disheveled platinum hair and said gently, don't worry. Maybe a little serpent got caught night-roaming by Professor McGonagall or Filch. Draco's emotions slowly settled, but he was still reluctant to let it go. But house points are the result of your efforts to reform the school's atmosphere. I can't bear to lose them like this. He stood up abruptly, growing agitated. They'll gather the Slytherin throne members right now? Well, work even harder. Not long after Draco left, Shawn heard a surge of noise from the common room. Throne members, follow me. Let's strive for the 5-star glory. Let the house points break 900 again. Ahem, those who understand the little theater, give a shout out. While Shaw was rectifying the academic atmosphere of Gryffindor, the head of the Lion House, Professor McGonagall, was conversing with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. McGonagall's expression was displeased as she watched Dumbledore idly toying with a pair of woolen socks, his mind clearly elsewhere. After entering, she asked several questions, but he seemed not to hear. McGonagall had no choice but to rap on the desk. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore looked up in confusion. Minerva, what brings you here? McGonagall's stern face nearly cracked. Was he trying to provoke her? Suppressing her anger, she pursed her lips and asked again. Albus, what have you been so busy with lately? I've come looking for you several times, but you're never in your office. You leave all the school affairs to me. How can you be so at ease? Dumbledore carefully set down the woolen socks which he had painstakingly selected after visiting several shops. He had been hesitating whether it was too early to send them to Gellert, as it wasn't yet cold. Looking at McGonagall, who was on the verge of losing her temper, he smiled warmly. Minerva, you can handle the school matters yourself. McGonagall couldn't help but rub her forehead. It was always like this. This time I came to discuss my decision to have Shaw Black help me discipline Gryffindor House. Since you were absent, I've already authorized him, but I'm a bit uncertain. So here I am seeking the advice of our leisurely, wise, and great headmaster. Dumbledore's blue eyes blinked slightly. He didn't ask why McGonagall had this idea, but after a brief thought he said directly, the wizarding world may face some turmoil in the coming years. Having Shaw improve the young wizard's self-defense abilities is not a bad approach. McGonagall quickly caught the key word and asked urgently, turmoil. Albus, what do you mean? Trusting McGonagall implicitly, Dumbledore sighed and explained slightly, alas, Tom has returned, perhaps even within Hogwarts. McGonagall grew greatly alarmed. How dare the Dark Lord? Albus, have you found him? Why haven't you expelled him? I can't find him. Oh, I've only inferred from clues that Tom has likely come to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, glancing instinctively at the woolen socks before continuing. And I may need to be away frequently lately, so I agree in principle with Shaw strengthening the young wizard's abilities. McGonagall felt a pang of headache and heartache, longing to transform into a cat and stretch. After discussing a few more school matters with Dumbledore, she hurried away, deciding she could grant Shaw even more authority. After all, having a Dark Lord lurking in the school was unthinkable. Additional security measures were necessary. Once Professor McGonagall had left, Dumbledore pondered for a while. He was naturally aware of the commotion Shaw had stirred. However, priorities must be set. Even Voldemort's infiltration of the school couldn't take precedence, and Harry's wayward development was also momentarily neglected. Dumbledore, mused, picked up a glass of lemon sherbet from the table and took a sip. Delicious. It's time to invite Shaw over to taste the new desserts I bought. Good people should enjoy sweets. Phineas Black from the portrait on the wall twirled his mustache and said, Albus, it's high time you invited my most excellent great-grandson for a chat. You both have such talent in transfiguration. Dumbledore ignored him, continuing to contemplate how to keep Gellert from causing trouble. Thus Phineas kept babbling. A life is so unpredictable. Who would have thought the Black family might witness the birth of a legend? It's all thanks to my outstanding leadership. In the Gryffindor common room, Ding detected an evil soul. Ding detected the evil soul, slightly entangled with the host's soul. Absorb. Shaw was taken aback. He silently inquired whether it would harm Harry, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He removed his hand from Harry's head, looking at the frail boy. Harry had already suffered enough, and he was also Sirius' godson. Though Shaw had little regard for the reckless and arrogant Sirius, there was still some bond between them. Feeling the warmth of the hand leave his head, Harry felt a slight pang of disappointment. Suddenly remembering something, he whispered urgently, Shaw, Hermione, and I found a three-headed dog in the fourth-floor restricted area, and we also spotted a black-clad figure spying. We didn't see who it was, but I suspect it's Snape. Shaw frowned slightly. He didn't want Harry to continue meddling in the main plotline, as it might disrupt his plans. I know about this and will handle it. Don't go investigating anymore. Why? I also know what the three-headed dog is guarding. It's the treasure Hagrid brought from Gringotts. I can help you keep an eye on it. Shaw looked at the eager Harry and sighed. Kind words never seemed to work. He had no choice but to deliver a cutting remark, cutting him off with a wave. Harry, there's an old man living next door to me. He lived to be 108. Do you know why? Harry was utterly perplexed. Huh, why? Shaw's face hardened as he said coldly, because he never meddles in others' affairs and never does anything beyond his capabilities. I just taught over 20 reckless fools a lesson. Are you one of them? Harry's face turned pale. Though somewhat unconvinced, he couldn't find words to refute. He was still too weak. Clenching his fists, he nodded. I understand. I will work hard to grow stronger. Self-discipline comes first if you want to grow strong. Go learn etiquette. After Harry left dejectedly with Neville, Alice approached to report, Chief, I've assigned them their tasks. Well done. Shaw observed the scene. The group had split into 9 clusters, forming 9 small circles, each with a little Slytherin student, simply teaching the little lions how to walk, sit, and comport themselves. Of course, many little lions were distracted. Shaw didn't expect to instantly change their habits overnight. The little Slytherins could do it because they already had that foundation. With nothing else to do, Shawn summoned a chair and sat down. Leaning back in the chair with one leg crossed at an angle, he toyed with his wand, Kako, exuding a slight air of languor without losing elegance. Alice naturally positioned herself behind the chair, standing with one hand holding her wand behind her back, and the other lightly placed at her abdomen, appearing both respectful and refined. Chief, many students have been asking me how they can earn the sequence playing cards you bestow. Shawn smiled, taking a heart duke card from his ring and letting it float before him. This sequence was designated for Gryffindor. The 4 suits of playing cards carry many meanings and derivatives, but in Shawn's hands they naturally had his own definitions. Slytherin spades, Blackheart and cunning. Gryffindor hearts, passionate and courageous. Ravenclaw clubs, fragrant with erudition and foresight. Hufflepuff diamonds, upright and loyal. A deck of cards aside from the Jokers has only 52 cards. Adult wizards outside are surely also under consideration, so the cards that fall to the young wizards must be reserved for the elite of the elite. So Alice, have you spotted any talents worth noting? Not limited to combat prowess, and not limited to Slytherin. Alice paused, quickly grasping what Saul meant, and after a moment's deliberation she spoke. That Percy is indeed competent, though a bit rigid. He is meticulous in his work. Among the girls there's also one named Angelina who is efficient, and a few others worth mentioning like a 5th year. As for our own house, since the chief has given Montague a chance today, it shows you still have faith in him. They'll continue to observe his inclinations. These half-bloods are all promising candidates for observation. Saul offered no opinion, merely listening quietly to Alice's analysis. As for the other 2 houses I still need to observe. Chief, I've finished my report. Please give your instructions. Saul nodded, slightly offering praise without reservation. You are very meticulous and I am reassured. However, you can broaden your focus. Don't just concentrate on the upper years. After all, our ambitions are greater, and we need a succession of talents. Yes, Chief. Time quickly arrived at 8 o'clock. Saul observed the rows of little lions who had already developed some semblance of poise. Awkward as it was passable. He stood up and announced, "All right, tonight's self-study session is over. I hope everyone will continue to strive." Dismissed. Yeah. Off, freedom. Instantly, everyone erupted in cheers. The little lions, like prisoners released after years of confinement, ran wildly about the common room, gesticulating joyfully. Many excitedly tore off their clothes and tossed them into the air, and some in a frenzy even grabbed the nearest person and planted a kiss on them. Ahem, regardless of gender. The twins too were released from their watery prison. George twisted his mouth, Fred slanted his eyes. They embraced, rolling on the ground, muttering to themselves. Rhyme-out George, so terrifying, but also so thrilling. Slant-eyed Fred, what if we put this electric shock effect into dung bombs? How would that be? Saul watched this spectacle of human nature with keen interest. Suddenly a spark exploded in the air. Bang! Silence. A loud roar followed, instantly quieting the common room. This time it wasn't Saul who caused the commotion. It was McGonagall, her face stern and rigid, slowly entering from the common room entrance. All the little lions stared dumbly at their head of house. McGonagall came before the chaotic crowd, glancing at those hanging on the wall lamps with eyes closed, pretending to be dead, and the twins, just released from the water prison, still hugging each other and smiling foolishly. I've been observing from the shadows, both relieved and worried. Relieved at your progress and poise, yet worried that Saul's methods are too harsh. McGonagall said, somewhat disappointed in their lack of perseverance. Yet the moment you're dismissed, you revert to your true nature. Are lions truly unworthy of elegance? All the little lions bowed their heads, unable to meet their head of house's disappointed gaze. McGonagall's aura was fully unleashed as she paced before the crowd like an enraged lioness. I know what you're thinking. After all, I too am a Gryffindor. Are you still contemplating a violent, uncooperative attitude? Planning to write home and complain? McGonagall swept her gaze over the guilty little lions, speaking for the first time like Snape. Don't dream about it. I will personally write to your parents, and I believe they will be pleased to see your progress. Moreover, from today onward, as Deputy Headmistress, I grant Saul the authority of Gryffindor Deputy Head to fully oversee your improvement. All the little lions' faces turned pale, their hearts ashen, as if snow fell in July, chilling body and soul. Some even fell to their knees in despair, crying out to the heavens, "No, no, no." The twins, lying on the ground, looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces. Slant-eyed Fred, I'm so distressed. Could I suddenly turn into a sniveling fool? Wry-mouthed George, bear with it a little longer. I'm already thinking of a way. We must endure humiliation. Slant-eyed Fred, right. Before a person is destroyed, let him first become inflated. Saul, unconcerned with the greatly troubled Professor McGonagall, left Gryffindor with a puzzled expression. The other 10 little serpents also looked at their chief in astonishment. They marveled that the chief was always the chief, capable of surprises, even winning unconditional support from Professor McGonagall. As they passed the 4th floor, they encountered Quirrell. He thrust a notebook into Saul's hands without a word and hurried away. To show his loyalty, Victor speculated wildly. Alice, if the chief can be Gryffindor Deputy Head, could he also become the defense against the dark arts professor? Alice pondered seriously for a moment, then shook her head. Quirrell's defense against the dark arts lessons are indeed useless, but the position is cursed. Better not. Victor, with the chief's prowess would he fear a curse? Saul turned his head to glance at Victor. Was this fellow trying to harm him? Unfortunately, he found no evidence as Victor's words seemed too sincere. He changed the subject, speaking with implication. Don't underestimate Quirrell. Never judge a book by its cover, as surprises are always hidden nearby. The little serpents nodded thoughtfully. The chief must have deep meaning. They returned to the Slytherin common room and dispersed. As Saul entered his dormitory, he saw Draco sitting on his bed with a conflicted expression. Goyle and Crabbe were nowhere to be seen. He approached and patted Draco on the shoulder. Draco, what's wrong? Draco jumped, and seeing it was Saul, his eyes darted away. Nothing. Children truly couldn't hide their expressions. Saul stared at Draco with a piercing gaze. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Draco finally gritted his teeth and said, just now Theodore asked me to teach him a spell, and I refused. Saul understood. Theodore, his own ardent fan. Why not? You're even willing to teach Goyle and Crabbe. Draco clenched his fists. I've known him since childhood. I know his thoughts are dangerous, and Draco stammered, unable to articulate further. Saul had no patience for children's riddles, and since Theodore was his devoted fan, he deserved preferential treatment. He waved his hand. Go fetch Theodore. They'll question him myself. Draco's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Finally, he had to rise reluctantly and stagger out to summon the boy. Saul shook his head, too weary to guess at the child's strange thoughts, and instead took out the notebook Quirrell had given him to read. He wanted to see what that fellow was up to, but within minutes he frowned and drew in a sharp breath. His old Voldemort really spared no expense. The Black family had books on the Fiendfire curse, but that dark magic had a high threshold, and one must first master the equally demanding finite incantatem. Otherwise, dabbling in Fiendfire recklessly would only lead to self-destruction, like that fool who burned the Room of Requirement, whom, given his talent in white magic, finite incantatem was too advanced for him. Yet the content in Voldemort's notebook bypassed the need for finite incantatem, offering a way to fundamentally control Fiendfire. Before Saul could continue reading, Draco, looking as if had swallowed a toad, brought in Theodore Knott. On the way back from Gryffindor, Shawn had inquired of Alice about Theodore's general situation. In a way, he felt quite sympathetic toward this fervent admirer. Theodore was a tragic figure akin to Sirius Black, hailing from a dreadful family, which made him rebellious. His sister Gloria resembled Regulus Black. Both were heirs who failed to live up to expectations, forced to bear the burdens of their mad elders. While Sirius chose to betray his family at all costs, Theodore opted to lock himself away in his own world. Shawn gazed at the pale, emaciated Theodore, who appeared somewhat morbid, exuding a solitary chill with a hint of concealed madness in his eyes. Meeting Shaw's stare, Theodore straightened his back as best he could, raised his wand diagonally toward the sky, and declared loudly, "Greetings, Chief. Your most loyal follower Theodore pays his respects. Indeed, the more reclusive a person, the more fervent and devoted they become once they find faith." Draco's eyes widened. He had warned Theodore not to speak out of turn before they came. That shameless Theodore had stabbed him in the back, stealing his lines ahead of time. If it weren't for how embarrassing such words were, Draco would have said them himself. Shawn, however, showed no sign of mockery. He nodded without inquiring about Theodore's tragic life, and went straight to the heart of the matter. "Theodore, tell me, what do you desire?" Theodore's expression hardened. Even with his pale, handsome face, it made him look sinister. "My father joined the Death Eaters not out of any noble ideal, but simply for the pleasure of torture and murder. I vowed long ago to eradicate those like him, and overthrow this filthy, disgusting world." Shawn furrowed his brow. Theodore had the makings of a madman, a useful blade, but one that could easily cut the wielder. "You just said you are my most loyal follower. What can you do for me?" Theodore declared firmly. "Anything." Shawn snorted, coldly delivering words that pierced the soul. "Ha, if I ordered you to kill your father, would you dare?" Theodore's eyes twitched at the question, which struck a chord deep within him, a thought he had once harbored. Of course, such thoughts were akin to the fleeting self-destructive impulses that occasionally cross anyone's mind. Living under the oppression of that mad father for so long, it was only natural to harbor thoughts of patricide. Yet after a long struggle, Theodore lowered his head and shook it with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "Chief, I can't. I have disappointed you." Shawn stood up, a warm smile spreading across his face, and placed his palm on Theodore's head. "I am not disappointed. Very well, I accept your loyalty." Theodore's shame immediately turned to joy as he knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Chief. I hear you have a talent for potions. What can you brew?" "I'm decent. I enjoy treating small animals, so I've done some research. I can brew common healing potions, polyjuice potion, and the like." Shawn nodded slightly. A talented individual worth cultivating. He could secretly dispose of or imprison Theodore's father in the future, thereby securing the influential Knott family. So he took out Snape's textbook, duplicated it, and gave a copy to Theodore. "This is a potions master's early annotations on the textbook. Copy the notes before the duplicate's magic fades. It also contains some dark arts. Study it with Draco, and do not share it with others." Theodore accepted the duplicate, respectfully puzzled. "Huh, Chief, you don't oppose the use of dark arts?" Shaw explained patiently. It is the heart that kills, not the blade in hand. Theodore fell into brief contemplation, then nodded. I understand. After Theodore left joyfully, Shaw smiled and opened his system to check. He had 2 points of level 3 faith, needing 8 more to draw from the level 3 prize pool, which would surely grant a divine skill. After the past 2 days, he had over 200 level 1 faith points and 91 level 2 points. Just a little more for another level 2 draw. Nearby Draco, who had been holding back, stammered, Shaw, you were so ruthless just now. Why did you ask Theodore if he dared to kill his father? Is this how you test loyalty? You wouldn't ask me to. Stop overthinking. You have a good father. Shaw waved off Draco's wild thoughts. He wasn't a father killer, but he was somewhat disappointed in Draco. After all had done for him, Draco still hadn't contributed any fervent faith points. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Had he really seemed so ruthless? He took out the phoenix feather, rubbing it in his hand, and murmured words no one else could hear. Only ruthlessness leads to greatness. Only emotion can be exploited. For my throne only, I need to be great. He then sent the troubled Draco off to his own business. Shaw took out Voldemort's diary and continued reading. The more he read, the more delighted he became, but soon his joy turned to anger. After a while, he couldn't help but curse. Voldemort, you cliffhanger. You hack writer. Saturday, a day off. The atmosphere on campus was eerily strange. The little eagles and badgers felt as if they had wandered into the wrong school. Where was the collective slacking off? Where was the carefree childhood everyone talked about? Slytherin was one thing, but even Gryffindor had joined the rat race. The library was packed on a holiday, leaving the studious eagles no room to sit. In the corridors, little lions walked with odd postures and offered strange, overly polite greetings, making the badgers wonder if they were possessed by ghosts. In the great hall behind every group of little lions, a pretty girl followed with a small notebook, jotting things down. The usual lively feasting scene at the Gryffindor table was gone, as several little lions even bit their tongues by accident. George, with his twisted mouth, was one of those who kept biting his tongue. He sighed. This life is unbearable. Fred, squinting, looked around, and seeing that Angelina's monitors weren't watching, whispered, I've sent members of the Anti-Tyranny Alliance to Hogsmeade for conductive and insulating materials. George's twisted mouth perked up. Once we find a way to counter lightning, we can overthrow Shaw, the Dark Lord's reign of terror. Not far from them, Harry was nibbling on a chicken leg, his ears twitching. He hesitated. Should I rat them out? But I'm a Gryffindor. Oh, what a dilemma. Just then Draco approached with a pale, solitary boy, followed by his 2 useless cronies. Harry finished eating. We need to head to the abandoned classroom for Shaw's spell training. Harry nodded, finished his chicken leg, wiped his mouth with a napkin with composure, and glanced toward Ravenclaw. Hey, where's Hermione? She said she'd be at the abandoned classroom today too. Draco's eyes flickered with displeasure. I don't know what Shaw was thinking, letting Hermione be his assistant. She went ahead half an hour ago to set up the room. Harry could see Draco's disdain and frustration and could only mumble an oh. He felt helpless. His 2 best friends couldn't stand each other. What could he do? Let's go. Shaw said there's, in Austria, at Nurmengard. The opulent study was filled with a rich, sweet fragrance, and within arm's reach one could always find some confection or sweet beverage. Grindelwald rarely partook, yet he ensured they were always available, replaced daily to maintain the finest taste. At that moment, Grindelwald sat behind a sandalwood desk, earnestly reading a letter, his eyes occasionally flashing with fury, the air crackling with his boiling magical energy. This was the 4th time he had read the letter. The first time he nearly exploded with rage. The second he fell into deep contemplation. The third he still felt like exploding. To my dear Mr. Pilot Rouge, it began. I am delighted to receive your letter once more. Regarding your previous point about the wizard war stirred up by Grindelwald, I hold a different view. In a word, Grindelwald is nothing but a fart. This fellow, unworthy of his legendary status, is a disgrace to the very name of legend. How shameless. I have heard of a saying from an Eastern sage about revolution, and I hold it as truth. To accomplish a great deed, one must increase the number of allies and reduce the number of enemies. And what of Grindelwald? Aside from making enemies all over the world, and proving himself a worthless Dark Lord, can he achieve anything more? Everyone says he is skilled at manipulation. Why not manipulate Dumbledore? If he truly cannot manipulate or defeat him, then why not capture his wife and relatives as hostages? Refuse to join the grand scheme, and they die. If that fails, resort to deception. Feign defeat, devise cunning stratagems, pretend madness, but not insanity. After all, dirty tricks always outnumber difficulties. And yet he calls himself a Dark Lord. Lacking any skill in scheming, trash. Good people are actually easier to deal with than bad ones. They have more weaknesses and more scruples. Hence the failed Grindelwald is merely an embarrassment to the foul title of Dark Lord. Grindelwald constantly preaches grand ideals and such, but aside from fooling those brainless fools who take ideals for food, it's all worthless. Without offering benefits, who would follow you? What value do ideals hold? How many pounds of rice are they worth? If it were me, I would simply shout the slogan, strike the purebloods, distribute their land, and guarantee that 90% of wizards would side with me. Oh, I've gotten too carried away with criticism, straying from the topic. Please forgive me, old sir. Regarding the treatment of Muggles, my view roughly encompasses 3 points. Integrate wizards into Muggle society from top to bottom, absorb Muggle technology into magic, and manipulate public opinion to gradually pave the way for the existence of wizards. Of course, the process would be more complex and difficult, with the hardest part being unifying wizards' opinions and breaking the statute of secrecy. As for the elemental matter, I must thank you, old sir. I happen to have a suitable wand. Alas, lightning spells are truly hard to come by, and I am but a poor student with no connections. By the way, let me share a secret. Voldemort seems to have returned. Our headmaster is so worried his hair has turned white, and I happen to be able to help him a little, but the headmaster is far too stingy. He just gave me a chicken feather to send me off. Your dear friend Shaw Black. After reading it for the 4th time, Grindelwald could barely suppress the fury in his eyes, crushing a corner of the letter in his grip. Yet as a qualified leader, his judgment was not swayed by emotion. Though furious, he found Shaw's arguments remarkably persuasive. Having been imprisoned for 50 years, he had reflected ceaselessly. After several deep breaths, he managed to quell his anger, retaining enough composure not to storm off to Hogwarts and kill Shaw. Once calm, Grindelwald gritted his teeth and began to write a reply. And he had to adopt a third-person perspective to join Shaw in ruthlessly criticizing himself. Where was the justice in that? The first Dark Lord actually felt a twinge of grievance. After finishing the letter, he summoned Abernathy again. Any progress on the Phoenix matter? Abernathy's face showed difficulty, sweat beading on his forehead. He had underestimated the problem. Phoenixes were not just 1 or 2 in number. The followers had even spotted wild ones, but capturing them was the greatest challenge. Phoenixes could teleport, were indestructible, and could heal themselves. Only their direct combat ability was lacking. Otherwise they would be perfect. But they were indeed incredibly hard to catch. The followers had expended vast resources and manpower, yet hadn't even managed to grab a single feather. Yet Abernathy knew his master was a man who cared only for results, not the process. Seeing his subordinate's expression, Grindelwald's face showed slight displeasure. He had long grown dissatisfied with the frequency of his correspondence with Shaw. This young lad Shaw had truly inspired a desire in Grindelwald to teach, eager to pass on all his skills to realize his unfulfilled ideals. Having just been thoroughly berated, he still had a bellyful of anger to vent. But before Grindelwald could scold his subordinate to release his frustration, a spark burst in the air and Dumbledore's figure slowly materialized. Grindelwald instantly restrained his displeasure, pointing to the envelope on the desk for Abernathy. As usual, send the spell along with it. Abernathy breathed a sigh of relief, took the envelope, and turned to leave swiftly. In his heart he resolved that if all else failed, he would go and capture that Phoenix mascot from the New Zealand Quidditch team. Dumbledore watched Abernathy leave with the letter, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. But Grindelwald interrupted his contemplation. Albus, you've come. Grindelwald greeted warmly, while summoning various sweets with a wave of his hand. These are confections I've gathered from around the world. This is baklava, this is tiramisu. Oh, and you must try this. In the East they call it tonghalu. It's sweet and sour, quite pleasant. Dumbledore's eyes were complex, and with a soft hum, he took the tonghalu Grindelwald offered and bit into it. Indeed, it was sweet and sour, and he understood Gellert's metaphor. With a slight pang of guilt, Dumbledore quickly pulled a pair of woolen socks warm from his body from his robes. Gellert, this is my gift to you. Though it's summer now, as long as you don't wear them out in the sun, they should be quite comfortable. Grindelwald's face stiffened, his warm expression turning more serious, and he spoke with a self-deprecating tone. You still don't believe I will keep my promise? I am old now, having languished here for years. The harsh prison life has ruined my health. I have no energy to go out. Besides, I have long been left behind by the times. My knowledge might be inferior even to a first-year student at your school. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a pleading gaze. Gellert, the magical world can no longer withstand turmoil. I truly have no energy left for your riddles. Promise me, will you? Seeing Albus like this, Grindelwald suddenly recalled the matters mentioned in Shaw's letter and broke into a warm smile. Very well, if you put the socks on me with your own hands, I swear I will never leave this tower. As he spoke, Grindelwald propped his feet on the desk, looking as if he awaited service. I am delighted to serve you. Dumbledore showed no sign of embarrassment or reluctance. He walked to the sandalwood desk, gently removing Grindelwald's shoes and socks. But when he saw Grindelwald's withered, shrunken feet, his hands trembled uncontrollably and tears began to glisten in his eyes. A wave of self-reproach washed over him, and a string within his heart nearly snapped. Grindelwald felt a scorching teardrop fall onto his foot. His heart ached for Dumbledore, so he quickly tried to comfort him. Albus, put them on for me, will you? Truly, as one ages, the body fails. Even in summer, I feel the chill. How thoughtful of you to think of sending me woolen socks. I'm glad you like them. I'll install a fireplace here for you later. Dumbledore quickly composed himself, placed the woolen socks on the table, and first used his gentle hands to warm Grindelwald's icy feet before pulling the socks on. Grindelwald was genuinely elated. Albus, a story just came to mind. In an ancient kingdom, there was a general deeply in love with his wife, but he had to serve in wars, and they were rarely together. After one great battle, the general returned grievously wounded and paralyzed. His wife, somewhat relieved, cared for him devotedly. But as she aged, she could no longer tend to him properly. So they decided to adopt a son. The wife wanted someone to see them through their final years, while the general hoped his son would fulfill his dream of conquering for the kingdom. The adopted son turned out exceptional, honoring his filial duties and realizing the general's ambition. Albus, what do you think of me adopting a son? Dumbledore listened silently to Grindelwald's tale, his eyes regaining their wisdom and the hidden ruthlessness within. Dumbledore sighed, reaching out to smooth the wrinkled cuff of Grindelwald's trousers as he spoke earnestly. Gellert, there's no need to adopt a child. Once I've finished some matters, I'll grow old and die with you. That is the greatest recompense I can offer. Grindelwald smiled and dropped the subject, urging Dumbledore to indulge in sweets, especially the candied hawthorns. They began to chat idly, with Dumbledore recounting amusing anecdotes from the last Quidditch World Cup. He vividly described how his beloved Argentine team triumphed through sheer grit and how the losing side earned honor in defeat. He praised the Seeker Simmel for turning the tide against all odds. An hour later, Dumbledore took his leave. With a flash of fire, he returned to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Seated, Dumbledore closed his eyes and thought, absently grabbing a chocolate from the pile of cockroach clusters on his desk and chewing it. After devouring over a dozen, he finally pieced together the nuances and hidden meanings of his recent exchange with Gellert. He wrote 2 notes. One was addressed to Babaji, the vice president of the International Confederation of Wizards, instructing him to investigate the movements of the fanatical followers of the Wizarding Party, including correspondence to and from Nurmengard, and to see if they were gathering information about gifted young wizards. The other summoned Shaw to the headmaster's office along with the password. Dumbledore called for Fawkes to deliver the messages. Half an hour earlier, in a disused classroom at Hogwarts, students had gathered in small groups. Hermione and Iris had set up a table at the door, registering the spells each student knew. Shaw stood by the window, seemingly admiring the view, but in reality, he was drawing prizes within the system. Only now did he realize his meager stock of white magic and low levels left him ill-equipped to teach. The water prison and flock of birds spells were not suitable for general instruction. Dark magic was out of the question. Apart from the shield charm and the levitation charm, his other general white magic might be inferior to what older students could perform. Fortunately, he still had over 2,000 Tier 1 faith points, and after last night's events, his Tier 2 faith points had finally climbed to over 120. So he could still rely on these 3 draws to come up with something useful. Otherwise, the boast head made would fall flat. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 skill point. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining level 3 disarming charm. As the host already possesses level 2 disarming charm, proficiency is stacked now level 4 disarming charm. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining level 5 soul absorption. Shaw pondered for a moment upon seeing these 2 spells. He first added the skill point to the disarming charm, elevating it to level 5. That would be the spell for today's lesson. The effect of level 5 soul absorption deeply impressed him. A spell and a charm were distinct concepts. For instance, the water prison was a composite enchantment integrating water control and transfiguration. Similarly, soul absorption was a profound composite charm combining absorption and mana drain. As expected from the Tier 2 draw pool, its effect was immensely powerful. Provided there were enough magical life forms to absorb, his mana reserve could increase by 50 units annually. The limitation was not the absorption itself, but his physical constitution. Soul absorption was essentially a weakened version of the system's absorption. Shaw mused over where to find magical creatures to drain, which would soon grant him a mana reserve surpassing that of an adult wizard. In 2 years, even if he couldn't defeat a legend, he could at least survive a defeat. If he amassed enough faith points in the meantime, the outcome would be uncertain. Shaw, students from both houses are here, and the spells have been registered. Should we start the lesson? Hermione's voice pulled him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Hermione's eager face and the classroom full of students. Somewhat impatient, he set aside his plan to head to the Forbidden Forest immediately. Nodding to Hermione, he walked calmly to the podium and gazed at the students below, finding the feeling not unpleasant. He announced loudly, "Today marks our first spell guidance session. Let's not waste time on trivialities. The sole aim of this class is to grow stronger." Ignoring the burning gazes of many young witches and wizards, he drew his wand and twirled it between his fingers, tracing glowing letters in the air. Incantation, gesture, emotion. Successful spell casting hinges on these 3 elements. I believe emotion is paramount. It can be extended to will. Gestures and incantations can be learned, and they vary by region. You can't expect a French speaker to recite an English spell. Magic is inherently subjective. You've all experienced magical outbursts triggered by emotional instability. Seeing the young wizard's interest wane, Shaw suddenly realized his mistake. It was his inexperience. These students, tired of theoretical lessons, craved hands-on practice. Today he'll teach you a common defensive spell, the disarming charm. With a flick of his wand, a red beam as thick as an arm shot forth like a piercing sword toward a dummy wielding a staff in the corner. The dazzling spell bathed the disused classroom in crimson light. The struck dummy exploded outright, with an effect comparable to an ordinary blasting curse. The spell's power naturally stunned the young witches and wizards, eliciting a collective gasp. They had all seen the disarming charm before, but a disarming charm like a sword of light. That was a first. Merlin's beard is that the disarming charm. I may not be well read, but Shaw don't fool me. But it doesn't look like the yellow flash of the blasting curse either. The head boy truly lives up to his title. His disarming charm is one of a kind. Hermione's curiosity ignited, and she immediately raised her hand and asked loudly, Shaw, why is your disarming charm so powerful? In truth, Shower had also been startled, for it was the first time he had cast a level 5 disarming charm, and he had not fully controlled its power. Upon hearing Hermione's question, he pondered for a moment before speaking. The wizarding world has never had a convention for classifying spell levels, at most there is only an evaluation of proficiency. Today I shall share with you my perspective on spell levels. The young witches and wizards immediately became intrigued by Shower's words. Indeed, the magical world lacked a clear classification of spell levels, primarily because it was too troublesome. The variety of spells was vast and diverse, and the magical world was rather indolent, with an academic atmosphere that was far from intense. Although there were academic journals like today's Transfiguration, few actually read them, and their significance was more symbolic. Seeing that the young witches and wizards had finally taken an interest, Shower smiled and continued his explanation. Take the disarming charm for example. A level 1 disarming charm means initial mastery. You can cast it, but it works intermittently. A level 2 disarming charm indicates formal mastery. Harry, would you demonstrate? Ah, yes, of course. Harry hadn't expected to be called upon. He glanced around, noticing Draco's look of envy and dejection, his cowlick drooping. Harry felt a bit sheepish, but secretly a little pleased. He quickly bolstered his courage, stepped forward a few paces, and confidently cast the spell at another practice dummy, holding a wand, Expelliarmus. His holly wand immediately emitted a red beam as thick as a chopstick. The small wand in the dummy's hand flew backward, landing in Harry's grasp. Harry, your disarming charm is well executed. From now on you can use this spell as your primary offensive charm. Shower, standing with his hands behind his back, offered a word of guidance. Harry's disarming charm was more proficient than during the midnight duel, nearly reaching the level of a level 3 spell. A level 3 spell, unless you possess a natural affinity for it, requires considerable effort and practice to master. Montague, would you demonstrate? Montague, standing toward the back of the crowd, was taken aback. He had come with the intention of slacking off, and upon hearing that the lesson was on the disarming charm, he had become even more lackadaisical. He hadn't expected to be called upon. Without hesitation, he stepped to the front, gave a slight bow to Shower, and cast the spell at the dummy. Expelliarmus. The red light from Montag's disarming charm was noticeably stronger than Harry's, about the thickness of a thumb. The ordinary small wand it struck flew backward, nearly snapping in two. Shower nodded slightly. Impressive power. Stay here and assist me in instructing the others. Montague bowed again and stood to the side, finding it increasingly difficult to refuse Shower's commands. Shower looked at the eager faces of the young witches and wizards and smiled. As for a level 4 spell, achieving that level requires guidance from a master, considerable effort, and some magical talent. At this level you can cast non-verbally and even influence the spell's trajectory. Like this. Without uttering an incantation, Shower simply flicked his wand. A red light thicker than a thumb arced through the air. When it struck a dummy, it not only shattered the wand, but also left spiderweb-like cracks across the dummy's body. The young witches and wizards gasped again in awe. Even Montague, who had just demonstrated the spell, had a gleam in his eyes. A level 5 spell allows for non-verbal wandless casting and even slight shaping of the spell. Mastering it is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It is still far beyond your grasp, so I shall merely demonstrate it. With that, Shower placed his wand behind his back and extended his empty hand, unleashing his full power. A wrist-thick, dazzling red sword beam shot from his fingertip, trailing a brilliant, blued fiery tail. It arced through the air and blasted a dummy to pieces. The sword beam, undiminished, struck the thick wall behind the dummy. Boom. Thud. 2 consecutive thunderous sounds shook the entire classroom, and everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Through the settling dust of the shattered dummy, they saw a large hole blasted through the wall, with dense spiderweb cracks radiating outward. The older students, including Montague and Alice, gazed with fervent eyes, eager to apprentice themselves to Shower on the spot. His power was truly overwhelming. Sometimes it was like this. Though Shower's water prison spell was even more spectacular, no one knew it, so there was no basis for comparison. They only knew Shower was immensely strong. But the disarming charm was a spell nearly every upperclassman knew. Now they realized it could be wielded with such devastating force, and their interest was piqued. The twins hiding in the crowd swallowed hard in unison. George, it seems. Maybe. Even if we could defend against electricity, would be no match for the Dark Lord. Fred, how about we disband the Anti-Tyranny Alliance and apologize to Shower? Just as the twins' weak voices faded, their dear younger brother Ron immediately objected loudly. No, Shower must have a weakness. The twins quickly distanced themselves from their foolish brother as many hostile gazes were cast their way. George, how, we don't know this guy? Do as you please. Fred, yes, I am Deputy Headmaster Shower's loyal dog. Absolutely loyal. Ron then realized he had spoken too loudly, but since the night he was hung up he had sworn enmity with Shower, and he simply couldn't contain himself. Seeing 7 or 8 Slytherins and 3 or 4 Gryffindors closing in, he pitifully sought help from his brothers. George, Fred, I'm your brother. After the recent display of magic, many young witches and wizards had grown even more devoted to Shower. Ron had indeed stirred up public anger. Shower on the platform naturally noticed the commotion in the crowd and spoke in a cold tone. Enough. Now everyone form 7 groups by age. The 7th years will teach the disarming charm. Everyone snapped to attention, and the crowd around Ron dispersed, hastily forming groups, leaving a bewildered and bruised Ron standing alone. Hermione, who had been at the front, bit her lip and raised her hand. Shower, is there a level 6 spell beyond level 5? Her question brought all the young witches and wizards to a halt, and they turned expectantly to Shaw. Shower rubbed his nose sheepishly. Of course there is. Harry then asked, what is it like? Is it terrifyingly powerful? Shower was momentarily at a loss, as he himself was eager to know. But he couldn't undermine his aura as a powerful figure. How could he maintain an air of mystery? Just then flames erupted above his head, and a phoenix emerged from them. The phoenix circled once above Shower, dropped a note, and vanished in another flash of fire. It was quite graceful. Shower grabbed the note and glanced at it, his heart sinking. The old bee was finally inviting him for tea. He maintained a calm expression and even waved the note at the young witches and wizards. The headmaster has summoned me, so I must leave. As for your desire to see a level 6 spell, if 10 of you reach the proficiency of a level 4 spell, I will not only prepare mysterious gifts for those 10, but also demonstrate a level 6 spell. Otherwise it would be too discouraging. With his empty promises, Shower managed to ignite even more enthusiasm among the young witches and wizards. He instructed Alice, Montague, Percy, and Hermione to oversee the subsequent teaching. Then with a shrug he departed. He sighed inwardly, thinking that being a hands-off leader was indeed pleasant. Now he would go and seek wisdom from the old Master Dumbledore. Cockroach cluster. Shaw appeared on the 8th floor, recited the password, ascended the spiral staircase, and arrived before the headmaster's office. He paused, his expression turning increasingly solemn. This meeting might determine the course of many subsequent events. Earlier he had made some preparations, rehearsing many mental drafts. If things went awry, he even planned to divert Dumbledore's attention by revealing that Voldemort was parasitizing the back of Quirrell's head. Child, don't just stand there, come in. The door swung open automatically, accompanied by Dumbledore's kindly voice. Shaw composed his expression, brushed the non-existent dust from his shoulders, and strode in with an air of nonchalance. Oh, praise Merlin, the most outstanding descendant of the Black family. Dumbledore sat serenely in his office chair, casually silencing Phineas in the portrait on the wall with a wave of his hand, then gestured for him to sit. Shaw, please have a seat. Shaw glanced up at the portrait. The man who might be his great-grandfather looked gaunt and harsh, his eyes blazing with fury, his small mustache twitching. He suppressed a chuckle, but it relaxed his mood. He bowed politely to greet Dumbledore. Headmaster, hello. Dumbledore cheerfully beckoned again. Don't just stand there, sit down. Come try my new dessert, lemon sherbet. There are sweets and drinks, help yourself. Without waiting for Shaw's response, an empty cup and a plate of sweets leaped onto Shaw's desk. As soon as Shaw sat down, he watched the empty cup slowly fill with an orange beverage and felt a pang of annoyance. Headmaster, just half a cup, please. Shaw quickly used his levitation charm to stop the dessert pitcher mid-pour. A glint of sharp light flashed in Dumbledore's kindly eyes, but he didn't contest Shaw for control of the pitcher, merely saying regretfully, "Sweet treats always bring happiness. Anyone who loves sweets can't be all bad." Shaw felt deeply vexed. From the moment he stepped through the door, old Dumbledore had been subtly testing him. First he emphasized the host-guest dynamic outside, then silenced his great-grandfather to show he wouldn't rely on old ties, then forced sweets on him to assert a firm stance, and finally this remark carried an underlying warning. The old bee was insufferable. Head right to Grindelwald later to vent his anger. Shaw took a small sip from the glass. It was sickeningly sweet. He set it down, ready to counterattack. Having been steeped in so much internet-era toxic positivity, Shaw was not one to shy away from a verbal duel. Headmaster, this is too sweet. Perhaps only those with a bitter heart would enjoy it. Dumbledore's aged hand paused. Before he could speak, Shaw began pulling items from his ring: a tea set, a jar of bitter tea, and a small red clay stove. How about I treat you to some tea instead? I learned this tea ceremony from an Eastern friend, and it has taught me many life philosophies. Dumbledore, momentarily intrigued, set aside his probing of Shaw's character and watched Shaw's performance with keen interest. A person's hobbies can reveal their character. On the grand table, steam rose from the small red stove and kettle. Shaw moved with grace, warming several teacups elegantly. He then took a pinch of tea leaves from a small canister and placed them into a tea strainer set over a small dish. He reached for the small kettle, tilted it, and poured the boiling water over the leaves, releasing a fragrant aroma. Before happiness, one must endure trials like boiling water, Shaw remarked calmly as he rinsed the tea, sharing his insight with Dumbledore. After rinsing, he placed some of the softened leaves into 2 white jade teacups. He lifted the kettle again and slowly poured water along the rim of the cups. Gurgle, gurgle. The tea leaves tumbled and unfurled in the cups, rising and falling. And before achieving great success, one must experience many ups and downs. The tea gradually turned an amber hue, and a richer, more fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Dumbledore's crooked nose twitched as he sniffed vigorously, almost unable to suppress a swallow. And with these trials, a person like this tea gains depth. A single sip and success or failure becomes irrelevant. Shaw chuckled lightly as he poured the tea, set down the kettle, and flicked his finger against the white jade cup. The teacup, trailing a wisp of steam, slid swiftly to Dumbledore's side, stopping at the perfect distance, the tea undisturbed. At that moment, Shaw was utterly magnificent. Dumbledore no longer underestimated Shaw in the slightest. This tea ceremony alone revealed much. Elegance, composure, eloquence, and considerable cunning. He picked up the white jade cup, gazed at the clear amber liquid, took a small sip, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Shaw said at the opportune moment, "The tea is bitter at first, but the aftertaste is endlessly sweet. You must savor it fully, Headmaster." Before their relationship escalated into open confrontation, Dumbledore was someone who readily took good advice. He took another sip of tea, then closed his eyes to contemplate. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, his mouth now filled with an endlessly lingering sweetness, unlike the cloying sensation of pure sugar. Dumbledore's brow relaxed, and he smacked his lips before speaking. "Excellent tea ceremony, and a fine bitter tea. It's more memorable than English black tea." Shaw, also sipping his tea, took a small sip and set down his cup. "Headmaster, you didn't summon me just to recommend sweets, did you?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Dumbledore's aged face as his theory about sweets had been thoroughly dismantled by the young man. Though he wondered how Shaw at such a young age could understand truths that even adults might not grasp, and though he saw no signs of Shaw turning dark, he realized he needed to delve deeper into Shaw's life in the Muggle world over the years. Or perhaps, as Gellert had said, he was so old that his wisdom was inferior to that of a first-year student. But being old had its perks. Thick skin. He chuckled and said, "Both heads tell me you're doing well. However, I have a doubt. Slytherin values elegance and propriety, but if you demand the same from Gryffindor, might you not strip them of their essential qualities?" Shaw smiled faintly, refilling Dumbledore's cup, and spoke with a hint of playful sarcasm. "Headmaster, when the founders created Hogwarts, they didn't know Gryffindor would become a den of brashness, nor that Slytherin would be filled entirely with the selfish. I'm merely restoring the school to its original state, educating and nurturing character. Gryffindor can be brave without being impulsive. They must learn restraint. Learning a few rules never hurts, wouldn't you agree? Speaking of which, that should be your responsibility, Headmaster." Dumbledore looked surprised, not because he was being accused of failing in his duties as headmaster. His blue eyes scrutinized Shaw, many comparisons flashing through his mind. Like Voldemort. No, Voldemort's mind was too dark and stubborn, and he lacked Shaw's eloquence, relying on the same tactics endlessly. Like Gellert. No, Gellert wasn't as frank as Shaw. Gellert preferred directness. Apart from his dislike of sweets, Shaw seemed somewhat like a younger version of himself, always using lofty words and actions to mask certain hidden intentions. Shawn watched the old bee he had thoroughly fooled, secretly pleased with himself. Without bothering the contemplative Dumbledore, he tidied up the tea set and rose to approach Phineas' portrait. As the portrait huffed and puffed, pointing repeatedly at its mouth to signal Shawn to lift the silencing charm, Shawn merely smiled and did not comply. Shawn chuckled, but did not oblige. After all, it was merely a painting. Moreover, the portrait's tongue was notoriously sharp. If he were to release the charm, he would likely be bombarded with a torrent of scathing remarks, and Shawn had no desire to stage a spectacle of filial piety before Dumbledore. "Great-grandfather, hello. Great-grandfather, goodbye. Phineas." Having greeted him, Shawn figured Dumbledore would need considerable time to ponder how to handle his affairs. Unwilling to linger, he strode out. Just as he stepped through the door, Dumbledore's voice echoed after him. "Any leads on the other Horcruxes?" Shawn walked on without turning back, his voice calm. "Soon. I believe I can prepare a satisfactory Christmas surprise for the headmaster." Exiting the office, Shawn strolled leisurely down the corridor. His mention of a Christmas surprise for Dumbledore was not a reference to Ravenclaw's diadem. He had yet to fully decipher the diadem's secrets, and was not about to part with it. The real surprise was indeed a genuine revelation, telling old Dumbledore that Harry was a Horcrux. From his memories of the films and books, before Harry's third year, Dumbledore had only suspected a connection between Harry and Voldemort, believing it stemmed from that fateful night when a portion of Voldemort's power transferred to Harry. Only after Harry and Voldemort began sharing dreams did Dumbledore confirm Harry's status as a Horcrux. Now old Dumbledore, a Christmas surprise awaits. Shawn did not return to the abandoned classroom. Having a useful pawn was indeed convenient. Instead, he pulled out a notebook and settled on a balcony on the 8th floor, reading in the gentle breeze. The notebook contained Voldemort's insights on the Fiendfire curse. The text was excellent, elucidating the curse with clarity while pointing to its inherently cursed nature. Voldemort also outlined his self-created Serpent Fire spell, a complex composite magic. Simply by reading these annotations and explanations without any practice, Shawn's Fiendfire proficiency, as marked by the system, had already reached level 2. Clearly Voldemort had potential as a professor. Yet frustratingly the sections on bypassing the counter-curse finite and cantatum advanced fiendfire applications and the detailed serpent fire spell were abruptly cut off. Voldemort had hit a writer's block and left it unfinished. Initially Shawn was furious, but he vowed never to beg the capricious block-stricken Voldemort. He could always seek out the very agreeable Grindelwald. Wasn't the blue gas stove just as tempting? Brilliant effects, immense power, and a perfect test of loyalty. Throughout the morning Shawn pored over the notebook, repeatedly absorbing all he could. He diligently noted down puzzling parts to seek clarification from his followers later, gradually working toward mastering the gas stove technique. As the sun climbed directly overhead, a silvery, translucent figure flickered in his peripheral vision. It seemed to be the Grey Lady. He quickly stashed the notebook and gave chase. But at the corner the Grey Lady vanished into a wall. The ability of a female ghost to phase through walls is utterly broken. Frustrated by his failed pursuit, Shawn could only return to the Slytherin common room. In the common room many young Slytherins had already returned. Some were studying, while others practiced the disarming charm in the newly opened dueling chamber. Even the purebloods who opposed him were not slacking off, though Shawn knew they were secretly plotting something. Nevertheless, he was fairly satisfied with the overall atmosphere. As he walked through the common room with his hands behind his back, the young Slytherins rose to bow respectfully. He acknowledged each with a nod, noting the names of those whose eyes shone with admiration. Returning to his dormitory, he was about to summon Creature for some food, when he noticed Draco sitting listlessly on his bed. Goyle and Crabbe had been in the dueling chamber. Shawn pulled up a chair and sat before the dazed Draco. "So what's troubling you? You look awful." Draco snapped back to reality, uneasy in Shawn's presence. He dared not meet Shawn's piercing gaze and muttered, "It's nothing. Probably just lack of sleep." Shawn snorted. "Look at me, Draco. You claim to be my best friend and follower, yet I see confusion in your eyes." Ashamed, Draco hung his head, his platinum hair drooping, his innate haughtiness gone. "I'm sorry, Shawn." I. Shawn shook his head in disappointment. This boy was too conflicted. He cut him off. "Is your opportunistic father pressuring you?" Draco nodded, his voice hoarse. "Yes. Father says I've gone astray, forgotten the Malfoy honor and principles. He plans to send me to Durmstrang next year to distance me from you, the blood traitor." Shawn's eyes flickered with doubt. Lucius was not usually so rash. Wasn't he the type to hedge his bets? A thought struck him. Have other elite pureblood students received similar letters? Draco nodded again. "Yes, most of them." Shawn understood Lucius was merely following the crowd. Shawn raised his wand, using its tip to lift Draco's pointed chin, locking eyes with him. "So what's holding you back? Struggling against your father's plans? Or lacking faith in me?" Draco trembled, feeling Shawn's terrifyingly cold gaze. Frightened, he blurted out his thoughts. "I'm not conflicted, nor do I want to transfer. I just blame myself for lacking Theodore's resolve." His face twisted with regret as he knocked the wand away, shouting tearfully. "Theodore burned his father's letter without hesitation, saying he'd rather beg to follow you than be supported by his family. But I hesitated for ages before deciding to disobey my father. I hate my own cowardice." Shawn lowered his wand, his stern expression softening. Gently he said to the tearful Draco, "Draco, everyone has a different nature. The Malfoy line has never produced resolute men. Don't compare yourself to Theodore. Your roles are different. Just don't overthink it." Shawn wanted to point out the Malfoy strengths, but couldn't think of any. He said no more. Losing his appetite, he patted Draco's shoulder and stood up, planning to accelerate his schemes. "Start with the Forbidden Forest to strengthen my power." Pausing at the door, he felt the dejected Draco was no fun. Turning back, he comforted him, "Don't dwell on it. Be yourself. After Christmas, everything will improve." Harry had truly outshone everyone in the abandoned classroom today. Among the younger wizards below third year, his disarming charm was undoubtedly the finest. Thus Harry began to grasp what Shawn meant by strength being everything, and his desire to grow stronger intensified. Without Ron dragging him down into mediocrity, Harry was markedly different, proving that one's choice of company truly matters. After the spell guidance session ended, he didn't even want to attend the 4 o'clock Quidditch practice, preferring only to find a spot to practice the disarming charm. Harry harbored a modest wish to be among the first 10 to reach level 4 in the disarming charm. He didn't care for any surprise gifts. He only hoped that Shaw, whom he regarded as an elder brother, would pay him a little more attention. Beyond the role model effect, there might also be some special emotional solace he sought in Shaw. So after lunch, Harry and Hermione went to a corner by the Black Lake to practice spells. "Harry, your progress with the disarming charm is astonishing, but why are your other spells improving so slowly?" Maybe, as Shaw explained, him more attuned to the disarming charm. "Then which spell am I attuned to?" "Ask Shaw when you get a chance." He'd surely know. As they spoke, Harry, despite his glasses, had keen eyesight and spotted a figure heading toward the Forbidden Forest in the distance. "Hermione, it's Shaw." Hermione turned to look in the direction Harry pointed, but due to excessive reading, her vision was blurry. Still, she was certain it was Shaw. In the heart of a devoted fan, she might not know her own measurements, but she would always recognize her idol. Moreover, in all of Hogwarts, only her idol walked with such elegance. Without a second thought, Harry grabbed Hermione and ran toward the Forbidden Forest. Hermione hesitated, saying, Harry, younger wizards aren't allowed there. It's dangerous with rumors of man-eating monsters. But isn't Shaw there? He might need our help. Yes, he does. Harry's words, shifting from uncertainty to conviction, left Hermione silent, yet she didn't try to free her hand from his grip. Normally strict with herself, Hermione had a low threshold when it came to matters involving Shaw. They sprinted all the way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Shaw's figure disappearing inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry pulled Hermione straight into the thicket. Harry, the Forbidden Forest is perilous and easy to get lost in, a maybe we should forget it. Though bold, Hermione was far more cautious. Harry's curiosity and recklessness surged. He was now determined to know why Shaw had ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. Helpless, Hermione drew her wand, her eyes scanning and alert for any danger, hoping to catch up with Shaw soon. At first, entering the Forbidden Forest felt unremarkable, with sunlight filtering through the canopy and ample light within the woods. But as they ventured deeper, the trees grew thicker and denser, vines sprawling everywhere. The massive crowns formed a claustrophobic, eerie, independent space beneath the forest. Exposed black-green roots crisscrossed the ground, tangled and dense, evoking a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Even in daylight, it was dim and deathly still. Hermione clutched Harry's arm tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Harry, maybe we should go back. Harry swallowed involuntarily and nodded reluctantly. But after walking back for a while, they realized they were lost. Wandering aimlessly like headless flies, they stumbled upon the carcass of a bird-like creature near a large tree. Hermione's reputation as a know-it-all was well-earned. She immediately recognized it. That's a flipper. I saw it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Its song can drive people mad. Then who killed it? There are no visible injuries, it just looks somewhat withered. Harry's question went unanswered. Hermione suddenly pressed a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Harry fell quiet, and they listened intently, hearing sounds of a struggle coming from their left front. It might be Shaw. Overjoyed, they immediately rushed toward the noise. Approaching the fight, they saw a dazzling green light flashing among the trees. Harry was acutely sensitive to that green glow, his vision blurred slightly, though Hermione didn't notice his unease. As if struck by a thought, she quickly pulled the dazed Harry to crouch behind a tree and whispered, Harry, we might have run into a dark wizard. Be careful, I've heard there's a very evil curse that emits green light. At this time, Hermione hadn't yet encountered the 3 unforgivable curses. In peacetime, such spells weren't accessible to ordinary wizards. She deduced this only from the countless odd books she'd read. Harry slowly came back to his senses. He had just heard a woman's voice, pleading, pitiful and helpless, echoing in his ears. Oh, is that so? Hermione noticed Harry's odd state and reached out to feel his forehead. Harry, are you all right? Harry shook his head, indicating he was fine. I'm fine. Let's sneak over and take a look. Harry was eager to understand why that green light caused him to hallucinate. Hermione, meanwhile, was curious. The Forbidden Forest belonged to Hogwarts. Dark wizards wouldn't dare come here casually, so they needed to find out what was happening. If Shaw was fighting an enemy, she had to help. Agreed, they crept stealthily toward the battle site, only to find numerous large spider carcasses nearby. The smallest were at least the size of a human head, and the largest as big as a tire. These spiders were hideous, with countless creepy eyes and sharp, bristly pincers. Harry and Hermione felt their scalps crawl, too terrified to advance further. The sounds of battle from about 10 meters away gradually ceased. Crouching behind a tree, Harry and Hermione both peered out. They couldn't see the person directly because someone was squatting behind a spider corpse the size of a carriage. Harry, you have good eyes. Can you tell who it is? Is it Shaw? No, wait. Do you hear something? A crunching sound. As Harry spoke, his face turned deathly pale. He and the equally terrified Hermione slowly turned around to see 8 blood-red, hungry eyes fixed on them. Forget any pretense of courage, they clung to each other, trembling, unable to even utter a sound. Staring at them was a carriageized acromantula. Instead of attacking with its opening pincers, it sprayed a massive glob of webbing, engulfing Harry and Hermione's heads and faces. After quickly wrapping them into a cocoon, the giant spider dragged the silken bundle away, clearly avoiding detection by the hunter of spiders far off. By the time Harry and Hermione snapped out of their shock, their heads had been bumped several times against the stones on the ground. They began screaming at the top of their lungs. Help! Help! How much they regretted their decision was unknown, but their desperation was evident in their piercing cries. They had no illusions that this giant spider intended to invite them home for tea. Just as they were about to be knocked unconscious from being dragged along the ground, a brilliant green light sliced through the gaps in the trees, striking the acromantula directly. Avada Kedavra! Despite the dense spiderwebs, a dazzling green light instantly filled Harry and Hermione's eyes. A desperate squeak followed. As their vision cleared, they saw the giant spider that had been dragging them collapse to the ground, utterly lifeless. Still dazed, they heard the soft crunch of footsteps approaching through the fallen leaves. The webs were removed, and as they were helped up, Harry and Hermione saw their savior. What are you doing here? Don't you know the Forbidden Forest is dangerous? You nearly died. Shore's voice was icy, piercingly cold. The two hung their heads in shame, unable to answer. Hermione even shed tears, partly from fright, partly from distress. Harry, being a boy, looked up and tried to explain. We just saw you enter the forest, and we wanted to. Shawn cut him off, unwilling to hear childish excuses. He knew Harry never learned his lesson. Reckless fool. Have you forgotten what I told you? It seems the Savior's invincible aura has made you arrogant, humph. The disappointment in Shawn's eyes and the sarcasm in his words drained the color from Harry's face. He lowered his head again, silent. Hermione then stepped forward, her voice trembling with tears. Don't blame Harry. It was me. I insisted on finding you to ask about the most compatible spell. I overestimated myself, thinking I could handle the monsters in the forest. Harry grew anxious upon hearing her make excuses for him. Sure, it was me. I was just curious about why you came to the forest. I know I was wrong. Shawn looked at tearful Hermione and flustered Harry, sighing inwardly. They were still just children. Perhaps judging them by adult standards was unfair. Oof. But Shawn had no desire to be a comforting caretaker. With a cold snort, he walked toward the dead acromantula. He crouched, drew out a special playing card, and pressed his wand against the furry corpse. A magical glow flickered at the contact, and the body quickly shriveled. Under Shawn's guidance, a stream of magical energy flowed into the card. It stored about 10 units of magic. Why didn't he absorb it into himself? Because his body had reached its limit. His total magic capacity had already reached 130 units, surpassing that of an average adult wizard. So he used the card to store the excess, a decent solution. He could later use it to construct spells, or as a reserve. Shawn pondered whether to train vigorously to improve his physique and become a muscular powerhouse, but quickly dismissed the ridiculous idea. As he stood up, he heard Harry's boastful words. Sure, that card is beautiful. Draco always brags about his. Can you sell me one? I have money. Hermione, equally curious, forgot her earlier wonder at what Shawn was doing. The Grangers owned a private dental clinic in London, affording them a very comfortable life in Britain. So Hermione had never been short of money. If possible, I'd like to buy one too. I have plenty of allowance. Shawn was amused by their boldness. Competing with the blacks in wealth. He turned, waving the exquisite card. Do you know how precious the materials for these cards are? Even in ancient times, when rare magical materials were more abundant, they were still invaluable. This entire deck consumed centuries of the Black family's collection. Do you know how rare the crafting formula is? In the entire magical world, fewer than 10 families or individuals know a similar secret. Do you know how much I paid the alchemy master to make them? That was relatively cheap. 500 galleons per card. So how much do you think each card is worth? Harry and Hermione were stunned by Shawn's statements. Even if they couldn't guess the exact value, they knew it was exorbitant and priceless. Harry still couldn't let go. Then why did you give one to Draco? Shawn put away the card and said calmly, because he will be unconditionally loyal to me and become my follower. With that, he walked out of the forest. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before hurrying after him. Harry, I can follow you too even without the card. Hermione, I support you unconditionally. I said I'd help you achieve your dreams. Avada Kedavra. Shawn waved his spare wand, and a green light shot from the tip, striking an acromantula preparing to ambush them. He walked over, crouched, and continued storing magic, saying, without looking back, for now you're not qualified. Harry stubbornly compared himself to Draco. But Draco seems pretty weak too. Well, he is weak, but he's a Slytherin and my roommate. That makes him a bit special. Besides, his family can serve me, so he's somewhat useful. As Shawn infused magic into the card, he struggled to find excuses. Harry was nearly furious. Why did the Sorting Hat put me in Gryffindor? Shawn sighed inwardly. He couldn't explain that. He silently cursed the old bee's cunning, placing Harry in the den of recklessness to cultivate his courage to die. If not for Harry's dual souls and Voldemort's obsession, he'd have been doomed. Shawn stood up, looking at the indignant Harry. Do you know what spell I just used? As expected, this shifted their attention. Shawn, why did that green spell make me feel dazed and hear a woman scream? Shawn, is that evil dark magic? How can you use it? Only dark wizards do that. And you seem to be absorbing those spiders. Shawn stood, letting his wand glow green, and addressed Hermione first. Yes, and he'll tell you this, it's one of the unforgivable curses. Using it means Azkaban. Will you report me? Hermione clenched her small hands and hesitated. Of course not, but please don't use it again, okay? Shawn chuckled, lightly shaking the card. This is why you can't have it. Your support isn't firm enough. Ignoring Hermione's retort, he turned to the eager Harry and pressed his wand to his forehead. This scar was caused by the spell I just used. Your strong reaction. I can't tell you why yet. Just think of it as the spell triggering unpleasant childhood memories. Shawn said no more and led the way out, followed by two lost souls. Soon an arrow shot down in front of Shawn, embedding itself a meter ahead. Watching the quivering shaft, he broke into a cold sweat. Had been careless. Before them appeared a magical creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. It was a centaur from the forest with a black beard and strong limbs. It aimed its bow at the trio and warned, foreign foes, the forbidden forest does not welcome you. This is centaur territory. Get out. Faced with the warnings and threats of the centaurs, Shawn felt disheartened. He had long heard of their unruly nature and difficulty in communication. Today he truly witnessed it. It was as if he were staring at the stars in a daze. Was he not on the path out of the Forbidden Forest? They dared to shoot arrows at me. Since when did the Forbidden Forest belong to the centaurs? Did old B agree? What kind of ridiculous title is Little Foal? Who are they humiliating? Shower was furious. With a swift motion of his wand, he unleashed the throat-sealing blade. If it weren't for the fact that centaurs were intelligent beings and had signed a treaty with Hogwarts, he would have cast a killing curse without hesitation. The dark, flickering spell shot towards the centaur with an arc of electricity, and the centaur, as expected of a dominant clan in the Forbidden Forest, possessed formidable skills. The centaur kicked off with its hooves leaping aside to dodge the spell, while launching a deadly arrow at Shower, showing no mercy as it aimed for his vital points. Shower raised his wand, casting a shield spell to block the arrow. He watched as the centaur nimbly maneuvered through the woods, shooting arrows, while letting out a roar, likely calling for allies. Realizing that a single target attack was ineffective, he decided to act swiftly. He knew he didn't want to face a group of centaurs, so he had no choice but to use an area control spell. Water prison technique. The centaur, moving quickly, suddenly found itself surrounded by surging waters emerging from the roots and vines. He didn't think much of it, and prepared to run out before the spell formed, stepping directly into a shallow puddle. But the next moment the centaur stumbled, running a few steps before collapsing to the ground, its body shaking violently. Shower was also taken aback. He hadn't even started forming the spell yet. Was this centaur really that foolish to fall into his trap? Well, his wand wasn't national collapse, so the water carried an electric shock, and the centaur was naturally paralyzed. Shower wasn't concerned. He bound the centaur tightly with the flowing water and dragged it closer. He observed the robust centaur with interest. At this moment, as the paralysis effect began to wear off, the centaur struggled fiercely, but failed to break free, and its anger flared. Little foal, I advise you to let go. Do you wish to declare war on the noble centaurs? Shower intended to inquire about this fascinating species, but suddenly lost interest. Throat locking and tongue sealing. He cast 2 spells on the centaur, and it stared wide-eyed as its limbs began to twist, its robust body writhing with bones creaking inside. The centaur was in excruciating pain, its features contorted, and it opened its mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Hermione and Harry were dumbfounded, as if they were seeing Shower for the first time. Harry, having witnessed the twins suffering from electric therapy, could barely accept this, hesitating to urge Shower to calm down, while Hermione's maternal instincts kicked in. Stop it, Shower. Do you want to torture him to death? He hasn't harmed us, I'll let him go. Shower had no penchant for sadism. He was simply used to winning people over with virtue. He wanted to teach the centaur a lesson so that it would learn to communicate properly in the future. After all, the pain would only last a while. However, upon hearing Hermione's words, Shower's expression shifted as he turned to face her, who looked heartbroken. Oh, are you questioning me? Who was it that just said they would support me unconditionally? Hermione was in no mood to bicker with Shower. She spoke urgently. Shower, please let him go, I'm begging you. Shower remained unmoved and cast another transformation torture spell on the centaur, which rolled its eyes back and fainted. How could you do this? Boo-hoo. Hermione's idle image of Shower rapidly crumbled, and she felt a sting in her nose and began to cry loudly, then hurried over to check on the centaur's condition. Shower brushed it off and turned to Harry. Do you also think what I just did was wrong? Harry's expression was also not good. It seems wrong, or we should just defeat him and not torture him. Shower smiled and waved his wand, casting a rather unrefined first-level oblivion curse at the centaur's head, cleaning up the aftermath, and he paid no mind to whether it would leave the centaur a fool. Then he withdrew the water binding the centaur. If you don't want to be captured and interrogated by the centaur tribe, you should leave quickly. After saying this, he stepped forward, heading quickly out of the Forbidden Forest, thinking that next time he mustn't be so timid. Seeing Hermione still trying to straighten the centaur's twisted limbs, Harry hurriedly pulled her away. Hermione, it will have companions to rescue it. We need to leave quickly. Hermione struggled for a moment, but upon hearing the distant, thundering sounds approaching, she hesitated, and then followed Harry after Shawn. By the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, the two caught up with Shower, and Hermione couldn't wait to question him. Shower, how can you be so cold? Not only did you use dark magic, but you also resorted to personal punishment against an intelligent being. This is illegal. Shower stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant black lake, as if he could see the turbulent currents beneath the calm surface, and spoke slowly. I was never a good person, and I have already said that this world is not beautiful. There are countless conspiracies and schemes. Its filth exceeds your imagination. To rebuild a truly beautiful world, you need a cold heart and methods harsher than those scoundrels. It's better to wash up and go to sleep early. That's why I say you two are unqualified to follow me. Hermione, a skilled debater, protested. We can establish proper channels and laws ensuring everyone adheres to them. Didn't you do well in Slytherin and Gryffindor before? Why now? Naive. Shower had no intention of arguing with Hermione. Harry and the two had not experienced quarrels, deceit, the trials of the Chamber of Secrets, the pursuit by the Black Dog, the trials of the Goblet of Fire, the persecution of the Pink Toad, nor the loss of Dumbledore and Voldemort's rampage. Thus they fundamentally did not understand the brutal truth of this world. What he said was no different from nothing. He continued towards Hogwarts. Hermione still wanted to debate with Shower, hoping to steer her idol back onto the right path, while Harry remained silent, lost in thought. Outside the castle, the three happened upon Draco and Theodore coming over. Draco seemed eager to prove something, but was interrupted directly by Shower. "Draco, we can talk about your matters later, Theodore." The solitary and handsome Theodore stepped forward, standing straight, with a youthful demeanor. "Chief, what would you do if I ordered you to kill an innocent person?" Theodore's gaze was icy, and he spoke decisively. "Who is it?" "He'll go kill them right away." Hermione protested. "Kill an innocent? That would land you in Azkaban." Theodore's expression was devoid of emotion. "If the wise chief commands a kill, then there must be grounds for it. Even if they are truly innocent, if the chief orders me, I will kill. As for prison, I don't care. I also believe the chief will rescue me." Shower patted him on the shoulder in satisfaction and took out a playing card showing the spade 9, handing it to Theodore. "This belongs to you now. Go find Alice later. He will tell you what to do next." Theodore suppressed his excitement, knowing he had finally been accepted by Shower. He solemnly took the playing card and knelt heavily on one knee. "Thank you, Chief." Shower patted his head. "Get up. Follow me. Well, from now on, one day your ideals will be realized, and the name Not will resound throughout the world. Go find Alice now." Theodore rose and bowed deeply once more before striding away. Shower suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu while thinking of the personalities of his two loyal subordinates. A black version of Bella and little Barty. Shower self-deprecatingly chuckled, then turned to look at Harry and Hermione. "Theodore not is the follower I need, loyal, ruthless, and calm. Those qualities are what it takes to achieve great things. You two should focus on your studies." Before the two stunned little wizards could react, he turned to the now choked-up Draco. "What about you? What do you want?" Draco, who had just appeared to have a lot to say, now found his throat seemingly blocked. Aye. The surroundings are frenzied, scared. Congratulations to myself for entering the finals without a fever, and I can still write properly." Draco was disheartened, his small hands clenched so tightly they turned purple. He had mustered his courage, intending to loudly tell Shaw that not all Malfoys were cowards. Yet now, witnessing Theodore's flawless performance, receiving the 9 of spades, and being betrayed once more, Draco felt utterly ridiculous. Shaw gazed steadily at the choking Draco, reached out to pat his shoulder, and smiled gently. "Lift your head. You are a proud Malfoy. Whether there are steadfast ones in the Malfoy family doesn't truly matter. You have your own role to play. Oh, and go find Alice later. Don't disappoint me," Shaw added before turning and strolling leisurely toward the castle. Draco fell into deep thought for the third time. Once at the start of term and twice today. Hermione, unwilling to let it go, dragged a dazed Harry after Shaw as he walked away, calling out loudly, "Why choose violence? Why can't you reason with people?" Shaw's ears twitched, and he halted. A complex feeling stirred within him. This was something he had pondered before entering the magical world, but later proved that winning people with virtue was the correct path. He turned to face Hermione and Harry, who had caught up, and explained slowly, "I am actually a very reasonable person, but reasoning only works when everyone abides by it. Yet when faced with unreasonable people, like those bigoted purebloods or the centaurs who just refuse to communicate, at such times I have to be even more overbearing and unreasonable to make a difference and achieve my goals. So I chose violence." Hermione, reality is no ivory tower. You are too naive. Shaw had grown tired of playing the life mentor and explained his actions to Hermione and Harry for perhaps the last time. With that, Shaw strode away without looking back. Along the way, he pondered his recent actions. Voldemort's violent methods of conquering the magical world were not entirely useless. He could adopt some and combine them with Grindelwald's persuasive tactics. Coupled with absolute power, he would be flawless. Back at the spot, Draco had now figured it out, realizing Shaw hadn't abandoned him. He must have his own strengths. He quickly rubbed his face, shook his platinum blonde hair, and straightened his collar once again, becoming the noble platinum-haired youth. He lifted his head, glanced at Harry and Hermione, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he recalled Shaw saying they weren't qualified to be followers. Yet he couldn't help sighing inwardly. Perhaps they would no longer walk the same path. Draco refrained from any caustic remarks and followed Shaw with graceful steps. Harry and Hermione stood in silence, lingering for a long time. Their worldviews had nearly shattered today, their minds in turmoil. It wasn't until Wood came to fetch Harry for Quidditch practice that they finally parted ways. But how their psyches had changed no one could say. Time flew, and a month had passed. Inside the room of requirement, in a private chamber requested by Shaw, the layout resembled a pentagram star array. The entire hall was dominated by a black-purple color scheme, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity, grandeur, and nobility. In the eastern corner stood a high platform upon which rested an imposing throne crafted from black gold. On the other 4 sides were 13 luxurious gilded chairs, their backs carved with distinct patterns, sequences of playing card suits. At the center of each direction, 3 chairs were noticeably larger and more ornate, reserved for the Duke, Marquis, and Earl of that suit. At this moment, the 12 chairs were nearly empty. Only Alice sat on the Spades Earl's throne, clad in a magnificent black robe. Beside her sat Draco and Theodore. On the high platform's black-purple throne, Shawn naturally presided. Though not extravagantly dressed in the eyes of Alice, Draco, and Theodore his aura was like that of a deity overlooking mortals from the clouds. These seats had been commissioned by Alice from Old Flinch over the past month, costing a considerable sum and much thought. Though the pentagram carried mythological connotations, Shaw only adopted one of its meanings. The 5 points represented the 5 elements: the upper point for lightning, originally spirit, upper right, for water, lower right, for fire, upper left, for wind, and lower left for earth. Shaw embodied lightning, while the 4 houses, serpent, lion, eagle, and badger, represented water, fire, wind, and earth. This perfectly symbolized his dominion over Hogwarts' 4 houses. Shaw sat serenely observing the empty hall and smiled warmly at his 3 serious subordinates. This is our first throne assembly. Though it's sparse and quiet, have faith in me and in yourselves. Believe that we will only grow stronger. Alice, Draco, and Theodore straightened their backs at his words. Shaw gazed at the sky as if seeing through the void, speaking slowly. The magical world has become decrepit and corrupt, while the Muggle world changes daily. I foresee a dire situation. Over this past month, you've basically mastered level 1 occlumency. Though you can now hear some of my secret plans, your tasks are only to study hard and scout talent. All 3 understood Shaw's implication. They were still too weak. Even though they had practiced several high-level spells daily for a month, rising earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs, Alice, a 5th year, was at best on par with an ordinary auror in combat. Shaw didn't blame them. This was still the phase of building high walls and storing ample grain. Enough, don't overthink. A meeting should look like a meeting. Each of you report your status. Alice rose first, gracefully approached a blue-purple Thunderbird-shaped podium at the center, placed one hand over her chest, and looked up at Shaw to report. I've investigated the elite students from all 4 houses. The other 3 are manageable, but Hufflepuff's quality is somewhat lacking. However, there is one exceptionally talented prospect worth developing. They'll try to make contact. As for the Pure Blood Society's moves, my grandfather wrote that due to the chief's major actions at school, there are secrets within the society he can no longer uncover. Let Theodore explain this to you. Shaw nodded. Alice stepped down, and Theodore, walking lightly but swiftly, approached the podium. Chief, I recently feigned reconciliation with Old, not claiming I was secretly embedded by your side, and thus obtained some valuable intelligence. Currently, 8 families in the Pure Blood Society are targeting you. After the headmaster blocked much of the pressure, they have no practical measures beyond having their children cause trouble at school or transferring them next semester. Chief, those purebloods are outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Their main focus isn't on dealing with us. Profit-seeking and power-grabbing already consumed their attention. So you needn't worry. As for the troublemakers in school, I've dealt with them harshly several times, and some have secretly defected. After Theodore stepped down, Draco grew nervous about what he needed to report and request. He rose and walked to the podium. Seeing sweat on Draco's forehead, Shaw gave him an encouraging look. Shaw was actually indifferent to these matters. He had more direct methods, but this exercise was merely to train his subordinates. Draco placed his hand over his chest and spoke slowly. Chief, regarding Harry, do you? Shaw hadn't expected Draco's report to concern Harry and Hermione rather than his social networking duties. Harry had been having a rough time lately. The distance from Shaw made him deeply saddened. After the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Harry's condition was already off. He couldn't find his form during Quidditch practice, causing the entire team to question him. But that wasn't the worst of it. The Gryffindor students, especially the first years, seeing him alienated by Shaw and egged on by a gloating Ron, followed suit and ignored the once popular boy who lived. For Harry, the worst part was that for some unknown reason, Professor Snape, the potions master, seemed to despise him. During potions class, he was constantly targeted and had points deducted for trivial reasons. Even stepping into the classroom with his left foot cost him 5 points. After class, Snape continued to haunt him, appearing out of nowhere to deduct points for being disheveled or for trampling on flowers and grass. Harry was nearly driven mad. However, his only 3 friends, Draco, Hermione, and Neville, were all busy with their own affairs, and he couldn't see them for days. Neville was hardly a suitable confidant. Harry grew increasingly isolated, feeling like a true orphan. So now, whenever he had free time, he would hide in secluded corners to practice spells. At that moment, he couldn't care less about whether Shaw's actions were right. All he wanted was to follow Shaw's example, to grow stronger. He vowed that once he became powerful, he would strike down the snobbish Gryffindors below and silence the venomous-tongued Slytherin professor above. Hermione had also been having a hard time lately. After her idol's image crumbled, she didn't give up. Apart from completing her regular studies, she spent hours every day studying law and magical history, her eye bags growing heavier. She buried herself in the library, hoping to draft a set of laws more fitting for the magical world and find a path in history to change Shaw's mind. But what devastated Hermione was that after reading countless tomes, ancient texts, and magical law books, she realized how naive she had been. Countless so-called magical laws were riddled with loopholes, all serving the interests of the powerful. There was no way to patch them because the flaws were intentional. History told her without exception that any attempt to overthrow and reshape the unjust social structure would require bloodshed. What pained her most was the extreme hostility and pervasive discrimination against Muggles and Muggle-born wizards throughout the magical world. Some Muggle-born wizards after graduation couldn't find jobs and had to return to the Muggle world with only an elementary school education. If they didn't want to go back, their only option was Nocturne Alley, where 70% of the rogue wizards were Muggle-born, while pure-blood dark wizards lived lavishly in mansions. Thus Shaw's thoughts and actions were likely all about fighting for justice for Muggle-born wizards like her. Hermione was lost. In the end, it turned out the clown was herself. Dumbledore had also been having a tough time lately. He knew who Voldemort's spy was within the school, but Voldemort's whereabouts remained elusive. That wasn't a big issue. It was still under the old bee's control. However, it seemed his script for the Chosen One had gone awry. Instead of suspecting and investigating the potion's professor who targeted him, Harry didn't continue to wonder what was guarded beneath the three-headed dog. Dumbledore had even arranged for the loose-lipped Hagrid to cooperate, but Harry never asked. Snape was playing his part with gusto and delight, but that wasn't what the old bee wanted. Harry showed no enthusiasm for the glory of Quidditch, no interest in the House Cup, and couldn't get along with the brave little lions. How could that foster the fearless courage needed to charge forward? Could the prophecy be false? Another matter neither good nor bad was that Gryffindor had indeed improved, but Dumbledore felt something was off. He sent people to investigate Shaw's background in the Muggle world. Aside from extensive travel records over the past 2 years, there were very few clues about his earlier life. The Chinese restaurant where Shaw claimed to have worked couldn't be found. So Dumbledore was troubled, debating whether to summon Shaw to his office for a double-pronged interrogation involving legilimency and a dessert laced with veritaserum. Well, that wasn't even the most distressing thing for him. He had recently received news that the followers had attacked the New Zealand Quidditch team, attempting to capture their mascot. Though they failed, it caused a very negative impact, panicking many ministries of magic. The old bee not only had to deal with the aftermath at the International Confederation of Wizards, but also confronted Gellert, who didn't shirk responsibility. Gellert merely said, "If you have it, I want it too." Dumbledore was so angry, he nearly cast a fiendfire at Grindelwald. But that wasn't the worst part. Gellert had recently become addicted to feigning illness, claiming he couldn't bend over or take off his socks, asking Dumbledore to change his socks every few days. He had stooped to holding someone's smelly feet. Quirrell had also been having a hard time lately. Voldemort was increasingly dissatisfied with him, not only because stealing the Philosopher's Stone wasn't going smoothly, but also because Shaw hadn't sought him out as planned. Voldemort constantly punished Quirrell with mind spikes to vent his anger. What did it have to do with him if Shaw didn't come to learn the Fiendfire curse or explore the Serpentine spell? Quirrell secretly thought that perhaps Shaw also looked down on the Dark Lord's half-baked books. But Voldemort's occasional punishments weren't what terrified Quirrell most. He hadn't expected that hosting the Dark Lord's soul would so rapidly drain his own life force. To replenish his vitality, Quirrell had to spend all his savings on restorative potions. He didn't know if he would gain supreme power and wealth from the Dark Lord, but he was quickly becoming destitute. Without money for potions, he would grow sickly and might even die of illness. The Dark Lord suggested a solution: go into the Forbidden Forest and kill a unicorn to drink its blood. Quirrell didn't agree immediately. He didn't want to be cursed unless he was at his last resort. However, some people had been having a good time lately. For instance, Professor McGonagall was overjoyed to see a revitalized Gryffindor, and her stride had unconsciously become more elegant. Professor Snape was delighted to be sanctioned to torment Harry Potter. He would have done it even without the headmaster's orders, just not with such intensity. Ron was practically laughing in his sleep, seeing Harry even less popular than himself. So what if he was the boy who lived? He still had no friends. Seamus, after receiving guidance from Shaw, had found the spell that suited him best, the Exploding Charm. He learned it quickly and could cast it with twice the power of an ordinary wizard. Thus Seamus had become Shaw's little fanboy, ignoring both Ron and Harry. Percy and Montague, trusted by Shaw and given great authority, now walked around as if they were on cloud nine. This cross-section of life only showed that people's joys and sorrows were never the same. And Shaw, the instigator of it all, was in the room of requirement listening to Draco's plea. Draco said, "Chief." At the reporting platform, Draco narrated with a conflicted expression. "Chief, Harry is my friend. I don't want him to be so lonely. I've experienced what it's like to have no friends. Please accept him once again. Hermione has also gone mad now. Please help her. Although I don't like Hermione, I think she can be of help to our ideals. She may be too idealistic, but we can turn her around." Shower listened quietly as Draco recounted the recent events of Harry and Hermione over the past month, along with his plea. No matter how tsundere Draco was, he still valued friendship. Yet Shower still didn't want to get involved. Draco looked at Shower expectantly, his heart tense. The more he interacted with Shower, the less he understood him. Shower was usually easygoing, but when it came to career and ideals, he became solemn and even ruthless. But Draco truly couldn't bear to see his few friends suffer. Though he had grown up in luxury and played with pure-blood children of his class, none were genuine. Thus Draco cared deeply for Harry and Harry's friends. As for Shower, he couldn't quite define his feelings, like a father-brother mentor or something else. In any case, he felt he should just obediently listen to him. Watching Shower on the throne lost in thought, Draco's throat felt dry. Just as he was about to speak again, Shower opened his mouth. "Draco, I'm glad you value friendship, but some things can't be accomplished through wishful thinking. I sympathize with Harry and Hermione's plight, but this is something they must go through. Growth requires hardship. Our organization needs mature, calm, wise, and decisive talents. If you want to help Draco use your own wisdom and strength, it will also be a test for you. Draco's eyes dimmed. He opened his mouth several times, but under Shower's calm, rippleless gaze, all his words condensed into one sentence: "Yes, Chief." After Draco returned to his seat, Shower was about to dismiss the meeting when Alice rose again and inquired, "Chief, the preliminary reorganization of Slytherin and Gryffindor is complete. Although there are a few who covertly resist, it's insignificant. May I ask if there is a plan for reorganizing Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff so we can coordinate?" Shower stood up briskly, waved his hand, and said confidently, "I already have a plan. As before, just prepare the etiquette team. Oh, and remember to organize tomorrow's duel between the two houses." Alice didn't ask further, bowed respectfully, and said, "Understood." Then the four of them left together. Once outside, Shower said to the other three, "You go back first. I have some business to attend to." After bidding them farewell, Shower headed alone to the Ravenclaw Tower. It was already late at night and quiet. Shower cast a disillusionment charm and wandered through the silent ancient castle corridors, even passing a few young couples kissing in dark corners. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Seeing the bronze knocker at the entrance still under the disillusionment charm, he reached out and touched it. Then he closed his eyes and communicated with the knocker in his mind. "Hello, Mr. Knocker. I'm here again. Knocker, what theory will you teach me today? I've already mastered all the solutions to the chicken and rabbit problem. Teach me something harder." Mr. Knocker is indeed clever. Fortunately, I came prepared. Today we'll learn about the problem of filling and draining a pool simultaneously. Knocker, oh, Shower, this problem sounds intriguing. Tell me. Xiao Ming wants to bathe in his private pool of 1,000 cubic meters today. The water inlet releases 100 cubic meters per minute, but Xiao Ming forgot to plug the leak, so water leaks at 30 cubic meters per minute. How long will it take to fill the pool? Knocker, well, this Xiao Ming is really careless. I can't figure it out. Tell me the solution. We should. Shower patiently played the role of a math teacher for the bronze knocker. He had been doing this for a month. The knocker and the sorting hat were essentially the same. Both were enchanted animated artifacts created by the founders possessing a certain intelligence and special purposes. The sorting hat could see into hearts, and the knocker could learn knowledge independently. Otherwise, over 1,000 years unable to keep up with the times, the sorting hat would have long run out of new school songs to sing, and the knocker would have run out of new knowledge and riddles to ask. It couldn't keep asking everyone which came first, the chicken or the egg. A month ago, when Shower was thinking about how to intervene in Ravenclaw's internal affairs, he tried asking the knocker a higher math question. The result was obvious. The knocker could communicate with him and expressed a desire to learn these unheard-of subjects. Ravenclaw's thirst for knowledge and wisdom were also reflected in her creations. The knocker had an incredible learning ability. It could apply any knowledge after hearing it just once. In just a month, it had nearly exhausted all the math and physics knowledge Shower had from below the university level. And Shower's only condition for teaching it was to wait for his signal and start asking questions tomorrow night. Shower's goal was simple. He envisioned the little eagles as the wizarding world scientists. In the future, when magic and technology merged, the eagles would be the main force. So to get the little eagles to learn more Muggle knowledge in advance, Shower had already prepared several hundred sets of math and physics textbooks from below the high school level. Initially, many little eagles might not be able to answer the knocker's questions and would have to sleep in the corridor. While that was a minor issue, they would get used to it as they slept. If not, they would just have to learn math and science. Of course, Shower's main goal was to use this as an opportunity to intervene in Ravenclaw affairs. At 2 in the morning, Shower finally finished teaching the bronze knocker the last bit of knowledge on trigonometric functions. Alright, you can start asking questions tomorrow night. Remember, start with elementary level problems like first grade difficulty. They'll provide more advanced university courses later. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Knocker. Shower left the Ravenclaw Tower, but still didn't return to the Slytherin common room. Instead, he headed to the kitchen. Since he had a plan for the eagles, the only idea for the badgers was food. After all, the badger's motto was in life, only food and love cannot be betrayed. The Hufflepuff common room could be considered the most fortunate location in Hogwarts. 2 corners ahead, the Great Hall was reached, 1 corner behind the kitchen was reached, upstairs the classrooms were reached, downstairs Snape was reached. Near the Hufflepuff common room, there was a painting of fruit. Tickling the pear would produce a giggling sound, and then the kitchen door would swing open. Shower entered the kitchen. Even at this hour, it was bustling with activity. Over 100 neatly dressed house elves were busily preparing breakfast ingredients for the nearly 1,000 students and staff for the next morning. According to Shower's estimate, these elves would work until 4 in the morning and then get up at 6 to clean the entire Hogwarts. It wasn't that Dumbledore was overworking them. The headmaster had instructed them to do a major cleaning once a month, but the elves themselves refused. A sharp-eyed elf spotted Shower entering and hopped over joyfully. "Oh, it's the esteemed Mr. Black. You've come to teach us cooking again." Immediately, the entire kitchen erupted into a frenzy. Over 100 little elves set down their tasks and gathered around, offering warm greetings in a cacophony of voices. "Sir, are you hungry? The sour fish soup I'm making right now is the best here. Sir, your sleeve is dirty. Shall I wash it for you? Sir, do you have new recipes today? We've mastered all dozens of cookbooks from the 8 great cuisines you gave us. Shaw's scalp tingled, but a smile tugged at his lips as he raised a hand to quiet them. All right, my friend's not like this. He'll give you the recipes in a moment. I'm here today to inform you. Before Shaw could finish, the little elves erupted again. Oh, the noble Black called me a friend. I'm so flustered, but this acknowledgement from the exalted Black moves me deeply. Sir, please don't say that. We're just little elves unworthy of being your friends. Serving you well is our greatest honor. While the ladle must be damned, how can I be moved to have a wizard friend while defiling my own ideals? Shaw looked up to the heavens speechless. It was always like this. This time was even mild. When he first tried to befriend these little elves, one had almost committed suicide. After the little elves had vented their emotions on their own, Shaw continued. As per our earlier arrangement, you can start serving Chinese cuisine tomorrow. Remember to reduce the quantity each day. If anyone comes to ask for more, you know what to say, right? The aged leading elf nodded solemnly. Mr. Black, as great as Helga Hufflepuff, you are the first in 1,000 years to personally teach us cooking and truly respect us. We will carry out your instructions to the letter. Shaw nodded in satisfaction and pulled several precious Chinese cookbooks he had recently collected from his ring. These are recipes from the Imperial Chinese Court. Study them slowly. I haven't tasted them myself, so I don't know how they'll turn out. Very well, Mr. Black. The little elves, as if receiving priceless treasures, immediately immersed themselves in studying the recipes, lost in fantasies of providing even better service to the wizard. Shaw inwardly sighed. These little elves were a race that would make even the most miserly boss want to reward them with 2 steamed buns. Innocent, diligent, and expecting nothing in return. He greeted the leading elf and left the kitchen satisfied. In the kitchen, Shaw had not only gained a foothold in the Hufflepuff common room, but also earned 100 points of level 2 faith and 2 points of level 3 faith. The level 2 faith came easily. Just showing a bit of respect to the kitchen elves sufficed. The system didn't even give a quest for conquering the kitchen elves. Trash system. As for the level 3 faith, 1 point came from the leading elf, who kept comparing him to Helga's kindness. The other point came from creature whom Shaw had forced to sleep. House elves were truly adorable. He wished more would come. With the growing number of little fans from the 2 houses, Shaw now had 240 points of level 2 faith and 4 points of level 3 faith. As he walked toward the dungeons, he pondered the quest: conquer Hogwarts, second ring, now at 40 progress. For this task, he had truly labored. In truth, each of the 4 houses embodied a certain ideology or spirit that Shaw exploited to turn against them. Slytherin, egotistic, craving power, and pursuing glory, the easiest yet hardest to conquer. Not wanting to dawdle, he used sheer strength to knock sense into them. After a beating, those shrewd little snakes automatically understood that following the strong brought rewards. Quite effortless. Gryffindor individual heroism ran rampant, twisting courage into recklessness and antics into personality. Take the mischievous twins Jordan with his sharp tongue, Colin with his camera, or the Marauders. They all sought amusement at others' expense, disregarding feelings. Gryffindor also had a bad habit. Their so-called enthusiasm was merely a show of seeking attention, breeding a culture of flocking to the popular and trampling the fallen. In the original story, Harry's fame rose and fell, and the little lion's attitudes shifted accordingly. The same happened to Harry now, truly vile. If the wizarding world didn't periodically see a Slytherin Dark Lord emerge, leading the quietly prospering serpents to clash with those lions and drain each other, then the greatest destabilizing factor in the magical realm would be a pack of lions. In Gryffindor, McGonagall, the original Hermione, and Percy were the true normal ones and saviors. For this seemingly righteous yet unruly house, Shaw chose even more violent conquest, physical punishment, and a sea of homework. Of course, Shaw wasn't just a brute. He took a roundabout approach with the Eagles and Badgers. Ravenclaw, the avaricious not only for knowledge, but perhaps other things like Lockhart's pathological thirst for fame. Wisdom gave the little eagles wings to soar through lofty clouds of knowledge. So Shaw turned the tables, thickening those knowledge clouds into a land-like cage, clipping their wings. As for Hufflepuff, the most low-key house, it was also the hardest. The little badgers usually stayed hidden in their burrows, unassuming, but by the time all creatures on the prairie noticed, the prairie was overrun with badgers. Take the current magical world, 70% of jobs were held by Hufflepuff graduates. Though few held high positions, the magical world could survive without pure blood power, but not without Hufflepuff. Thus the little badgers were the most fearsome. Shaw had to admit Helga Hufflepuff was the greatest founder of all. In the school, Shaw had no better ideas, and could only use Chinese cuisine to coax them into obedience. He wasn't sure if it would work. If not, he'd go to the Chamber of Secrets, early kill the basilisk, and feed it to the badgers. The chamber was his tool for farming level 3 faith next year. He'd hate to lose it. Lost in thought, Shaw passed a deserted, abandoned classroom, and spotted a chubby figure sneaking around the door. Curious, he approached while still invisible. Upon closer look, it was Neville. Through the half-open door, he saw Harry holding a wand at a dummy. Harry wasn't chanting, his small face flushed red, with occasional red sparks flickering from the wand tip. Shaw realized with surprise that Harry had started practicing nonverbal disarming charms, and had even grasped some basics. Recalling Draco's account of Harry's recent experiences, Shaw thought a man doesn't improve without trials. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to disturb them. Letting Harry experience the world's coldness would do no harm. He walked away, lightly returned to his dorm, and the night passed without incident. The next morning at breakfast, everyone suddenly noticed something was off about today's meal. It was too delicious. The little badgers in particular were uncharacteristically loud in their praise of Merlin. This morning's breakfast was actually quite limited, offering only 2 items: shrimp pot stickers and pork heart congee. Oh, and it was accompanied by a glass of icy bliss soda. At the Slytherin table, Shaw enjoyed his pot stickers and congee with decorum, his mood inexplicably light. Beside him, Alice ate like a princess, her upbringing truly impeccable, chewing slowly and wiping even the slightest grease from the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Draco, now adept with chopsticks, nibbled on pot stickers, completely unable to resist Chinese cuisine. In his heart, his mother's meat pie with apples had once been the world's finest delicacy, but now it might rank only 99th. Theodore rarely approached Shaw, preferring to sit silently in a corner of the table, exuding an aura of solitude that warned others to keep their distance. Even on weekends, Slytherin still had morning lessons, and they were among the first to arrive. The young serpents rejoiced at suddenly being able to taste the food their chief usually ate, yet they refrained from loud celebration, awkwardly beginning to learn the use of chopsticks. Though the young lions also had morning self-study after dismissal, they usually returned to their dorms for a half-hour nap before coming to breakfast, while some lazy ones simply waited for lunch. Thus only a few young lions arrived early in the hall. The atmosphere in Gryffindor had indeed changed, yet it remained distinct from Slytherin's style. To differentiate themselves from the self-proclaimed aristocratic gentlemen of Slytherin, the young lions styled themselves as ancient knights, greeting everyone with a knightly bow, left hand on right chest, right hand, removing a hat, body slightly forward with a nod. Their walk became stiff and formal, though awkward. It exuded a certain vigor, becoming a new spectacle on campus. After a few embarrassments, no one made a fuss anymore. Of course, the lionesses learned their poise from their own head of house. As the young serpents neared the end of their breakfast, students from other houses gradually arrived at the Great Hall. The young witches and wizards immediately noticed the unusual breakfast and utensils, many recognizing them as what the Slytherin chief usually consumed. Excitement rippled through them, as many had long craved these dishes, having smelled the aroma daily. Unfortunately, except for Shaw and his friends, the kitchen never prepared them for others. No one dared to approach their table, as Shaw's authority was firmly established, and even the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws held some fear. After all, the chilling legends about Shaw had been updated to the 10th edition. Tales claimed he whipped female students' tinderbacks every night, devoured 10 blood puddings, or else the Dark Lord would be unable to resist biting people. At the Hufflepuff table, the Badgers were fearless when it came to eating, consuming 8 meals a day. Unable to use chopsticks, they simply grabbed food with their hands, unconcerned about strange looks, especially with friends joining in. "Oh, Merlin's golden fork, what is this food? So delicious." Cedric stopped struggling with chopsticks and try this congee. "It's both tasty and heartwarming." Munch Munch sobbed, "Just the wrapper alone is wonderful. Paired with this sweet fizzy drink, it's pure bliss." So Shaw eats such delicacies every day, he must be a gourmet. He should have joined Hufflepuff, as long as he doesn't bite people. The Badgers ate without restraint, though they didn't make loud noises, sharing thoughts on the dishes with nearby friends. Many already planned to recreate a similar breakfast. The young Eagles were similar, though slightly more reserved. Yet they ate with beaming smiles, thinking that if dinner offered such delights, they might take some back to their dorms as a late-night snack. Everyone praised Shaw's generosity. Then the tardy young lions strode into the hall with heads held high, their heavy footsteps echoing loudly, asserting their presence. Upon sitting, they discovered breakfast was no longer pumpkin pasties and wheat porridge. Aware of their deputy head's preferences, they exchanged winks and began eating. Their behavior mirrored that of the Eagles and Badgers, yet with differences. When someone smacked their lips or grabbed food with hands, a few pretty girls or Percy would cough softly. This tormented the young lions. The first-time chopstick users accidentally poked their nostrils. Thus the Gryffindor table presented a bizarre scene. Solemnity mingled with comedy. Professor McGonagall, steadfast in her seat at the staff table, frowned slightly at her lion's late arrival. Then she relented, recognizing this was already an improvement. The only drawback was the strain of setting exam questions requiring help from other professors. A sudden thought struck her. The twins, resembling stroke victims, had complained to her several times. While the twins hadn't lost points for 3 days, which pleased McGonagall. Perhaps she should advise Shaw to reduce the severity of punishments. Electric therapy was too sinister. Increasing the volume of problem sets might be better. At the Slytherin table, Shaw observed the hall's various scenes, thinking everyone should enjoy themselves. Happier times awaited. Taking favors meant owing. Those who ate his food must obey, or he might just turn those chilling legends into reality. Shaw noticed Hermione and Harry were absent, but the thought passed quickly. Alice, having finished first, handed him a drink after he wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke. "Chief, why the sudden promotion of Chinese cuisine?" Shaw smiled warmly. Joy shared as joy doubled. One should be good at sharing. Alice didn't believe his nonsense. The chief must have deeper motives. She wisely refrained from probing. By the way, I've arranged this afternoon's duel matters, but after checking our potion reserves I found them lacking. The weekly spell guidance lessons consume too many potions, so we need an urgent purchase from outside. Shaw stroked his chin thoughtfully. No need. The headmaster fully supports my work. I'll ask him for sponsorship. Theodore suddenly approached and whispered in Shaw's ear. Chief, I've been tailing those restless ones. They're conspiring with several Gryffindors to practice the freezing charm, some advanced version, likely plotting against you. Shall I teach them a lesson in advance? Break an arm or a leg? Shaw showed no anger, calmly addressing the fierce-eyed Theodore. Theodore, don't waste your thoughts on such petty foes. Don't worry about me. Ants are easily crushed. Your future targets are the man-eating beasts, so grow quickly. You are my blade. Theodore's pale, handsome face flushed slightly. He bowed respectfully. Chief, I understand. Draco sneered nearby. Theodore, you're overthinking. The chief's strength advances daily. Our job is to keep from falling too far behind. Theodore exchanged a cold stare with the chin-raised Draco for a few seconds, then deliberately looked away, stepping lightly toward a secluded spot. Draco had recently taken to targeting Theodore for no apparent reason. Watching the other boy leave, he shifted in his seat, eager to share with Shaw how he planned to assist Harry. Shaw, I thought all night, and I believe. But Shaw had already risen, addressing the slightly embarrassed Draco. Do as you wish, have some backbone. I'm not your father, you don't need to ask me everything. With that he headed to the dungeons. He hadn't exchanged pleasantries with Snape in days, and his knack for mockery had dulled somewhat. Familiar with the path, he arrived at the potions office and pushed open the door without ceremony. Before Snape, who was processing potion ingredients, could chide him for his rudeness, Shaw spoke first. Headmaster Harry's going to get a beating tonight. Care to watch? Snape choked on his words, then replied coldly after a pause, childish antics, they'll only stain my eyes. Shaw approached Snape, observing his deft handling of an unknown blue potion ingredient, his knife skills impressive. Don't say that, Headmaster. Harry's quite formidable now. If you don't go, I'll have him face an equal opponent, letting him steal the spotlight. Snape's hand twitched, shredding the ingredient in his grip. He said, devoid of emotion, second shelf, take what you need, and then get lost. Shaw smiled knowingly. Just like teasing Draco, it was amusing to occasionally provoke Snape. Turning to retrieve potions from the shelf, he chatted casually, Headmaster, are the Chinese dishes I have the house elves send you daily to your liking? Snape smacked his lips, whether in savor or something else, then sneered, they're not as good as my potions. You have nerve boasting. Shaw was unfazed by Snape's barbs, as the two had long grown accustomed to their banter. Yet Snape's words sparked an epiphany in Shaw, who murmured, cooking is somewhat akin to potion-making perhaps. Snape, as if deeply insulted, glared fiercely at Shaw. Shut your mouth. Don't sully the noble art of potion-making with that troll's work of cooking. Shaw smiled gently without retort, but swiped a few more bottles of energy potion. Had been burning the midnight oil, lately relying on these to keep going. Before leaving, Shaw remembered something. He returned to Snape's side, taking a box of pastries from his ring and placing it on the workbench. Headmaster, these are chamomile cakes made by the house elves using Chinese pastry methods. Do try them. Shaw didn't wait for Snape, who stood frozen, to react, and walked out. Coming to his senses, Snape tremblingly opened the box lid, revealing 9 white chrysanthemum-shaped cakes. He took one, brought it to his nose, and inhaled its familiar fragrance. Hesitantly, he took a small bite. Sweetness instantly filled his mouth. Snape slowly closed his vacant eyes. His mind seemed to drift back to that year, that month, when he first met Lily, and she joyfully showed him her first spell, flowers blooming in her palm. The chamomile, like Lily herself, was pure and beautiful. A tear slowly slid from the corner of Snape's eye. At that moment he was happy. While Shaw and Snape interacted, a major event unfolded in the Ravenclaw Tower. The young eagles were gathered before the door knocker, dumbfounded. It had been fine this morning, but now they couldn't get into their common room. The knocker, a tree, is 20 meters tall. A snail climbs 3 meters up during the day and slips back 1 meter at night. How many days to reach the top? The young eagles. The knocker, there are 10 birds on a tree. You shoot one down with a spell. How many are left? Young eagle, N1, 9. The knocker, incorrect. Young eagle, N1, then 8. Impossible, absolutely impossible to be wrong. The knocker, incorrect. Young eagle, N2, my turn. By the rules it should be a new question. The knocker, 13 people play hide and seek. You catch 3 in each of 3 spots. How many are still unfound? Young eagle, N2, counted on his fingers, found them insufficient, and borrowed a friend's hand. Confident in his answer, he declared, 4. The knocker, incorrect. Wizards in the magical world were notoriously poor with numbers, leaving banking to goblins. Even muggle-born witches and wizards were no better. To share a cold joke, in earlier times Britain lacked the multiplication table. Multiplication was done by drawing lines. Even Cambridge professors struggled with basic arithmetic, illustrating how dire the general populace's math skills were. The knocker's simple trick-laden math problems had stumped a whole group of young eagles. Even when older students who had studied arithmancy squeezed in claiming they could answer the simpler question, the knocker immediately switched to a chickens and rabbits in a cage problem, leaving the senior young eagle speechless. One by one the young eagles were defeated, and soon all were vanquished. Even Hermione couldn't answer. All the young eagles were crestfallen, never imagining there existed knowledge they didn't possess, a disgrace to the name of the House of Wisdom. Some had already gone to fetch the head of house, hoping he could order the maddened knocker to stop its mischief. Why not ask riddles with multiple answers, like is love sweet or bitter? Or what is invisible when used, but always appears when idle? As long as students gave a reasonable answer they could enter. Not these math problems requiring precise answers. When Flitwick arrived, he tried reasoning with the knocker, but after a while he couldn't sway the stubborn thing. The knocker argued vehemently, "This is new knowledge, infinitely profound. I've just begun to learn its sweetness. As Ravenclaws greedy for knowledge, how can you remain ignorant?" Flitwick had no choice but to attempt a delaying tactic. "Mr. Knocker, I'll ensure the students learn this knowledge in the future. Could you let them into the common room today?" The knocker, "No, it's against my principles. Even if the headmaster comes, I want open." Flitwick's idea of summoning the headmaster was dashed. His small head ached. He couldn't let his students sleep in the corridor tonight. Just then Hermione spoke softly. "Headmaster, why not ask Shaw to try? He grew up in the Muggle world and should know these math problems. If he answers just one, we can all enter." Flitwick turned puzzled. "Hermione, are you so confident in Shaw?" A flicker of struggle passed through Hermione's eyes, then she nodded. "Shaw always finds a way. Besides, we have no better option." Flitwick thought it over. Shaw was indeed a remarkable boy, managing Slytherin and Gryffindor so well. Were it not for knowing his own eagle's nature, generally well-behaved, and his personal aversion to Shaw's disciplinary methods which stirred unpleasant memories, he might have emulated Minerva. After all, who doesn't want their students to improve? Besides, by strict definition, Shaw was even a colleague of his. Flitwick smiled at Hermione. "Go quickly to Slytherin and fetch Shaw." After leaving Snape's office, Heir did not return to the dormitory, but instead went to the room of requirement. Entering the room, usually used for practicing spells, he drew his wand ready to practice. The National Collapse seemed unusually excited, its staff trembling slightly, as if urging Heir to use it quickly. Heir chuckled softly, gripping the purplured wand like a sword. As magical powers surged, a layer of purple radiance began to envelop the wand, swiftly transforming into a crackling thunderblade. The thunderblade was 3 feet 2 inches long, engraved with mysterious runes, its blade shimmering with purple lightning and sizzling arcs exuding an imposing presence. Bathed in the dazzling glow of lightning, Heir made a sweeping motion toward a thick stone wall in the corner. A dozen crisscrossing meter-long thunderblades materialized out of thin air, weaving into a purple net that surged toward the wall. The net of thunderblades enveloped one side of the wall, effortlessly slicing into the stone surface. A second later, it emerged from the other side before slowly dissipating. On the wall, the center still flickered with faint purple light, crackling and popping as stone powder trickled down and small cut stones fell one after another. Soon an irregular hole with remarkably smooth edges appeared in the center of the wall. Indeed, Heir now possessed authentic lightning spells. As for the source, it was naturally the very agreeable Grindelwald. Over the past month, the two had exchanged letters twice. Recalling Grindelwald's last reply, Heir almost couldn't help but laugh aloud again. It was the first time he had seen someone insult themselves. As for the culprit, Heir claimed he was still a child. What ill intentions could he have? It was in that very previous letter that his old fan had also sent him a few lightning spells from the east. There were not many lightning spells in the west. Even his well-connected old fan had struggled to obtain 2 decent ones. One was called Thunderblade, and the other Floating Ring of Lightning. Heir easily mastered Thunderblade, which conjured a lightning sword that could be launched outward, though its effect was mediocre and not as subtle as Sectum Sempra. However, Heir's lightning element talent was max. With a sample spell, he could improve upon it. After a month of research, he developed a new lightning spell. He hadn't come up with a grand name yet, so he tentatively called it God-Slaying Lightning Sword. This spell could not only be used in close combat, but also unleashed a net of thunderblades with sealing properties boasting formidable penetration. If the opponent's defense was strong enough, the thunderblade net would cling to it and deal continuous damage. As for the other spell, Floating Ring of Lightning, Heir hadn't had the energy to learn it yet. Even energy potions couldn't quite compensate. He had been too busy this month. However, the effect of this spell was quite practical. It could conjure a lightning ring behind him capable of carrying a person for flight, and the ring could also be launched as an attack. No rush, he was still young. Heir glanced at the thunderblade enveloping his wand, then at the aftermath of his strike, feeling quite satisfied. With a flick of his right hand, the thunderblade vanished, another flick brought it back into existence. He repeated this process to grasp the spell's details and principles. He felt that as long as someone guided him into the path of lightning spells, he could develop it well on his own. Just as Heir was engrossed in his study, Draco ran over with a strange expression. This room was known and accessible to all members of the throne. Draco looked at the flickering thunderblade in Heir's hand. Even from a distance, his face tingled slightly, and his platinum hair began to stir. He inwardly grumbled about Xiao Heir's increasingly formidable strength. So talented, yet so hard-working. Tsk. Xiao Heir, something's happened at Ravenclaw. Hermione came to ask for your help. Knowing you don't like her, she's already gone back. Xiao Heir paused, then swung the thunderblade in his hand. The entire blade detached from the wand, shooting straight toward the already crumbling stone wall. Boom. A violent explosion reduced the wall to ashes. Xiao Heir put away the seemingly unsatisfied national collapse and said to Draco, who was swallowing hard, "Let's go." Oh, okay. Draco turned back to look at the lingering dust, thinking to himself that those troublemakers must have a screw loose. At this rate of improvement, Xiao Heir would become a major force within 2 years. Their parents were also insane, claiming to be Slytherins, yet lacking any discernment. Well, except for his own parents, who had just been momentarily blinded. Xiao Heir and Draco made their way to the Ravenclaw Tower. They saw groups of little eagles sitting dejectedly on the ground, some dozing on their companions, a pitiful sight. The little eagles welcomed Xiao Heir's arrival as he was genuinely capable. They immediately cleared a path for him to reach the door knocker. Though behind his back, these same people often painted Xiao Heir in a terrible light, likening him to a demon. But children, what ill intentions could they have? Xiao Heir approached the door knocker, and Professor Flitwick greeted him warmly. Good, finally you're here, Xiao Heir. Hello, Professor. Xiao Heir bowed politely, showing no disdain for the diminutive Professor Flitwick. No need for formalities. Try answering the riddle first. The children have been out here for a while. Thankfully it's not winter. Flitwick's reputation for cherishing his students was well-deserved. Xiao Heir could see his genuine anxiety and wasted no time stepping up to engage the door knocker in a duet. I want to enter. The door knocker, Muggle trains have no magic. Why do they run? The other little eagles were dumbfounded by the question. Wasn't it supposed to be a math problem? Why had it changed? Everyone had ridden the Hogwarts Express, but no one had ever wondered how it worked, knowing it was magically powered. But what about Muggle trains? Xiao Heir smiled knowingly, pretending to ponder. The little eagles scratched their heads in thought, coming up empty, and looked hopefully at Xiao Heir, their powerful ally. At the back of the crowd, Hermione's hopeful gaze grew anxious. Her idol would know surely. Judging the moment right, Xiao Heir declared to the door knocker, they are steam-powered. To put it simply, an iron furnace and a large kettle are placed on wheels and through a piston. So a train can run without magic. The little eagles listened with partial understanding, but felt that Muggles weren't entirely useless. They could be clever without magic. Correct answer. The door knocker opened the door promptly. Professor Flitwick, equally captivated, was overjoyed and urged the excited students to enter quickly. Once the young witches and wizards were inside, Flitwick called to Xiao Heir, Come to my office. I have the best pudding in England there. And while you're at it, tell me more about Muggle mathematics and things like that. Train. We must solve this problem quickly. We can't have someone guarding the door knocker 24 hours a day. Xiao Heir smiled wryly. Professor Flitwick was truly considerate, saving him the trouble of bringing it up himself. The eagle trapped in the sky, the real game begins. Professor Flitwick's office, as one might describe it, exuded an air of scholarly elegance and a remarkably cozy ambience. By the door stood a cabinet filled with various pudding boxes, while a sky-blue bookcase against the corner was packed with spellbooks. His desk was neatly arranged with a pile of student homework. The most exquisite feature of the room was a circular seating area by the fireplace, clearly designed without any distinction between host and guest. Upon arriving here, Xiao Heir felt not a hint of the oppressive atmosphere typically associated with being summoned to a professor's office. Instead, the air carried a scent of sunshine. It wasn't the slightly shorter furniture that gave one a sense of looking down, but rather the various decorations that brought genuine comfort. The creamy white sofa for guests was made of an unknown leather, incredibly soft, and Xiao Heir felt an urge to lie down and nap as soon as he sat on it. Flitwick warmly invited Xiao Heir to sit, then gestured through the air, causing a box of puddings on the coffee table to dance a tap dance over to Xiao Heir. I heard you have a particular fondness for tea. Try this. It's a new matcha pudding from a pastry shop in Yorkshire. Many students who come for puddings lately have been choosing this one. Xiao Heir picked up the small saucer holding the pudding, scooped a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The taste was indeed delightful, fragrant, smooth, and tender with a refreshing comfort. Seeing Xiao Heir enjoy it so much, Professor Flitwick was delighted as well. I told you it was good. If you ever crave it, just help yourself. My office is never locked, and the cabinet by the door always has various puddings. Xiao Heir looked somewhat uneasy, but it had been a long time since he had encountered such a kind and approachable elder. In truth, Professor Flitwick, due to his lineage, was not only short and high-pitched, but also had a face that was more unusual than an average person's. When someone saw him smile for the first time, they might find it sinister and might even whip out their wand. Yet Xiao Heir genuinely felt warmth from Professor Flitwick. Thank you, Professor. They'll come to bother you often. You should have come sooner. Seeing Xiao Heir nod, Flitwick was very pleased and began speaking with surprising candor. I know your talent is extraordinary, clearly not to be judged by the standards of an ordinary young wizard. But I've also noticed your fondness for powerful and flashy spells. In my experience, that is misguided. Xiao Heir's expression shifted, and he unconsciously sat up straighter. This man was a true, dueling master with an understanding of spells far surpassing his own. Please, Professor, enlighten me. Flitwick waved his hand. Teaching you is my duty. I simply don't want you to develop a skewed perception of spells which could lead to great misfortune later. Saying this, Flitwick drew his wand and cast a spell on a bottle of pumpkin juice on the table. Scourgify. The pumpkin juice inside rapidly diminished until it vanished completely. Flitwick put away his wand and addressed the thoughtful Shower. Any thoughts? Shower nodded, inwardly astonished. Professor Flitwick had already developed even a simple cleaning charm to this extent. Flitwick then continued, speaking eloquently. When casting the cleaning charm, the mental intent is to sweep away surface dust. But if you can hypnotize that intent into something else, like a person's internal organs or blood, as long as your will is strong enough and you employ some techniques, this household spell can instantly become a lethal curse. Emotion greatly influences spells. No spell is too insignificant to be underestimated in combat. Even a powerful wizard like the headmaster could die if struck by a minor curse. For instance, the levitation charm. If you can use it to trip an enemy's feet in battle. Flitwick shared some of his dueling experiences and unconventional insights into spells, which proved immensely enlightening for Shower. As he spoke, Flitwick even mentioned something that made Shower laugh wryly. Oh, by the way, a few youngsters asked me the other day how to counter your water and lightning magic. I suggested the freezing charm combined with a swift transfiguration-based animal assault. Shower smiled bitterly but harbored no resentment toward the professor. He treated everyone equally. It's fine, Professor. Your principle of countering elements is sound, but one mustn't overlook the transcendence of overwhelming force. Naturally. Flitwick nodded, then his expression turned serious. Now let's talk about why you deliberately let the door knocker block your way. The sudden shift in topic caught Shower off guard. Had he given himself away? He quickly recalled his actions. Had he been too composed when facing the knocker in the tower? Or had his ambition to conquer the other houses become too obvious? He naturally wouldn't confess. Professor, I don't know what you're talking about. Flitwick was serious only for a moment, then returned to his usual gentle demeanor. There's no need to deny it. As the head of Ravenclaw House, I have some deductive abilities, and I'm quite confident in my judgment. Seeing this, Shower decided not to hide anything. Alright, I did teach the knocker those new pieces of knowledge. Professor Flitwick poured them both some pumpkin juice and sighed. Before I ask for the specifics, would you care to hear a little story from an old man like me? I'm all ears. Flitwick took a sip of pumpkin juice before speaking slowly. Hogwarts has had several notoriously strict headmasters in its history, especially your grandfather Phineas and the previous headmaster Armando. Both were harsh on students. For any mistake, students would be strung up and flogged, then publicly humiliated. Filch still keeps many torture implements. From my years of observation and personal experience, aside from those born ambitious, most who become dark wizards have their school experiences to blame. The physical torment and mental humiliation of corporal punishment during those years often twist their childhoods. Some spend their entire lives healing their childhoods, thus showing more love, like myself. But many more choose to become villains, inflicting their nightmares on others. To this day, I don't understand how the headmaster and Minerva could agree to your cruel punishments on students. But that won't stop me from preventing you from entering Ravenclaw. Flitwick fixed his narrow eyes on Shower. Shower's feelings were complex. From his online experiences, he knew the professor wasn't wrong. He remained silent for a while, and Flitwick didn't rush him. After a long pause, Shower finally stated his position in a different way. Professor, you're right. Childhood is the most beautiful stage of one's life, a stage that shapes everything. It shouldn't be filled with nightmares. But I have my own reasons. Flitwick reached out to smooth the furrow between Shower's brows, a hint of sympathy in his voice. I know a little about your experiences, similar to the discrimination I faced when I was a student. I know it's not your fault. You have your pressures and responsibilities, and it's understandable that you're in a hurry. Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Shower's expression brightened slightly. He had been thinking about how to convince this understanding yet stubborn professor. Then, Professor, you agree? Professor Flitwick shook his head. I told you I won't let you harm my students. They'll also report to the headmaster to have your punitive measures revoked in other houses. Heir was left speechless. Seeing Heir in a daze, Freelev chuckled and said, of course nothing is absolute in this world. If you want me to let you into the Eagle Academy, it's not impossible, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. Heir's head buzzed, almost causing him to walk away. This professor truly deserved to be the head of the Eagle Academy, and it showed in his Half-Felven bloodline. Smart yet shrewd, kind yet cunning. A casual conversation took many twists and turns. First, he presented himself as a caring father, making people feel close to him. Then he transformed into a patient mentor, evoking gratitude. Next, he became a saint with unmatched benevolence, inspiring admiration and blind obedience. Ultimately, he morphed into a shrewd businessman, laying out his goals and bottom lines in a manner that was hard to refuse. Even the old bees couldn't play this game as well as he did. Freelev was undoubtedly a master negotiator and psychological strategist. Heir's emotions were continuously manipulated by Freelev until he finally realized the latter's true intentions. I am still young. Upon reflection, I was the one who foresaw the plot's direction and held the crucial clues about the Horcruxes that Dumbledore could not ignore. Otherwise, I would have been completely outplayed by the old guy, likely ending up like Harry sold out while helping others count their money. The same went for Grindelwald. If I hadn't known in advance who he was, I might have been swayed. Otherwise, after exchanging a few more letters, it wouldn't have been clear who was really a fan of whom. I would have had to wear the easy-to-talk to label myself. Freelev observed Shawn Heir's expression as if he had entered a dye house, carefully pouring him a cup of warm water. So what do you think? Aren't you going to listen to my conditions? Shawn Heir took several deep breaths, slowly contemplating the various experiences since his arrival. 2 words they floated away. He was aware of this, but didn't take it seriously, relying on his prophet status and system to act as he pleased. Now, having learned a lesson, he felt somewhat enlightened. Although he was displeased with Professor Frelev's mockery, he was also grateful. Some things are truly better known earlier, otherwise it's too late to realize when it becomes irreversible. Shawn Heir stood up, adjusted his appearance, and solemnly bowed to Freelev. Thank you, Professor. Please tell me your conditions. Freelev was puzzled about what Shawn Heir was thanking him for, but was pleased that they could reach a consensus. Actually, it's very simple. First, you need to cancel the electric shock punishment. Oh, of course, that doesn't include when dealing with enemies. Being soft-hearted in those moments is truly foolish. Shawn Heir nodded. All right, I agree to that condition. What about the academic workload? Freelev shook his head. I still prefer to see my students improve their knowledge, so increasing it a bit more is fine. Shawn Heir grew to admire Professor Freelev even more. In his view, Hogwarts should be led by Freelev, instead of the old bee who was too lazy. Please state the second condition. Oh, I won't refuse if I can fulfill it. Freelev opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated for a while before saying, Actually, I have no second requirement. Your talent guarantees your future greatness. Oh, I only hope you can be kinder to the world in the future. Shawn Heir clenched his fist, not immediately making a promise. Under Frelev's expectant gaze, he struggled for a while before slowly saying, Professor, I can only agree to half of that. I can assure you that I am not a madman. Oh, I have my limits. Freelev, upon hearing this, wore an indescribable expression and waved his hand. That's already quite good. Now let's discuss the main purpose of today's meeting. Without witnessing or swearing an oath, a vague promise seemed sufficient for Freelev to trust Shawn Heir. Shawn Heir indeed had no intention of lying. Seeing Freelev's tacit approval, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to resort to underhanded tactics. He quickly took out a stack of English-translated physics and chemistry textbooks ranging from the most basic to pre-university levels. Freelev, seeing so many textbooks, swayed slightly and hesitated, saying, So many. This is even more than all the textbooks at Hogwarts combined. Shawn Heir felt a bit guilty and coughed before continuing, Professor, you haven't spent time in the Muggle world. These books are treasures. There's a saying in the Muggle world that goes like this. Master math and science, and you can conquer the world without fear. Freelev asked suspiciously, Is it really that powerful? Shawn Heir nodded, affirmatively, sketching grand ideas loosely. The train I mentioned earlier that can run without magic is just a little trick. If you really learn this knowledge, you can create weapons that can destroy a city, rivaling the spells of legendary wizards. In 1945, the American Muggle government used such a weapon to annihilate a city in the East, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands, and its power is terrifying. Freelev listened with wide eyes as he truly didn't understand Muggle technology. The Muggle studies class at Hogwarts, well, it's hard to put into words. They mostly taught students to say, I'm just a simple country bumpkin, upon encountering a Muggle, to avoid suspicion about their strange attire and behaviors. Thus it was Freelev's first time realizing how advanced Muggles had become. The pursuit of profound knowledge is a trait every qualified Ravenclaw should possess, so Freelev immediately regarded that pile of textbooks as treasures. Not bad, Shawn Heir, you are a visionary. Freelev praised him, and after some thought said, Since that's the case, I'll first test it within Ravenclaw. If it's really as you say, I will suggest to the headmaster to popularize this knowledge. Shawn Heir increasingly felt that firing the old bee and having Freelev as headmaster was an excellent idea. Professor, you are wise. Freelev waved his hand. I will notify the students to hold an early meeting tomorrow. When you come to the tower, remember to prepare the introductory textbooks in advance. Upon hearing this, Shawn Heir immediately pulled out over 100 books compiling all elementary mathematics knowledge from his ring. Freelev looked at this and pointed at Shawn Heir for a long while before laughing and saying, Well, it seems you really came prepared. After a while, Shawn Heir left the spell office with satisfaction, constantly reflecting on the entire meeting process and his past experiences. After suddenly gaining extraordinary power, he had somewhat disregarded the lives and feelings of others. He felt a bit regretful about proposing electric shock punishments, having experienced it himself and knowing how unpleasant it was. Childhood nightmares should not be left behind to be healed in one's later years. However, previously, in his eagerness to persuade Professor McGonagall, he had been somewhat hasty, partly due to the twins and the overly cooperative purebloods. Failure is not terrifying. What's frightening is not learning from it. It seems I need to be more humble. Indeed, one should win people over with virtue, but of course when it comes to firm decisions, one must not hesitate. As Shawn Heir pondered what new strategies to use instead of the evil punishment of electric shock, he was suddenly obstructed by a fluffy mass. Looking down, he saw Hermione with her head lowered, blocking his path. Hermione. Seeing Hermione clutching a book in silence, too afraid to meet his gaze, Shawn recalled his own earlier impatience and indifference. His tone grew milder than before as he spoke gently. "Is there something else you wish to ask me?" Hermione hesitated for a long moment before speaking. "Shawn, I came to apologize." Shawn stroked his chin, finding the situation intriguing. "Oh, you haven't offended me. What apology is needed?" Hermione lifted her head abruptly, her face haggard, eyes bloodshot as she stared at Shawn. "I failed to recognize your good intentions and misunderstood your original purpose." Seeing Hermione's heavy-eyed bag, Shawn felt no pity, but began reflecting on his own methods. Yet he decided to first clarify her intentions. "Oh, so you can understand my use of force now?" Hermione nodded, then shook her head. "I understand now. I've read much of magical history and law. They are steeped in blood. Your ideals are grand, requiring absolute force and a cold heart, but I still cannot fully accept it." Shawn was momentarily perplexed by Hermione's behavior. In the original story, he had always doubted whether Hermione truly loved Ron when she married him. A muggle-born witch faced a harsh fate in the magical world. After graduation, finding no good job, she could only marry into a decent family. Even marrying a pureblood often meant a life of subservience. Hermione's choice was actually quite wise. Ron was a pureblood, albeit impoverished, but his status was respectable. Moreover, he was not shrewd and easy to manage, and the Weasley family held no prejudice against muggles. Having endured 7 years of hardship, Hermione was no longer naive. To realize her ideals, leveraging Ron's family influence was a sound strategy. Of course, this was merely Shawn's personal opinion. He felt that the current Hermione might have evolved prematurely, seemingly no longer needing to compromise herself. So, Hermione took a deep breath, her expression resolute. "The current wizarding society may be unjust, its thinking archaic, and discrimination rampant. But no matter how great your reasons, even if you act for the good of muggles and muggle-born witches like me, it cannot excuse you becoming a tyrant. Yet I will firmly support you even if it means shattering myself, but I will also be the moral boundary of your goodness." Shawn paused, noticing a level 3 faith point credited in his system from Hermione Granger Zealot. He couldn't help but scrutinize this young witch, a contradictory existence. Human nature was indeed complex. Seeing Shawn merely studying her with a critical gaze, saying nothing, Hermione grew flustered and anxious. The great courage she had mustered began to crumble, tears welling in her eyes. Do you not accept my allegiance and loyalty?" "I will truly obey." Shawn's expression softened further as he reached out to tousle Hermione's fluffy hair. "You should tend to your hair and appearance. My followers are always elegant." Hermione's eyes instantly filled with ecstasy as she jumped and danced on the spot. "You accept me. You accept me." Shawn chuckled softly. He had now come to realize that a faction could not consist solely of cold-blooded butchers, it needed a moral boundary. Just like a court, with sycophants and executioners, there must also be the benevolent. The way of balance was precisely this. Shawn cast a Scourgify on Hermione, then pulled out a 10 of clubs and handed it to her. "Stop bouncing. This is for you. From now on it is yours. Do not disappoint my expectations." Hermione's book fell to the floor with a thud. She quickly reached out to take the exquisite shimmering playing card, a symbol of trust. Then, remembering something, she knelt on one knee, imitating Theodore's earlier acceptance of the card. "I, Hermione Granger, am honored to become your follower. I vow to walk in your footsteps and personally create a beautiful world." Shawn smiled, gratified by Hermione's change of attitude. "Rise. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow find Alice. She will brief you on some matters." Hermione stood up and requested, I'd like to participate in the duel later." Shawn strode away, leaving only one sentence behind. "That is an order." Hermione faltered, then pursed her lips and returned to the common room. Beside the Quidditch pitch, a crude dueling platform had been erected with not even seating around it. Yet the place was unusually lively. Gryffindor and Slytherin had been frantically preparing for a month, all waiting for this day to settle the score. Some had even worn the same underwear and socks for a month, so filthy they could stand on their own, their stench piercing the heavens. All to subject their opponents to an infinite biochemical attack when washing them. The little lions and snakes stood in distinct groups, with onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle. Professor McGonagall silently observed from a corner. The snakes were led by Alice and Montague, while Draco and Theodore, lacking authority, mingled among them. The lions were led by Percy and Prefect Angelina, a sporty girl with wheat-colored skin and a high ponytail that made her look energetic. From the Slytherin side, "Hey, I'm going to beat those stupid lions today. My disarming charm is almost at level 4. "That's impressive. I'm barely at level 3. I wonder when I can cast a disarming charm as brilliant as the Chief's. That would be so cool. I wish the Chief would explain how to distinguish the levels of other spells." "Shut up, the Chief is busy." Among the lions, "Hey, the duel didn't say we can't use dung bombs, right? I've prepared too. I'd advise against it. I don't want to have to rescue you from a chandelier in the middle of the night." The two suddenly heard a girl's cough nearby, immediately fell silent, and stood at attention, striking heroic poses. Kenneth, previously the most restless, approached the twins. "Have you settled everything with those snakes? I won't tolerate any mistakes in the plan." George and Fred still sported crooked mouths and squinting eyes, though magical treatment could have quickly healed them. but they found it distinctive and thought it would soften their head of house, so they kept it. Crooked-mouthed George relax, as long as our transfiguration goes smoothly. Squint-eyed Fred, hey, what's there to worry about? We're challenging fair and square. Worst case we get beaten up. But if we succeed, even once the big bad wolf will lose all his prestige. In a corner, Harry silently wiped his holly wand, watching his eager classmates with cold eyes. Yes, he was one of the 3 first-year representatives, the other 2 being Seamus the Explosion Prince and Parvati, a pretty Indian girl. Harry suddenly noticed someone staring at him. He looked up at the Slytherin formation and saw Draco waving at him. A faint smile crossed Harry's cold face. Only in adversity does one know who truly cares. Truth be told, in Gryffindor, unless you share the same vices, it's hard to find genuine friends, as the Lions are friendly to everyone. Slytherin may seem utilitarian, but it's the easiest place to find friends, the kind who would take a blow for you. Harry mouthed to Draco, friend, don't go easy on me. As the appointed time approached, everyone saw Shawn strolling leisurely from the castle. Shower, clad in a refined school uniform of silver threads on a green base, simple, yet elegant, strolled along admiring the surrounding scenery. Hogwarts was built upon a picturesque highland encircled by the Black Lake, and the Forbidden Forest serene, yet vibrant. All those near the dueling platform fell silent, watching the tranquil Shower approach at a leisurely pace. Under the warm slanting sun, Shower wandered on the green grass, as if stepping out from the sun itself. A gentle breeze lifted his short jet-black hair, a smile playing on his lips, making him appear so sunny and handsome, devoid of any malice. Those most familiar with Shower exchanged glances, feeling that in just a brief absence the chief seemed changed, though they couldn't quite articulate how. Shower approached, nodded slightly to everyone, and followed the path the crowd instinctively cleared, making his way to the platform. He surveyed, everyone paying extra attention to the seated contenders already selected from each side. These might become his future core team. After nodding to the assembly, he announced clearly, a month of diligent effort must ultimately show whether progress has been made. Let the victors not be arrogant, nor the defeated discouraged. Very well, let the duels commence. Shower's opening was concise. He himself was not one for tediousness. He then proceeded to a specially designated high platform beside the dueling arena. Seating himself in an ebony gold chair, Alice began arranging the students for duels from lower to higher levels following the preset procedure. A designated announcer, upon receiving the signal, began calling out names. Gryffindor, Harry Potter. Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Before their respective groups, both Harry and Draco received various encouragements, though Harry's side was slightly awkward. The young lions had seemingly forgotten their earlier coldness towards him. Everyone nearby excitedly thumped his chest, shouting, go for it. Harry felt he could barely breathe from the pounding, and quickly fled onto the platform. Draco already stood composedly on the arena, his platinum hair dazzling to the eye. Seeing Harry's somewhat disheveled state, Draco said with a hint of sarcasm, do you need a rest? We can duel in the 3rd round. I don't want to take advantage of someone who's winded. His tone was teasing, but his words were full of concern. Harry caught his breath, shook his head, and raised his wand horizontally. There are no friends on the dueling field. If I have a problem, it's mine. You won last time, but this time I will not lose. Draco's expression grew more serious as he drew an exquisite wand from his sleeve pocket. Good. He'll prove that I am stronger than you. Seated Shower watched these 2 youngsters with their solemn air and couldn't help but smile. Their love-hate dynamic was quite amusing. The 2 took several steps back, turned around, held their wands vertically before their chests, then bowed to each other, all part of dueling etiquette they had learned beforehand. The arena announcer, seeing they were ready, began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Bang. As the countdown ended, they simultaneously shot red curses, one thick, one thin, at each other, colliding precisely midair and bursting into a shower of sparks. The fact that their spells collided showed both had excellent aim, targeting vital points. In terms of spell power, Harry's disarming charm was significantly stronger than Draco's. Talent at times is simply inexplicably unfair. Although somewhat anxious, Draco didn't panic. He had been disciplined countless times by Alice over the past month. Seeing his disarming charm was no match for Harry's, and his casting was far inferior, he quickly switched tactics. Draco sidestepped Harry's expertly fired second disarming charm, flicked his wand, and unleashed his most proficient summoning spell. Serpensortia. A 3-meter-long serpent materialized, lunging at Harry with gaping jaws and chilling inch-long fangs. Harry was unafraid of snakes. He could even converse with them. However, in the heat of battle, he was unaware that the parcel-tongued talent inherited from Voldemort could command the snake. So he decisively fired spells. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Beam after beam of red light repelled the serpent's relentless attacks, leaving it battered and bloody, with several fangs broken off. This showed Harry's disarming charm was already formidable. Master one move, and you can conquer the world. Harry focused on dealing with the serpent, suddenly heard Draco intone the spell that had once caused him such shame. Levi Corpus. Since that day, Harry had worn trousers under his robes regardless of the heat. He quickly rolled backward like a donkey, and without looking fired a disarming charm towards the source of Draco's voice. In his urgency, Harry cast the spell non-verbally. Shower narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the corner, McGrath was equally astonished, finding it incredible. Draco, feeling smug at embarrassing Harry again, prepared to follow up with another Levi Corpus. This boy's psychology was rather complex, cherishing friendship while pursuing supreme glory. But Draco didn't expect Harry to shoot a thumb-thick red beam, while rolling, sending him flying with a bang, his wand soaring away to land near Harry. Harry scrambled up from the ground, straightened his askew glasses, and picked up Draco's wand. Seeing the serpent still twitching, he quickly cast 2 more disarming charms. Confirming the serpent was dead, Harry sighed in relief, looked at the dazed Draco sitting on the ground, hurried over, extended a hand to help him up, and asked with concern, "Draco, are you alright?" Draco, hair disheveled, shook his head, then nodded. "A bit sore." "Oh no, Harry, that was non-verbal magic, just now." Harry then realized it too, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. "It seems so. How I did it. Overjoyed, Harry involuntarily looked towards the high platform, and saw Shower, smiling gently at him. Instantly his fatigue vanished, and his gloomy mood of recent days lifted. Though defeated, Draco was happy for his friend. "Harry, you're amazing. You must be one of the first 10 to reach level 4 disarming charm, though it's not as powerful as the Chief's." Harry turned, scratching his head sheepishly. "It's already good. I read a spell book that said spell power is proportional to magical reserves and instant output. Wow, you know that too. You two should get down now." As they chatted endlessly, the announcer hurriedly shooed them off and announced the result. First match, Gryffindor wins. 1 point. Hearing this, Draco's face suddenly turned pale, and fear flashed in his eyes. Alice had said before the match that any Slytherin who lost would have to scrub the toilets by hand. That wasn't the worst part. The main issue was failing to live up to Shower's expectations. Harry put his arm around the trembling Draco, who nearly collapsed, and asked as they walked off the stage, "Draco, are you okay?" "Sorry, I couldn't hold back." Draco, not wanting to show weakness in front of Harry, tossed his platinum hair back, lifted his chin, and said with feigned pride, "No, I'm fine. I'm very strong." "Harry, good. Your face is dirty, but let me wipe it for you." In the crowd, the young snakes were quite downcast, but no one blamed Draco. Their skill level was at least 3rd year, and victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Meanwhile, the young lions began cheering Harry's name loudly. In the corner, Professor McGrath couldn't help but pump her fist, then realizing her lapse, quickly looked around. Fortunately, no one noticed. Behind the crowd, Ron watched with gritted teeth, muttering, "What's the big deal? If I were up there, I'd knock that blonde kid's teeth out." As Harry and Draco left the stage, the announcer continued. Second match, Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan. Slytherin. At the front of the Gryffindor team, Seamus confidently kept fist-bumping the little lions, cheering for him, talking endlessly about how everyone should watch him dominate the battlefield. Over in Slytherin, the atmosphere was far more subdued. For one, the little snakes were naturally inclined either to be passionately hot-blooded like rebellious teenagers or excessively reserved. For another, Theodore was inherently aloof. Only his sister Gloria spoke to him with solemn gravity, "Don't disgrace the House of Naught." Theodore's face was pale, his emotions unreadable when Alice beside him spoke. "Win this duel." Theodore's gaze remained cold. He gave a slight nod, and then walked lightly toward the dueling platform like a wisp of drifting fluff carried by the wind. Gloria was furious. "Who exactly is your sister?" She wanted to glare at Alice, but didn't dare. Though Alice usually appeared elegant, virtuous, and exuded nobility, when she went wild, she truly acknowledged no kin, slapping you without hesitation. Theodore arrived on the platform. Though his frame was slender, he stood as straight and firm as a pine. He drew his silver-white wand like bone jade, and pointed it diagonally at the ground, quietly waiting for Seamus, who was still frolicking among the crowd. Seamus, beaming, stepped onto the platform and greeted Theodore. "Hey mate, maybe you should forfeit. My blasting curse is really powerful, but I can't control it well. I'm afraid it'll hurt you." Theodore remained silent. He simply turned and walked away, then with his back turned raised his wand vertically before him, his gaze sharpening. The meaning of this gesture was unmistakable. "Alright, don't blame me if you get hurt by accident." Seamus shrugged, and following the procedure also stepped back a few paces and raised his wand. The announcer began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. Bombarda. Seamus led with his signature spell, a head-sized yellow orb shooting rapidly toward Theodore. From the high platform, Shore estimated it to be a level 3 blasting curse. He mused inwardly that this lad could be trained as an enforcer. Meanwhile, Theodore, unhurried and composed, waved his wand lightly. Protego. A blue shield materialized not in front of Theodore, but at the center of the arena. The moment it appeared, it intercepted the blasting curse in advance. Boom. The yellow light exploded, the blue shield shattered, and the shockwave blasted small craters into the ground. Theodore's choice was wise. If he had erected the shield in front of himself, he would have been caught in the blast's aftermath. Though it wouldn't have cost him the match, it would have been humiliating. This duel between first years left many older students in the audience astonished. Was this really a first-year duel? The shield charm was difficult for first years, or even older students, and many adult wizards after graduation, yet Theodore wielded it so effortlessly. Even with natural talent, the effort and hard work behind it must have been immense. Cedric, who had come to watch the excitement, exclaimed, "So strong." This handsome top student from Hufflepuff dropped the nut he was eating. A sense of unease crept into his heart. In the past, when no one was pushing themselves, even if the little badgers were mediocre, the gap was manageable. But the recent duel between Harry and Draco had already shocked Cedric, and he consoled himself that it was just an exception like himself. Now, however, there was another young wizard of this caliber, and Cedric didn't know what to think. On the field, seeing his blasting curse comparable to an older student's had been neutralized, Seamus panicked and hurriedly cast again. Bombarda. Theodore, instead of retreating, advanced. He moved lightly towards Seamus, his figure as ethereal as drifting fluff. While running in a zigzag pattern, he also began to chant. Avis. A flock of chirping, dazzling golden birds appeared ahead of him. These golden birds were not solid, but were each quite large. This successfully obstructed Seamus' vision, a strategy of Theodore's. Indeed, after Seamus uttered his blasting curse, his wand hesitated, unsure where to aim, so he just fired at random. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow orb struck the center of the bird flock. The immense force blasted the golden birds apart, instantly turning them to ash and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this effect, Seamus couldn't help but feel a moment of pride. But the next instant, Theodore emerged coldly from the dust cloud, striking from an angle. He swiftly raised his wand tip. Expelliarmus. A red orb struck Seamus, who was still grinning. Theodore's disarming charm was of average power. It merely knocked Seamus' wand away with no additional effect. But nothing flashy was needed. He didn't care, a victory sufficed. Theodore handed the disarmed wand back to Seamus, his voice cool. You lost. Seamus' face flushed red, burning with embarrassment. Meeting Theodore's icy gaze, he couldn't muster any tough words to save face. He just numbly took his wand back. Even now, he couldn't believe he had lost so quickly. This wasn't the grand, explosive victory he had envisioned. Theodore gave him a brief, indifferent glance, then turned and walked off the platform. The breeze lifted the hem of his school robe, making him appear ethereal and detached from the mundane world. Many young girls who hadn't noticed Theodore's ascetic, commanding presence before now had their eyes light up. Seamus returned to the Gryffindor crowd, looking dejected. Hey Seamus, looks like your bragging backfired. Seamus, you lost us a point. Ugh, I don't want to wash those snakes' underwear. Seamus, you just cost me 10 sickles. Pay me back. Seeing Seamus on the verge of tears, Harry felt a pang of empathy and quickly pulled him aside. Don't lose heart. Losing a match is nothing. Just win next time. Seamus nodded non-committally, still looking miserable. Harry patiently continued. This duel taught me that while innate spells are useful, they're not flexible. You still need to learn other supporting spells. Seamus said nothing, but a jeering voice suddenly came from behind them. Look, the braggart. Seamus is about to cry. Hey Harry, you just got lucky. And now you're acting like a professor. A flicker of coldness passed through Harry's eyes. He held back Seamus, who wanted to confront Ron. Don't be rash. He's just a trash talker. Behind them, Ron's face contorted, as if he'd swallowed something foul, nearly choking on his own intended insults. Back in the Slytherin camp, Theodore received no warm welcome upon his return. His sister couldn't be bothered with her rebellious brother at the moment. Theodore didn't care. He merely gave Alice a slight nod, and then left on his own, intending to find a place to practice spells. On the high platform, Shawn nodded at Theodore as he passed by, a satisfied smile on his face. A loyal minister is one to whom one can entrust one's fate. After announcing the second match as a Slytherin victory, earning them 1 point, the announcer revealed the duelists for the next round. Third match, Gryffindor's Parvati Patil versus Slytherin's Pansy Parkinson. The concept of fairness was indeed non-existent. Looking at the 3 first-year Slytherin contestants, they were all purebloods. Although these young wizards' parents generally didn't teach them serious spells before school, their upbringing gave them an innate advantage in knowledge over ordinary young wizards. When they truly applied themselves, these advantages became apparent. Why did Voldemort split his soul? Growing up an orphan, it was a matter of limited knowledge. Did other ancient families lack books on Horcruxes? So why did few dare to use them? Pansy's talent was average, but she couldn't be helped. She received hands-on guidance from older pure-blood students in the anti-Shore army. Thus, this little lioness secured the 3rd spot in the internal selection. Pansy shot a fierce glare at her childhood friend Draco, mouthing the words, "You failed traitor. Watch me." Then she strode toward the dueling platform with her sharp chin held even higher. Draco nearly exploded with rage, but held back with effort. He sighed inwardly. Some things could never return to how they were. Parvati, an Indian origin girl, was beautiful despite her slightly dark skin. The dangling ornament on her nose sparkled, exuding a strong, exotic charm. After greeting her friends, she confidently stepped onto the platform. Her poise was excellent, clearly indicating a distinguished family. She greeted Pansy warmly. "I'm Parvati Patil. Please take care." Pansy snorted coldly at her through her nose. Humph. Parvati's expression immediately turned grim and serious. Without another word, she prepared for the duel. 3, 2, 1, begin. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Bang. The bang was not the collision of 2 spells, but the sound of Pansy being violently blasted away. A moment earlier, Pansy, having heard the start signal, held her head high and cast spells that flew off the platform, completely lacking in accuracy. Meanwhile, Parvati, unusually serious, perhaps provoked or driven by something else, unleashed a disarming charm of considerable force, sending both Pansy and her wand flying. The crowd gasped in shock as she had been knocked out. Then the little lions erupted into cheers. Parvati. Parvati. Parvati herself was momentarily stunned. By Shaw's previous standards for spells, her disarming charm was at best level 2. 5, but just now. However, the cheerful girl didn't dwell on it. After her victory, she enthusiastically waved at her fellow students from her house. On the high platform, Shaw's expression was full of suspicion. He had just sensed a flash of magical energy from an alchemical artifact on Parvati. He murmured to himself, a spell-amplifying charm. Or, in his mind, he pondered alchemical items, like the broken brooch or his own cards, and how useful they truly were. He considered seeking some great opportunity to train his abysmal alchemical talent from zero, since no amount of talent points could improve it. But the next moment Shaw's expression changed. "You're asking for death," he barked, swiftly waving his hand toward the stage. A water shield formed rapidly behind Parvati as she trotted off the platform. Bang! An orange light exploded against the water, blasting a hole in the shield and sending up a spray of water. The one who had cast the spell in fury was the twisted-faced pansy. After being knocked back, she had picked up her wand and attacked Parvati from behind. She had used the crushing curse, which was forbidden in this duel. The frenzied pansy was about to laugh triumphantly, thinking she could take down the wretch who had humiliated her. But seeing the water shield block her spell, she suddenly came to her senses and turned a terrified gaze toward the high platform. Shaw's expression was dark. He pointed his wand at her. He cast the water prison spell, and a blue triangular iron cage locked Pansy inside. The lightning strike was imminent, and Pansy's legs gave way in fear. She had been shocked once before and knew it was a nightmare of terror. She nearly wet herself. But as everyone was still reeling from the events of the past few seconds, Draco instinctively shouted, "Chief, no." Shawn narrowed his eyes, hesitated, and decided not to inflict the lightning punishment on the nearly terrified Pansy. With a flick of his wand, the triangular water prison moved Pansy to the front of the Slytherin crowd. Shaw said coldly to Draco, "Control her." Then, ignoring Draco's complex expression, he took 3 exquisitely dazzling playing cards from his ring and flicked them above the platform. The 3 cards shot upward with fiery trails, then began to spin and hover, exuding an aura of intimidation. Shaw was not merely a figurehead here, he was responsible for the safety of both duelists. He said calmly, "This round goes to Gryffindor. Pansy will face severe punishment for her violation. I hope no one else makes the same mistake in the following matches. Otherwise..." Everyone stared at the spinning cards in the sky, hearing the crackling sound of electricity, and shivered. Alice cast a cold, dark glare at the disheveled Pansy who was being supported by Draco. She was a disgrace to Slytherin. After being saved by Shaw, Parvati looked at the young man on the platform with a dazed, adoring expression, eager to go and thank him immediately. It took some effort for her friends to pull her away. The announcer rubbed his face and quickly resumed hosting. The matches for the second and third years proceeded more normally. While the spell levels were higher than in previous years, they were still within understanding. Mostly it was just 2 young wizards running around the arena shooting spells at each other. There were no frequent appearances of shield charms or nonverbal spells. This made the matches somewhat less exciting. Nearby, Cedric, who was watching while snacking, breathed a sigh of relief. At least not everyone was a freak. The little badgers could keep slacking off. Cedric was in a good mood. Remembering that his companion had put pumpkin seeds in his hood, he reached in and grabbed a handful to munch on. After 9 matches, Gryffindor had the upper hand, leading 5-4. Professor McGonagall was pleased the young wizards' dueling skills were improving, and so was their ability to protect themselves. As she mused, the big cat's wandering thoughts began to fantasize about winning the House Cup this year. Shaw wondered why the twins hadn't made it as third-year seeded contestants. Those 2, though troublesome, were certainly capable. He looked into the distance and saw the 2 looking as if they had facial paralysis, secretly scheming behind the crowd. Shaw seemed to sense something, but paid it no mind. As the saying goes, the Tao is 1,000,000,000 feet high, while the demon is 10 times higher. Well, he was the Tao. Who would surprise whom remained to be seen. He refocused on the platform. The 4th-year duelists had already developed rudimentary combat systems, having learned spells for attack, defense, disruption, and entrapment. Spells like Petrificus, Totalis, Impedimenta, and Tarantaligra were used in combination. 3 students even wielded the shield charm quite skillfully. After a Slytherin boy lost again, the score fell to 75 in favor of Gryffindor, finally stirring the indifferent little snakes into tension. The Gryffindors were overjoyed, celebrating their heroes, and some even discussed which little snake would wash their socks for a month. Among the 5th-year Slytherin duelists, except for Alice, the other 2 had sweaty palms. The boy who lost the match broke down crying on his way down. It wasn't that he feared having to wash his rival's socks, nor were there any taunts from fellow Slytherins. He just felt like crying, much like Draco had after his loss. He was a staunch supporter of Shaw and had even received personal guidance from him. But losing the match under his idol's watch filled this hard-working half-blood boy with shame. Alice looked around at the dejected little snakes and shook her head. Their mental fortitude was truly fragile. She glanced up at Shaw, who remained composed on the high platform, and knew he had entrusted Slytherin's fate to her. After all, Shaw was also the deputy head of Gryffindor and had to maintain impartiality. Alice took a deep breath, feeling the need to boost the little snake's spirits. She approached the boy, clenching and unclenching her hand a few times, resisting the urge to hit the weakling. Finally, she bent down and patted his shoulder. "Jacini, don't be a coward. The chief is watching. Get up." Without waiting for his reaction, Alice gracefully ascended the platform. Before the announcer could introduce the fifth-year duelists, she declared assertively, "I want to take on all three of you. Gryffindor's contestants, Percy, Wood, and Milia, come at me together." Though Alice appeared the epitome of a refined lady, her proclamation carried the commanding aura of a queen surveying her domain, instantly captivating the entire audience. However, Percy and the two others standing before the Gryffindor crowd were nearly infuriated. This was sheer contempt. Percy, usually level-headed and aware of Alice's capabilities, managed to maintain his composure. But with the fiery Quidditch captain immediately erupted in anger, his dog-like eyes wide as he pointed at Alice on the platform and scolded, "Alice, don't look down on others. I can defeat you single-handedly." Millie, a relatively gentle Gryffindor, also furrowed her brows. Alice's arrogance is not strength. Unable to contain himself, Wood drew his wand and rushed toward the platform. Alice flashed a smile that outshone the sun, her wand sliding from her sleeve into her palm. With a casual flick, a thin red sort of thumb-thick light shot from the wand's tip, blasting a large hole in the ground before Wood, who had just stepped onto the platform. Wood slammed to a halt, his dog-like eyes widening further as he muttered incredulously, "Nonverbal, disarming charm." Moreover, Alice's level 4 spell was more than twice as powerful as Harry's earlier use, and her casting speed was faster. After all, as a fifth-year student, Alice possessed far greater magical reserves and experience than Harry. Wood opened his mouth to utter some bold words, but found himself lacking confidence. As it turned out, strength spoke louder than bravado. Percy, now grave-faced, led Millie onto the platform. "Emily, I admit you're strong, but this is a point-based match. Even if we team up and defeat you, we only gain 1 point. If you manage to beat the three of us, you earn 3 points. That's unfair." Percy shrewd, as ever, laced his provocation with a subtle trap. Alice, being clever, understood this, but remained unfazed. She turned to the two disgruntled fifth-year Slytherin duelists below and said calmly, "I represent you in accepting this battle's outcome as 3 versus 3. The winner takes 3 points. You two have no objections to you." The two Slytherins glared at Alice, but dared not rebel. Her prestige in the Serpent House had grown considerably, not only due to the chief's favor, but also because her strength was universally acknowledged as second in the house. They looked toward the high platform, casting pleading glances at Shaw, hoping their chief would grant them fairness. Shaw had felt a headache coming on the moment Alice made her bold declaration. The meaning behind this audacious woman's words was clear: first, to boost Slytherin's morale, second, her distrust in the other two's abilities, fearing further point loss, and third, perhaps to prove her own strength and deter any troublemakers. Seeing the pleading looks from the two Slytherins, he pondered for a moment before saying, "You two can take the next round. Alice, make sure to apologize and compensate them afterward." After all, humans are swayed by partiality and closeness. Shaw, no saint, was no exception. Shaw would never admit that he sensed from a distant bush a familiar yet unsettling glare fixed on him. Thus, Slytherin had to win. Before the crowd, the two Slytherins lowered their heads, silently, each reacting differently. One, from a pure-blood elite family, seethed with resentment, believing Shaw had robbed him of the chance to play with the little lions and steal the spotlight. A blatant suppression. He muttered inwardly, "Your reign won't last long." The other, a half-blood Slytherin, felt a mix of disappointment and guilt. He had worked so hard, yet the chief still lacked faith in him, fearing he would lose. He also envied Alice's trust and skill. With Shaw's decision made, no one else objected. His authority now rivaled, even surpassed, that of the two heads of houses. McGonagall, though inwardly critical of this unfair duel, saw that the advantage seemed to favor her side. Her sense of justice wavered. After all, humans are swayed by partiality and closeness. On the platform, both sides took their positions. 3 against 1. A significant advantage. One would expect Alice to be nervous, yet she remained remarkably calm, her mental fortitude unshaken, a flicker of fervor in her eyes. Meanwhile, the other 2 men and 1 woman clutched their wands tightly. After the dueling formalities, the announcer began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. Incendio. Petrificus totalis. Nonverbal, disarming charm. As the countdown ended, the 3 Gryffindors immediately unleashed their most proficient spells, red, yellow, and fiery beams of light, converging on Alice. Percy was the one who had mastered the level 4 disarming charm, though its power was far inferior to Alice's. He had likely just broken through. Alice was faster, elegantly twirling her wand in a graceful arc above her head, a display of both poise and flair. Fog cloud. A plume of black mist rapidly expanded from Alice. By the time it had spread halfway across the platform, the 3 spells plunged into the mist, causing it to churn and contract. The sound of shattered shields followed as red, yellow, and blue hues dyed the black mist into a riot of colors. The spectators below were dumbfounded. What were they even watching? Meanwhile, Percy and his companions had lost track of Alice entirely. With decent combat instincts, they quickly formed a back-to-back defensive formation as the encroaching mist neared. Percy cast a buff spell on each of his teammates. Supersensory Perception, X3. Instantly their senses sharpened as they meticulously probed their surroundings, yet Alice seemed to have vanished without a trace. What adept at fire spells drew a ring of fire around them for warning, while Millie prepared her shield charm. For a moment their defenses were nearly complete, poised for a counterattack, or to wait for the wind to disperse the fog. Though Shaw couldn't see the battle within the mist, he was impressed by their quick thinking and tactical acumen. He himself had much to learn. Combat was complex, it couldn't always be a fair, unknown duel. Different strategies were necessary. Shaw's own fighting style was monotonous, relying on overwhelming power to crush opponents. But that worked only when the gap in strength was vast. His ultimate targets were Voldemort and Dumbledore. Even if he possessed the strength of a legendary figure of the same level, those old veterans had decades, even centuries of combat experience. Their tactical depth was unfathomable. Thus Shaw still had much to learn. The battle within the field shifted again. Percy intermittently fired probing spells into the thinning mist. Suddenly a dull thud sounded. The trio's spirits soared as they unleashed their full power toward the source. As the mist cleared from the blast, they saw a stone golem shattered into pieces. Realizing their mistake, Millie, the most adept at shield charms, hurriedly began incanting. But before she could finish, a red beam shot forth, sending her flying and her wand spinning away. That wasn't all. Due to their formation, Millie's fall knocked into Percy and Wood behind her. As the two boys stumbled, they fired spells wildly in panic. With their defensive pillar disarmed, Alice ceased evading. Using advanced spell reversal techniques, she deflected a petrification charm that nearly struck her. Then Alice unleashed a relentless barrage of level 4 disarming charms. Percy and Wood struggled to defend, overwhelmed and barely able to raise their heads. As the mist dissipated with the wind, Alice stood with her green and silver robes fluttering and her blue hair flowing gracefully. Her expression calm, one hand resting on her abdomen, the other lightly gripping her wand pointed diagonally at the ground. She exuded a dashing aura. Glancing at her dejected opponents, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she surveyed the stunned crowd. All that was missing was a bold declaration. Anyone else? Alice swept her gaze across the entire arena, dismissing the lecherous stares of certain onlookers with utter contempt. Finally her eyes settled on Shaw, who sat motionless upon the high platform like an immovable mountain. The moment her gaze met his, the faintly arrogant expression on her face instantly transformed into one of reverence and eager anticipation. Her lively eyes seemed to speak, as if asking, "Chief, I didn't let you down, did I?" Shaw understood the need to affirm his subordinate's efforts. He cast an approving glance at Alice and mouthed the words, "Well done." A flicker of excitement and fervor flashed through Alice's eyes and her fists clenched involuntarily. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions before turning to face the dumbstruck announcer. Announce the result. The announcer, who had just been entertaining some fanciful thoughts, shrank his neck under her piercing gaze. He swallowed hard and promptly declared in a loud voice, "Alice Flint wins. Slytherin gains 3 points." As his words faded, a murmur of whispers began to ripple through the audience. Cedric dropped the pumpkin seeds from his mouth again. "Huh, another freak. Can't a guy just enjoy his snacks in peace?" Draco pumped his fist in excitement. "Yeah, well done, executive officer. You've pulled back 3 points in one go. We're finally in the lead." Harry, polishing his wand, murmured, "So strong. Is this the capability of the person Shaw trusts most?" Penelope, the prefect of Ravenclaw, gazed longingly. "It's a pity Shaw went to Slytherin. Otherwise Alice's position might have been mine." Fred, with a sidelong glance, said worriedly, "Tisk, she won't be helping out later, will she?" George, smirking, retorted with righteous indignation, "She shouldn't. The big bad boss only ever fights with an unfair advantage. It's just too bullying." Gloria stomped her foot. She's showing off again." A random bystander, drooling, muttered, "Beautiful, noble, powerful. Woe is me, I'm not worthy of her." Professor McGonagall's mood was now rather complicated. She felt as if she had been personally slapped in the face, and all her earlier good humor had vanished without a trace. She calculated in her mind that she would have to intensify the training for her little lions. Extra drills, extra drills, extra drills. As Alice returned to the Slytherin crowd, the little snakes could no longer contain their excitement. They burst into loud cheers. "Alice, you're the strongest." "Well, the strongest under the chief." "Alice, Alice, Alice, Alice." Except for a few individuals, Alice's prestige within Slytherin soared once more. As lively as things were on one side, just as desolate were they on the Gryffindor side. Percy and Wood helped the wounded Millicent back to the crowd. Not only did no one lend a hand, but all the little lions glared at them resentfully. It was a fight where they outnumbered the opponent, yet they had lost 3 points. The little lions felt utterly humiliated. No one even came over to give Millicent a checkup or administer medicine. Fortunately, Harry, Seamus, and others who had been on stage themselves understood the immense pressure of carrying such expectations. Winners are heroes, losers are bums. They quickly came over to help, which somewhat alleviated the awkwardness and pain for Percy and the other two. Just then Kenneth stepped forward and declared seriously, "Don't lose heart. We're only down by 1 point. Aren't there still 6 opportunities left? Rest assured, I've already devised a plan that is sure to win." The little lion's expressions became excited, and they crowded around Kenneth to ask about his plan. He seemed to relish the attention, grandly gesturing and pontificating as if he were commanding the world. However, he was wise enough to keep the details to himself, revealing nothing specific. Percy, who was applying medicine to Millicent, watched all this unfold. He knew that the prestige he had painstakingly built was facing a severe challenge at this moment. He frowned, pondering whether he had spent too much energy on management while neglecting the improvement of his own strength. After all, judging by today, no matter how much he had labored for these people over the past month, pushing them to study, doing everything for their good, now even his own 3 younger brothers, especially Ron, looked at him with utter disdain. Not only did these people show no gratitude, but his authority couldn't even withstand a single defeat. Percy felt a deep sense of confusion. Shaw observed everything, especially the dejected Percy. This talent, whom he held in some regard, was undergoing a trial. He hoped the boy would experience a transformation in his mindset. Next 5 consecutive matches took place. Victor, a 6th-year Slytherin, and a half-blood little snake, both achieved victory, giving Slytherin a 3-point lead. The little snakes were already fantasizing about which little lion they would choose to wash their stinky socks and underwear for a month, when the reversal struck with jarring suddenness. The last pureblood in the 6th year, Gloria, and 2 purebloods from the 7th year, all suffered defeat. The overall score was tied in an instant. Everyone's emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster ride. Thrilling. The little snakes felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on their heads in the dead of winter, a chill that seeped straight to the bone. Meanwhile, the little lions felt as refreshed as if they were enjoying a delicious popsicle in the sweltering summer heat, shouting and cheering with joy. On the high platform, Shaw watched coldly. Of these last 3 pureblood little snakes, aside from the 2nd 7th year to take the stage, the other 2 had fought quite fiercely, unleashing a barrage of impressive spells that tore the dueling platform to pieces. But upon closer scrutiny, there was an element of performance to it. Seated, Shaw stroked his chin, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. So this is the scheme of you rats. Sure enough, when the final pair of duelists stepped onto the stage amidst the cheers and encouragement of the students from both houses, there was no sign of tension. Both were old acquaintances of Shaw, Kenneth and Montague, the former undisputed strongest students of their respective houses. The 2 of them looked at Shaw in unison. Shaw smiled, rose to his feet, and stood tall. The wind on the heights billowed his robes as he looked down upon them. What, you 2 aren't going to fight? Or do you have something else in mind? Shaw quipped, then turned his gaze to Montague. He could understand Kenneth's unwillingness, but he was unsure of Montague's intentions. Over the past month, Shaw and Alice had shown Montague considerable courtesy and guidance, indicating they valued him. A deep sense of guilt flickered in Montague's eyes before he declared loudly, "Chief, I have no choice. I come from a humble background, and I owe them a great debt. Furthermore, I myself sincerely wish to challenge you once more. If I lose again, I will pledge my absolute loyalty to you." Kenneth was far less courteous. He stated bluntly, "Vice Headmaster, the score is now 10-10. The victory or defeat of our 2 houses rests in my hands. You wouldn't want Slytherin to be humiliated, would you?" Kenneth felt absolutely splendid at that moment, savoring the thrill of having the upper hand over a superior. He waved his hand grandly and continued his speech. "How about this? You fight us. If you win, Slytherin wins. If you lose, it doesn't matter either. Montague and I will have a fair fight. Of course, I'm not arrogant enough to think that just the 2 of us can defeat the Vice Headmaster. So I'll need to add more people." The little snakes had no particular objection to Kenneth's scheming. After all, he was their sworn enemy, so any underhanded tactic was fair game. But they glared hatefully at Montague the traitor. Traitors were the most detestable, no matter the circumstances. Many were now coming to the realization that the 3 lost matches might have also involved traitors. Montague's expression was grim, but he remained silent. After all, everyone has their own difficulties. In the corner, Professor McGonagall wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had lived an upright life for decades, never imagining that the students she taught could be such base individuals. It was a stain on her reputation. She would have to discipline them severely. More homework. More homework. More homework. On the high platform, Shawn narrowed his eyes. He slowly descended from the platform, strolled onto the dueling stage, and said directly to Kenneth, "Call all your people up here." Shaw's voice, though soft, carried a disdainful arrogance that sent a chill down Kenneth's spine, making him feel utterly unsettled. "You said it yourself." He twisted his stiff neck, waved his hand backward, and 5 students, each from the Lion and Serpent houses, stepped forward. Among the Gryffindor students, the twins were conspicuously present, while the Slytherin group included the 2 who had deliberately lost the match earlier, along with Gloria Knott. These remaining rebels from the Serpent House felt a pang of guilt, for they had cast aside their house's honor without hesitation. If they failed to win, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would they face Shaw's retaliation, but Professor Snape might also poison them. The cross-eyed twins quickly retrieved the alchemical gadgets they had prepared and distributed them to the group. "These are lightning-proof boots, and these are lightning-proof cloaks. These are smoke bombs, and these are amplified ears. This is an enhanced dung bomb. For your own sake, remember to wear a mask." Shaw chuckled softly, without interrupting, for the twins were indeed talented in their own right, though their personalities were far too erratic. Unfortunately, they were the type who never learned from past mistakes, unlikely to change without enduring great sorrow or pain. Kenneth positioned the students from both houses, forming a three-pronged encirclement around Shawn. Nervously gripping his wand, he addressed the still calm Shawn. Shawn, we're ready. Shawn didn't draw his wand. Instead, he casually brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his shoulder, his tone turning slightly cold. You challenge me. If you win, you can ruin my reputation. But if you lose, you suffer no loss at all. This world operates on fair exchange, so if you lose, you must pay a price. Kenneth stiffened his neck and retorted, if you refuse the challenge, we'll make Slytherin lose this duel. Isn't that enough? Shawn's gaze remained calm as still water. So what? If I'm in a bad mood, I might as well call off this duel now. Do you have an objection? That doesn't matter. Shawn spoke each word deliberately, gradually releasing his aura. Though his handsome face remained composed, the cold disdain within made Kenneth and the others feel an indescribable discomfort, their faces flushing with shame. It was as if they were a bunch of rowdy monkeys frantically provoking a giant serpent. Indeed, if Shawn truly didn't want to play along, he could simply cancel the match, and it would in no way diminish his authority. This was, after all, a game he had organized. Even if he suffered some loss, it would be trivial. Yet they in their folly were threatening him with something they deemed important. It was rather absurd. Though embarrassed, Kenneth knew they had passed the point of no return. What do you propose? You may not care, but there are over 100 eyes from Slytherin watching you. You wouldn't want to disappoint them, would you? Shawn smiled faintly. It's simple. If you lose for the next month, you'll wash the stinky socks of all students from both houses, by hand. The tense pre-battle atmosphere shattered instantly at these words. Even the students from both houses below, who had been holding their breath waiting for Shawn's decision, couldn't help but burst into laughter, followed by cheers. Chief, you must win. Chief, you must win. Vicehead, you must win. Vicehead, you must win. After all, if Shawn won, everyone except the challengers could avoid a month-long biochemical attack. Kenneth and the others wore grim expressions, while the twins' faces looked even more like they were having a stroke. The 12 quickly huddled together for a serious discussion, realizing that even if they backed out now, they would face dire consequences upon returning to their respective houses. If they defeated Shawn, they would become heroes who vanquished the great demon, and their treatment would be vastly different. A young Slytherin gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and pulled out a bottle of potion shimmering with a pale golden glow. This is Felix Felici's. 1 drop for each of us. In putting my life savings on the line, we must win this battle. Following his lead, others brought out their hidden treasures, especially a few wealthy purebloods, who contributed perception potions, berserker potions, and other valuable items. It was a do-or-die effort. Shawn watched the mobilized group with an amused smile. Professor Flitwick's lessons on dueling were indeed sound. For him, technique was only useful against equals. Against those who sought to defeat a superior, Shawn still adhered to the truths of bigger is stronger, flashy is cool, and overwhelming force defeats 100 skills. After they had consumed their potions and taken their positions again, Kenneth, emboldened by the Felix Felicis, grew arrogant once more. We're ready. Don't say we're bullying you with numbers. You strike first. Shawn ignored the fool, instead slowly drawing his wand from his sleeve pocket and gently stroking Coconabane with his other hand. Today we fight side by side once more. The wand trembled with equal excitement, its purplured light flickering incessantly. Shawn gave his wand a slight flick, and as magical energy surged, the wand was quickly enveloped in a purple glow, transforming into a 3-foot-inch lightning sword. The sword's flowing radiance and inscribed mystical runes made it so dazzling that it instantly drew gasps of admiration. Merlin's crooked nose. What kind of spell is that? It looks so cool. I love it, I love it. Even if the chief doesn't make a move, he's still incredibly handsome. Whom could it be? The same kind of thing as Godric Gryffinder's legendary goblin-made sword. Damn it, has Shawn gotten stronger again? This is so unmagical. The crowd's chatter continued, but Kenneth and his group nearby were filled with unease and shock. They felt an immense pressure, their hair and the fine hairs on their faces standing on end, as if static electricity from the lightning sword had charged the air. Kenneth knew this was no time for posturing, and shouted to the others, we misjudged the situation. Attack now? The others understood immediately. Several Gryffindors began transforming the rubble on the ground into various beasts, swift leopards, soaring eagles, mighty bears, and more. Thanks to Professor McGonagall, a master of transfiguration, the Gryffindors were generally better at the subject than students from other houses, even if the internal structures of these animals were hollow. Still, the spectacle was imposing enough. The dozen or so lifelike animals roared and charged toward Shawn. Petrificus totalis. Defendo. Reducto. The Slytherins, after firing a few powerful single-target spells, remained on guard, ready to defend against the swirling, colorful cards above and any water currents that might appear around them. The audience watched with fervor and tension as the transformed beasts, their footsteps shaking the ground, swiftly advanced on Shawn, followed by 5 or 6 multicolored spells. They wondered how this prodigy, far beyond ordinary young wizards, would respond. In the center of the arena, Shawn's black, disheveled hair was lifted by the sudden gust of wind caused by the shifting air pressure. As the attacks drew near, his eyes flickered. He shifted his front foot half a step, leaned forward, and twisted his waist. His wrist moved with his body, sweeping the lightning sword in a graceful crescent-shaped slash before him. He uttered coolly in a low voice, "Now the moment of annihilation." As Shaw twisted his body to execute a crescent slash, a thunderous net immediately materialized in the air, covering him like an electrified bird's nest, rendering his defense impenetrable. The net was densely woven from purple electric threads, with a violet glow flowing between them, twisting and dancing with arcs of electricity, mysterious and magnificent. Though it appeared to be a shield, this spell was not defensive. Instead, the net expanded rapidly outward. The charging beasts and birds collided head-on with the electric grid. There was no violent clash, no thunderous explosion. The net, as if transparent, glided effortlessly through the sprinting and leaping transfigured animals, as if nothing had happened. Yet the next moment, after these transfigured animals had run only a few steps forward, they began to disintegrate, automatically breaking into pieces. The cuts were smooth and even, with purple streams of light dancing on the severed surfaces. As hundreds of fragments hurtled forward under inertia, they rapidly dissipated into ashes under the influence of those streams of light. This sent a chill through the audience, their hearts suddenly seized with awe. Such a sinister and sharp spell. Then they saw the spells that followed, aimed directly at Shaw. The electric net seemed to possess an intelligent program. At the points of impact, the purple light flickered frequently, and the threads became denser and finer. When the spell struck the net, a violent tremor ensued, with flames surging and arcs crackling. After a series of grating, ear-piercing sounds, these spells were all blocked. The net continued to expand outward. Kenneth and his team had initially hoped the transfigured animals would achieve a decapitation strike, and even if blocked, the students responsible for transfiguration would continuously produce more beasts to charge forward. But unexpectedly, Shaw had another new ultimate move. It lacked the overt pressure and overwhelming might of the water prison, yet its eerie nature was even more captivating. Seeing the net drawing closer, he had no time to think further and quickly commanded, "Defense, defense. All shields." 3 times. The 3 teams each had a capable member raise a high-level defensive barrier, while the others quickly channeled magic to reinforce it. Almost simultaneously, the electric net collided with the azure shields. It was a clash between 2 barrier-type spells. This time the blue shield was not shattered instantly by the purple net. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but as they watched, the surface of the blue shield gradually became stained with more and more purple ripples, like acid meeting iron, rapidly eroding the shield. This scene felt so familiar. They were being suppressed once again. Even though Kenneth had taken Felix Felicis and was in peak condition, he was now so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Shaw was simply unreasonable. Where was the promised water prison? That way they could counter with freezing charms, and then take advantage, and so on. Well, now all subsequent plans were disrupted, and seeing the shield about to break, Kenneth roared in desperation, "We can't just wait to die. Each group, blast a gap and charge. Close combat. Transfigured animals, load the dung bombs, and prepare to charge too. Even if we lose, well, make Shaw stink to death." Those behind immediately stopped channeling magic into the shield. The 3 of them simultaneously gathered power and unleashed 3 explosive blasts. Kenneth also let go of the Sunnifail protective shield. The 3 spells slammed into a specific point on the electric net, and the result was just as Kenneth, whose intuition was spot on thanks to Felix Felicis, had predicted. The net was blown open into a large hole, but the broken ends of the electric threads at the edge began to writhe, like living tentacles intertwining with each other. Seeing this, Kenneth quickly ducked and crawled through, and the others followed suit. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, feeling there was still hope, they looked up to see Shaw standing in the center of the arena, sword on his back, giving them a mysterious smile. Kenneth was stunned for a moment, then immediately heard the sound of rushing water above his head. He had no time to look up and shouted in frustration, "Freeze, freeze." But it was too late. While these people had been entangled with the electric net, 3 dazzling playing cards had floated to positions above their heads so close. At that moment, 3 blue water serpents, twisting their massive bodies, descended from the sky and pounced fiercely on the 3 teams. With a swift coil, they encircled everyone within their serpentine forms, leaving them no strength to resist. Well, not exactly. The lightning-resistant suits they wore did offer some effect, preventing them from losing combat capability immediately. Everyone struggled, floating in the sealed water, trying to chant spells to break through the serpents' bodies. But few could perform nonverbal spells, except for Kenneth Montague and another Slytherin who managed to use the nonverbal disarming charm, a spell Shaw had forced them to learn, achieving some minor effect inside the serpent's body, but ultimately in vain. After all, these water serpents were exceedingly massive, constructed by Shaw using the magic drawn from an acromantula. Since it didn't consume his own magic, he naturally made them as large as possible. Shaw held the lightning sword reversed, controlling the 3 serpents to roll the 12 people before him. He noticed that the electric current within the serpents indeed couldn't overcome these people. He chuckled lightly, flicked his wrist, and twirled the sword into several graceful flourishes. 12 violet lightning daggers condensed into form and swiftly merged into the water serpents, thrusting straight at the 12 individuals. Some were holding their breath, floating and struggling against the water pressure, while others continuously struck the serpent bodies with nonverbal, disarming charms, seeking escape. But now, seeing the lightning daggers flashing purple light coming at them, they were all filled with terror, praying that the equipment developed by the twins would be effective. However, wishes are beautiful, but reality is harsh. These people might not have understood the principle of pressure. The electric current in the water attacked their entire surface, so the lightning-resistant suits worked. But the lightning daggers were like nails piercing a single point, and they easily breached the defense of the lightning-resistant suits. Thus, the spectacle of underwater electrocution appeared once again. The 12 people trembled violently in the water, their hair standing on end, mouths twisted, and eyes askew, utterly pitiful. Seeing that these people had lost their combat ability, Shaw had no intention of further punishment. With a smile, he dismissed the water serpents. The 12 students fell to the ground one after another, lying there staring at the sky, with only 3 questions in their minds: who am I? Where am I? What am I about to do? Shaw paid no attention to these dazed individuals, and turned his gaze to the silent audience below. In truth, the battle on the stage had not lasted long. There were hardly any evenly matched rounds. Everyone thought, is that it? Nothing different from before. It was still Shaw unilaterally dominating with no surprises. Disappointing. So all the carefully plotted schemes of the rebels amounted to nothing. Were they all just craving Shaw's electrotherapy? How absurd. Nevertheless, the Slytherins were loyal to their head boy and jumped and waved enthusiastically. Head boy is invincible. Head boy is invincible. The shouts rose one after another, gradually converging into a single roar that pierced the clouds. The Gryffindors looked at Shaw standing on the stage with his sword, calm, ethereal, unassuming. A supreme powerhouse like an abyss. Then they remembered that Shaw was also their deputy headmaster, and even if this duel was considered a Slytherin victory, they wouldn't have to wash socks for a month. They immediately joined the cheers with excitement. Deputy headmaster is awesome. Deputy headmaster is awesome. The Slytherins were shouting fervently when suddenly someone started competing with them in volume. So both sides began to scream at the top of their lungs, trying to outdo each other, their cries heart-wrenching and ear-splitting. Draco's eyes bulged as he shouted. The roar from the arena shook the very clouds, and even the Hogwarts students far away heard the commotion and were puzzled. On the 8th floor in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, who had been leisurely playing with his phoenix, perked up his ears. He walked to the window and gazed into the distance. After discerning the content of the students' shouts, he furrowed his brow slightly. My. Before the window of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's eyes, half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose, shimmered with contemplation. Cultivating prestige, he murmured to himself, reaching out to summon Fawkes to fetch the young lad. Today an old friend had just sent him some Oriental Dahon Pao tea, but he happened to have no idea how to brew it. While some matters must ultimately be settled, between the sweet party and the bitter party, one must perish. Dumbledore excelled at gentle guidance, so. As Fawkes alighted on his shoulder, Dumbledore was about to speak when a silver button in his pocket began to grow hot. Dumbledore's aged face darkened. Gellert. Yes, the old, frail and ailing Grindelwald was summoning him again. He had just finished cleaning up after the old man pacifying over a dozen ministries of magic. Barely back at Hogwarts, he was about to set the school's affairs in order. Could Grindelwald be using some magical means to monitor him, knowing he had leisure? Dumbledore sighed, rubbed his brow, turned to a full-length mirror, changed into a splendid moon-white robe, and tidied his thick, white beard. After transforming into a sprightly old man, he finally approached a cabinet, opened it, and took out some health supplements sent by other old friends. He had heard these supplements could strengthen bones and invigorate the body, though he had no idea what calcium was. Sometimes that's just how it is. Only when needed do things gain attention. Those old friends worried about his advanced age and ability to restrain Grindelwald and protect the magical world, sent all sorts of tonics his way. Now Gellert would be the one to benefit. Carrying the gift box, Dumbledore vanished in a burst of flames. A dozen minutes earlier, on the dueling grounds outside the castle, Shaw suddenly felt a prickling on his scalp. Turning to look at Hogwarts, though he couldn't see who it was, he knew the probing gaze belonged to whom. After some deliberation, it seemed he couldn't let old Dumbledore have too much idle time. He would have to leak more intelligence to his pen pal later. Unwittingly, Shaw, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore formed a restrained triangular loop. With a wave of his hand, Shaw effortlessly silenced everyone, then shook his head at the 12 students lying on the ground, feigning defeat. He had controlled the electric shock effect well, so these people were likely too ashamed to rise. All right, you can lie there if you like. Remember to voluntarily collect everyone's smelly socks and underwear later. No magic washing allowed. Someone will supervise. Shaw teased, drawing hearty laughter from the crowd. But some couldn't laugh. Cedric found everything tasteless, wondering if he should organize the slack Hufflepuffs for some training. On second thought, he decided against it. Life didn't have to be so exhausting. Wasn't good food and drink enough. Shaw walked off the field toward the castle with the spirited Alice and her Slytherins quickly following. Just then he came face to face with McGonagall, who had emerged from a corner fuming. They exchanged nods and quickly reached a silent understanding. McGonagall then stormed off to deal with the little lions, and Shaw could faintly hear her angry reprimands. You and you. How dare you? You've disgraced Gryffindor's honor. When did your courage turn to scheming? Still have energy for idle thoughts. You, yes you, and you with your mockery. Everyone extra drills. Extra assignments. Even if I don't sleep, we'll see you finish. Shaw silently mourned for the little lions for 3 seconds, then had no more chance. Because a large bat emerged from the shrubbery at the corner. Snape first shot Shaw a fierce glare, then swept his cold gaze over all the Slytherins, sneering. You've utterly disgraced Slytherin's glory, relying on 1 or 2 to turn the tide. How some arrogant one might feel proud. Proud? How could pride let a first-year strut so arrogantly? Draco, you've disgraced the Malfoy name. Come to my office later. Draco's hair bristled as he turned to Shaw with a desperate plea. As if sharing a telepathic link, Shaw also looked away, perfectly in sync. After spewing more venom, Snape pinched Draco by the nape like a chick and headed toward the school. The little snakes trembled in fear. Shaw found it amusing. Draco was both unlucky and had brought it on himself. Before the match, to ensure he fulfilled his pact with Snape, Shaw had planned to have Theodore take on Harry. But Draco, having tasted victory, insisted on dueling Harry. While he could never refuse his little cousin's request, now he was reaping what he sowed. Thinking of Theodore, Shaw recalled something and asked Alice, where does Theodore usually practice spells? Alice knew and pointed in a direction. East of the Black Lake on a rocky shoal. Theodore is diligent indeed, worthy of the chief's trust. Good, you're doing well too. Shaw nodded, letting the beaming Alice lead the Slytherins back to school. He headed alone to the east side of the Black Lake and heard the sound of spell blasts from among the rocks. Approaching, he saw Theodore sweating, somewhat disheveled but resolute. The boy was leaping and running across the rugged shoal around a stone, ignoring his scraped hands, firing spells at the central rock with his wand. Shaw also noticed small animals from the forbidden forest nearby, rabbits and squirrels, nibbling nuts. One white rabbit had its leg bandaged, clearly Theodore's doing. Theodore sensed someone approaching. Without looking, he turned and cast a disarming charm. But when he saw who it was too late. Fortunately, Shaw was quick. He drew his wand and deflected the spell with a counter-curse technique. He then smiled at Theodore. Theodore hurried forward and bowed. I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't know it was you. Shaw waved dismissively. No harm done. Good vigilance. Commendable. Theodore, usually taciturn except in moments of passion, found himself at a loss for words. Shaw looked at the pale, gaunt youth, noting the occasional flash of madness in his cold eyes. Recalling a conversation with Flitwick about not letting the latter half of life heal childhood wounds, Shaw was not a leader who rejected advice. After some reflection, he felt the need to guide those around him. Though he admired Theodore's ruthless nature and methods, he didn't want the boy to perish in madness. Patting Theodore's shoulder, he said earnestly, Theodore, who hasn't had past grievances to swallow? Some cry and accept, but others refuse to yield. Look up and see light, look down and see shadow. Life is sometimes a single choice. So I need you to be happier. Theodore froze, his eyes seeming to flash with many unbearable memories. His father's abusive scolding and beatings for not living up to expectations, the cruel killing of his beloved pets, the endless days locked in darkness. Until he saw the chief's radiant brilliance bringing warmth and hope to his overcast sky. Theodore's face shifted, his pale ascetic features momentarily twisted, but feeling the warmth of the hand on his shoulder, he slowly nodded, offering a bright smile. Then quickly his expression turned cold again. Chief, I understand. Shaw nodded in satisfaction. Good. Knots in the heart can't be untied in a moment. There's still a long road ahead. Just know that behind you stands me. Theodore straightened his back. Chief, do you have a task for me? In Austria, at Nurmengard, the once ruinous high tower, though still modeled now, bore a livelier air with lights glowing in many of its floors. Within a conference room in the tower, the brightness was at its peak. Around a long rectangular table, 20 or 30 elderly men were seated save for the head seat and the first seat on the left, which remained empty. Each wore a crisp white collared shirt and fine suit, their ties neatly fastened, hair meticulously combed and back straight as rods. Though their hair was silver white, these old men radiated a vigorous spirit. The veteran sanctimonials were now chattering away, reporting the latest state of the Confederation to Abernathy, who sat at the first seat on the right. Recently, hundreds have applied to make pilgrimages to Austria. Our old comrades wish to bring their children to pay homage to the Master. I can hardly refuse their earnest hearts any longer. Regarding the renewed targeting of us by various ministries of magic, Abernathy, have you reported this to the Master? The capture of the Phoenix may have to be postponed until old Percy develops more advanced spatial confinement tools. However, we have discovered another variant of a creature resembling the Thunderbird, capable of instantaneous movement, which might serve as a substitute. Has the Master fallen into indulgence? Why are there no further instructions? I request a collective audience. Perhaps we could ask Miss Vita to return early and persuade the Master. The infiltration of the Austrian Ministry of Magic can be put on hold. Put on hold. If not for Miss Vita, horrors would have surrounded this place by now. Abernathy remained solemn and upright, uttering not a word. What was nominally a meeting was in truth merely an opportunity for the old comrades to vent their grievances. He himself harbored some silent complaints. After the Master's rebirth, he had expected a grand resurgence. Yet aside from issuing a few collection orders, there had been no follow-up, leaving the sanctimonials to scurry about fervently on their own. The master meanwhile spent his days either poring over collected Muggle materials or with Dumbledore, his sworn enemy. Ahem. No, how could he doubt the wise master? The master must have a scheme lulling Dumbledore into complacency. The intelligence he had gathered on that Hogwarts student continued to trickle in. The Flint family, once part of the old Confederation, was now ambiguous in their stance, yet they had not refused to provide information on Shaw. Abernathy had not expected the youth to be such a prodigy, his talent rivaling that of the master in his youth. Was the master seeking a successor? Or was he secretly maneuvering to breach Dumbledore's defenses from within? The master's thoughts were inscrutable, utterly unfathomable. The camera rose to Grindelwald's office. Dressed in a black patient's gown, Grindelwald wore a pair of azure half-moon spectacles identical to Dumbledore's. He sat in a carved rocking chair engrossed in a Muggle book titled The Rise and Fall of Dynasties and the Transformation of Social Structures. Beside him crackled a fireplace. His two gaunt legs rested on a footstool covered with a cashmere blanket. Grindelwald's current state of life truly bore the leisurely air of twilight years. Dumbledore, who had arrived some time ago, was meticulously brewing an unknown health tonic at a small tea table. He dropped in a cube of sugar, then finding it insufficient, added another, and another, and another. Satisfied with the increasingly viscous brew and its cloying sweetness, Dumbledore stirred it with a spoon, then picked up the porcelain cup and approached Grindelwald. "Gellert, time for your medicine." Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance at the unknown sticky yellowish liquid in the cup, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. But Grindelwald said nothing, tilting his head back and opening his mouth. The meaning was clear. Dumbledore's mouth also twitched. Yet for Gellert to recover soon and spare him further torment, he summoned a chair with a wave. Seated, he began spoon-feeding Grindelwald the tonic as if tending to a child while engaging in pointed small talk. "What's with all this study of Muggle books lately?" Grindelwald, his mouth bitter with sweetness, smacked his lips before replying. "You won't let me meddle in wizarding affairs, and you've confiscated most magical books. You must at least allow me some diversion." Dumbledore drew out a white handkerchief and gently wiped the tonic from the corner of Grindelwald's mouth. "Yes, that's true. Reading is good. How about I recommend a few bedtime fairy tales?" Grindelwald pursed his lips. "No, they're all strange stories. Like how 7 greedy goblins could possibly rescue a Muggle princess. Utterly illogical." Dumbledore continued to spoon-feed Gellert, coaxing him. "Ahem, when it comes to stories, one shouldn't dwell on details. Focus on the moral." Grindelwald swallowed the tonic with difficulty, then turned to fix his gaze on Dumbledore. "You're so sentimental. I'm old now, I don't think you can reform me. Haven't I refrained from issuing new orders to those downstairs?" Dumbledore smiled warmly and fed him several more spoonfuls. "Oh, Gellert, you are a man of your word. Your fanatical followers have indeed been like headless flies lately." Grindelwald, overwhelmed by the cloying sweetness, protested loudly. "I need water. What kind of tonic is this? It tastes dreadful." A flicker of mischief passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he firmly pressed down on Grindelwald's shoulder. As the Eastern saying goes, good medicine is sweet to the mouth and beneficial to the ailment. Drink up for your health. Ignoring Grindelwald's vehement head-shaking, he raised the cup and poured it into his mouth. Grindelwald sprang up from the rocking chair, gagging twice, then hurried to the tea table and gulped water from the kettle. Dumbledore laughed heartily. How wise the Eastern ancients were. "See, Gellert, you've improved, already moving as sprightly as a young man." Grindelwald cast a resentful glance at Dumbledore, about to retort, when his stomach gurgled loudly. His face contorted and he dashed to the restroom, leaving only a parting remark. "Albus, bring me paper." Dumbledore paused, staring in astonishment at the remaining liquid in the porcelain cup. A flurry of suspicions crossed his mind. Had his old friend tried to poison him? At Hogwarts Great Hall, it was dinner time. Quirrell was in a foul mood today. He had learned that Hagrid, the keeper of the three-headed dog, wished to raise a dragon. To extract information on bypassing the beast, Voldemort had ordered him to purchase a dragon egg from Nocturne Alley tomorrow. Thus Quirrell's already meager funds were nearly depleted. Passing some students, he heard that today's dishes were excellent. Upon inquiring with the house elves, he learned the delicacies were only available in the Great Hall. So Quirrell decided to dine there. Life was already hard enough, he might as well not neglect his body. Quirrell took a seat at the end of the teacher's table. Several dishes appeared on the table before him, the usual English fare, plus 2 unfamiliar ones. He speared a slice of slightly charred yet ruddy meat with his fork, chewed a few times, and his eyes lit up. As he savored the food, Quirrell's mood improved slightly. Only then did he notice the peculiar atmosphere in the Great Hall today. Quirrell noticed that the little lions in particular were eating delicious food, yet their faces were as bitter as if they had bitten into a bitter gourd. Quirrell curled his lips. These young wizards truly didn't know contentment. Could their suffering possibly compare to his? He also observed that the Ravenclaw table was desolate, with only a dozen young eagles eating dinner in a distracted manner, their minds elsewhere despite the presence of incredibly tasty cuisine. Humph, another group of souls oblivious to happiness. Some young eagles tried to pack the Chinese delicacies, but the food vanished, leaving them to fill their baskets with only the original dishes. The baskets were piled high, making one wonder if Hogwarts was facing a food shortage. Quirrell knew there was a teleportation charm on the hall's tables with an identical set in the kitchens controlled by the house elves. So why wouldn't these elves allow anyone to take these unknown delicacies away? He himself had planned to bring some back for a late-night snack. The food-loving Hufflepuffs, these little badgers, were eating with gusto, devouring their share of the Chinese cuisine before moving on to other dishes. Though they grumbled privately that the evening's Chinese fare wasn't as lavish as the midday spread, they hadn't yet caught on to anything amiss. Still, the little badgers couldn't help casting envious glances toward the head of the Slytherin table. For their Shaw observed no limits, and the fare was even more abundant than usual, making the badgers swallow their saliva repeatedly. Following Shaw was pure bliss. Quirrell also kept stealing glances at the Slytherin table, recalling the chatter of the young wizards he had passed earlier. He began to understand why Shaw feared him, not perhaps he truly couldn't best him. He also grasped why Shaw showed little interest in advanced dark arts. After all, his own signature moves were formidable, and he was suspected of inheriting Dumbledore's water prison spell. Quirrell felt a pang of panic. If Shaw truly had a good relationship with Dumbledore, and he had given Shaw a dark arts notebook. At the Slytherin table, Shaw was seated beside Alice and Theodore, along with several students who had won duels for Slytherin that day. These individuals were served lavish dishes, a form of reward and bonding. Draco, however, was absent, presumably weeping as he dealt with sticky, slimy slugs. Shaw had intended to rescue him, but then realized that even Hermione was in a fervent state, while this brat who lived with him daily remained unmoved. Let him suffer then. Only in hardship does one remember who treats you well. Victor and the others suppressed their excitement. Finally seated beside the chief, they ate with exaggerated slowness despite the delicious food. Alice sipped her papaya and red date soup, which the chief claimed would enhance beauty. She maintained excellent figure management habits, indulging sparingly in the Chinese cuisine and exercising restraint. After finishing her soup, Alice retrieved a tea set and a small red clay stove from the box she had brought. Once the chief had casually mentioned he disliked pumpkin juice and preferred tea, so she had taught herself the art of tea making. Though Alice's tea ceremony was self-taught and unorthodox, her innate elegance lent grace to every movement. As the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, Alice finished brewing just as Shaw finished his meal. Seeing him wipe his mouth, she gently slid a cup of amber tea before him, timing it perfectly. "Chief, please have some tea." Shaw nodded without ceremony, elegantly lifting the cup to his nose, inhaling its aroma, and taking a light sip. "Not bad, an improvement." Alice smiled warmly, glanced toward Montague at the other end of the table, and spoke. "Chief Montague wishes to meet with you after dinner, likely to pledge his allegiance." Shaw took another sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Forget about pledging allegiance. He's not yet qualified for a sequence poker card. Have him work under you first. If he performs well, he can be developed as an outer member." Alice did not question his decision. She nodded in agreement and poured a cup for Theodore, who had also finished eating. "Theodore, try this." The chief mentioned that this Eastern way of drinking tea symbolizes bitterness leading to sweetness. Theodore was usually not seated here, but had been dragged over by Shaw today, making him deeply uncomfortable. Gazing at the white jade teacup, Theodore glanced at Shaw's drinking method from the corner of his eye and imitated him. In his inexperience, he took a large gulp. He didn't experience bitterness turning to sweetness, but instead scalded his tongue. Yet Theodore was a stoic. Aside from a slight furrow of his delicate brows, he betrayed no pain, even nodding in approval. "The flavor is indeed fine." With that, he rose and gave a slight bow to Shaw. "Chief will go complete the task you assigned." Receiving Shaw's nod of consent, Theodore fled the scene. Alice covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Theodore is actually quite endearing." Shaw nodded in agreement, unbothered by Alice teasing Theodore a bit more. The boy needed more social interaction. After finishing his tea, Shaw gave Alice a few instructions, then stood and left, first casting a glance at the other three house tables. Their reactions were within his expectations. The little lion's displeasure was natural. They'd be lucky to sleep by midnight. As for the young eagles, after reaching an agreement with Professor Flitwick, the door knocker had been instructed to go easy on them today. Yet once bitten, twice shy, they now dared not even leave their common room, with only a few brave souls venturing out for supplies. As for Hufflepuff, it was a matter of slowly boiling the honey badger. Catching sight of Quirrell in his peripheral vision, their eyes met. Shaw shot him a sinister grin, causing Quirrell to shudder inexplicably. "Voldemort, coward. Scared of a child." Quirrell, "Master, I am not afraid." "Voldemort, then why are you trembling? You nearly woke me from my slumber thinking you were in danger." Quirrell, "Voldemort, what's with this boy? Not tempted by advanced dark arts at all. Have times changed?" Quirrell. Just as Shaw was leaving the hall, Harry intercepted him from behind, still wiping his greasy mouth with his sleeve. Then Harry greeted him nervously. "Shaw, deputy head, hello." Seeing Harry so tense, Shaw stroked his chin. Was he really that intimidating now? He was still a fair-skinned, red-lipped little boy. Perhaps he had been too harsh on Harry earlier. So acting like an adult, he reached out and ruffled Harry's messy hair. "Harry, is something the matter? Oh, by the way, you used the disarming charm well today. Are you here for a gift?" Harry felt that rare warmth again and immediately relaxed, flashing a big grin before speaking insincerely. No, I just noticed Draco didn't come to dinner, so I came to ask. Shaw's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a playful idea had struck him, and he began to complain about Draco. Draco? Ah, he's suffering in Snape's office right now. Would you like to help him out? I heard he has to deal with 2 large buckets of slugs. Harry tensed up. He had dealt with slugs once before, and it was utterly disgusting. Harry hesitated. Snape didn't exactly favor him, or in fact he was quite hostile. But in the end he bravely nodded. He'll go help Draco right away. He was injured by me today, so he shouldn't overexert himself. Shaw watched Harry dash off and couldn't help but smile. I'm in a tough spot. Blame it on your courage today, Harry. Draco's suffering is partly your fault. I hope Snape appreciates this gift I've delivered. Consider it making up for a promise I didn't keep. Murmuring to himself, Shaw felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to prepare a special mysterious gift for Harry later. Lost in thought, he made his way back to the Slytherin common room. Returning to his dormitory, he found a fan letter from an easygoing Cinder delivered by Owl lying on his Dear Mr. Black. Hello. You're right, Grindelwald, my vision was too narrow. Regarding the greatest emperors throughout history, you dismissed the 4 monarchs I proposed: Napoleon, Caesar, Alexander, and Hannibal. You also refuted Constantine and others who merged church and state. Yet you alone revered the first emperor of the Eastern Xia dynasty. This week I have pored over many English translations of Xia history, and even had someone make rubbings of rare texts from the British Museum that were passed down from Xia, records that even the Xia authorities do not possess. After careful reading and study, I found you were right. Europe has no first emperor. Even though Napoleon once nearly unified the lands of Europe, he failed to unite the hearts of its people. The multitude of large and small nations in Europe today is indeed because no one of extraordinary vision ever fundamentally eradicated the cultural barriers between peoples. Moreover, the first emperor's breadth of mind and magnanimity, even though he was merely a Muggle emperor, earned my profound admiration. It is not only his contributions like standardizing writing and axle widths. For the sake of the Xia he stationed 0 elite troops to defend against the northern Xiongnu and 0 elite troops to guard southern Xia, leaving the central seat of power defenseless, allowing petty usurpers to steal power. The fall of Qin was truly a pity. Lately I've struggled a bit with reading on the 6 states, as you recommended, but I've still learned much from the uneven translations. Forgive an old hermit who has lived in seclusion too long, am slow to accept new things, and my progress in learning Chinese is not fast. I don't yet have many reflections on the 6 states. By the way, regarding the exclusive legendary elemental cultivation, as an ordinary wizard, I have little experience. So I can only offer you some lifelong insights into magic. In the current magical world, the most popular elements are indeed water, fire, wind, and earth, the 4 represented by the Hogwarts founders. The thunder element you cultivate, though I am unfamiliar with it, can be studied by drawing on other elements during daily practice. Your most devoted fan, Paler Rouja. Shaw put down the letter and smiled knowingly. The topics of dynastic rise and fall and imperial achievements were not brought up by him. It was Grindelwald who insisted on discussing them, as if trying to instill ambition in Shaw. Then Shaw turned the tables and criticized him, using the first emperor, whom he most revered, to counter-educate Grindelwald. And he even tricked the old man into learning Chinese. Just imagining Grindelwald, a centenarian, learning Pinyin and using a dictionary, mumbling, with a lisp was quite amusing. Perhaps Dumbledore would be dragged into it as well. After all, his letters always mentioned that the old headmaster had too much free time and left all school affairs to the deputy head. Shaw only gave these trivial matters a moment's thought. What puzzled him was that recently this old fan kept playing the victim, always claiming to be lonely and miserable. Grindelwald, pitiful. Shaw shook his head, took out a sheet of paper, and wrote a witty reply. After sending the letter off with an owl, Shaw took the letter to the common room, sat on the dais, supervised everyone's evening study, and repeatedly studied the part about an ordinary person's research on elements. To be honest, Shaw had scoured the Hogwarts library and asked others to search as well, but books on elements were far too scarce. The few available were superficial. So he had no choice but to consult his ordinary old fan. Grindelwald's explanations indeed benefited Shaw greatly, deepening his understanding of the thunder element. Glancing at the common room, he noticed everyone seemed more diligent today. Commendable. He also noticed that many people seemed to be without socks, and the 6 students who had challenged him were not in the common room. He pricked up his ears and faintly heard retching sounds coming from a few dormitories, wretched as if they were vomiting their very bile. I see. Shaw understood and paid it no further mind. It was merely a matter of reward and punishment. Just then a sticky Draco entered the common room. The boy had no spirit, his platinum hair was limp. As he passed the crowd, he had a surprisingly repellent effect, making the other little snakes pinch their noses and scurry away. Draco, come here. Shaw beckoned him over. Draco approached, gave Shaw a resentful look, and hung his head in sullen silence. Shaw wrinkled his nose and quickly cast a Scourgify on him. You look like you've lost your soul. Didn't I send Harry to help you? Draco grew even more aggrieved. Harry might as well not have come. Draco's plaintive tone made Shaw struggle to suppress a laugh. Guessing what had happened, he asked casually. "Oh, tell me what happened." Draco then poured out his grievances, his young voice tinged with tears. "I was in the potions office learning magic from the head of house, but then Harry burst in shouting that he wanted to help me deal with the slugs. The head of house asked if Harry and I were close, and of course I swore we were. And then I really spent 2 hours dealing with slugs with Harry. It nearly made me sick." Shaw's mouth twitched. "Oh, so Harry was in the wrong." Draco faltered, conflicted. Harry meant well. I don't blame him. All right, don't dwell on it. Think of it as free potion ingredients for practice." Shaw smoothed Draco's slicked back hair and comforted him a little before sending him off to wash up. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. The next morning at 6:30, even before 7, the common room was already buzzing with noise. The previous evening the chief had announced before study time ended that 10 more students would be chosen this morning to accompany him to Ravenclaw. All the little snakes were astonished that their chief had conquered another house. So that morning everyone dressed as impeccably as possible, all looking spirited. Although educating Ravenclaw wasn't as enjoyable as toying with Gryffindor, Ravenclaw had many pretty girls. So that morning the adolescent boys were howling with excitement, getting up at 6 to spruce themselves up. Thus when Shaw entered the common room, he saw a sea of wolfish gazes. Puzzled, he ascended the dais and looked down at all the little snakes. "Well, everyone looks in high spirits today. I won't waste words. Same conditions as last time. Those with a disarming charm at level 4 can be selected directly. As for the rest, Alice, you choose. Remember, they must represent Slytherin." Seeing even more people step forward than last time, Shaw handed the task to Alice. After a round of selection, Draco was again left out. He watched enviously as Theodore walked out with his head held high following Shaw. This time Draco nearly dug his nails into his palms, but he was afraid of pain, so he failed. Instead, he turned to his 2 cronies and said, "From now on, we'll stay up an extra hour every night for extra practice." Shower led 10 exceptionally elegant little serpents to the Ravenclaw Tower. At the door knocker, they encountered Hermione, who had been waiting there all along. Shower looked at Hermione before him, suppressing the urge to rub his eyes, feeling as if his vision was playing tricks on him. Today Hermione was, how to put it, far from her usual boisterous and disheveled self, appearing remarkably distinctive instead. Her usually fluffy curly hair was smoothed into soft waves, and her formerly prominent front teeth had been magically corrected to normal. Not to mention Hermione's already high attractiveness, she naturally exuded an intellectual aura. Paired with a form-fitting Ravenclaw uniform of blue with white stripes, a book in hand, and black square-rimmed glasses, her scholarly air was further accentuated. If Hermione weren't still a little girl, calling her a top campus belle would hardly be an exaggeration. Upon seeing Shower, Hermione initially wanted to shout excitedly, but recalling the intense training in attire and etiquette the senior girls had given her the previous night, she forced herself to greet him with restraint. "Shower, hello, you're here." Shower likewise refrained from reaching out to ruffle the little girl's meticulously smoothed hair and offered a warm compliment instead. "Well, Hermione, you look truly beautiful today. In the West, compliments must be given face-to-face." Hermione's expression indeed lit up with joy. "Really? This is the result of..." Shower stopped Hermione from launching into a rambling account of how the senior girls had put her through the ringer. "All right, there are still important matters to attend to. Let's go inside." Hermione immediately regained her composure. She walked to Shower's right and gave Theodore a sweet smile. "Theodore, sir, I am Shower's guide for today. Would you mind stepping back one place?" Theodore's stern face showed a flicker of surprise, but he was gentlemanly enough to nod and step back. Alice on Shower's other side. After taking her position, Hermione made a graceful ladylike inviting gesture towards Shower. "Please, the head of house has been waiting inside for some time." Shower observed his subordinates' interactions without comment and stepped forward to answer the door knocker's riddle. Door knocker 9823 5218 2 3896 4 1471. The Ravenclaw common room was decorated in tones of sky blue and bronze. The entire circular room was supported by 12 white stone pillars, and the dome was painted with stars. Between the pillars, from the arched windows draped with blue silk curtains, one could see nearly all of Hogwarts scenery, the best viewpoint in the entire school. The common room's furnishings resembled a bright, clean library, though today the central seats had been moved aside. When Shower led the group into the Ravenclaw common room, the young eagles had already formed 7 orderly columns. Professor Flitwick stood at the front, short in stature, but imposing in presence. Shower observed over 150 scholarly young eagles, about 70% of whom were girls, each poised and elegant. However, the gaze of many older girls made Shower somewhat uneasy. He wondered inwardly, managing the Eagle House should be easier than imagined, right? Should it? Flitwick, seeing Shower, enthusiastically hurried over. Shower bowed slightly and shook hands with Professor Flitwick. "Hello, Professor." Flitwick pulled him to the front of the crowd. "All right, I believe everyone knows Shower, so I won't give a lengthy introduction." Many senior female students immediately covered their mouths with light giggles. Flitwick coughed a few times to quiet them. "Since Shower is here, from now on Ravenclaw's rules will follow those of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Of course, we must not forget our own characteristics. Flitwick spoke a few solemn words, and then signaled for Shower to begin his reorganization. Shower scanned the room. The young eagles showed only curiosity with no signs of defiance or dissent. Perhaps his reputation preceded him, or the legends were intimidating enough, but force was out of the question. He missed that little chicken Marcus. Moreover, the young eagles were all proper, and the common room resembled a library, naturally fostering a competitive atmosphere. Shower suddenly felt there was little to reorganize in Ravenclaw. But since he was here, this house would be shaped according to his vision. Shower stepped forward and announced clearly, "Greetings, everyone. Hello, Shower. Do visit Ravenclaw often. Your senior sisters have treats. Shower, do you really eat blood pudding every day, eh? Shower, I finished those elementary math books in one night. When will the second set be issued? Yes, I finished them too. I even played with the door knocker this morning. No challenge at all. Shower, Hermione says you're a magician. Show your senior sister a trick." While Shower had barely greeted them before being drowned in a cacophony of voices. Shower realized he had been too optimistic. The young eagles' earlier restraint might have been merely out of respect for Professor Flitwick. They were essentially a group of people living in their own worlds, brimming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge with little regard for worldly conventions. This behavior, while Luna was the most prominent example. Shower's scalp tingled as he saw the young eagles stirring, seemingly ready to swarm him. He quickly drew his wand and conjured a water barrier around himself, not for attack, but for self-defense. A boy must protect himself while outside. A sixth-year senior girl, unable to contain her curiosity, reached out to touch the water barrier and was instantly electrocuted. Aside from her friend helping her up, the other young eagles showed little concern, instead curiously analyzing the water spell with great enthusiasm. Is it an enhanced version of the Aguamini charm? No, there must be a transfiguration spell involved. It's a composite charm. Wrong, look at Catherine. She's convulsing. It has an electric shock effect too. Is that inherent to the spell, or something else? How fascinating. I'll have to look it up in the library later. Shower looked up at the sky, speechless. The young eagles were so studious that he was momentarily at a loss for how to discipline them. Hermione approached him and whispered, "Shower, knowledge. Deeper, more advanced knowledge." Shower nodded, pointed his wand at the ceiling, and shot a firework into the air. Bang! Quiet, everyone. The young eagles looked up at Shower in bewilderment. Shower cleared his throat. Now is not the time for your research projects. But rest assured there will be countless topics for you to study in the future, things you've never even heard of. Really? Then. Great, how about now? Bang! Shower set off another firework before they could finish. Deliberately putting on a stern face, he said coldly, "Your eagerness to learn is a good habit, but that doesn't mean you can disregard my authority. From now on, unless I ask a question, no one speaks." Shower, you're so commanding. I like it. All right, don't be harsh with us. Well, listen. Shower's forehead was lined with exasperation. The male Ravenclaw students seemed fine, but some of the female students were far too unruly. He suspected this was all due to Professor Flitwick's indulgence. Suppressing the urge to give these female students a shock of electrotherapy, he remembered his promise to Flitwick. But punishing them with an ocean of homework seemed futile too. Hadn't he just heard two little eagle prodigies say they finished elementary math in a single sleepless night? Without limits, rewards, or punishments, establishing authority was impossible. Shawn initially thought he would need to exert pressure to make these students actively pursue knowledge, but now he realized it might not be necessary. So he decided to reverse his approach. Boom! A louder firework exploded, finally silencing the chattering little eagles once more. Shawn quickly brainstormed. I announced 3 things. Without waiting for the little eagles to ask questions, Shawn spoke faster. First, establish the Sea of Knowledge database. Although Hogwarts has thousands of books, the Black family has also passed down knowledge for a millennium, possessing many unique and profound teachings rarely seen elsewhere. I will donate a portion of these along with knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry collected from the Muggle world to establish this database. Second, a point system. Profound knowledge cannot be obtained for free. To gain access to the Sea of Knowledge, you must make certain contributions. Daily etiquette and discipline will also be counted into points. So if you are disobedient, you can only watch others swim in the infinite ocean of knowledge. Third, it's the same old story. Just follow the recent rules of Gryffindor and Slytherin. This time, after Shawn finished speaking, no one spoke. The little eagles fell into deep thought, digesting his words for several minutes. Finally, a 7th-year student spoke again. Shawn, how do we? Shawn interrupted coldly. You asking a question without raising your hand deduct 10 points from your Sea of Knowledge score. The little eagle was stunned, opened his mouth to ask, but feared further deduction, so he retreated back into the crowd. Shawn secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This trick worked well. Penelope, who was exceptionally beautiful today, raised her hand. Shawn noticed this rather pretty senior who seemed to be the girl who had invited him to Ravenclaw on the train. So he gestured for her to speak. Please go ahead. A glint of joy flashed in Penelope's eyes. Shawn, when will the Sea of Knowledge database be established? What are the specific rules of the point system? And can we attend the spell guidance class you organize on weekends? By the way, what do you usually like? Shawn clicked his tongue, feeling that tricking Hermione into coming to Ravenclaw was indeed the right move. With her attitude toward asking questions and her ability to chatter, she was just like many little eagles. After Penelope finished asking her pent-up questions, she looked at Shawn eagerly. Shawn pondered for about half a minute. Establishing the database will take some time. You can start with math, physics, and chemistry. Don't be complacent. The door knocker's questions get progressively harder. I don't think anyone wants to sleep in the corridor. As for points, we start counting from now. Other rules follow those of the other two houses. Of course, you can attend the spell guidance class. Shawn only answered a few questions. He didn't bother with some of the gossip Penelope asked. Then Shawn waved his hand. Alice understood and began assigning people to conduct preliminary etiquette training for the little eagles. The few Slytherin boys who came this time were eager to dive into the crowd of Ravenclaw girls. There was no helping it. The quality of Ravenclaw girls' appearances was too high and their temperament was excellent, but these girls were usually not easy to approach so. However, after receiving a sharp glance from Alice, the little snakes turned into gentlemen again. Shawn stepped back, secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead. A kingdom of women was truly terrifying. Flitwick, who had been watching silently, laughed and said, "Not easy, is it?" Shawn shook his head. "I made the mistake of empiricism. In the end, I wasn't prepared enough. I didn't realize Ravenclaw students were like this usually." Flitwick laughed heartily. "Actually, they are good kids, just too individualistic and free-spirited. They are quite well-behaved in class." Shawn had countless complaints to make. "Wasn't it your fault, old man, that the little eagles were like this?" Flitwick then said seriously, "Are you really willing to donate your family's collection? Even if your family's library isn't as vast as Hogwarts in terms of rare and exquisite texts, it's not far off." Shawn had a rough plan for the future throne, so he didn't mind sharing the family collection. Why not use a bunch of tools? Of course, now he had to appear selfless. Knowledge is only good when it can be utilized. Lying dusty in a dark library, it's just waste paper. Flitwick couldn't help but admire him. "You are a child with great magnanimity." Still, Flitwick had doubts. No one is truly selfless. But no one is perfect, and giving is better than being selfish. So he didn't probe further. As they chatted, the etiquette team conducted their teaching methodically. In fact, the little eagles' usual habits were already quite good, just not so strict. And facing the little snake's instruction, they weren't as excited as they had been with Shawn. The root cause was that Shawn had too many auras and mysteries, sparking the little eagles' strong desire to explore. So while receiving etiquette pointers from the little snakes, they always asked about Shawn's private matters. For example, does your chief really whip a girl's back every day? Is your chief an old monster who has returned to youth? Otherwise, there's no way he's this strong. It's not magical at all. Does your chief have a girlfriend? What are his hobbies? The little snakes naturally began to refute the rumors and praise Shawn as unparalleled. Of course, there were those who didn't care about Shawn, like the older girls gathered around Theodore. They pretended to follow Theodore's instructions while teasing this expressionless, ascetic little boy. Theodore was now extremely regretful. He had thought there would be a bloody battle, but this. He swore he would never come again. Let Draco come next time. After Alice arranged the teaching, she was about to return to ask Shawn about the two things he had suddenly announced, needing to urgently draft the point rules. But she saw Hermione following Shawn, standing silently. Alice suddenly felt a strong sense of hostility. But Hermione took the initiative, walking over and quickly showing the playing card hidden in her palm. "Hello, Senior Alice. I'm Hermione, the only student in Ravenclaw holding a playing card. Please take care of me in the future." Alice's beautiful eyes narrowed and a flash of thought crossed her mind. She saw that Hermione held the 10 of clubs, which even within the future throne organization was a very high rank. It could only mean one thing: the chief valued this Ravenclaw girl highly. Alice immediately broke into a brilliant smile, pulled Hermione aside, and cast a Muffliato charm around them with her wand. Then she said solemnly to Hermione, "From now on you should also address the chief as chief, not Shawn. We are followers, it's very disrespectful." Hermione paused, then said seriously, "I understand." Alice nodded approvingly, and continued, "The chief probably hasn't told you yet, but holding this sequence playing card. In the future, when managing Ravenclaw, you'll need to pay attention to who has talent." After hearing this, Hermione thought, seriously rubbing her chin. "Senior, I think Ravenclaw isn't suited for selecting warriors, but rather for discovering research talents. So when selecting talent, shouldn't we not just focus on spellcasting ability?" Although Alice was arrogant, she wasn't stubborn. At this moment, she looked at Hermione with newfound respect. "You have a point. We'll have to ask the chief about the focus of talent selection for each house." At 8 in the morning, Shawn struggled to escape from the Ravenclaw common room, frantically wiping off lipstick smudges left by unknown admirers. He had just been unable to resist the enthusiastic young eagles and performed a close-up magic trick. Naturally, being so near, he was surrounded by the female enthusiasts for the young ladies, simply could not resist the charm of the handsome little boy. Certain Western notions were quite progressive. To encourage wizards to have more children, the Ministry of Magic's educational decrees did not prohibit early romance among students. Many were married right after graduation. So, Shawn glanced at his fellow sufferer Theodore, whom he had managed to drag out, and they said in unison, "I will never set foot in Ravenclaw again," they both declared. 10 minutes later, after parting with Theodore, Shawn arrived once more at the entrance of the headmaster's office. He had no choice. Fawkes had intercepted him with a letter. Red robe. He uttered the password, ascending the spiral staircase, pondering Dumbledore's intentions for summoning him. It seemed his actions had caused too much of a stir, but he had no alternative. His conquest of Hogwarts' second ring had been stuck at 57 for days. Shawn wished to advance his strength and confront Quirrell Voldemort before Christmas, making the acquisition of secondary faith points and legendary points imperative. Recalling the sharp gaze from yesterday afternoon, why hadn't the old bee sought him out then? Shawn calculated in his mind which excuse to use this time to divert the old bee's attention. Should it be Quirrell the Diadem or Harry? There were many excuses to choose from. Scabbers and Ron's possession, the locket, Horcrux at the Gaunt Shack, and so on. But aside from the matter of Quirrell, he was reluctant to mention any of them. Arriving at the headmaster's office, Shawn knocked thrice, and the door swung open. Stepping inside, Shawn surveyed the room. Dumbledore was arranging numerous gift boxes before a massive cabinet. "Headmaster, what is this?" "Sure, come lend me a hand. Check the production dates on these gift boxes." Shawn was puzzled as to whether items in the magical world would bear production dates, yet he still helped Dumbledore inspect them. After flipping through several boxes, he discovered many were indeed Muggle-world, high-end health supplements. Some were quite aged, even antique, like the 200-year-old polar bird's nest which when unwrapped had turned moldy. Alas, as one ages more people care for my health. But these old friends forward gifts given to them years ago, and I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Dumbledore spoke with a hint of complaint as he sorted. Shawn raised an eyebrow. The old bee was hinting at something. Indeed, it's unwise to impose one's well-intentioned will upon others. It may bring them greater trouble. Dumbledore set down a carved box containing a ginseng root as large as a radish. Turning with a kindly expression, he said, "It seems you understand this principle, yet why can't you practice it yourself?" Shawn smiled, taking the carved wooden box. "If you gift this to me, I would accept it." He then kicked an expired gift box aside. "If you gave me this, I would discard it." Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. But few possess your discernment. Young wizards' minds struggle to distinguish good from bad." Shawn bent down to continue sorting the gifts, remarking, "Doesn't that call for the guidance of a wise one?" "Oh, do you consider yourself a wise man, Shawn?" "I don't know if I'm wise, but at least I am a brave one who dares to forge ahead." Without directly answering, Shawn preempted the old bee's retort with an unrelated question. "Headmaster, are you aware of the Eastern 100 schools of thought?" Dumbledore, unperturbed by the diversion, replied, "Yes, ahem. Due to recent circumstances, I have indeed delved into some Eastern pharmacological culture. Quite intriguing." Shawn understood Dumbledore's underlying meaning and smiled knowingly. "Since that's the case, let me share a small Eastern fable with you." Dumbledore's blue eyes narrowed. It was usually he who told stories, but with Shawn he was always turned the tables. This was a child with a strong desire to express himself. "It seems you have a fondness for the East, Shawn. I am all ears, hoping for a thought-provoking tale." Shawn continued his work, speaking slowly. "There was a blind man who carried a lantern on a dark road. A highly esteemed scholar passed by with his students. Instead of asking the blind man why he lit the lantern despite his blindness, the scholar began to ponder, and then imparted his wise thoughts to his students. If the blind man lit the lantern not for himself, but to illuminate the path for others, he would be a Confucian championing benevolence. If he did so to avoid being bumped into, he would be a Mahist advocating non-aggression. If he lit it because it was customary, he would be a legalist upholding rules. If he lit it simply because he felt like it, he would be a Taoist following his whims." Shawn paused, turning to meet Dumbledore's gaze. "Headmaster, which school do you think the blind man belongs to? Or perhaps you are the scholar?" Dumbledore lowered his head, letting his deep blue eyes peer over his half-moon spectacles. "Very well, one should not be presumptuous. So this presumptuous scholar now asks you, the blind man, why do you light your lantern at night?" Shawn knew Dumbledore was losing patience, hinting at why he was overstepping his bounds. Instead of answering directly, Shawn offered a deeper interpretation. "What the scholar thinks is unimportant. I am indeed blind, like one who cannot see the path ahead. The lantern in my hand is the courage to walk in the dark, the lamp of my heart seeking light. Unlike those renowned scholars who only talk and boast, taking no action, while allowing the night to become eternal and the world to decay. Don't you agree, Headmaster?" Dumbledore swayed slightly, not because Shawn had again accused him of being an inactive scholar, but because Shawn's words felt so familiar. Was this what Gellert meant by a changed prophecy? He had not dismissed the possibility that the starting point lay with Shawn, hence his ambiguous attitude. After all, Shawn wielded the power of thunder, embodying both destruction and renewal. Dumbledore suddenly found Shawn dangerous, yet harmless, his emotions a tangled mess. As the guardian of the magical world, Dumbledore was well aware of its latent dangers. But human nature being what it was, the old bee was too sentimental, lacking Grindelwald's decisiveness. He hoped for gradual change, fearing upheaval. Over the years, he had implemented measures tirelessly mending the fractured magical world like a diligent bee. He worked to bridge the gaps between Muggles, half-bloods, and purebloods, guiding families like the Weasleys and Bones toward pro-Muggle stances. He encouraged wizard procreation, for the wizarding world's plight was not Muggle technology surpassing them, but their dwindling numbers. And yet Voldemort had set back decades of his efforts in the British magical world. Dumbledore slowly regained his composure. The gift boxes were neatly arranged, and Shore had taken the liberty of sitting at the table brewing tea, even slicing the radishized ginseng root to steep. Within the headmaster's office the air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of tea, the only sound the gentle bubbling of boiling water, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Shawn was no longer present, leaving only Dumbledore sipping his ginseng tea at his desk, pondering the 3 agreements Shawn had just proposed. Shawn's resolute voice seemed to still echo in his ears. First, I will not propagate overly dangerous ideologies within the school, only restore the school to its proper state. Second, I will assist the headmaster in protecting Harry and keeping a close watch on Quirrell. Third, based on the fragments of information my father left behind, I deduce that Voldemort created at least 5 to 7 Horcruxes. I can assist the headmaster in locating them all over time. The implications of these 3 pieces of information were staggering. As for Shawn's assurance that he wouldn't spread dangerous ideas, Dumbledore could only observe for now. He wasn't opposed to temporarily enhancing the young wizard's self-preservation abilities. What concerned him was Shawn potentially following the same path as Voldemort, where power and prestige could breed ambition. However, compared to the matter of Grindelwald, these concerns had to be set aside for the moment. After all, he couldn't very well imprison Shawn or send him to Azkaban. Once he had more time, he would need to offer Shawn more care and guidance. And Voldemort had indeed gone mad, daring to tamper with his soul so recklessly. To have split his soul into so many Horcruxes. Just how many clues had Regulus, Voldemort's former confidant, and Shawn's father left behind? And who exactly was Shawn's mother? He still hadn't been able to uncover that. As for Shawn volunteering to help find the Horcruxes and already taking action, it was a welcome relief to have someone else handle these matters for this century-old man. Furthermore, Shawn had even perceived his focus on Harry and his suspicions about Quirrell. But after flipping through a few pages of the notebook Shawn had left on his desk detailing Voldemort's fiendfire curse and Serpensortia, the old bee felt a sense of understanding. Such keen observation. Doesn't he crave the allure of powerful dark magic? This Serpensortia is exceptionally potent. Lost in thought, Dumbledore unknowingly finished an entire pot of fragrant ginseng tea. Suddenly, he felt a wave of heat coursing through his body. My. Meanwhile, Shawn had left the headmaster's office and stepped onto a balcony to enjoy the morning breeze. He slowly released the tension in his heart. Just now, Dumbledore, disregarding all courtesy, had actually attempted legitimacy on him. Although it was useless against Shawn's masterful occlumency, it revealed the old bee's stance. Forced into a corner, he could only present his 3 agreements to barely navigate the conversation. Phew, this is tough. Shawn's current predicament had become a vicious cycle. The more Dumbledore focused on him, the more he needed to accelerate his conquest of Hogwarts, which in turn drew even more of the old bee's attention. But to earn a seat at the table, true strength was the foundation. Conquering the 4 houses to gain legend points and faith, then defeating Quirrell's remnant soul of Voldemort to harvest a bounty of faith and prestige, thereby enhancing his power, and finally striking at the pure bloods during Christmas. That was the virtuous cycle. Can't let the old bee have so much free time. Why is a dried-up old man constantly fixated on me, an innocent little boy? Pervert. Infil call and reinforcements. Shawn mused to himself, then strode purposefully towards the Slytherin common room. My ever-so-accommodating pen pal, am counting on you. After Shawn hastily sent another letter to Grindelwald, Dumbledore departed from Hogwarts on Tuesday. The Deathly Hallows had suddenly made a major move. News arrived from several small Nordic ministries of magic that a large number of Death Eaters were capturing a mutated Thunderbird. Thus Dumbledore was compelled to leave. Life at Hogwarts for the most part remained leisurely. Time flowed gently by. Over a week had passed, and the reformation of Ravenclaw was progressing quite smoothly. The students were remarkably diligent with their morning and evening studies, making astonishing progress in mathematics, and were now beginning to learn introductory physics and chemistry. Shawn was satisfied. The progress on the Conquer Hogwarts Phase 2 quest had reached 70. The only issue was Victor constantly mentioning that the girls of Ravenclaw kept asking about him and Theodore, and had sent many small gifts. Among those gifts, Shawn even discovered little cakes laced with amortentia. Those senior girls were too aggressive. Now both Shawn and Theodore were reluctant to dine in the Great Hall. One day, after enduring a particularly difficult potions class, Shawn saw that Snape still hadn't given him a wink. He bid farewell to the other Slytherins and gracefully left the classroom, planning to return to his dormitory for a meal. On his way, he was intercepted by a group of Hufflepuffs. Cedric, the charismatic heartthrob of Hufflepuff, approached somewhat shyly. Shawn, hello. I'm Cedric Diggory. Forgive the intrusion, but I'd like to speak with you on behalf of Hufflepuff. Shawn was only momentarily taken aback, not particularly surprised. After all, he had been slowly simmering the badgers for a week now, though they were surely well marinated. He figured these little badgers had been crying in the bathroom from hunger and could no longer hold back. Shawn smiled warmly and shook Cedric's hand. Hello, what can I do for you? Cedric was a bit embarrassed to speak, but feeling the intense stares of his housemates behind him, he decided to be direct. It's like this. Why has the amount of Chinese cuisine been decreasing lately, while the portions for the other 3 houses haven't changed? We went to the kitchens to ask, but the house elves who were usually friendly with us refused to cook for us separately. After much thought, we could only come to you. As Cedric spoke, he couldn't help but swallow, and his companions did the same. Shawn put on a look of sudden realization, then began to spin an exaggerated, guilt-ridden tale. I'm terribly sorry. The supply of Chinese cuisine has been integrated into a reward system I call the Ocean of Knowledge Points system. The other 3 houses are all involved. In truth, the other 3 houses don't have an unlimited supply, they exchange their points for it. As for the decreasing supply for Hufflepuff, I deeply apologize. Some of the ingredients for Chinese cuisine are imported from tens of thousands of miles away and are extremely precious. It's already a strain to satisfy the students who use points to exchange for food. Providing even a small amount to Hufflepuff to satisfy their cravings is the best I can do. Shawn's sincere explanation left Cedric and the other Badgers in contemplative silence. They were all honest and kind-hearted people, so they could understand Shawn's difficulties. But their own stomachs were simply too uncooperative. Grumble, grumble. The chorus of stomach growls sounded like a pond full of croaking frogs. Cedric scratched his head, offered Shawn an apologetic smile, and turned back to whisper with a few senior students. Shawn waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, Cedric approached again, his expression hesitant. Shawn, if Hufflepuff were to be included in your Ocean of Knowledge Points system, and we only used our points for food, could you allocate the resources for that? Shawn nearly lost his composure. Were the little Badgers really this willing to give up? Are you certain? We are certain. Cedric nodded firmly. Shawn, unable to believe anyone would willingly embrace degradation, asked directly. Could you tell me why? Points can be exchanged for profound knowledge, a chance to elevate your life. Cedric smiled, a clean, refreshing smile that felt like a spring breeze. The reason is actually quite simple. We Hufflepuffs are the most self-aware. Ordinary knowledge is already enough for us to devote our lives to. Most of us Hufflepuffs are of average talent. We lack the wisdom and energy to divert our attention elsewhere. Since that's the case, why not indulge our appetites? Life, after all, needs some pursuit. Since we can't attain the lofty things, food is the easiest desire to satisfy. Listening to Cedric's seemingly self-deprecating words, Shawn was moved. The greatest wisdom often resembles foolishness. This was precisely the case. 1,000 years ago, the great witch hunts swept across Europe. Back then, wizarding education followed an apprenticeship system, with spellcasting skills varying wildly. Many solitary wizards were dragged onto Muggles' pyres and burned alive. Against this backdrop, the 4 founders of Hogwarts established the first formal school of magic. Yet the students who came to study had varying aptitudes. Rowena Ravenclaw accepted only the wise and creative. Godric Gryffindor accepted only the brave and daring. Salazar Slytherin accepted only the cunning, ambitious purebloods. Helga Hufflepuff was the most inclusive, kind, and approachable. Any student rejected by the other 3 houses was generously embraced by Hufflepuff. Thus, Hufflepuff had the most students, and their quality was the most average. Yet this did not prevent Hufflepuff from nurturing outstanding students. History proved that countless great individuals were not necessarily the most intelligent, but they were absolutely tenacious. Honest, hard-working souls who plodded along a single path, facing difficulties head-on, were more likely to achieve greatness. The clever often sought loopholes and shortcuts, easily swayed by various temptations and desires, crumbling at the first setback. Hufflepuff students typically showed no brilliance in their early years, yet often bloomed late. Shawn quickly recalled the information about Hufflepuff, but today he discovered their most fundamental virtue: self-awareness. Don't think that self-awareness is common. In truth, most people have a skewed perception of themselves, overestimating one's abilities or underestimating them. These are everywhere. Shawn himself lacked clear self-awareness. Originally a nobody entering the magical world with a system, wealth, and connections, his mind was in turmoil. He wanted to appear noble, yet couldn't help occasionally revealing his elation. To put it bluntly, a nouveau riche mentality. Thus, hearing Cedric's exposition on Hufflepuff struck a chord within Shawn. Indeed, everyone possesses unique wisdom worth learning from. One only needs a discerning eye to discover it. Shawn learned another lesson, yet felt pleased. Cedric, noticing Shawn lost in thought, spoke hesitantly. Shawn, what do you think? We Hufflepuffs aren't troublemakers. We've heard of your rules, and while they seem a bit awkward compared to having good food, this little hardship seems nothing. Shawn snapped back to reality, revealing a rare, genuine smile. No problem. Don't you need to ask Professor Sprout? Cedric puffed out his chest confidently. Our head of house is easygoing. This isn't a bad thing. It's absolutely fine. Shawn extended his hand for a handshake. Pleasure working with you. Rest assured, Hufflepuff, as long as you follow the rules, there will be plenty of good food. Let me give you a sneak peek. Next year, I'll acquire a 1,000-year-old serpent. If you behave well, I'll slaughter it for you to eat. As Shawn spoke these words, a chorus of swallowing sounds echoed. Gulp, gulp. Some badgers drooled so much that it dripped onto the ground. The temptation of a 1,000-year-old serpent was indeed extraordinary. Shawn watched the little badgers frantically wiping their drool while staring at him with burning eyes. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body, somewhat uncomfortable. Yet seeing the progress of Conquer Hogwarts' second ring at 85, it had leaped forward significantly. He estimated that once these badgers brought the news back, the task would be nearly complete. Ahem, well, all of you disperse. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to your common room to teach you the rules. Cedric was eager to ask about the 1,000-year-old serpent, but felt it was too abrupt. Still, he couldn't help saying impatiently, "Don't wait until tomorrow. Tonight, no now? Send someone to our common room right now. We want to eat tonight." Ahem. Shaw smiled knowingly and didn't object. "No need to rush. Don't worry, Hufflepuff's dinner will have plenty of Chinese cuisine. He'll send someone to your common room tonight." "Oh, that's wonderful. Shaw, Hufflepuff will forever be your truest friend." Cedric's face lit up with joy and the little badgers behind him nearly danced with excitement. Truly a group of easily satisfied children. Shaw then parted ways with them. As he passed through the hall, enduring the mocking glances from the Ravenclaw table, he quickly gave a few instructions to Alice and hurried away. If he didn't flee, he'd be surrounded by those big-heart, broad-minded older sisters again. Back in his dormitory, Shaw soon noticed the Hogwarts second ring task had reached 99.9. Instead of feeling happy, Shaw was speechless. Wasn't this just teasing him? Huh. Who exactly is it? Based on this progress, only 1 or 2 young wizards were still stubbornly resisting. Shaw paced back and forth in the common room, muttering under his breath, his mind racing. The little snakes were all subdued. That was part of the first ring task. The little badgers seemed like honest, reliable lads. As for the little eagles, he was uncertain. Could it be some male comrade jealous of his stealing the girl's attention? The little lions were the most likely. Many were outwardly compliant, but inwardly defiant. Yet the task didn't require winning the students' absolute loyalty, otherwise it would take a century to complete. As long as these students obediently followed his commands and didn't cause trouble, that was enough. Who could it be? Shaw couldn't guess, so he had to resort to brute force. After dinner, Alice led 10 people to the Hufflepuff common room. The little badgers were so easy to manage that Shaw didn't need to go himself. He chose to head to Gryffindor first. After all, he was the deputy head of house. Why not use that authority? At 7 o'clock, Shaw entered the Gryffindor common room precisely on time. The morning and evening study sessions Shawn had mandated were naturally unpopular among the student body. No one wished to be despised like his great-grandfather Phineas, who had died, leaving behind a reputation as one of the least popular headmasters. Shawn had no choice, it was all for the mission. Once the second ring mission was complete, he might loosen the noose around these young witches and wizards a little. But only a little. He had expended great effort to let these Western children savor the blessings of Chinese-style education. These people would be his foundation in the future, and the stronger they were the better, so he certainly wouldn't abolish the system. Perhaps an occasional respite would even earn gratitude from many. The logic was ironic. For instance, if you gave someone $10 daily and suddenly stopped, you'd be met with resentment. But if you slapped someone every day and suddenly stopped, you'd receive gratitude. Shawn shook his head, dispelling the idle thoughts. His arrival drew the attention of the little lions. Apart from the first 3 days when he had been diligent, Shawn rarely visited. During those 3 days, after punishing over a dozen individuals and establishing a supervision group, the little lions dared not openly rebel. As for their behind-the-scenes scheming, Shawn cared little. He only received reports from Percy every 3 days and periodically knocked some sense into the twins. Other punishments were vast seas of questions. Lately, Professor McGonagall had been irritable, so the little lions were having a rather tough time. Yet it had to be said, the study hall here lacked the tranquility of Slytherin. Though hushed whispers were inevitable, Gryffindor's academic atmosphere had greatly improved. Of course, one had to ignore the little lions, who kept squirming as if afflicted with hemorrhoids. When Shawn appeared, the little lions hadn't expected him to visit Gryffindor again today. His prestige in the Lion House was now vastly different. Many rose from their desks. The boys offered a knightly salute, while the girls curtsied with a ladylike gesture. "Greetings, Deputy Head. Greetings, Deputy Head." Voices calling out Deputy Head rose and fell. Though it looked a tad odd, it was still a great improvement over the previous chaos. "All is well, all is well. Sit down and study hard, and don't mind me." Shawn nodded and gestured for them to sit as he walked toward Percy's spot. Passing Harry, he gave a slight smile. He also saw the twins, their faces twisted in sycophantic grins, which brought a smile to his face. What a pair of jesters. Percy's position was a small, elevated platform, not as high as Shawn's supervisory seat in Slytherin. Percy lacked the prestige for that. His platform was merely for convenience of supervision, where the girls of the supervision group also studied. Percy stood ramrod straight, his expression grave, as if meeting a superior. Shawn noticed the weariness in the Weasleys' eyes, a result of the decline in his prestige after losing the duel. He offered no counsel. Percy was intelligent, and with Shawn as an example, he would eventually grasp the essence of power. "Greetings, Deputy Head. Welcome back to Gryffindor. Is there something to announce?" Shawn smiled warmly. "Percy, don't be so tense. Cheer up. I'm just here to see what Gryffindor looks like after its rebirth." Percy nodded, thoughtfully frowning. "I failed your trust, letting Kenneth and—" Shawn waved a hand. "Don't say that. Slytherin also has its malcontents. The human heart is complex. No one can see through it." Though chatting idly with Percy, Shawn's attention was on the other young witches and wizards in the common room. Before entering, he had consumed a perception potion, hoping to catch those who were outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant. After a quiet chat with Percy, he detected no hostile glances. Even Kenneth in the corner showed no unusual expression, likely truly beaten into submission. Or perhaps subdued by biochemical weapons. Shawn turned to Percy. Are all the students here today? Percy quickly retrieved a logbook to check. Deputy Head First Year Neville and my brother Ron were caught by the head of house breaking school rules this afternoon. They're currently serving detention in her office. Shawn understood and reached out to pat Percy's shoulder, but Percy was taller, making it awkward. Seeing this, Percy quickly hunched slightly to make it easier. Shawn appreciated Percy more, not for his lust for power, but for his tact with superiors. Others might see Percy as a sycophant, but in the eyes of a superior, he was an exemplary subordinate. Alright, I'll be off now. Keep up the good work. Don't fear offending anyone. If someone acts up, punish them directly. If you can't handle it, report to me. Shawn patted Percy's shoulder, encouraged him, and headed for the common room exit. The little lions rose again to see him off. Shawn appreciated the little lions' warmth, once truly convinced they were straightforward. Leaving the common room, he hesitated between heading to the Ravenclaw common room or Professor McGonagall's office. In the end, he followed his instinct and chose Professor McGonagall's office. Arriving shortly after he was about to knock, when he heard the furious scolding of the big cat within. Ron, look at you. Not only do you misbehave, but you also drag Neville into your mischief. The fourth-floor corridor is strictly off-limits. Was the headmaster's warning at the opening feast mere empty words? Neville says you want to show off. Investigate the truth there to make a name for yourself? Utterly reckless. You infuriate me. Your two eldest brothers are the pride of Gryffindor. Even George and Fred, mischievous as they are, have enough sense to avoid suicidal acts. But you don't study hard, you overestimate your abilities, and worst of all, you drag Neville, who wants to study properly, into this. Shawn shook his head outside. Ron was truly a mixed bag now. He hadn't expected that despite blocking Harry from following the plot, Ron was still so keen. He hadn't wanted to interrupt McGonagall's scolding, but a sudden intuition struck him, and he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. After a dozen seconds, Professor McGonagall opened the door. Seeing Shawn, she paused before asking. Shawn, hear about a transfiguration problem? Yes, Professor. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Oh, come in. Shawn entered the office following McGonagall, whose chest was still heaving. He saw Ron and Neville with their heads down, frantically writing amidst a large pile of exam papers. Then he felt a fleeting, resentful gaze. Neville was trembling, buried in his paper. The gaze came from Ron, who quickly looked up. Shawn's eyes narrowed slightly. His intuition told him found it. Shower found it perplexing. Only when the gap was narrow did jealousy arise. A vast divide merely inspired admiration. It wasn't that he looked down on Ron, but the disparity between them was simply too immense. Shower, have a seat. Do you have any questions about transfiguration? As it happened, Shower did indeed have a few queries on the subject to consult with the professor. Professor, I've read many books on animagy, and am quite puzzled as to why one cannot transform into a magical creature. McGonagall was taken aback. You've already advanced to this level. This is material typically covered in the 6th or 7th year. The professor then grew stern. Shower, although I trust you have reached a level where studying a Nurmengard transformation is feasible, I must warn you absolutely under no circumstances should you attempt it in private. Shower replied earnestly. Rest assured, Professor. Without a thorough understanding and complete preparation, I won't attempt it. But returning to my earlier question, why can't a witch or wizard become an animagus of a magical creature? McGonagall studied Shower's expression intently, finding no trace of deceit before explaining carefully. This involves the distinction between ordinary beings and magical creatures, as well as the difference between a wizard with magic and a magical creature imbued with magic. McGonagall then elaborated on the nuances of these three categories. A full, detailed explanation would span thousands of words. In simple terms, it pertains to the difficulty of simulating the structure of a magical being and the complex issue of converting disparate magical energies. Throughout history, many transfiguration masters attempted to transform into magical creatures, but due to inadequate magical simulation and conversion, most failed, becoming half-human, half-beast monstrosities. Nevertheless, these individuals managed to devise a feasible path affinity with the creature's magic and the physical enhancement of the body. In truth, large magical creatures, like dragons, phoenixes, giants, or trolls, possess immense magical power, often tens of times greater than an ordinary person. Yet due to their limited intellect, they cannot properly harness their own magic, which is why they have been subjugated by humans. Conversely, many great wizards are constrained by the limitations of the human body and cannot ascend to legendary status. Their magical capacity ultimately cannot surpass the human threshold. Consequently, these individuals have undertaken numerous experiments to magically enhance their own bodies. The most famous of these was Salazar Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Shower's mind stirred. The noseless old Voldemort's transformation into a half-snake, half-human form was likely for a similar reason. He himself possessed a divine technique like soul absorption, yet was also hindered by his physical limitations. Seeing Shower lost in thought, McGonagall warned him again. I tell you this not to encourage you to try, but to show you how difficult and dangerous it is. Shower immediately adopted the demeanor of an obedient student accepting the lesson. Don't worry, Professor. I certainly won't attempt it. McGonagall, having taught for many years, knew the intense curiosity and thirst for knowledge of these young wizards. The more brilliant they were, the more so. After a moment's thought, she stood up. Wait here a moment. They'll fetch you a few books. Shower's eyes lit up. He had been hesitating over how to get McGonagall out of the way. He had no desire to wait for those two dullards to finish their detention. Thank you, Professor. As McGonagall went into the adjacent study to search for books, Shower rose and approached the two young wizards buried in their parchments. Neville. Shower did not address Ron directly. For a boy with such a tangled mind, a tactic of intimidation was more fitting, letting him frighten himself. Neville, who had yet to evolve into a sword-wielding hero, started like a small animal, then looked up in bewilderment. Vice Headmaster. Shower glanced at the even more guilt-ridden Ron and offered Neville a reassuring smile. Relax. I have a question for you. Neville stammered. Why, you ask? Do you envy me? Envy my fame and prestige? Envy my strength? Neville was momentarily stunned. I don't envy the Vice Headmaster. Then do you admire me? A little. Do you envy Harry? Neville was an honest boy. Under rapid questioning, his answers were almost entirely truthful. But when asked about Harry, he fell silent. Shower understood. He reached out and patted Neville's shoulder. Don't feel ashamed. Envy is a natural human instinct. Hiding it within is worse than speaking it out. Only by facing your own darkness can you be a true brave man. As Shower spoke, he noticed Ron's head bowed, beginning to tremble violently, his parchment dotted with beads of sweat. He paid him no further heed, keeping his gaze fixed on Neville. Take me for example. Though I may seem stronger than the average young wizard, I too envy great figures like the headmaster. This is nothing to be ashamed of. Neville looked at Shower in disbelief, his lips parting and closing several times. Then he abruptly stood, gathering his courage. Yes, I envy Harry. I envy his talent. I envy him having a friend like you. In truth, I hate myself even more for being so foolish. This time Neville did not stammer, his words grew more fluent as he spoke. Shower felt a genuine warmth. He held sincere goodwill for Neville. But he had been too busy lately to attend to Neville's affairs. Today he would kill two birds with one stone and offer some guidance. Neville, you are truly brave. Neville felt a bit embarrassed, secretly rubbing his knee against the chair. He had stood up too quickly and banged it on the seat. Oh, really? But grandmother always says I'm a coward. And I feel my heart is so dirty envying Harry, who has helped me so much. Shower spoke earnestly. Neville, don't blame yourself. Everyone has envy. The underlying logic of envy, simply put, is dissatisfaction with one's own situation and a lack of confidence in changing oneself. But in you I see someone striving to change, even if it's slow. That is worthy of praise. So you are excellent. Neville was stunned, his eyes gradually growing brighter. Affirmation from a peer of outstanding ability often proves more effective than praise from elders. Shower continued his guidance. There are three types of envious people. The wise envier sees their own shortcomings and tries to change. Neville, you are one of these. The mediocre envier merely mouths off, saying what's so great about that? Or it's just this and that. The foolish envier either schemes against the object of their envy or recklessly does something insane to prove their own uniqueness. Ron, which type do you think you are? As he spoke, Shower abruptly turned his head to look at Ron, who had been sneaking glances at him. The sudden question startled Ron so much that he fell off his stool. Drenched in sweat, he loudly denied it. I don't envy you. I don't envy you. I wasn't trying to show off. I didn't mean to go to the fourth floor. Shower leaned down, locking eyes with Ron's panicked gaze. Ron Weasley, I know about you. You have 5 brilliant older brothers and a younger sister who is the family's darling. You've been a wallflower since childhood, and your family is indeed not well off. Growing up in such an environment, it's quite understandable that you harbor some dark thoughts. But you are a Gryffindor. Where is your courage? Is it so hard to admit your own weaknesses? Look at Neville. His family situation is far worse. His parents are still in St. Mungos. He is far braver than you. Seeing Ron's increasingly pathetic demeanor, Shower felt little desire to act as a nursemaid, constantly offering guidance were it not for the mission. His voice grew colder as he barked, stand up. Don't make me look down on you. Under Shower's piercing gaze, Ron was terrified, more afraid than he had ever been, his entire body turning cold. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse behind Shower the faint shadow of a giant serpent wearing a crown and bearing 2 horns. This phantom might become his nightmare from now on. Every word Shower uttered seared into his heart, like a branding iron, causing intense pain and anguish. Was he truly a filthy person? His whole family embraced the light. Was he the only one living in shadow? Ron felt icy, struggled to breathe, and repeatedly mustered the courage to refute Shower, insisting he was no coward. Ding completed the Conquer Hogwarts Ring 2 quest. Reward 100 points of level 2, Faith 1 legendary point. Ding released Conquer Hogwarts Ring 3, become the sole board member of Hogwarts. How can a great king share power with others? Kick every other board member off their seats. Quest reward 200 points of level 2, Faith 1 legendary point. Shower suddenly heard the system notification, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, but when he saw the 3rd ring quest, his lips twitched. What a system that loves to show off. Shower ceased pressuring Ron. He wasn't that idle, hoping only that the boy would realize on his own. A good drum doesn't need a heavy hammer. If he was truly hopeless, it was best to give up. Shower turned to see Neville still staring at him foolishly, a hint of fear in his eyes, and reached out to ruffle his round head. Neville, your potential has yet to be unleashed. Study hard with Harry from now on, and one day you will shine brilliantly. Shower fed Neville a bit of inspiration, then returned to the sofa to sit down waiting for Professor McGonagall while pondering over the system. Host Shower. Occupation Wizard, Poker Magician, King of the Magic Throne. Magic Power 140, Adult Average 100. Talents: Lightning Element, Affinity Max. Water Element, Affinity Level 2. Parcel Tongue Level 2. Dark Magic Level 8, Azkaban. Transfiguration Level 5, Gifted White Magic Level 3, Potions Level 3 adequate. Expand. Talent Points 1. Legendary Points 1. Skills: Acclimacy Max. Exclusive Magic Lightning Blade Level 5, Lightning Floating Ring Level 1. Dark Magic Soul Drain Level 5, obtained from Lottery Killing Curse Level 4, improved through extensive practice. Fiendfire Level 2, from Voldemort's Notes. White Magic Water Prison Level 5, Disarming Charm Level 5, Avis Level 5, A Shield Charm Level 4, a Level 1 Faith 230. Level 2 Faith 189. Level 3 Faith 5. Lottery 100, 010010. Zealous Followers: Theodore, Not Alice, Foley, Hermione Granger, Creature, Bronze Spoon. Quests: Seize the Savior's Fame Ring, 1 reward, 1 points of level 1, Faith 1 legendary point. Conquer Hogwarts Ring, 3 reward, 200 points of level 2, Faith 1 legendary point. Inherit the Wizarding Party reward, 300 points of level 2, Faith 1 legendary point. He could now draw once with level 2 Faith, but he would save it for urgent needs. As for which skill to enhance with that single legendary point, Shower hesitated for a moment. Water Prison was useful, but lacked lethal power. The level 5 Lightning Blade was the fruit of his past month's efforts to improve the lightning edge. With his maxed lightning element affinity, he estimated that breaking through the level 5 limit through self-enlightenment would take about a year or 2 at most. By his 3rd year, he could indeed achieve it. But that required calculating the cost and time. Breaking through the lightning blade could be done through patience, but it wouldn't benefit his immediate plans. If he added points to Water Prison, he had no idea if the leap from level 5 to level 6 would be a qualitative breakthrough, enabling him to contend with Voldemort's remnant soul. He was torn, waiting online, quite anxious. Soon Professor McGonagall brought 2 tattered books. These are books on failed and animagus transformations containing many case studies and lessons. Shower's face darkened and his hand trembled. Other professors gave their students books on successful cases. What was this big cat up to? Did he really look so untrustworthy? Did he bear an innate air of villainy? He valued his life too, you know. Nonetheless, Shower put on a grateful expression. Thank you, Professor. I will read them carefully. Seeing Shower's calm and unassuming attitude, Professor McGonagall felt somewhat reassured and elaborated on animagus transformation in detail. Before Shower left, she repeatedly urged him to inform her if he ever attempted the transformation so she could stand guard. A professor like McGonagall was indeed commendable. After Shower left, McGonagall still frowned slightly, but had no better solution. Turning around, she noticed something odd about the 2 students serving detention. Neville was brimming with spirit, his demeanor shedding its usual naivety, focusing intently on his exercises. Ron, however, stared blankly into space, his pen motionless, as if his soul had fled. McGonagall's heart was torn between relief and frustration. She pursed her lips, walked over, and waved a hand before Ron's eyes. Stop daydreaming. If you don't finish, you're not going back to the dormitory. You'll stay up till dawn. When it came to staying up all night, the cat never backed down. Shower stepped outside. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and he wasn't one for night wanderings, so he headed toward the Slytherin common room. Halfway there, he heard a noise from around a corner. Casting a disillusionment charm, he crept over quietly. In an abandoned corridor, Snape was pinning Quirrell against the wall. Snape exuded an icy, domineering aura, his voice low and cold. This matter shouldn't be public. Have you figured out how to get past that stupid dog Hagrid keeps? Quirrell cowered like a victim, stammering, Snape, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to be my enemy, do you, Quirrell? I don't. Snape leaned in closer. Your little tricks won't fool me. I really don't. They'll give you more time to think. I hope you know whom to serve. Just then an owl flew past the window. Snape issued a final warning, withdrew his hand from the wall, and swept away in his billowing black robes. Once Snape was out of sight, Quirrell stopped trembling, his eyes turning cold and sinister. He smoothed his wrinkled robes, stood still for a moment, as if conversing with Voldemort, then a flicker of conflict crossed his eyes before he sighed and departed. Shower enjoyed the drama immensely. A duel of 2 drama kings, both Oscar-worthy performances. He mused that Quirrell had probably already approached Hagrid. Soon, he would trade a dragon egg for the secret to getting past the 3-headed dog. In the original story, after obtaining the secret, Quirrell waited for Dumbledore to leave the school. There was no need to wait until the entire holiday ended. He had no idea Dumbledore used the Mirror of Erist as the final defense. Otherwise, it would be too illogical. Now Dumbledore was absent from the school for days at a time, leaving the back door wide open with only Snape keeping watch. Time was pressing. Shower gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and turned toward the 8th floor. Entering the room of requirements' private spell practice chamber, he immediately allocated the legendary point to Lightning Blade. Level 6 Lightning Blade achieved. In an instant, Shower felt a significant change in his perception of the world. Although he had been closely aligned with the thunder element to the max, it had always been passive, with the thunder element in the air actively resonating with him. His own control over these elements was basically zero. Even with the thunder-based spells, the construction of the spell's core still relied on his own magical power, with the thunder element joining passively. But now the power of the level 6 Thunderblade was still unknown. However, Shower could vaguely sense the wandering thunder elements in the air, as if he could actively communicate with them. Shower reached out toward the empty sky, and with a mental command, the invisible thunder elements began to dance around his palm. His handsome features were filled with joy as he quickly drew out his wand. With National Collapse in hand, the wand trembled incessantly, spewing forth a large amount of purple electric sparks. Shower could clearly feel the excitement of the wand, urging him to use it quickly. He smiled and directly infused it with his magical energy, activating the Thunderblade. As Shower's magical power surged, a wave of purple energy enveloped the wand. This time was different from before. A similar purple light began to coalesce from the air next to the wand, flowing into the forming Thunderblade like a stream. If in the past Shower needed 10 units of magical power to initially shape the Thunderblade, now he only needed 6 to 7 units, borrowing the remaining third from the world around him. Moreover, the condensed Thunderblade was even more resilient and sharp, with the complex runes on the blade appearing more mysterious. The flowing purple light radiated like a halo, resembling a weapon used by deities, dazzling and magnificent. Annihilation. After shouting a powerful slogan, Shower swung the Thunderblade forward with force. A 3-meter-long purple sword shot out like a stream of sword energy, carrying dazzling purple light and an overwhelming momentum that split the heavy stone wall in half. The long Thunderblade energy effortlessly penetrated the stone wall as if it were soft tofu. The upper half of the stone wall fell to the ground along the smooth cross-section, shattering into several pieces. After the sword light passed, it directly collided with the walls of the Wish Room, causing the entire building to shake violently. Countless runes emerged and flickered on the wall, with a large amount of magical power converging from the castle, dissolving the power of the sword light and repairing the damage to the wall. Shower was somewhat dumbfounded. He didn't have time to continue experimenting with how many elements from heaven and earth he could summon with a large-scale thunder web. He quickly sheathed the Thunderblade and hurried outside the Wish Room. This magic experiment had been reckless. The school had its authority, and at least the principal, Dumbledore, could sense all significant disturbances in Hogwarts Castle. He was worried about being caught in the act of destruction. Little did Shower know that he was lucky today, as the old bee was not at school. Hurriedly fleeing the scene and quickly returning to his dormitory, Shower finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't caught at the scene, it wouldn't be considered his responsibility. However, he immediately became excited again, his eyes filled with thrill. A level 6 skill, how terrifying. Not only was the consumption low, but its power had truly undergone a qualitative change. Just now, with a casual strike, he achieved such an effect. If he were given some time to gradually summon the elements from heaven and earth, the results would be astonishing. TSK. After calming down, Shower furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. Right, it was impossible for there to be an infinite increase in spell power, otherwise he would have dared to strike the principal's office by now. There were two very intuitive limitations here. Firstly, the efficiency of magical output and the summoning of elements from heaven and earth. Secondly, Shower's upper limit on magical control. In battle, every second counts. No one gives their opponent time to unleash a big move. Spells must be completed within those few seconds. Moreover, the stronger the spell power, the harder it is to control. It's like taking care of kindergarten children. Managing 1 is easy, managing 10 is manageable, but managing 100, that would make one wish to die on the spot. However, Shower was already very satisfied, estimating that with just a level 6 Thunderblade and his maxed out affinity for thunder elements, using thunder spells, his innate control and conversion rate were already higher than average. He could handle opponents below the legendary level, at least reaching an undefeated stage. After more practice, taking down a remnant soul of Voldemort would not be a big issue. Draco had been teaching Goyle and Crabbe the petrification spell in the corner, watching as Shower began to show his usual blank expression again. Draco felt quite distressed. Shower is under too much pressure. He's becoming a bit mentally unstable. It's my fault for being useless. I can't share his burden. If you don't learn this spell tonight, you can't sleep. Shower snapped out of his thoughts as Draco's voice scolded the two fools softly in his ear. He smiled, ignoring it. Draco was much more patient now than before. He took out a notebook from his ring and checked off a small goal. Then he began jotting down notes and sketches, realizing that plans never keep up with changes and needed constant adjustments. Recently, the Slytherin snakes found the head boy to be as elusive as a dragon. They could only see him during classes, but other times, even Draco and Alice, his close confidants, had no idea what Shower was up to. They only knew that Shower often ventured into the Forbidden Forest, but they had no clue what he was doing there. Theodore knew a bit, but no one could pry words from this taciturn person. The entire Hogwarts had also changed significantly. If a graduate returned to visit the school, they might think they had gone to the wrong place. In the corridors, everyone had become courteous, nodding to each other when they met. Except for the Gryffindor boys, who maintained a stiff, knightly demeanor, the rest behaved like typical gentlemen and ladies. Professors well-versed in etiquette remarked that the students' manners were no less than those of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. During meals, the lively scene of hearty eating was still, as it had always been, yet there was a unique beauty to it. However, there were comically awkward situations, as many students were still not accustomed to using chopsticks, leading to frequent incidents of accidental injuries. Moreover, in class, everyone vied to answer questions for house points, with even the badgers no longer remaining invisible. For the sake of delicious food, their enthusiasm surpassed even that of the Ravenclaw scholars. This amazed the professors, as although the badgers often answered incorrectly, they were still comforted, adding 1 or 2 points to encourage them. Professor McGonagall was very pleased to see all these changes, believing that she must be the greatest deputy headmistress in Hogwarts history. Alas, there is no such thing as perfection. After Shower abolished electric therapy, the troublemaking twins were showing signs of revival. McGonagall was determined to win the House Cup this year. With 3 weeks left until the Quidditch match, this year's Quidditch Cup also looked promising thanks to Harry's recent training, which had been quite effective, giving her hope. Moreover, with Shower's presence, Slytherin probably wouldn't dare to engage in dirty tricks in Quidditch. McGonagall mused, "I need to talk to Shower later and think of a way to keep the twins in check." Time flew by, and 2 weeks past Halloween was just 2 days away. On this day, the mysteriously absent Shower suddenly had Alice gather the 4 subordinates of the throne to meet that evening in the throne room of the Wish Room. Some readers often ask if there is a fan group, but Tomato does not allow it. Groups can be chaotic and involve some undesirable matters. After all, many readers are students, and the authors' groups have been closed several times. If you want to suggest plot ideas to Juntong, you can raise them in the book circle or add the DY number, which is the same as the author's pen name. But don't send inappropriate messages to Juntong. Hermione was thrilled today. After possessing the sequence deck for over a month, she could finally attend the throne's meeting. When she arrived at the marvelous room of requirement, her excitement only grew. The solemn grandeur of the pentagram hall, the 52 resplendent seats, and the lofty black gold throne all captivated her senses. Every detail stirred Hermione's heart, making her feel the hot blood surging through her veins. She clenched her fists several times to keep from crying out in excitement. "Hermione, your seat is the 10th in the upper right wind zone, reserved for Ravenclaw." Draco introduced the information to Hermione in a flat tone. He felt a twinge of resentment. Why was he the 10 of spades while Hermione was the 10 of clubs? With Theodore as the 9 of spades, Draco sensed the pressure mounting. Hermione had long known about Draco's thunderous nature and paid it no mind. Shawn had told her that understanding these schoolboys was easier if she subtracted 3 years from their ages. Approaching her designated seat, she first adjusted her carefully chosen blue and white dress, took a deep breath, and then solemnly sat down on the ornate chair. Her back pressed against the soft, comfortable chair, she felt both honored and burdened, a sense of responsibility. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the higher sequence throne nearby, and saw Alice poised with elegance, seated on an even loftier throne across the chamber. Hermione told herself, "Hermione Granger, you're not inferior, you're the best." After Alice and the others had taken their seats, everyone waited in solemn silence. A few minutes later, Shawn, clad in a black-purple robe, slowly emerged from the rear hall and ascended the throne step by step. Alice and the others noticed something different about the chief today. Though his smile was as warm as ever, an intense aura of slaughter emanated from him, and arcs of lightning flickered around him. After settling into his seat, Shawn first glanced at Hermione alone in the upper right wind zone, then calmly addressed his 4 subordinates. "Though the throne remains weak, it has gained a new member. We are growing stronger." Shawn raised a hand to stop his subordinates from rising to pledge their loyalty, and continued, "Halloween is approaching, and an important plan of mine must be completed on that day. That's why I've summoned you today, to assign tasks that will support my plan. This will be the throne's first operation." As he spoke, Shawn's warm smile turned cold. He rose to his feet and swept his black-purple sleeves. "Alice, heed my command." Alice immediately stood, placed one hand over her chest, and declared firmly, "At your command. I have imprisoned several hundred small creatures near the Forbidden Forest. You will organize senior students to transform them into portable ornaments using transfiguration and distribute them to the young witches and wizards on Halloween night." "Yes, Chief." "Hermione." Hermione's blood rushed to her head, but she quickly imitated Alice's gesture, placing one hand over her chest and shouting loudly, "At your command. Contact Percy, Penelope, Cedric, and a Montague. Instruct them to organize the students and ensure they stay calm and retreat quickly if any incident occurs on Halloween night." After Shaw gave his instructions, Hermione longed to ask why, but unconditional obedience was the proper demeanor for a thrown subordinate. Yes, Chief. Shaw waved for her to step back, and continued Theodore. Theodore immediately strode to the center of the hall, knelt on one knee, and gazed fervently at the imposing chief. At your command. Shaw paused briefly but paid it no mind, and continued, on Halloween it may be necessary. Can you accomplish it? Though fervent, Theodore did not agree immediately. He thought calmly and seriously for half a minute before vowing resolutely, Chief, I swear on my life that I can complete it. Shaw pondered briefly, and said, your life is more important than the mission. Theodore's pale face showed no change, but a hint of softness flickered in his frenzied eyes. Shaw sighed inwardly, and waved his hand. All right, this meeting is adjourned. As Shaw finished speaking, Draco, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Chief, what about me? What about my mission? Shaw was about to return to the rear hall, but turned at Draco's question. Mr. Malfoy, you can't even cast a proper shield charm. On Halloween night, just stay hidden. Draco was speechless. He wanted to say Hermione wasn't any better, but then hesitated. Overachievers were an unpredictable breed. Draco had been working hard lately, but though his talent was decent, it was far from exceptional. Theodore passed by him with a light, ethereal step, his bearing increasingly reminiscent of the chief. Draco felt like punching himself in the head. He lacked Theodore's insane perseverance, sleeping only 4 hours a day. Alice walked up behind Draco and patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, the chief only wants what's best for you. Alice finished speaking and walked away with a smile. Draco's cowlick instantly twisted into an shape, signaling his heartache. Hermione also passed by, covering her mouth with a laugh. Draco grew even more frustrated. Was his 10 of spades a fake? After a moment's thought, he decided to find Harry to vent his sorrows to his best friend. Back in a room in the rear hall, which had been decorated as a study and lounge, Shaw sat down in a comfortable chair and leaned back to rest, genuinely exhausted from the past few days. Yet unconsciously he opened his right palm, where a purple light gradually gathered, then transformed into the shape of a sword and net a shield. Repeating the cycle. Though feigning rest, Shaw couldn't help mentally reviewing his plan. It was largely flawless, as no plan could be perfect. Shaw didn't have to push himself so hard as if enslaved by the system, living solely for completing tasks. But the sensation of wielding power and control was an addiction in itself. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could never grasp its allure. Just as a non-smoker cannot understand the ethereal bliss of that post-meal nicotine hit, warning children should not smoke. After an indeterminate time of feigned rest, Shaw's palm suddenly grew hot. He snapped his eyes open and found that the sofa had been burned with a hole by his lightning arc. He waved his hand to dispel the spell from his palm and glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already 8 in the evening. Feeling hungry, Shaw left the room of requirement, cast a disillusionment charm, and headed toward the kitchen. With creature absent from Hogwarts, he had to go to the kitchen himself. He had sent his house elf steward to handle matters in the Muggle world. Recently, Albert's performance had been outstanding, but the capital chain was under severe strain. With no other option, Shaw continued to sell off a portion of non-magical antiques, but he was running out of items to sell. The expansion in the Muggle world couldn't stop, and it was driving him to the brink of robbery. Before the kitchen door, Shaw scratched the pair on the painting, and amidst a few chuckles stepped through the open kitchen door. However, he found quite a few people inside, all dressed in the attire of little badgers. Truly worthy of the Hufflepuff reputation for eating 8 meals a day. What 8 meals? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a midnight snack. Make 4 plus 3 stolen bites during class, and 1 more nibble on the way. This time the little badgers weren't purely there to eat. They were consulting the house elves on how to cook Chinese dishes, only to be refused. Some little badgers, clutching Chinese cookbooks obtained from who knows where, were trying to mimic the recipes in a corner. But they were utterly bewildered by certain terms. For instance, a pinch of salt, a dash of sugar, an appropriate amount of vinegar, simmer over low heat. Shaw couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the little badgers were unsatisfied with the mere taste of Chinese cuisine at mealtimes, and wanted to fend for themselves. Cedric had been patiently bickering with Copper Ladle, the head house elf, when suddenly the elves in the room burst into an uproar. Copper Ladle, who had just been acting so old and feeble he could barely speak, immediately shoved Cedric aside and hurried towards the door. "Ah, the great Mr. Black, you've come to see us humble elves again. Boo-hoo, sir is here again, so happy I could cry." Cedric turned to look, only to see Shaw with a warm smile, shaking hands with the elves clustered around him, yet saying nothing. Many questions flashed through Cedric's mind. Among the entire wizarding community, the good-natured Hufflepuffs were the least prejudiced against house elves, yet they had never been so condescendingly gracious. A millennium of indoctrination meant that even the little badgers didn't truly believe elves and wizards could coexist as equals. But the scene before him was a certain shock to Cedric's worldview. From his understanding of Shaw over this period, this supremely powerful prodigy, though seemingly easygoing, was actually domineering in nature. He hardly seemed like someone who believed in the equality of all beings. In that moment, Shaw became even more enigmatic in Cedric's eyes. Shaw, with practiced experience, waited for the elves to vent their emotions before speaking. "Friends, please prepare me a bowl of bird's nest porridge and some grilled squid." "Thank you." Immediately a dozen elves broke into a scuffle, each vying to make Shawl his midnight snack. It took Copper Ladle assigning 3 elves to quell the commotion. The little badgers watching nearby were dumbfounded. They were all wizards, so why was there such a difference in the elves' attitudes? To be precise, these elves were also very respectful to other young wizards, but upon closer inspection there was a sense of distance. Shawl had naturally spotted Cedric long ago. He smiled and waved a greeting, casually chatting about some recent amusing changes in Hufflepuff. Shawl had no intention of engaging in deeper conversation. Although he wished to recruit this outstanding little badger based on the intelligence he had gathered, the kind and honest Cedric might not readily accept his philosophy. Hufflepuffum was indeed a major group to win over in the future, but there was no need to rush. This group was still best approached with the slow boil method. Half an hour later, amidst a chorus of farewells, Shawl left the kitchen, carrying a food box. The little badgers immediately began discussing. Hey Cedric, Shawl is pretty easy to get along with. Those elves really admire him. Strange. He's kind-hearted and loves to dabble in food. He should be in Hufflepuff. We have purebloods here too, like the Burns and Milan families. Maybe the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Cedric did not echo his companions. His father worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, so Cedric possessed a bit of political acumen. He always felt that Shawl was hiding something. Shawl returned to the Slytherin dormitory. He found Draco looking somewhat sullen, while Goyle and Crabbe barely dared to breathe. After the meeting, Draco had gone to find Harry, but Harry was now busy with his studies, Quidditch practice, and spending much energy on practicing spells, leaving him no time for Draco. Consequently, Draco was feeling a bit withdrawn. Shawl waved his hand, levitating a table and chair in front of Draco. Draco remained with his head down, brooding. Shawl smiled, said nothing, sat down, placed the food box on the table, took out the food, and began to eat quietly. Gulp. A faint sound of swallowing was heard. Then, to cover his embarrassment, Draco quickly said, "Can you go eat somewhere else?" Delicious, huh? What did you just say?" Shawl pretended not to hear, looking up at Draco. Draco felt like crying. "I said I didn't say anything." Shawl let out an, "Oh," and continued eating his snack. Just as Shawl was finishing his meal, Draco finally spoke up. "Shawl, am I really that useless?" "Not really." Shawl's perfunctory answer only wounded Draco further, and he began to vent his self-loathing. "What do you mean, not really? I can't match Theodore in spells. I'm not even as good as Harry, and I can't handle affairs like Alice or Hermione. I'm a waste." After speaking, Draco looked at Shawl with expectation, hoping his best friend would comfort him. Shawl didn't say anything immediately. He finished the last mouthful of bird's nest porridge, put down the small bowl, pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth, and then asked, "Didn't I tell you to make more friends? How's that going?" At this, Draco shed his dejection and began to speak with confidence. "Of course it's going well. I had Dad send me lots of nice things. If I think someone has potential, I give them a gift, and then we become good friends. Theodore asked me to teach etiquette in Ravenclaw. When I was so popular with the older girls, I gave them a lot of—" Shawl choked for a moment. Although Draco's method seemed foolish, it was actually the most direct way to make friends, cutting straight to the essence. Silently clearing away the dishes, Shawl stood up and patted Draco on the shoulder. "Well done. Every faction needs a diplomat. That's your role. Keep it up." Draco nodded vigorously. "I understand. They'll do a good job. They'll write to Dad right away to send me more things." The rest of the night passed without incident, and the next 2 days flew by. Hogwarts had no Halloween holiday, but there were no classes in the afternoon. Shawl declared that today etiquette could be set aside, and all the students, feeling cooped up, began to play all sorts of pranks. Hogwarts was filled with jack-o'-lanterns enlarged by Hagrid's engorgement charm, making them exceptionally large. Besides the pumpkins, the wall sconces were decorated in various bat shapes, and many other terrifying elements filled the castle. The ghosts were particularly lively on this day. The students reveled throughout the afternoon. As evening approached, the usually brilliantly lit Great Hall had half its usual floating candles dimmed to enhance the atmosphere. As the students entered the hall, prefects from each year handed out bat-shaped brooches. Once everyone was seated, they awaited the start of the Halloween feast. Austria, Nurmengard. On Grindelwald's desk sat a cage constructed of blue fiend fire and alchemical mechanisms, imprisoning a purple bird resembling a phoenix. Its magnificent violet plumage crackled with electric light, and 2 golden crests swayed gently atop its head, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Its narrow, sharp eyes held a pair of piercing pupils so dark of violet they appeared black. It also possessed long, beautiful tail feathers, and its violet-black talons were exceptionally sharp. It bore a striking resemblance to a variant phoenix, or a smaller thunderbird, or at least a close relative. Grindelwald adjusted his blue half-moon spectacles with his hand, leaning his head closer to the cage, adopting a somewhat scholarly air. "Master, the Nordic Muggles call this bird the Violet Lightning Kite. It is a deified incarnation of the Thunder God. This magical creature, though unable to manipulate lightning on a large scale like a thunderbird, possesses stronger individual lightning attacks and far greater flight speed, almost comparable to apparition. For delivering messages, it can travel between Austria and England in 2 hours." Abernathy, standing respectfully at the side, reported truthfully. The saint's face still bore a few unhealed burn scars, yet he did not recount the extent of the damage incurred during the capture of this violet lightning kite. Grindelwald paused, recalling certain secrets known only to legendary wizards or high-ranking members of the magical world. Although the major pantheons of the world were all passed down orally or recorded by muggles, and all mythologized, their prototypes were all factions founded by powerful wizards. The most recently fallen pantheon was the Nordic Odin of 1,000 years ago. This Odin was a staunch believer in pure blood supremacy. Looking at the divine relationships within his lineage, it was clear almost all were close-kin marriages. Whether marrying sisters or marrying off nephews, the relationships were a chaotic mess. And Hogwarts founder Salazar Slytherin, after leaving the school, also went north to seek out this legendary wizard with similar ideals. It was unknown what conflict arose between the two, but they fought. In Norse mythology, the great serpent Jormungandr, which constantly attacked Asgard, was Salazar's pet. Furthermore, both legendary wizards were fanatics obsessed with human and magical creature experimentation. Thus, Norse mythology is filled with various forms of werewolves, giants, and other magical beings, adding many legends to this pantheon's lore. Snapping back to reality, Grindelwald casually asked, "This bird must have been hybridized by Odin, that self-deifying pure-blood wizard. Didn't you face resistance from the native pure-blood descendants in the north?" Abernathy stood ramrod straight, speaking with fervor, "For the greater good your subordinates, fear no sacrifice." Grindelwald nodded in approval and said no more. The outcome was what mattered. He reached his hand toward the fiendfire cage. The blue flames, though not cast by Grindelwald himself, obediently opened a gap. The ever-vigilant violet lightning kite inside the cage immediately pecked, aiming to pierce Grindelwald's finger. However, a layer of dark blue scales instantly covered the surface of Grindelwald's palm, rendering the peck harmless, and he accurately stroked the kite's head. It was quite nice to pet. It would make a good companion. Scree. The violet lightning kite, deeply displeased, began to wreathe itself in arcs of lightning, but was immediately suppressed by the alchemical devices within the blue fiendfire cage. It could only glare at Grindelwald with fierce eyes. "Hey, little one, don't be angry. I've found you a good master. You'll thank me later." Grindelwald, satisfied with the untamed bird, turned and instructed, "Now tame it properly. It must be ready by Christmas." After Abernathy led the violet lightning kite away, Grindelwald watched the sky outside grow increasingly dark. The night wind gently brushed his aged face, and he felt a chill. "Oh, right, tonight is Halloween. How can I spend it alone? It's too lonely." Saying this, Grindelwald took out a coin with a function similar to a two-way mirror and began to infuse it with magic. Then cheerfully he quickly changed into a hospital gown, lay down in a rocking chair by the fireplace, and feigned being a patient. Time rewind half an hour. Hogwarts was now packed with people. The ban was lifted today, so aside from Slytherin, the other three house tables were very lively, especially the Gryffindors who had been cooped up. At the staff table, only the headmaster and the 4 heads of houses had come for the feast. After the headmaster gave a brief opening speech, everyone became cheerful. The headmaster kept praising McGonagall for her excellent management, insisting she deserved a raise. The great hall was fragrant. The Hogwarts tables had been completely conquered by Eastern dishes. The previously popular steaks, chicken legs, and sandwiches were untouched. The most enthusiastic eaters were naturally the Hufflepuffs. They weren't as boisterous as the Lions, but they ate the fastest. Cedric seemed preoccupied, constantly thinking about what the Ravenclaw girl Hermione Granger had asked him earlier. "Hey Cedric, stop daydreaming, or I'll steal your mapo tofu." "I don't touch it. It's all mine." At the Gryffindor table, Harry, unlike the other Lions, wasn't causing a ruckus. He ate his meal quietly. With good food at school and frequent Quidditch training, Harry had grown much stronger, no longer as scrawny as before. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that Ron had been acting off all day. In fact, he had been in a daze for the past 2 weeks. He would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, mumbling in his sleep about the Serpent King not killing him. He also noticed Neville wasn't as timid as before. Though still shy, he was more proactive, constantly asking Harry for advice. Harry glanced towards the Slytherin table, where they were still adhering to their usual etiquette. It wasn't that Shore forbade it, but a stern look from the beautiful Alice was enough to keep the little snakes in line. Her authority was established. The idle Shore sat at the head. Tonight he wasn't wearing the green-trimmed silver school robes, but a fitted black and purple hunting coat, which looked very sharp and handsome, even carrying a hint of dominance. At the Ravenclaw table, the girls who had sent Shore gifts kept glancing his way boldly, not caring about others' stares. When they saw Shore eating a red pudding, their expressions changed slightly. However, a few girls instead cast even more amorous glances, looking eager to try. Shore was currently scooping pudding with a spoon in one hand while playing with a coin in the other. The silver coin flipped and rolled nimbly across the back of his hand, a small habit he used to regulate his nerves when tense. He hadn't played with coins for a while since coming to the magical world. Lately he had become quite fond of these jelly-like treats. They were smooth and tender, with varied flavors, truly never boring. As for why it was red, it was intentional. He wanted to ward off some of the girls with ill intentions towards him. He was now deluged with love letters and gifts every day, finding it incredibly annoying. He had no choice but to solidify his legend as the violent Great Demon King. Alice had already finished eating. This time, instead of brewing tea and waiting for Shawn, she got up to communicate again with some peripheral subordinates, ensuring everything was foolproof. In the corner, Theodore hadn't eaten a thing. His expression was grim as he kept polishing his white jade wand. Only Draco, after being refused by Shawn when he asked to be taught the cool trick of rolling a coin on his knuckles, had given up and was drowning his sorrows in delicious food. Time ticked by. At the staff table, Dumbledore's expression suddenly changed. He pressed a hand to his chest. He sidespoke a few words into the air, and a lunchbox appeared on the table. Dumbledore picked up the box, said a few words to McGonagall, and exchanged a glance with Snape before hurrying away. Seeing this, Shawn's face lit up. His pen pal had come through again, providing a perfect assist. Indeed, as luck would have it, not long after Dumbledore left, the Great Hall doors burst open with a bang. Quirrell, his face full of terror, staggered to the center of the hall and said weakly, "Troll, there's a troll. I thought you all knew." Then, feigning unconsciousness, he fell to the floor with a professional thud, hitting the ground with a loud crack. As Quirrell brought news of the troll, the Great Hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a clamor of noise, with young witches and wizards everywhere, trembling in fear and panic. "Ah, troll! How terrifying! How could such a monster be in Hogwarts? Mother save me! What do we do? Right, find a place to hide." Though in the original tale, Harry and Ron managed to handle a troll with ease, that was purely due to the protagonist's halo. In a real confrontation, even 3 or 5 ordinary adult wizards would struggle to subdue a troll quickly. Of course, elite aurors and eccentric professors were exceptions, like the Great Bat, who could finish it off with a few Sectum Semper spells. Shawn had prepared well. He shot Theodore a meaningful glance, and Theodore immediately rose, gripping his white jade wand, and strode out with long steps. His task tonight was to lead the troll on a chase, preventing the professors from finding it for at least half an hour. It was a daunting mission. Shawn was also relieved that Dumbledore had slipped away, making Theodore's task somewhat easier. Alice had already begun deploying her team. The outer circle members had merged into the crowd, ready to organize the students. In an instant, the Great Hall was in chaos, a whirlwind of confusion. Professor McGonagall rose from the staff table and called out loudly, "Quiet, everyone." Seeing no effect, she added a sonorous charm to her voice. "Quiet, everyone." The young witches and wizards stared blankly at Professor McGonagall, who was about to speak further. But Shawn stepped forward to the staff table and declared, "Professor, there's no time to lose. Go capture the troll. Leave this to me." McGonagall paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Shawn's influence among the students now perhaps surpassed that of the professors in certain matters. She quickly led Flitwick and Sprout to hunt the troll, while Snape had already vanished. After McGonagall and the others left, those who had been prearranged could act more freely. The chaos in the Great Hall was swiftly subdued. Many senior prefects guided their house students toward the hall's perimeter, with each house occupying one direction. The young witches and wizards were bewildered, some reluctant to comply, but upon hearing that it was Shawn's order, they dared not object. They obediently followed their prefects to stand in their designated formations. Meanwhile, Shawn was blocking Quirrell's path to the upper floors. With a composed demeanor, he taunted the anxious Quirrell. "Professor, are you heading back to your office? A professor who doesn't protect students is hardly a good one." Quirrell had planned to slip out of the Great Hall amid the confusion and head to the 4th floor to attempt a forced entry past the three-headed dog. Quirrell was truly desperate, unwilling to spend a fortune on a dragon egg to trade information from that fool Hagrid. But now Shawn blocked his way. A cold glint flashed in Quirrell's eyes, though he quickly resumed his timid demeanor. "Shawn, I'm injured. Let me pass. I need to rest." Since the students had not yet formed their defensive array, Shawn had to bide his time engaging Quirrell in idle chatter. "Professor, why are you stammering again? Is it because there are too many people here?" Quirrell's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and he hissed venomously, "Shawn, do you want to die? Do you know what you're doing? Move aside." Shawn pulled out his wand, tapping it lightly against his palm, and continued his rambling. Quirrell, a person's success or failure in life often hinges on a single choice, so choose wisely. And you have no choice left." Quirrell's face turned ashen. "What do you mean? Do you know something?" Shawn glanced back to see that the students were mostly in their designated positions, with 1 or 2 skilled seniors capable of casting the advanced shield charm, Protego Maxima, standing before each formation. Moreover, the animals that had been transformed into brooches were restored to their original forms, and then petrified, now arranged as a wall in front of the students. Though Shawn was confident he didn't want any accidental casualties, so he had taken precautions for the students' safety. Voldemort's killing curse was formidable, and a wall of living shields provided an extra layer of security. Quirrell, noticing the strangeness of the hall, grew anxious. He secretly gripped his wand in his pocket and blustered, "Shawn, what are you trying to do? Attack a professor. You'll be expelled." Seeing everything was ready, Shawn couldn't be bothered with further talk. With a casual wave, 5 dazzling cards flew from his ring, hovering above him, spinning in a vortex of blazing light. The wand in his hand transformed into a radiant thunderlight sword, which he swung directly at Quirrell. A 3-meter-long sword aura, as if splitting the sky, shot forth, hurtling toward Quirrell. Every young witch and wizard was stunned, first puzzled by Shawn's strange arrangements, then witnessing him attacking a professor. Countless question marks arose in their minds. Was he so lawless? Had the great demon king grown dissatisfied with the existing power structure and decided to conquer Hogwarts starting with the weakest target? A dozen or so nearly fanatical young Slytherins found their chief incredibly cool, howling as they drew their wands ready to join the fray. Stay put. Don't move. Alice turned back, her wild, fierce gaze sweeping over these fearless, impulsive youths, halting their suicidal charge. In the arena, Quirrell, though usually timid and stammering, was merely putting on an act. He was a seasoned adventurer who had traveled the world and ventured into primeval forests, having fought countless battles. If not for encountering the anomaly that was Voldemort, he would have been more than qualified as a defense against the dark arts professor. Protego. Protego. Quirrell drew his wand, quickly assessing the power of the Thunderlight sword's aura, and hastily cast 2 thick, blue glowing shields. Boom. Boom. The sword aura pierced through the first shield with unstoppable force, then amid shards of blue light, struck the second, perfectly dissipating, without wasting a trace of magical energy. Such was the mark of rich combat experience. Quirrell erected a blue protective barrier. Realizing he had been exposed, he turned and bolted for the main entrance. Any later, and the returning professors would trap him. But the next moment, a blue water serpent descended from above, its gaping, ferocious maw lunging at him with a cascade of water. Enraged, Quirrell fired off a rapid succession of freezing and blasting curses. Immobulus. Confringo. Boom. The blue water serpent instantly froze into a solid block, then exploded into fragments that scattered everywhere. Flying ice shards grazed some distant young witches and wizards, startling the prefects into hastily raising shields. Shawn narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the combat prowess of wizards varied vastly. He summoned another water serpent from his cards, which instead of attacking Quirrell coiled around him. Then Shawn began to gather his power, twirling the Thunderlight sword in his hand with practiced flair, his hunting cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an air of dashing elegance. A massive crackling purple electric net formed around and above Quirrell, as if blotting out the sky and trapping him like a turtle in a jar. Damn it! Quirrell cursed under his breath, dodging a lunge and coil from the blue serpent. He swung his wand fiercely. Fiendfire. A jet of black fire erupted from his wand tip, the Fiendfire curse. Once unleashed, the Fiendfire rapidly transformed into a malevolent, towering serpent of flame. Voldemort had indeed taught Quirrell a few tricks. The fire serpent reared its head and charged at the obstructing blue water serpent. The collision of the 2 colossal serpents was a spectacular sight, almost shaking the very ground. In an instant, the floor trembled, sparks exploded, and steam billowed. Yet the water serpent was clearly outmatched, its body rapidly dissolved. Meanwhile, the Fiendfire serpent, feeding on everything around it, grew ever larger, exuding an overwhelming and domineering presence. This terrified the young witches and wizards nearby, and even the senior students felt a chill of fear. As senior, we should run. Go get the professors. Make them stop. Is that the legendary Fiendfire? Professor Quirrell has gone mad. Is he trying to destroy the hall? Yet Alice and Draco stood firm, their expressions resolute. They believed their chief would surely defeat Quirrell. Although they didn't understand why the chief was fighting, that hardly mattered. Shawn calmly observed the raging Fiendfire serpent in the hall, his composure unshaken. Since he dared to act within the great chamber, he had naturally come prepared. Fortunately, while he could not cast the Fiendfire extinction curse, he could weave a net of concentrated lightning elements to suppress the Fiendfire. Lightning could vanquish evil. Though it could not dominate Fiendfire like a natural predator, causing it to flee in terror, the lightning element could neutralize the curse attributes within the Fiendfire, canceling each other out. Once the remaining pure flames were left, victory would come down to a contest of magical reserves. A contest of magical reserves. In an unknown duel below the legendary tier, Shawn feared no one. He still had 20 magic-storing poker cards in his ring. After the 2 blue water serpents were devoured by the Fiendfire serpent, his serpent-trapping lightning net was ready. Close. Shawn clenched his fist fiercely, and the colossal purple net reaching the vaulted ceiling began to contract rapidly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As its size diminished, the densely woven lightning threads grew more solid, shimmering with streaks of purple radiance and leaping arcs of electricity, a breathtaking and dazzling sight. Crackle, crackle. Hiss. As the lightning net touched the towering flame serpent, a violent collision erupted. Boom. The great serpent struggled to keep its body upright, but was slowly forced to bend, while the Fiendfire forming its massive frame rapidly dissipated. At the point of impact, the lightning net drew immense magical power from the interwoven threads converging from all directions, and even absorbed lightning elements from the air to reinforce itself. The Fiendfire serpent, like a cornered beast, lashed out wildly and relentlessly, attacking the purple electric net from every angle. With each strike, entail sweep flames surged and rolled. When Fiendfire grew to a certain intensity, and its controller lacked sufficient strength, the curse would spiral out of control. In his time, Grindelwald had nearly burned down Paris with a single fire due to poor control, and it took over 100 elite wizards casting the Fiendfire extinction curse to contain it. Quirrell, too, was in a dire predicament. Though the fiend-fire serpent above was attacking the lightning net, he was also caught in the crossfire, battered and disheveled, his robes tattered. He could only sustain a protective barrier with the fiend-fire extinction curse. Yet his resistance grew increasingly desperate as the fire serpent shrank and the lightning net closed in. You truly are a failure, unable to best even a first-year student. Surrender your body to me. Voldemort's voice hissed from the back of Quirrell's head, unable to bear it any longer. If Quirrell's body perished, he as a mere remnant soul could accomplish little. Quirrell hesitated. Handing over his body at this critical moment would have dire consequences. His magical power and life force would likely be drained dry. But hearing the fiend-fire serpent's final mournful cry as it crumbled to ash, he knew he had no choice. Then he let his guard down. In the hall, everyone watched in on, never expecting Shaw's spell could counter the all-consuming fiend-fire. Fred, squinting, shrank his neck. Hey George, turns out the Dark Lord was just playing with us all along. George, smirking, rolled his eyes. Right, all hail the Dark Lord. And the deputy headmaster's dog. A pretty young eagle girl sighed. Oh, Merlin's pudding Shaw is so twisted, I love it. Harry's eyes were filled with admiration. So this is Shaw's true power. I need to work even harder. Alice and Draco were now fervent with devotion. Following such a leader, how could their great cause fail? The others harbored similar thoughts. Yet Shaw in the midst of the hall was not as at ease as they imagined. As the purple net neared Quirrell, he grew intensely tense. He knew Voldemort was about to appear. And indeed, the next moment Quirrell transformed, and thick black mist billowed from his body. It formed an immensely powerful energy field with binding force, halting the rapidly contracting purple net in its tracks. The net blazed with dazzling light, but could advance no further. Such was the might of a legendary wizard. Within the mist, Quirrell's pale face twisted and contorted as if he had drunk polyjuice potion. His skin writhed, bulging and shrinking. Gradually he took on a visage with a pointed chin, flattened nose, and crimson eyes, Voldemort himself. His unique aura of darkness and malevolence instantly flooded the entire hall. Voldemort twisted his neck, tore off the turban from his head, and rubbed his bald pate, acclimating to the unfamiliar body. He then fixed his gaze on Shaw across the lightning, net a mix of admiration and resentment in his eyes, and spoke in a raspy voice. Shaw, you have disrupted the greatest Dark Lord's plans. Yet considering you are somewhat talented, kneel, and pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall spare your life. Silence fell over the hall. No one had yet realized the figure was Voldemort. The Dark Lord had been dead for 11 years. They only thought Quirrell had undergone some strange mutation. But Shaw's words stunned everyone. Voldemort, you are nothing but a vermin skulking in filthy sewers, a remnant soul hiding in Quirrell's body, meddling with petty schemes, and you dare to demand my submission. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, the young witches and wizards erupted in chaos. Voldemort. Oh no. Impossible. The Dark Lord was killed by Harry. But Quirrell does look strange and evil. And resembles the Dark Lord. No, how could Quirrell be the Dark Lord? Oh no. Harry reacted the most violently, clutching his searing forehead and falling to one knee, trembling all over. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Voldemort in the hall. Hermione suppressed her curiosity, having grown up in the Muggle world. Her fear of the Dark Lord was based only on others' tales. Though terrified, she did not forget one of Shaw's tasks, hurriedly raising her magical camera and snapping photo after photo of the scene. Later, with developing potion, the images could be turned into a moving picture. Voldemort was nearly exploding with rage. This Shaw was not only ungrateful, disrupting his plans, but had also insulted him. You brat seeking death. Now let the great Dark Lord teach you the true meaning of power. With a flick of his wand, magical power surged within Quirrell's body. The remnants of fiend fire on the ground reignited, bursting into flames as if under an engorgement charm. With a bang, a black fiend fire serpent erupted from the floor. Though also made of fiend fire, this serpent's might was incomparably greater than Quirrell's. Voldemort's fiend fire was as black as ink, the scales on the serpent lifelike, with molten red magical energy flowing across its body, both mysterious and sinister. As soon as the serpent emerged, it coiled briefly, then launched itself at the purple net overhead. Boom! The violent impact caused the already dense net to bulge outward, significantly, sparks and embers exploding, accompanied by the serpent's hoarse roars. The ferocious serpent battered the net, relentlessly warping it continuously. It too could draw energy from the air. The water elements released by the blue water serpents earlier were now largely converted into nourishment for the serpent under Voldemort's control. The foundational threads of the purple net snapped repeatedly, only to be repaired by the influx of magical power. Shaw, gripping the magic-storing poker cards, continuously drew upon their reserves and absorbed elemental energy from the surroundings to rapidly repair the purple net. He dared not let Voldemort break free. Yet he had underestimated the capabilities of a legendary wizard. Some young wizards at Hogwarts began to believe that the noseless Quirrell in the electric grid was indeed Voldemort. Ordinary wizard duels were not actually that dazzling, mostly like shooting lasers at each other. Such earth-shattering battles only existed among top-tier wizards. Voldemort and Dumbledore had never fought openly in public back in the day, though they must have clashed in private. The older generation might know how magnificent a battle between legendary wizards could be, but the young ones were truly witnessing for the first time a fight among top wizards beneath the legendary level. Naturally, they mistook it for a legendary battle. They were now both astonished that Voldemort was not dead and by his powerful and evil magic. Even more astonishing was that Shawn, a first-year student, dared to stand firm against him, even achieving a stalemate. Chief Mighty. Some little Slytherin was the first to shout this, and soon the passionate atmosphere spread rapidly. Chief Mighty. Deputy Head Mighty. Brother Shawn Mighty. Shawn showed no reaction to the cheers, but Brother almost made him stumble. Meanwhile, Voldemort in the arena felt a humiliating sense of being watched like a monkey in a show. His snake-like face twisted even more grotesquely, both shocked and enraged. You all deserve to die. Every one of you. He had only previously seen that Shawn possessed exceptional magical talent, hoping to make him a loyal servant like Regulus. But now Shawn had not only ruined his resurrection plan, but also forced him to reveal himself. Moreover, Shawn's magical talent was monstrous beyond his imagination. A selfish ruler like Voldemort could tolerate powerful subordinates like Snape, but not one who surpassed him. Combining several reasons, even if Quirrell's life was sacrificed here today, Shawn must die. Voldemort's pale left hand hooked upward, and the giant fiendfire serpent split in two. One half exploded directly, its violent shockwave forcing the surrounding electric grid back several meters. The other half rapidly condensed, shrinking significantly into a pitch-black flaming spear. The spear, like the lance of Longinus that pierced Jesus, carried unparalleled sharpness, thrusting straight at the electric grid in Shawn's direction. This was not all. Voldemort flicked his right wand forward. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light as thick as a thigh burst from the wand tip, instantly dyeing the space within the grid an eerie green. The power of this curse was akin to the pillar of light Voldemort shot at Hogwarts' protective shield in the original story in his rage. The killing curse followed the flaming spear closely, clearly a lethal strike. Quirrell's body visibly withered and faint screams of his soul could be heard. On Shawn's side, as the grid was pushed back, he sensed trouble and immediately poured mana frantically to reinforce and constrict the electrical barrier. But seeing the giant spear and the green scene behind it, his scalp tingled. The intensity of this battle exceeded his expectations. The Dark Lord was indeed the Dark Lord, even in a crippled state. Underestimating him meant certain death. He gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Merlin's beard, he'll go all out. Shawn abandoned reinforcing the grid, letting the residual barrier protect the surrounding students. He quickly summoned 5 playing cards from his ring, each shooting forth formidable purple-black lightning rainbows over 2 zhang long. At that moment, the flaming spear slammed into the front of the grid. The grid had consumed too much energy everywhere and lacked the power to defend a single point. The impact point flickered, exploding countless arcs, and with a pop the spear pierced through after losing half its energy, continuing toward Shawn. The 5 purple-black lightning rainbows collided with the spear. The shockwave and heat from the violent impact sent those nearby tumbling. The young wizards lying prostrate were dumbfounded. There were even fiercer moves. Was this still wizardry? The 5 lightning rainbows consumed the flaming spear and like a relay crashed into the green pillars still connected to Voldemort's wand. Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle. This clash was not grand, only a piercing sound of rapid dissolution. Countless plasma-like sparks burst at the center, the air twisted by the heat. The rainbows visibly shrank. Shawn's eyes narrowed. His 5 lightning rainbows had taken a week to construct with vast mana. He had nearly wiped out the Acromantulas for them, yet now they were dissolving so fast. If he didn't kill Voldemort this time, it would be a huge loss. Shawn glanced at Voldemort in the distance and felt somewhat satisfied, as his opponent was also in poor condition. This was a test of endurance and resources. Shawn split his focus, maintaining the lightning rainbows while flourishing his sword. He moved sideways, charging at Voldemort, a purple shield forming around him as he moved. Earlier he had planned to use a water plus electricity tactic against Voldemort, but once Voldemort appeared, the water elements in the air became his slaves. Shawn was so startled he dared not even summon a water serpent. Now he was grateful he hadn't upgraded the water prison spell. Even a level 6 water prison could not match Voldemort's legendary level control over water. Though Voldemort was a remnant soul, his realm and understanding of magic remained. Shawn charged now only because he saw Quirrell's body was nearly spent. He had to maximize the outcome. With a single sword stroke, he would behead Voldemort, sending his head flying high. Could there be a better backdrop to highlight his invincibility? Could there be a better way to boost his prestige? Well, it wasn't just for show, but fate had other plans. Voldemort. Suddenly, a mournful, anguished voice came from the stairway behind Shawn. Shawn was speechless. He recognized that voice. He couldn't help but wonder why Snape wasn't guarding the 4th floor and had come to meddle. In a flash of thought, Shawn decided Snape shouldn't be exposed yet, so he tossed something backward. 3 dazzling playing cards leaped from his ring, shooting backward with red and blue flames, and 3 blue water serpents flew out midair. The water prison might not work on Voldemort, but it was more than enough to block Snape. Sectum Sempra. The sound of sword winds and serpent roars came from behind, clattering in battle. Shawn couldn't worry about that now. Passing through the grid, he saw Voldemort's withered face and felt a surge of joy. Voldemort, burning with rage, roared at the approaching Shore. "Despicable Shore, you deserve to die. You traitor, how could Regulus have such a rebellious son?" Shore had no intention of bantering with Voldemort. Gripping his sword with both hands, he leaped lightly and delivered a fierce slash at Voldemort. The Thunderlight sword radiated an even stronger magical essence, its sharpness reaching its peak. Voldemort frowned. If only Quirrell's body weren't so useless, he wouldn't be so constrained. While maintaining the killing curse to drain the lightning rainbows, he waved his other hand casually. With silent wandless magic, a dark green necrotic shield appeared beside him. Clang! The Thunderlight sword struck the diamond-shaped necrotic shield. The collision of sword and shield wove green and purple light together. The gust stirred Shore's hair and made his robes rustle. Shore stepped back half a pace, his eyes hardening as he poured mana relentlessly into the slightly dimmed Thunderlight sword. Shore continued slashing, and the necrotic shield began to show a dense web of cracks. After a few more strikes with a crack, the shield shattered. Voldemort gritted his teeth. When had the Dark Lord ever suffered such humiliation? With a fierce wave of his wand, he diverted the deadly green light of the killing curse to the side, where the nearly dissipated electric rainbow and net collided, exploding into a chaotic mass of lightning and green energy. This was the essence of battle experience. Seizing the moment, Voldemort drained the last vestiges of magical power from Quirrell's body. The Dark Lord favored the killing curse for its lethal convenience and his disdain for mere ants, yet this did not mean he was foolish enough to rely solely on Avada Kedavra for slaughter. A torrent of black mist surged from within him, once more swiftly enveloping him in a manipulation of water elements. After breaking the shield, Shaw, emboldened, pressed his advantage and slashed at the water mist with his sword. Yet the blade found no resistance, cutting through emptiness. His strike met nothing but air. From above, Voldemort's voice echoed, complex and layered. "Shameless Shaw, you are indeed a genius, but you know nothing of true power. I offer you one final chance. Kneel before me, and I shall grant you eternal life." Shaw looked up to see Voldemort floating aloft, shrouded in rolling black fog. Behind the Dark Lord, a dense dark light was contracting, emanating a chilling dread that seeped into Shaw's heart. This was undoubtedly Voldemort charging a devastating ultimate attack. Knowing well that villains often fall to verbose monologues, Shaw ignored Voldemort's persuasive threats and delaying tactics. "Old dog, do you think you're the only one who can fly?" he roared, channeling his magical power to form a crackling layer of electric armor over his body. Behind him, a radiant halo materialized, a pentagram of ethereal purple-gold light. As it rotated slowly, it lifted Shaw into the air. The Thunderlight sword in his hand transformed into a massive purple halberd of full zhang in length, as 3 mana-storing playing cards flew out, feeding it power without restraint. Voldemort cursed Shaw's ingratitude as his black mist expanded, filled with ghostly wails. This was his legendary domain, though whether the magical world used that term was uncertain. Gripping the halberd at its midpoint where his wand was embedded, Shaw charged forward, driven by the floating ring of lightning, plunging straight into the black fog. The black mist churned and surged violently, its explosive shockwaves radiating outward, quickly shattering the electrical nets. Despite her worry, Alice shouted commands. "What are you staring at?" "Raise shields." The stunned senior students scrambled to cast spells. "Protego Maxima." They chanted in unison, channeling their magic to reinforce the defense. The shockwave slammed into the barrier, causing it to flicker unsteadily. Within the battlefield, purple and green light intertwined in a blinding blaze, forcing all onlookers to avert their eyes. All they could glimpse was lightning dissolving the black mist while the darkness devoured the purple thunder. Shaw's battle cries and Voldemort's furious shouts echoed incessantly. The students were consumed by anxiety, many with tears streaming down their faces. "Damn it! Merlin bless us. The chief will surely win. Voldemort must die. Mommy, I want my mommy. If Shaw loses, will we all die?" Harry, now recovered, clenched his teeth in rage. Only Neville's restraint kept him from charging into the fray to avenge his parents. Draco's emotions were the most conflicted. His father had always extolled the Dark Lord's might, yet seeing Shaw match Voldemort blow for blow stirred both excitement and unease within him. A small faction, however, felt genuine elation. "Pansy ha! Shaw will surely die under the great Dark Lord's wand." Marcus ahem, well see. Gloria hee hee, father will be overjoyed to learn of the Dark Lord's return. Where's my foolish brother? The other anti-Shaw Slytherins fantasized about whether to kneel in loyalty or grovel and lick the Dark Lord's toes after his victory. In the distance, Snape's eyes were bloodshot. He had dispatched 3 blue water serpents, but had also forced himself to calm down. Even if he wished to join the fray, the energy field was too chaotic, indiscriminate in its destruction. He could only watch Shaw fight for his life, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, the pain the only solace for his anguish. "Lily, I am useless. The enemy stands before me, yet I cannot avenge you, and must watch a mere child." A thunderous boom erupted from the center of the battlefield, and the black mist was scattered by a gale. Gradually a figure emerged, standing tall with a halberd in hand. Though not imposing, Even somewhat slender, his hunting robes tattered, he exuded an indomitable presence. Voldemort's host Quirrell's body lay decapitated, his head soaring through the air, a stark testament to Shaw's overwhelming might. Before the stunned crowd could cheer, Voldemort's remnant soul surged from the headless corpse, coalescing into a flat serpentine face in the sky, dark and smoky. Hatred blazed in Voldemort's eyes. "Shameless Shaw, mark my words. I shall return." With that, his soul form twisted and rolled away toward the door, steeped in humiliation. Shaw watched, coldly, disdain written on his face. Next time, he vowed, the fight would not be so grueling, nor would it nearly bankrupt him. The hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. No one spoke for a long time. Though the Dark Lord was defeated, his soul endured. His parting words, "I shall return," hung like a sword of Damocles, instilling dread in all. Alice, after a moment of shock, dismissed the fear. If Shaw could kill Voldemort once, he could do so again. She raised her wand high and shouted, "Voldemort flees in defeat. The chief is invincible." Shaw's staunchest supporters echoed her cry, pointing their wands skyward. "The chief is invincible. The chief is invincible." This time, it wasn't just Slytherins. Students from other houses joined in, all hailing him as chief. Shaw, catching his breath, heard the commotion and prepared to make a dramatic turn. But then ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Seize the Savior's Fame Part 1. Reward 1000, level 1 faith points, 1 legendary point." Ding. New mission released. Seize the Savior's Fame Part 2 in your second year. Open the Chamber of Secrets and prove yourself a righteous heir of Slytherin. Mission reward 200, level 2 faith points, 1 legendary point. Shaw's lips twitched. The first part's reward was generous, lifting his spirits. But what was the second part? The mission itself was expected, but the word righteous. He scoffed inwardly. Shaw shook his head, deciding to ponder it later. He attempted to add the legendary point to his Thunderlight sword. This battle had proven that versatility paled in comparison to mastering a single skill. Ding. Upgrade failed. A level 7 spell requires 2 legendary points. Subsequent upgrades cost 1 point each. Bloody hell. Shaw was dumbfounded. Was this a trick? To max a skill from level 5 to level 10 would require at least 15 legendary points. Yet it made some sense. Level 6 spells bordered on legendary. A level 7 was legendary, level 8 high legendary, and level 9 supreme legendary. Level 10, oh, perhaps was divine. Shaw mused on this, unsure of its accuracy. But he had no time to ponder further, as a crowd of students swarmed around him, eager to shower him with praise. "Chief, you are majestic and unparalleled in Britain. Chief, you are absolutely awesome. Deputy Headmaster, you actually defeated the Dark Lord." Snape, his expression complex, also stepped forward to speak. Shaw didn't mind the adulation, but he had a pressing matter. Turning to the fervent Alice, he instructed, "Organize the restoration of the hall. The Halloween feast must not be delayed." With that, he flicked his halberd, reverting it to a wand, and dashed outside. He needed to check on Theodore. In the labyrinthine underground chamber, a foul stench permeated the air. Theodore limped along, struggling to run. Behind him, a hulking giant over 5 meters tall with bulging muscles gave chase with heavy strides that left craters in the ground. Boom. Unable to capture the elusive morsel, the giant grew increasingly frenzied. It swung a massive club with brutal force, smashing a deep pit into the floor. Shards of debris struck Theodore's back, carving bloody gashes and causing him to stumble once more. Without looking back, Theodore lunged forward while flicking his white jade wand behind him. Impedimenta. A translucent ripple spread backward, slightly hindering the giant's advance, but only for a fraction of a second. Theodore rolled on the ground, acquiring fresh cuts on his face and palms. He paid them no heed, scrambling to his feet and continuing his flight. He cast a disarming charm backward, hoping to knock the club from the giant's grasp, but the creature's magical resistance was formidable. Its skin was like granite, rendering spells utterly ineffective. Fortunately, his use of the impediment jinx was adept. The giant's head was no larger than a coconut, and it was exceedingly dim-witted, which allowed Theodore to lure it from the second floor to this place, though not without considerable effort and injury. Theodore led the giant in circles, deeming the time sufficient to fulfill his chief's orders to delay. His pallid face hardened with ferocity, a wild gleam blazing in his eyes. He was no coward who merely endured blows. Rounding a corner, he halted abruptly, wiping the blood from his face casually before bracing himself and calculating his timing. In his other hand, he clutched the playing card, the 9 of spades. As the giant's bulky form emerged from the turn, he cried, "Sectum Sempra." Confringo. 2 spells struck the giant's knee joints with precision. The creature howled in pain, 2 small holes blooming in its ashen skin. It staggered, but did not fall, instead growing more enraged, swinging its club wildly and indiscriminately. Boom, boom, boom. The walls and floor around them cracked and crumbled, vast clouds of dust rising as rubble flew. Humph. In the chaos, a stone the size of a human head slammed into Theodore's chest, forcing a muffled grunt from him as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Theodore swallowed the blood back down, his eyes growing even more manic as he charged toward the giant's feet. Protego. Amid the rain of blows, at the most perilous moment, he raised a shield to block a sweeping strike from the club. He then lunged forward, darting between the giant's legs to emerge behind it, aiming the card at its back and channeling the spell. He screamed with frenzied glee, "Die, you ugly freak." A bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm shot forth and struck the giant. Boom! The upper half of the giant exploded into pieces, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Its lower half toppled forward, lifelessly kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Countless charred chunks of flesh and blood rained down, drenching Theodore from head to toe, turning him into a crimson figure. Yet he paid it no mind, lying on the ground and laughing with unbridled relief. Ha 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 ha, they all must die, they all must die. In truth, with the protective card given by Shaw, Theodore could have slain the giant from a distance, or at least incapacitated it. But he deliberately closed in, seeking to taste the edge of death, only to revel in the bloodshed and laughter. Admittedly, it was somewhat pathological. After laughing for a while, Theodore suddenly sensed someone above. Though his eyes were veiled with a film of blood blurring his vision, he knew who it was. Opening his bloodied mouth, he murmured, "Chief, mission accomplished. Your subordinate has fulfilled the task." Shaw observed Theodore's disheveled and somewhat sinister state, but said nothing reproachful. Instead, he spoke softly, feeling better now. Theodore paused, then nodded. "Yes." Shaw smiled, unbothered by the gore, and extended a hand to help him up. "Good to hear." He then reached for the 9 of spades in Theodore's hand. "Let me recharge the spell for you." But Theodore tightened his grip, shaking his head in earnest plea. "Chief, may I replenish the sequence card's magic myself?" Shaw's expression flickered. After a moment's thought, he cast a cleaning charm to remove the blood from Theodore's body and roughly applied some essence of divinity to his wounds. Then, as if nonchalantly, he asked, "Oh, what spell do you intend to use?" Theodore's eyes were filled with bloodlust as he answered without hesitation, "The killing curse." Shaw sighed inwardly. Given Theodore's hatred for this world, choosing the killing curse was indeed fitting. It might even become his signature spell. Shaw wanted to say something, but the pain of others is not easily judged by those who haven't experienced it. Healing a wounded heart requires time and care. He straightened Theodore's collar, patted his shoulder, and finally gave his consent. "All right." Theodore's pale, stern face broke into a radiant smile. Blood still seeped from his lips, yet the smile was sincere and warm. Shaw offered no admonition or warning. This profound trust meant more than anything. Theodore bowed deeply to him. "Rest assured, Chief, I know my limits." Shaw smiled as well. The two youths' pristine smiles shone like a rising sun in the dim, foul-smelling cellar, so warm and brilliant. "By the way, where are the professors?" Theodore's smile faded as he suddenly asked. Shaw replied nonchalantly, "I met the professors upstairs. I told them that Quirrell had transformed into Voldemort, and I defeated him, leaving only his remnant soul to flee. So they rushed back to the hall." Theodore trembled violently, disbelief written all over his face. Shaw had only tasked him with luring the giant without explaining the full context, and he hadn't needed to know. But hearing that Voldemort had returned and been vanquished by his chief was staggering. If there was anyone Theodore hated most in this world aside from his violently abusive father, it was the powerful, yet supposedly dead Voldemort. Now the information in Shaw's single sentence was overwhelming. Voldemort was alive, Voldemort had returned, Voldemort was defeated by the chief, and Voldemort's remnant soul had fled. Most crucially, the chief was already strong enough to kill Voldemort. That made Theodore feel utterly useless. Noticing the dejection in Theodore's eyes, Shaw chuckled and ruffled his messy hair. "Don't overthink it. You're young. The future is our stage." Theodore felt a mysterious force flow through him from the top of his head, warming him from within. He nodded firmly. "I understand." Shaw glanced at the blood still trickling from Theodore's mouth and retrieved a bottle of healing potion from his ring. "Drink this first. Can you walk?" Theodore downed the potion in one gulp and shook his head. "I'm fine." Knowing the boy's stubbornness, Shaw said no more and led the way toward the exit. Theodore suppressed the pain in his chest, straightened his back, and followed. In the great hall, all was wrecked and dim. The 4 long tables were reduced to splintered wood, the floating candles above were mostly extinguished, and a large scorched pit in the center remained unrepaired. When the professors entered, they gasped at the grim scene and the dismembered Quirrell. "This?" Upon seeing the scene, McGonagall gasped, nearly bristling with shock. After learning the general situation from the grim-faced Snape, her expression grew even darker. She was both terrified and astonished. McGonagall and Flitwick stepped forward together to examine Quirrell's withered, unrecognizable corpse. Professor Sprout hurriedly checked if any young wizards were injured, but was immediately besieged by the energized students who chattered excitedly. "Professor, you have no idea. Vice Dean Shao was absolutely incredible just now." Professor Sob, "I was so scared, but thank goodness the chief was there." "Professor." The young wizards practically deified Shao as Merlin reincarnated. The head of Hufflepuff looked helpless, saying nothing, patiently pulling each student over for examination. Beside Quirrell's corpse, McGonagall had some mental preparation, but hadn't expected the situation to take such a sudden turn for the better. Flitwick felt deeply conflicted. Quirrell had once been one of his most brilliant students, such a clever man. Unexpectedly, he had defected to the Dark Lord and infiltrated Hogwarts, constantly threatening the safety of the young wizards. Now he was dead, and it was said he hadn't even managed a final word. Flitwick wondered if he had been coerced or had acted willingly. Flitwick, both pitying and terrified, spoke indignantly. Is the Dark Lord mad? To dare make a move at Hogwarts? The headmaster would never. Ah, the headmaster isn't here. Then he patted his chest. Ah, thank goodness, Shaw stopped him. McGonagall pursed her lips, stood up, and conjured a coffin to contain Quirrell's corpse and head. Once Professor Sprout confirmed no one was injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then instructed the prefects to lead the students back to their common rooms, and pulling aside a few articulate students, hurried with Snape toward the headmaster's office. She needed to notify the headmaster to return immediately and inform the Ministry of Magic. But after they left, the excited students had no intention of returning to their dormitories. Under Alice's direction, they brought out many chairs, arranged them in a circle around the large pit, and persuaded the two lenient heads to restart the Halloween feast. Oh, and they sent many and used small animals to the kitchen as ingredients. Soon the tables were laden once more with rich dishes and game. The students feasted and excitedly recounted their recent experiences, the outsiders, basking in reflected glory. Shaw's admirers multiplied exponentially. However, 7 or 8 pureblood Slytherins, their illusions shattered, slipped back to their dormitories, trembling, eager to report the incident to their families. That night at Nurmengard, as Dumbledore and Grindelwald enjoyed a quiet drink, Dumbledore suddenly received an urgent message from Fawkes. Under Grindelwald's astonished gaze, Dumbledore, without a word of explanation, hastily summoned Fawkes and vanished in a burst of flame. Grindelwald froze, staring at the empty seat across from him and the unfinished feast, his expression slowly darkening. Someone find out what happened at Hogwarts. That same night, Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister for Magic, was dining with his family when he received a message from a subordinate. Fudge chuckled, assuming it was a flattering holiday greeting from some underling, feeling his authority at the ministry was growing. But when he opened the letter and glanced at it, his face contorted in shock, and his plump body toppled from his chair to the floor, babbling incoherently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Voldemort is dead, yes, dead. Someone is trying to undermine my power. Dumbledore, ah yes, I need to see Dumbledore, tell him someone is plotting against me. Fudge, still new to his position and insecure in his authority, was still quite deferential to Dumbledore. He scrambled to his feet, and under the bewildered gaze of his family dashed to the fireplace, without even pausing to grab his beloved hat. In a flash of green flame, he vanished. That night, the previously quiet Ministry of Magic erupted into activity. Once more, all Aurors were recalled for overtime, and Fudge, with a dozen Aurors in tow, finally felt secure enough to head for Hogwarts. But the most terrified were not Fudge, but the pureblood families. Upon receiving letters from their children, they nearly thought the end of the world had come, then frantically contacted each other to confirm the news. Lucius was also dining with Narcissa. Even with just the two of them, the table was laden with delicacies. Narcissa occasionally mentioned Draco. Little dragon is so naughty, now daring to say my cooking only ranks 99th, praising that Chinese cuisine as heavenly and unparalleled. Lucius' expression softened, and he was about to join his wife in scolding their son. Suddenly flames erupted in the fireplace, and an aged face appeared in the fire. The face spoke rapidly and urgently. Lucius, come to the Pureblood Council headquarters at once. The Dark Lord appeared at Hogwarts and was defeated by that boy Shaw, escaping as a mere remnant soul. We need to discuss our stance on Shaw. The face vanished without waiting for Lucius' reply, presumably to notify other families. Lucius and Narcissa's mouths fell open, their silver forks clattering onto their plates. The information was truly terrifying. But then it occurred to them that other families had received direct news, while theirs had to be relayed. Could something have happened to Draco? Both stood up in alarm. Is little dragon all right? Draco. Lucius, as the head of the family, had weathered many storms. Though the matter of the Dark Lord made his heart pound, he quickly gathered his thoughts and said, the Dark Lord is dead again. I didn't expect Shaw to progress so quickly. He'll go to the meeting first. You write to Hogwarts to inquire about Draco's safety, then go to Hogsmeade and wait nearby. Use the two-way mirror to inform me of any news. Narcissa gradually steadied herself and hesitated. Will you support Shaw at the meeting? He has grown strong. Perhaps we should. Lucius' expression was unreadable. As the head of the Malfoy family, my duty is to ensure the Malfoy name endures forever. With this cryptic reply, Lucius adjusted his splendid robes, grasped his walking stick, and strode toward the fireplace. Narcissa sighed softly, said nothing more, and rose to write the letter. That Halloween night delivered a terrifying surprise to the entire British wizarding world. News spread gradually, and various alliances began to form. The righteous and the wicked, the pure and the corrupt, all gathering to discuss the Dark Lord and Shaw. Reporters from the Daily Prophet rushed to Hogwarts. Tomorrow's headline was sure to be a 10-magnitude earthquake of news. At the center of the storm, the Hogwarts Great Hall remained lively. But soon a great flock of owls flew in from outside. It was not the usual time for owl post, but Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, unable to suppress the influx, had to lift the restriction. Upon receiving their letters, the students eagerly wrote back on the reverse sides, naturally embellishing and exaggerating wildly. In the hospital wing, Xiao watched quietly as Madame Pomfrey applied medicine to the reluctant Theodore. Xiao himself was also bandaged like a mummy and lying in bed. In the final moments, Voldemort had fought desperately, trying to kill Xiao before escaping. Naturally, Xiao had not escaped unscathed. As for the turmoil outside, he had anticipated it, but had little interest in dealing with it. He pondered his next moves. No doubt the purebloods were now like monkeys with their tails on fire, scurrying about in panic. A faint smile curved at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Let them stew in their fear for a while. In a month or so he would deal with them. Yes, using Voldemort's identity. As Xiao was thinking, an upper-year student burst into the hospital wing panting. Xiao, Chief, the headmaster wants you. The password is pre-Dragonwell tea. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was brewing tea at his desk, the kettles on two small red clay stoves bubbling with rolling boiling water. Dumbledore was clearly not one to do things himself, nor did he care for pretentious elegance. He merely crooked his index finger. A dozen or so porcelain cups on the desk seemed to come alive, sprouting a pair of legs, each lining up to dance a tap dance, before hopping into the boiling water for a bath, accompanied by the cheerful chatter and laughter of the cups. Then one by one the cups leaped out of the boiling water. Next, tea leaves from the canister rolled into small pellets and dropped into the porcelain cups. Finally, a steaming stream shot from another kettle pouring into these cups. The tea leaves slowly unfurled, and the fragrance of tea gradually spread. A very magical tea brewing technique. Dumbledore crooked his finger again, and all these porcelain cups floated up, flying toward the people in the room. At that moment the room was full of people, even a bit noisy just moments before. Now everyone stared wide-eyed at Dumbledore's little performance. Fudge picked up the teacup floating before him and was immediately scalded, which made him even more impatient. Headmaster Dumbledore, can't you just give a straight answer? Dumbledore took his teacup, blew on it, and said with an inscrutable expression, Cornelius, doing things is like drinking tea. You need a bit of patience, otherwise you'll get burned. Besides, isn't the truth already quite clear? Fudge was furious. He only wanted to hear this greatest white wizard align with him. Headmaster Dumbledore, this is all lies. Someone just can't stand the peace and joy of the magical world. Dumbledore took a light sip of the tea, which had not yet steeped fully. The old bee wasn't just drinking tea, he was personally experiencing why one might enjoy it. Just as when he searched for Horcruxes, he would endlessly use the pensieve to recall every detail of Voldemort and ponder his weaknesses. Setting down his teacup, he picked up a stack of magical photographs from the desk, flipping through them one by one. They faithfully recorded a high-intensity battle between top-tier wizards. Lookshaw's lightning net and electric rainbow, Voldemort's killing curse and mist. Also magnificent, brilliant, and dangerous. Fudge's eye twitched at the thought that if Voldemort truly hadn't died, a third wizarding war could break out at any moment. He lacked the courage to face it. The thought of bodies strewn across the fields and the dark mark filling the sky was terrifying, so he vehemently denied it. Impossible. Voldemort died 11 years ago. These photos are all forgeries. We should arrest that little witch and interrogate her to find out who is trying to spread fear in the magical world. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, deeply disappointed in Fudge's behavior. Cornelius, we cannot blind ourselves out of fear. But things aren't too bad, yet didn't Shore already drive away the Dark Lord? Voldemort in his remnant soul state won't cause trouble for a while, as long as we prepare. Fudge wouldn't listen. He stepped forward, grabbed the photos, and began tearing them apart. Liars. All liars. You all just want me out of power. In the corner, Snape watched Fudge as if looking at a fly, opening his mouth to sneer, but a bald black aura beside him tugged at him and whispered, Fudge isn't in his right mind now, oh, better not provoke him. Snape paused, then held his tongue, watching Fudge's antics coldly. The man wasn't truly black, just dark-skinned. His name was Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior member of the Order of the Phoenix and a top-tier Auror. The Shacklebolt family belonged to the sacred 28 pureblood families. In the original story, Kingsley later became Minister of Magic, a very sharp and capable fellow. As Fudge rambled on in the office, arguing and speculating about who might be plotting against him, the office door opened. Madame Pomfrey, the school matron, pushed a trolley, bringing in Shore, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages. You'd better make it quick. The patient has severe contusions and internal organ damage and needs proper rest. Pomfrey was known as the most formidable person at Hogwarts in her domain. Even Dumbledore's authority didn't hold much sway. Seeing Shore in such a pitiful state, a flicker of complexity passed through Snape's eyes, and Professor McGonagall took a step forward as if to check on him. But Fudge was faster. He strode up to Shore and directly demanded, You're called Shore, right? Tell me who forced you to put on this act. Don't be afraid. In the Minister of Magic, I can guarantee your safety. Shore looked at the middle-aged, overweight man before him, sweating profusely with a terrified expression. So this was Fudge, truly timid. But a minister so greedy for power and wealth yet cowardly was just the kind of good minister he needed right now. It was time to put on a performance. Shore's face twisted in pain as he spoke weakly. Minister, hello. I don't understand what you mean. Fudge was clearly unwilling to give up. He had to nip this rumor in the bud. If not for the crowd present, including reporters, he might have resorted to some little tricks. For now, Fudge could only issue a veiled threat. You're from the Black family, aren't you? Spreading word of the Dark Lord's return without cause is a serious crime. You wouldn't want to join your uncle in Azkaban, would you? He thought for a moment and added, if you come clean as minister, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to those past incidents of your family's property being embezzled. This was an offer of benefits, but it was nothing but hollow political rhetoric offering no real temptation. Shore blinked with difficulty, wanting to laugh, but having to hold it in. However, this wasn't the time for a direct confrontation with Fudge. Shore let out a low groan, his face turning even paler. Indeed, feigning illness, no actually being ill, was the perfect excuse. Those students shouldn't learn this trick. Seeing this, Madame Pomfrey said anxiously, do you have any more questions? If not, I need to take the patient back to the ward for rest. Dumbledore stood up and walked over, sensing with his magic that Shore was indeed severely injured, and cut straight to the point. Shore, how did you discover Quirrell's anomaly? Shore blinked, deciding to confess for leniency. Headmaster, didn't I give you that dark magic notebook? Quirrell slipped me last time. From then on, I started watching him closely. I noticed that whenever he was in secluded places, he often talked to himself, so I guessed he wasn't alone. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he pressed on. Why did you and he engage in battle so recklessly in the Great Hall, and why did you prepare hundreds of small animals as a shield wall beforehand? Headmaster, would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Maybe since you weren't around, Quirrell got bold and thought about kidnapping some young wizards. Seeing Dumbledore's old face flush slightly, Shore held back his laughter and continued. As for those little animals, they were Halloween gifts for the young wizards. Imagine, right when everyone was enjoying their meal, the brooches suddenly turned into little animals. Wouldn't that be a pleasant surprise? Shore's far-fetched explanation not only made Dumbledore's eye twitch, but also left the other professors and Aurors dumbfounded. However, since the person involved wasn't talking, and there was a plausible explanation, and Shore was now a student with extraordinary power and prestige rivaling that of the Chosen One, Dumbledore wasn't sure how to handle it. He could only wave his hand helplessly. Poppy, take Shore back to the ward to rest. Madame Pomfrey nodded without a word and led Shore out of the office. She was a true healer. In her eyes, there was no good or evil in people, only whether they were healthy or ill. Fudge grew frantic. Dumbledore, Shore is clearly lying. How can you let him go so easily? I suggest using legilimency, or even veritaserum. Seeing Fudge so unhinged that he dared to suggest forbidden methods, Dumbledore also grew impatient. Cornelius, the evidence is ironclad. What we need to do now is not mistreat a young hero, but prepare for Voldemort's second coming. Fudge's eyes bulged as he rudely pointed a finger at Dumbledore. I've been following your advice all along, yet you're still so dissatisfied with me. You must want to drive me out of office. This is all your scheme. I tell you, don't dream of it. I am the most suitable minister of magic. After his loud outburst, Fudge stormed angrily toward the door. Dumbledore's face darkened. On the second day of Halloween, the Great Hall of Hogwarts had already been restored to its original state. Such was the charm of magic. Countless young witches and wizards, having finished their breakfast, eagerly awaited the arrival of owls. They were keen to see how the Daily Prophet would depict the epic battle of the previous night, and how it would glorify the new savior shower. When a flock of owls appeared punctually and dropped rolls of newspapers, the young witches and wizards scrambled to open and read them. Those who hadn't subscribed squeezed in to read with their classmates. But soon someone cursed loudly. Has the Daily Prophet gone mad? It claims last night's battle was just a prank by some young wizard who set the hall on fire. Oh, why didn't I get in the frame? A reporter interviewed me last night. Nonsense. How dare the Ministry of Magic come forward to clarify? This is outrageous. No, Shower saved our lives. How can his reputation be suppressed like this? I'm writing to my aunt. She's the head of the law enforcement department. I'll write to my family too. The Daily Prophet has lost all credibility. At least the Quibbler told some truth describing last night's battle. But why does it also claim the Dark Lord was in cahoots with Shower? This is shameless. The young witches and wizards were seething with indignation, especially the half-blood Slytherins who had largely become devoted followers of Shower. Alice, seated at the head of the table, wore a grave expression. Though her delicate hands had crumpled the newspaper, she did not lose her temper. She was well informed and had received instructions from Shower, knowing that this was the result of Fudge and the purebloods joining forces to suppress the narrative. Fudge, greedy and paranoid, and the purebloods, waiting to see if Voldemort would contact them, were also assessing his condition before making their move. Across from Alice, Draco's expression was equally grim, his pallor rivaling that of Theodore. His parents had written to him instructing him to spy on Shower and evaluate his combat prowess. This was espionage. Draco couldn't understand why, when they were all relatives, things had to be so ugly. Why couldn't they just get along? Hermione and Harry approached. Hermione, brimming with a sense of justice, immediately leaped to the defense of her idol. Senior, what's going on? Shower truly defeated the Dark Lord. Alice raised a hand to stop Hermione, who was about to unleash a torrent of questions. The chief has instructed us to wait and see. Hermione paused, then pulled Harry forward. Senior, I'd like to recommend Harry for membership in the organization. Oh, Draco can also vouch for him. Draco, hearing his name, looked up to see Harry gazing at him expectantly. He hesitated, then said absently, oh, yes, I'll vouch for him too. Alice naturally noticed Draco's unease, but said nothing. Similar situations were not unique to Draco, others were just less conflicted. Still she was displeased with his constant wavering. As for inducting Harry, Hermione, this isn't my decision to make. Besides, are you sure Harry can unconditionally follow the chief's orders even if it means death? Harry's green eyes flickered with a trace of hatred. I can't guarantee anything else, but if it means finally killing Voldemort, I'm willing. Alice tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head. With that attitude, you won't even pass my scrutiny, let alone the chief's. Our organization wasn't founded just to deal with Voldemort. Hermione grew anxious. Senior, at least inform the chief about this, won't you? He'll mention it, but don't get your hopes up. Alice was in a foul mood and had no patience to dwell on the matter. She rose and left for class. Harry's expression was conflicted. He knew Hermione had joined a faction loyal to Shower, but she had been tight-lipped about its specifics. Last night's battle had left Harry feeling powerless, yet he had also seen hope in Shower. However, he couldn't bring himself to submit unconditionally to Shower. The incident in the Forbidden Forest had shown him a ruthlessness that his kind heart couldn't condone, and he couldn't fathom how the righteous Hermione had become Shower's trusted confidant. The joys, sorrows, and external turmoil of the young witches and wizards naturally didn't affect Shower, who was idling away his days in the school hospital. The tyrannical matron Pomfrey had effectively shielded him from all disturbances. Shower's bed was near a window bathed in sunlight with a pot of narcissus swaying in the breeze. In the morning light, Shower reclined half upright against the pillows, his tousled hair gently stirred by the breeze. He was quietly reading a book. On the nightstand sat a teapot, its steam curling upward. Everything was serene and peaceful. Shower's mind, however, was not on the book. He was pondering his subsequent plans. He also recalled the amusing incidents from the visits of several people earlier. Alice had come to report on external reactions and Hermione's suggestion to recruit Harry, but that was not worth mentioning. Snape's visit had been particularly awkward, a whirlwind arrival and departure. He had left behind over a dozen precious potions, including Felix Felici's. And of course he had tossed out a sarcastic remark. I hope these potions will keep the new savior from stumbling in his next reckless brawl. I'd rather not go through the trouble of selecting another chief. Aside from Snape, Dumbledore had also visited, bringing along that pot of tea, or perhaps sweetened water. The two Riddlemasters had avoided serious topics, instead engaging in a verbal sparring match. Dumbledore, how do you feel? Shower, not bad. Dumbledore, indeed, a young body is full of vitality. You'll recover quickly. Shower, yes, youth is wonderful. Full of vigor, even after 1 or 2 injuries, one still has the capital to heal fast. Dumbledore, you should be more careful next time. After all, it's your own body. Letting Quirrell and Tom's remnant soul escape makes little difference. There's no need to seek total victory in one stroke. Many things require gradual progress. The latter half was in Chinese. Shower, I was indeed reckless. Headmaster, your Chinese has improved remarkably. I recommend an excellent book, Ode to Chinese Youth. Dumbledore, I'll read it when I have time. Lately I've been studying traditional Chinese medicine and I've gained some insights, like the principles of sovereign minister, assistant, and envoy, prescribing the right remedy, and the slow process of eradicating illness. Shower, those are indeed profound truths. But a malignant disease requires strong medicine, otherwise sudden death may occur. Dumbledore, you're young. Speaking of such things is inauspicious. No rush, no rush. Shower, Headmaster, I'm truly not in a hurry. Am I not recuperating well? Finally, Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Shower and left. He had many matters to attend to, including dealing with the Ministry of Magic and the pureblood families. The two had talked for a while, yet it seemed they had said much and nothing at all. Theodore, lying on a nearby bed, was sorely tempted to say, Riddlemasters, get out of Hogwarts. Shower pondered, sensing the incomplete dark mark spell. A faint smile curled on his lips. He only hoped Christmas would come soon. He had prepared gifts for many people. Shower spent half a month convalescing in the school infirmary, enduring countless agonizing and highly unconventional potions before finally receiving Madame Pomfrey's reluctant permission to be discharged. Be off with you. Next time you sustain such grievous injuries, I'll operate without anesthesia. Yes, madam. Thank you for your care. With polite farewell to the sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted Madame Pomfrey, Heir fled the infirmary, as if pursued. He feared that prolonged confinement would leave him with a lifelong psychological aversion to bitterness. Strolling across the grounds, he encountered scarcely anyone along the way. Yet recalling the mountainous pile of gifts and love letters Klesch had been handling daily on his behalf, and wishing to avoid public commotion, he discreetly cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. Moments later, near the Slytherin common room, Heir witnessed an act of campus bullying. Several students, male and female spanning various years, had cornered Pansy Parkinson, her lion-haired silhouette unmistakable. Pansy, speak. What are you after? Why pry into the chief's abilities and preferences? You filthy half-bloods, step aside or face my wrath. Huh, how absurd. You, a fallen pureblood, dare look down upon us. You. Huh, even the Dark Lord fell beneath our chief's hand. You, a mere lapdog of his, now snooping around his affairs. You're clearly a spy. Refuse to explain, and I'll strip you bare. Why, how dare you, I. Ha ha. Were it not for Draco's sake, you'd already be wallowing in filth. Wah, you'll all be expelled. Pansy wept hysterically, issuing hollow threats with trembling bravado, yet no one flinched. A girl stepped forward, poised to tear away her robes. Xiao Heir's expression darkened. Since instituting his new code of conduct, the young serpents had grown remarkably disciplined. Incidents like Neville's habitual torment by Draco had all but vanished. Yet barely 2 weeks absent, this blight had reared its head once more. Though the bullies claimed to act in service of rooting out spies for him, such behavior was certainly not isolated. Such acts, regardless of motive, would be met with absolute zero tolerance. Xiao Heir drew his wand and cast several swift, precise incantations. Instantly, all 5 aggressors were suspended upside down by the Levi Corpus charm. The spectacle stunned even Pansy into silence, and startled nearby Slytherins who, though accustomed to such scenes, now gaped in disbelief. But upon recognizing Xiao Heir, their shock gave way to frantic cries. Some shrieked, others pleaded innocence. "Chief, we're loyal to you. Chief, surely you've misunderstood. Please release me." Ah, the chiefs returned from hospital. Chief, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Xiao Heir's countenance remained impassive. Ignoring the suspended students, he issued quiet instructions to those rushing toward him. Humph. Spread the word, henceforth bullying is forbidden, without exception, regardless of justification. He uttered no punishment, only turned and strode toward the common room. Along the way he received reverent glances and fervent acclaim. His first edict post-discharge rippled instantly across the house. Thus the rekindled embers of bullying were extinguished, swiftly, decisively, irrevocably. Before long the entrance to the Slytherin common room teemed with devoted admirers, boys and girls alike, elevating Xiao Heir's prestige to unparalleled heights. While the original boy who lived, Harry, had yet to reveal his brilliance, the new savior rose like a radiant sun, brilliant, unassailable, ascendant. Time flowed swiftly. Another month passed. As previously noted, Hogwarts' academic rigor was notably light and holidays abundant beyond measure. 2 days weekly, 60 days annually, plus 3 months for winter and summer breaks, including Christmas through New Year, and a fortnight for Easter, totaling 6 months of respite. Bliss indeed. The day before Christmas break commenced, most third years and above had journeyed to Hogsmeade to purchase holiday gifts. Yet a select few meticulously diligent remained behind. Within a chamber of the Room of Requirement, slightly smaller than the Sovereign's private council chamber, over 20 young witches and wizards stood assembled, each wearing a pentagram-shaped brooch pinned proudly upon their chests. Their expressions were solemn posture, rigid hands placed over hearts as they gazed upward with unwavering reverence at Xiao Heir upon the dais. Clad in a black robe embroidered with violet sigils, he stood tall and still, arms folded behind his back, surveying these carefully vetted outer circle members, selected over 6 rigorous months. Inwardly he mused, these are seeds, each one potential. At the front of the dais stood Alice and her cohort. The rest hailed from all 4 houses: Penelope Clearwater of Ravenclaw, Percy Weasley of Gryffindor, and Susan Bones of Hufflepuff. Susan was the same earnest girl who earlier had demanded her aunt, the head of magical law enforcement, intervene on behalf of her idol. A cheerful, slightly plump girl with twin braids radiating innocent sincerity. She had no formal qualification for inclusion, yet fate rarely adheres to logic. Connections, after all, wield undeniable influence. Indeed, half the assembly hailed from Slytherin, a necessity given Xiao Heir's foundational allegiance to the Serpent House. Though his influence now spanned the entire castle, few students from the other 3 houses yet met the stringent criteria for outer circle membership. Even under such strict standards, most present knew only of the sovereign's existence, not the title magical throne, nor its deeper hierarchy. Only Percy Weasley possessed an official sequence card, the sole recipient thus far. This Weasley, after deep reflection and witnessing Xiao Heir's decisive victory over Voldemort, had undergone true awakening. By awakening we mean absolute fanatical devotion, thus earning the Heart 10 card. Friends, all your diligence over this past month has not gone unnoticed. Your progress is commendable. Return home for Christmas, but do not slacken your efforts. Yes, let that suffice for today. Go now to Hogsmeade and choose gifts for your families and friends. It was no formal throne assembly, merely a brief address, but the youths responded with solemn gravity, raising wands high toward the heavens. Chief, chief, chief. 3 thunderous chants echoed. Then in unison they bowed deeply toward the dais. All eyes lingered enviously upon the 5 figures at the forefront, the chief's innermost confidants. Only then did the assembly file out, orderly and reverent. A faint smile played upon Xiao Heir's lips. Though the throne's core remained small, its foundations grew steadily. Within 3 years, most present, though currently loyal only in peak moments, superficial transient devotion, could with sustained indoctrination and further displays of overwhelming power become the primary source of his Tier 3 faith. Descending the dais, Percy hesitated, on the verge of pleading for his foolish younger brother, yet ultimately held his tongue. He must first prove his worth before speaking. Alice meanwhile voiced quiet concern. Chief, is accepting Susan truly without risk? Her aunt is fiercely upright, immune to influence from any student. Heir waved a dismissive hand. Merely a strategic gambit. And never underestimate the subtle power of familial conversation. Humans, after all, remain creatures of emotion. His cryptic words hung in the air as his gaze drifted, faint knowing, toward Draco still distracted and unsettled. With a quiet smile, Heir led the way outward. The mature Draco understood perfectly, and clenched his fists tightly. At dawn the next day, chaos erupted among the students' forgotten trunks, frantic packing pandemonium everywhere. Heir walked empty-handed, flanked by companions bearing luggage toward the station. Only upon entering the magical world did Heir fully grasp the rarity of enchanted rings imbued with undetectable extension charms, testament enough to the Black family's millennia-deep legacy, even in decline. On the platform, jubilation reigned. The sheer joy of vacation had shattered the students' long-held restraint, unleashing unrestrained revelry. Heir advanced with calm nods, students parting instinctively before him. Boarding the train, he entered the prefect's carriage. Scarcely seated, Draco hesitated, then asked softly, "Heir, may I spend Christmas with you this year?" Shawn never expected Draco to suddenly make such a request. However, he had many private plans to execute during Christmas, matters that he couldn't yet disclose, even to members of the throne, especially Draco. Yet seeing Draco's troubled and pleading expression, Shaw guessed it was probably Lucius' instruction. He understood Draco's predicament, but as a superior he couldn't afford sympathy. Not to mention the fanatical Theodore, that filial son, and then there was Alice. Alice had recently received a strange command from her grandfather as well, to investigate Shaw's origins. Though puzzled, she unhesitatingly told Shaw. She even used the rhetoric her grandfather taught her to convince old Folly in a letter. Loyalty must be absolute. Duplicity is a desecration of faith. Shaw's expression turned odd upon hearing this, a suspicion forming in his mind. Others weren't the only curious ones. He himself was intrigued by his mother's identity. But the damned system only provided a name, Furchen. Then it claimed insufficient permissions and offered nothing more. The system was utterly useless. Shaw wasn't in a rush about this matter. He could inquire later. For now, he initially wanted to refuse Draco's request outright, but seeing the boy's weather-vane-like cowlick twist into a knot of anxiety, he sighed. "Then stay at my place for one night, and go home tomorrow. That should suffice for your explanation." Draco felt his thoughts were laid bare, his face flushing alternately red and white. Beside him, Hermione eagerly wished to visit her idol's home, but Alice shot her a glare, signaling her to stay out of it. The compartment fell silent for a long moment. Percy, being the newcomer, calculated in his mind, then stood up, and said he needed to patrol before leaving. Theodore cast a disdainful glance at Draco, and pulled an envelope from his pocket. "Chief, these are the materials you asked me to investigate." Shaw took it without opening it, directly storing it in his ring. This was the task Shaw had initially given Theodore, to uncover the addresses of the pure-blood families opposing him. With Old Knot's connections, Theodore had still spent considerable time completing the investigation. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This wasn't exclusive to China. Riding the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross was a sentimental ritual, and generally no one directly escorted young wizards outside Hogwarts. Strangely, the return trip on the Express was remarkably fast, arriving at King's Cross Station in half a day. Disembarking on the platform, the others asked Shaw if there were any tasks, then departed without further instruction. Hermione eagerly invited Shaw to her home, as her whole family were fans of his magic tricks, but she only received a vague promise, leaving the fangirl disheartened. Finally, only Shaw and Draco remained. Seeing Draco's near-depressed expression, Shaw said nothing more, summoned Kreacher, and brought them both to the Black ancestral home. Kreacher then bustled off happily to clean, muttering under his breath, "The young master is the savior, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. Pity the old master isn't here. If he knew, he'd be overjoyed." Kreacher, as a loyal house elf, can do little but work hard. Draco was visiting the Black ancestral home for the first time. Curiosity slightly alleviated his troubled mood. He felt that although the place lacked his own home's opulence, it possessed a subtle ancient nobility. Shaw sat down on the sofa. Urgent as matters were, they could wait a moment. So he brought out a tea set, and began brewing tea, intending to soothe Draco's troubled mind. Draco wandered nearby, quietly slipping into the bathroom, where he tidied himself up, finally muttering to the mirror, "I'm just here to have a look, nothing else." "Draco, you're no traitor." Then, taking a deep breath, he left the bathroom and returned to the living room, sitting stiffly on the sofa. Shaw poured him a cup of tea and initiated the conversation. "When did the proud Malfoy become so reserved?" Draco paused, his lips moving, but ultimately saying nothing, lifting his teacup to mask his embarrassment. Shaw chuckled. A child fretting over adult concerns. Was this maturity or naivety? Just as Shaw was about to offer some encouragement, like how he could defeat Voldemort as easily as crushing a chick, Kreacher passed by carrying a pile of furniture. Shaw asked in confusion, "Kreacher, are you moving these to the storeroom? That bookshelf looks quite new." Kreacher stopped hopping excitedly. "The young master is the savior who defeated the Dark Lord, the most honored in the magical world. How can he still use these old things? What the young master needs now must be the finest." Shaw was taken aback. He wanted to ask Kreacher to at least keep the bookshelf he liked, but didn't want to refuse the loyal elf's goodwill. If he declined, the creature would likely punish itself. So he let the bookshelf gather dust. It wasn't a big deal, he could occasionally wipe it down himself. Fine, do as you please. Creature was overjoyed. The young master is so merciful. Creature is honored to serve the noble black family. Pity the young master won't allow Creature to have his head mounted on the wall after death. Shaw's eye twitched. Draco holding his teacup stiffened at the sight. His mind raced with associations. How Theodore before appearing beside Shaw was as similar to that bookshelf as he himself. Once he had been Shaw's closest confidant, the top lieutenant, but as times changed, Theodore, Alice, Hermione, and others appeared one by one, leaving his position increasingly awkward. He murmured, so trust and affection, do they fade? Shaw, sipping his tea, nearly choked at Draco's abrupt remark. It sounded oddly familiar. He coughed several times, quickly interrupting Draco's spiraling thoughts. You? Fine, fine. Hey, race a question for you. Besides absolute loyalty, what other qualities should a follower possess? Take the holiday to think it over. Then Shaw began ushering him out. He simply lacked the ability to console a delusional overthinker. Only their own minds could heal them. When the platinum-haired melancholic young Draco stood in Grindelwald Place, he was still somewhat bewildered. Yet his mind genuinely began pondering Shaw's question. But after a long while he found no answer, as he had always been the one with followers. Should he ask Goyle and Crabbe for insights? Bah! What could he learn from fools? Draco stood a moment longer, then summoned the house elf Dobby to take him back to Malfoy Manor. Shaw's fireplace wasn't connected to the Floo network, so this was the only option. Shaw stood by the window, scanning the pureblood names and addresses Theodore had provided, watching Draco vanish safely, and stroked his chin. Let him agonize for another 2 days, then he can enjoy a fine Christmas. With that, he turned and headed to the basement to prepare for the true and false Dark Lord plan, and also to draw a lottery. Wiltshire, England was a region where British pureblood wizards were relatively concentrated, much like Godric's Hollow and St. Catchpole's village. Malfoy Manor also stood in this sparsely populated, yet picturesque locale. Several other pureblood families resided nearby, and as luck would have it, the headquarters of the Pureblood Society was not far off, housed within a dark ancient castle. The usually quiet castle had recently become bustling with constant hurried visitors. Inside a lavishly decorated meeting room, a round table meant for 28 seats held only a dozen or so people. The Pureblood Society, once at its zenith and wielding absolute power over Britain, now appeared to be in a state of decline. Many families had either died out like the Gaunts or were languishing in Azkaban like the Lestranges. 7 or 8 sacred pureblood families had directly withdrawn from this loose organization, such as the Burnses, the Longbottoms, and the Crouches. A middle-aged man with a cold, sinister look and bloodthirsty eyes turned to Lucius and sneered. Lucius, hasn't your son yet uncovered the depth of Shaw's power and the secret to his growth? Isn't little Draco supposed to be on good terms with Shaw? This man was the fanatical old, not Theodore's father. Immediately one of his cronies chimed in with further ridicule. Flint, could it be that the Malfoys have already switched sides and pledged allegiance to the new savior? Travers, I wouldn't rule it out. After all, it's become something of a tradition. Haha. Lucius, clad in a resplendent gold thread robe, looked as classical as a bishop, standing out conspicuously among the crowd dressed in black. He held his head high, his expression unreadable, and offered no retort to those speaking with veiled sarcasm. Yet though he remained silent, his followers came to his defense. The towering old Goyle and old Crabbe immediately stood up, drawing their wands and pointing them at the speakers. Old, not say that again if you dare. Damn you, Flint, you're just as foolish as your troll-toothed son. Across from them, 3 or 4 pureblood family heads who had banded together also rose and drew their wands. How looking for a fight? We've all been cooped up lately, beating up a big oaf like you might just relieve some stress. Though these people put on airs in public among their own kind, they were hardly better than common thugs. Few could truly be called nobles. At that moment, a vicious, burly man slammed the table hard. Enough. You always act like this, forgetting all about pureblood honor and decorum. We've been bickering over a stance for a month without reaching any conclusion. The man was Yaxley, the one who pursued Harry and his friends in the Ministry of Magic in the Deathly Hallows film, an exceptionally fierce and ruthless individual. The opposing parties glared fiercely at each other, then used the interruption as an excuse to sit back down. Borgin Burke, the owner of the largest shop for dark magical artifacts in Nocturne Alley, a sly man, was toying with a bloody eyeball. He chose that moment to speak in his oily tone. After all is said and done, we still need to confirm the Dark Lord's exact situation. Has anyone still not received word from him? The others shook their heads, remaining silent, but understanding full well. Given the Dark Lord's nature, he would not willingly meet with his servants while in a state of decline. Even if he did, he would only choose 1 or 2 of the most loyal to aid in his resurrection. As for those who were duplicitous, well, everyone present fit that description. After all, the most loyal Death Eaters were currently stuck in Azkaban, gnawing on black bread. Borgin Burke sighed, and then offered another suggestion. As for Shaw, given his performance at Hogwarts, he doesn't seem to reject purebloods, he just dislikes the doctrine of pureblood supremacy. If we can confirm that the Dark Lord has been defeated and fled, or that he truly is no match for Shaw, then we can try to recruit Shaw. After all, there's already a black family seat here. The remaining pure-blood family heads, such as Avery Selwyn and Travers, nodded in agreement. Sounds good to me. It doesn't matter who we follow, or even if we follow anyone at all. Anyway, I haven't embezzled much of the black family's assets. Those of you who have taken more should hurry up and return them. But Old Knot and his faction still refused. No way. I'm not about to bow my head to a brat like Shaw. I'm setting aside the Dark Lord. Dumbledore isn't dead yet. Let's discuss this later. Stop talking nonsense. I support the Dark Lord. Only by following him can we restore the glory of purebloods. That's right, I support the Dark Lord too. Tisk how I long to mercilessly slaughter those lowlifes again. These opponents were not only the biggest beneficiaries of the Black family's seized assets, but also yearned to follow Voldemort in committing indiscriminate murder. The foundation of the British Pureblood Society naturally extended beyond those present, but the few old fossils rarely emerged unless the survival of purebloods was at stake. Even Voldemort in his prime had failed to persuade them to come out and offer their support. Thus no one could command the room, and this meeting was likely to end inconclusively once again. Lucius shook his head at the three factions bickering in the hall, stood up, and leaning on his ceremonial cane strode out. He pondered all the way back to the manor where he found Draco sitting in the living room, his head lowered. Lucius paused, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes before his face hardened. Draco, didn't I assign you a task to stay at the Black family's for a few days? And what is troubling you so? Draco looked up at his father, longing to rush over and cling to his leg as he used to acting spoiled. But he hesitated, then slumped his head again, his platinum hair hiding all expression. Lucius felt a mix of frustration and pity, yet his paternal duty forbade him from allowing his son Draco to show weakness. Lucius strode forward, tossed his cane aside, placed both hands on Draco's small shoulders, and said with great severity, still brooding over loyalty, why are you so naive? Have you forgotten what I told you? Before family and kin, everything else can be used as a bargaining chip as long as the Malfoy name endures through the ages. Draco raised his head, tears welling in his eyes, but he held them back, refusing to cry. Narcissa, who was in the kitchen preparing a meal for her son, heard the commotion and hurried out. Seeing her stern husband and her aggrieved son, her heart clenched. She quickly stepped forward, pushed her husband aside, and pulled her son into her embrace. Little dragon, don't be afraid. Your father didn't mean to be harsh with you. Lucius, pushed away, did not blame his wife. He sank into the adjacent sofa, looking somewhat dejected. Sissy, now is not the time to coddle Draco. He must take on certain responsibilities for the family. Narcissa rarely contradicted Lucius. Shaw is not only powerful, but also quite close to our family, and that child has such a strong bond with Draco. What's there to hesitate about? Lucius shook his head and sighed, his proud demeanor gone. He massaged his temples and said, you don't understand. The situation has changed drastically recently. Not only has the Dark Lord returned, but the Wizarding Confederation is also said to have risen from the ashes. Dumbledore and the Ministry are at odds, and now this business with Shaw comes along. One wrong choice and our family could be destroyed in an instant. Narcissa was taken aback. She hadn't realized that the seemingly peaceful wizarding world was already so precarious. Draco, who had been huddled in Narcissa's arms, suddenly broke free from his mother's embrace, stood up, wiped away his tears, and tidied his appearance. Under his parents' astonished gazes, he asked solemnly, Father, as a follower, what conditions must I meet? Lucius observed his son with narrowed eyes, his voice softening as he asked, have you made up your mind? Draco's gaze flickered with hesitation, but in front of his closest family, he chose honesty. Not really, but I still want to know the answer. Please teach me, Father. Lucius scrutinized Draco for a moment, a hint of satisfaction crossing his features. He then stood up, picked up the ceremonial staff from the ground, and paced the hall for a while before speaking. Do you know why I have always brought Goyle and Crabbe along? Draco recalled his two lackeys and hesitated before replying. Because they are stupid and obedient. Lucius did not confirm or deny. That's only half right, you haven't seen the root of the matter. Half? What reason? Draco looked puzzled for a moment, then adopted a demeanor of eager listening. Lucius was enjoying this moment of fatherly teaching. Those in power do indeed favor loyal and capable subordinates, but human hearts are complex, and with curses like the brain-binding curse in existence, so-called loyalty is essentially unpredictable. Draco opened his mouth, struggling to find a counterargument. Lucius seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly becoming a bit complex before continuing. There is a saying that resonates well: a person who can be hypocritical for a lifetime is truly kind. One's loyalty can also be compared in this way: as long as your thoughts remain hidden, it's not considered betrayal. Draco's jaw dropped wide open, and his messy hair stood up in shock. His father spoke of duplicity in such a grand manner, shaking his worldview. Lucius placed a hand gently on Draco's shoulder, patiently explaining. Reality is not a fairy tale, but rather a stark brutality. Alright, you can digest this slowly later. Now back to old Goyle and old Crabbe. Although these two are dull, they have been indoctrinated by me for many years and are exceptionally loyal. For difficult tasks, we can spend money or use connections to get them done, but for matters of privacy or risking lives, it is foolish to let clever people handle them. In times of family crisis, the stance of clever subordinates becomes questionable. It is during these critical moments that the roles of Goyle and Crabbe's families become evident. In ancient times, they could be referred to as death warriors or scapegoats. Saying this Lucius expression became somewhat unnatural, instinctively rubbing his nose to hide his embarrassment. Draco pondered for a moment, nodding, and then shaking his head. But I'm not an idiot. Lucius shot a sharp glance at Draco, quickly recalling his own experiences serving under Voldemort, and concluded, not all subordinates of those in power are fools, and your position is not suitable for a scapegoat. Let me put it this way, a qualified follower must meet 3 criteria. First, they must understand how to pay their dues, whether implicitly or explicitly. Second, they must be invisible yet efficient in their tasks, which is quite understandable. Third, and most importantly, the highest realm of a follower is to make themselves indispensable to their superior. You must hold an irreplaceable role within your affiliated power. All other details are merely embellishments. After Lucius finished speaking, he stood up and pulled Narcissa away to the study to discuss other matters, leaving Draco alone to ponder deeply. Draco's gaze was filled with confusion as his mind swirled with thoughts contemplating his father's teachings. He also considered what irreplaceable role he might have regarding Heir. Not only the Malfoy family was raising children, the Flitwick family was experiencing a similar situation. However, the plot was somewhat unusual. In a secluded suburb there stood a modest yet luxurious 3-story house. Inside the study of the small house, Alice looked at her grandfather, old Flitwick, with dissatisfaction. Grandfather, you taught me that loyalty must be unwavering since childhood. Why is your attitude now so ambiguous, even distasteful? The sprightly old Flitwick was not angry, gazing kindly at his granddaughter who had grown into a graceful young woman. Alice, don't be upset. I do not mean to waver. Sometimes we need to view issues from a broader perspective. Some micromanagement is merely to fill gaps for those who are loyal. Alice's face was filled with confusion. Grandfather, what do you mean? Old Flitwick's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he pulled out a silver pendant from his chest. The pendant was triangular, encircling a circle with a vertical rod, precisely the combination of the Deathly Hallows. Old Flitwick lovingly polished the pendant, wistfully saying, "How I long for the days when I followed Grindelwald to conquer the world, but alas, I have aged, and so has Grindelwald." He then fixed his gaze on Alice. "And the future belongs to you." Seeing her grandfather suddenly looking somewhat defeated, Alice stepped forward to support him tenderly. "Grandfather, you are still young. You are quite the handsome old man." Old Flitwick's despair was fleeting as he gently brushed Alice's blue hair, his eyes reflecting other figures. "For ideals I lost my beloved wife and my 2 smartest children. At that time I bore no resentment, for the greatest benefit such sacrifice was worthwhile. Yet 50 years of solitude have slowly changed my mind. Each time I dream of them at midnight, each time I visit their graves, my noble, yet cold heart has gradually been gnawed at by guilt. I am a selfish and cold-blooded person until I saw you grow up and become an excellent individual. This has made up for my years of familial absence. I realized my mistake. I owe an apology to my wife and children for sacrificing them for an uncertain ideal, and I regret it deeply." Alice, recalling her grandfather's love for her over the years, silently shed tears alongside old Flitwick, comforting each other. After a while, Alice finally asked, "Then why do you support me in following the chief, and why do you want me to supervise him?" Old Flitwick took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped Alice's tears, smiling through her tears. "Simply because you like him. As for supervising Heir, that's not necessary. I simply want to understand Heir's character and plans so that I can guide him to become the kind of person Grindelwald would notice. And all of this is merely because I have taken a liking to the remnants of the Pure Blood Party. Since you like it, I shall help you, allowing you and the person you admire to take fewer detours." Alice couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling suddenly ashamed. Her grandfather's affection for her was deeper than the mountains and oceans. "I'm sorry, grandfather, I shouldn't have." Old Flitwick waved his hand, dismissively, speaking with indulgence. "It's all right, you haven't done anything wrong. Loyalty is a beautiful virtue. I only blame myself for not explaining it clearly before." Then Alice began to detail everything about Heir to old Flitwick, from the establishment of the throne to talent selection, Heir's interests, and the battle at Hogwarts, among other things. Old Flitwick's expression was thoughtful, his eyes occasionally flashing with brilliance. Suddenly he asked, "Do you like Heir?" At Black Manor in the basement, Shaw was organizing some equipment: a cloak to shield from prying eyes, a wand suited for casting dark magic, polyjuice potion, and most importantly a lock of hair from someone who bore a striking resemblance to a young Voldemort procured by the Muggle proxy Albert. He stored everything in his ring. As he went upstairs, Creature approached him. "Master, the portrait of the old master on the 2nd floor is looking for you. He's furious and says he has something important to tell you." Shaw could only rub his forehead. Strictly speaking, Phineas Black was Shaw's great-great-great-grandfather 6 generations removed. Foreign translations would require a long string of prefixes, so Shaw simply called Phineas his great-grandfather. Now the man had returned from Hogwarts, and Shaw wondered what business he could have. In the magical world, there was an unwritten rule regarding the creation of magical portraits. The original could infuse their life experiences and shape their personality, but not their magical insights. This was to prevent the leakage of profound family magic or the misleading of others by ill-intentioned portraits hanging in public spaces. Whether anyone violated this rule in private was unknown. As a portrait destined for the headmaster's office, Phineas certainly would not break it. Since he couldn't teach magic, Shaw had no interest in conversing with the acerbic and foul-mouthed Phineas. Seeing Creature looking at him expectantly, Shaw guessed that the elf might have served Phineas given Creature's great age. Shaw thought of letting him retire, but dared not suggest it. However, since Phineas had come all the way from Hogwarts, perhaps he truly had something important to say. With that thought, Shaw headed to the family tree display room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, he saw the family tree on the wall. The Black family was thriving with many branches, but the main line was rather sparse, and among them, including Sirius, there were many scorched holes. Before Shaw could dwell on it, Phineas' furious roar came from the side wall. "Boy, is this how you show filial piety. Outrageous. You wouldn't even lift my restrictions last time. You're as treacherous as Dumbledore. How did the Black family produce such a... Shaw cast a muffliato on himself as he entered, watching with interest as Phineas ranted, his beard bristling and mouth moving incessantly. After half an hour, Phineas finally fell silent, finding no sport in scolding an unresponsive audience. He glared at Shaw. Shaw dispelled the charm and gave a slight bow. "Great-grandfather, you had something important to tell me." Phineas snorted. "Humph, so you remember him, your great-grandfather. Just because you defeated the Dark Lord, you think you can act all high and mighty." "Muffliato." Shaw smiled and waved his wand, casting the charm on himself again. Phineas was speechless. This enraged him so much he nearly jumped out of the portrait. He pointed at Shaw, his face red, unable to speak for a long time. Shaw then removed the charm and said amiably, "Great-grandfather, don't be angry. We Blacks are noble people, we shouldn't use foul language. Now let's get down to business. You didn't come all the way from Hogwarts just to scold me, did you?" Phineas took a deep breath, though he couldn't inhale anything. 2 hours ago I got a tip from Dumbledore. He's been investigating your mother's background. He suspects you have Nordic or Roman ancestry. Your eyes aren't pure black, but a blackish purple or blackish green, appearing black only because of the Black family's gray irises. Do you know who your mother is, eh? Shaw was stunned. Was this true? How could he not know? He quickly pulled a mirror from his ring and examined himself closely. In the mirror he saw the depth and refinement of his eyes and noticed something unusual. A deep purple sheen occasionally flickered in his pure black irises. Well, at least it wasn't green. He admired the old bee's keen observation. He himself had never noticed such details. Phineas on the wall grew impatient. "Is it purple or green? Who is your mother?" Shaw didn't answer immediately, but first asked, "Great-grandfather, can you still be affected by legilimency?" Phineas paused, then said appreciatively, as expected of the one who defeated Voldemort, meticulous, "Don't worry, I'm not senile." The memories were infused with the Black family's privacy charms. Even a legilimency master like Dumbledore couldn't probe them. Shaw understood. Though Phineas was harsh, he was good to his own family. Having been a headmaster and the head of the oldest pure-blood family, his experience was likely vast. Shaw began to consult him. "Do you know which races have purple eyes? Have you heard of a person or race named Slytherin?" In the portrait, Phineas stroked his beard, searching his memory. After a long while he said with uncertainty, "Pure-blood families have always studied hair and eye color to distinguish bloodlines. From the memories I've received, I only know one group with purple eyes, a Eurasian mixed race. The first recorded instance of purple eyes in history was in 133 AD, but the phenomenon can be traced back to the Nordic region of the distant Middle Ages. Coincidentally, Fechin is the mother of Thor, the thunder god in the pantheon created by the legendary wizard Odin. She is also known as Jord, and your name Shaw can be translated as Thor. Interesting. Regulus is truly interesting, quietly taking a fallen Nordic pure-blood as his wife." Shaw was utterly speechless, his mind filled with 100 things he wanted to complain about. The background this damned system had given him was too melodramatic. He himself had dared to dream at most of establishing a magical empire, ruling the world, making wizards great again, and fostering peace and prosperity between muggles and wizards. But now he was supposedly a descendant of gods. What kind of hack writer would come up with this? He wasn't particularly surprised that Odin was a legendary wizard. In the magical world, such things were expected. Phineas then went on to explain Norse mythology and the more ancient Greek mythology, mentioning not only Salazar Slytherin, but also the vile Herpo. After a long time, Shaw left the room, filled with mixed emotions. Setting aside the distant myths, he realized that his garrulous great-grandfather, despite his temper and sharp tongue, did have his merits. He could perhaps engage in more conversations with him. He had always reminded himself not to judge people by stereotypes, but he had failed to practice what he preached. He would need to reflect on that more often. Glancing at the sky outside, he saw it was already dusk. Shaw summoned Creature to prepare dinner, then sat down in the dining room, pondering his plan to strike at the pure-bloods at midnight. First, he would draw some lots to strengthen his power. After completing the quest to seize the boy who lived fame, aside from the quest rewards, killing Voldemort had also earned him a considerable amount of faith from the young wizards at Hogwarts. Although the news hadn't been widely publicized, it had still caused quite a stir, bringing in a fair amount of faith points. So now Shaw had 1,200 points of the first tier, 286 of the second tier, and 6 of the third tier. Let's start with a 12 pull to warm up. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 1 skill point, x3. Ding, thank you for your patronage, x4. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained level 3 apparition. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 1 talent point, x2. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 10 mana points, x2. Shaw looked at the first tier rewards satisfied with the apparition, and then promptly drew from the second tier. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained puppetry. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained necromantic shield.